Spring Security is one of the most mystifying application libraries known to developers. You can easily spend hours or even days attempting to implement and debug what you think should be a simple feature. Luckily for you, I'm here to demystify your experience with Spring Security and get you some experience and a cool portfolio project to show off on the way. After many months of design, development, recording, and editing, I've put together what I believe is the best and most straightforward full-stack Spring Security course on the internet. In this course, we'll be using all the latest versions of Spring Boot, Spring Security, and React. That way there will be no sight of deprecated methods throughout the course. With that being said, my name is Ethan. I go by Unknown Coder over on YouTube, and I'm currently a senior software engineer over at Ford Motor Company, and previously a full-stack software engineer, trainer, and mentor over at Reviture, where I gained a knack for helping and teaching new software engineers, and I hope to also teach you something as well. I had previously created a Spring Security login system back in 2023, and one of the most asked questions I got on that course was to expand it, add more features, and a larger front-end application where you could better see the use of role-based authentication. I took this question/request to heart and sat down to think about what I could build using Spring Security that would make a good example and portfolio project for you all. What I came up with was a course that will take you all the way through setting up your Spring Boot and React application from scratch, configuring simple authentication with sessions, and allowing users to interact with the backend through the React application. Then we'll set up different roles to allow access to the specific functionality and make custom front-end portals corresponding to each role on the backend. And then to wrap it all up, we will implement stateless expiring JWT authentication using Spring Security OAuth resource server to manage everything for us, along with refresh tokens to allow users to authenticate for up to 24 hours after their token expires. I settled on this project, a full-stack employee management system, because I thought it'd be a great portfolio project to show off your skills when you're done. At the end of the course, you have implemented a fully fledged front-end and back-end system that has been simplified and streamlined as much as possible to fit in all of the features and keep duplication and boilerplate code down as much as possible. This is the largest course I've ever put together, and it has been cram-packed with information and optimization as much as humanly possible to get this large amount of information out in front of you as quickly as possible. If you're watching this course on YouTube, welcome in and congratulations on finding one of the best free full-stack Spring Security resources on the web. I'm going to be uploading the course as a short series here on YouTube. Through this version of the course, anyone can freely watch as each chapter is uploaded to YouTube and follow along. I'll be showing every line of code as the course goes on. That way it's completely possible for anyone to sit down and watch the entire course for free. However, if you want full access to the course and the course materials up front, I am also providing a couple paid versions of the course to grant you that access. The first paid option will grant you immediate access to the entire course, along with the private resources from the course at a fixed price of $15 to the course tier channel membership. This also grants you access to any other courses currently released at the time of having an active membership. The second option will also grant you immediate access to the entire course and all of its resources at a price provided by Udemy. I will provide the link to the Udemy course in the description below, and I will also attempt to run as many promotions as possible on Udemy to help you save some money on the course. But ultimately, I will be allowing Udemy to price the course at what they believe it is worth. I will also be releasing a full-length video of the course 1 to 2 weeks after the final chapter is uploaded. No matter which option you choose to follow along with, I please ask you to leave a like on the course video that you do watch. It is a completely free way to support the hard work I put to put this project together for you all for free. And if you want to see upcoming courses and other software projects, I would highly recommend subscribing, because I try to upload programming videos at least twice a week. Now with that being said, let's go and hop into the first chapter of this course. In this chapter of the course, we'll introduce a project which you have already accomplished, as well as going over the prerequisite knowledge and tools you'll need to complete this course. After the prereqs, we'll go ahead and discuss the project requirements that I would like to achieve before going through a demonstration of the finished project. And finally, we'll set up a simple Spring Boot project with a simple REST API along with a skeleton React application using Vite. With that being said, let's go ahead and hop into the first section of the chapter, which is the prerequisites. Before we go over our requirements, let's go ahead and review the prerequisites you'll need before continuing on in this course. Since this course is more advanced, I expect you will either have all the prerequisites already met, or you will be capable of getting them met. In able to complete this course, you will need just a few technologies installed. Firstly, you will need Java version 17 or above installed to be able to develop in the latest version of Spring Boot. You can go ahead and use whatever version that you want, it just needs to be above 17. Next, in order to run and build an application, you will need Maven, or if you prefer Gradle and know how to use Gradle, you can also go that route. Either way, you need to ensure that you have a Java dependency manager / build tool installed and accessible via your path. For the front end, you'll need to have Node and NPM installed. We will be using Vite to generate our React application, which requires version 18 plus of Node, so make sure that you double check your Node version and have that version or higher. And then outside of Node and NPM, we'll also be using TypeScript, so it also doesn't hurt to ensure that you have TypeScript installed globally as well. And that should be everything that you need to get started with this course. As I mentioned, everything should probably already be installed on your machine or easy enough for you to get configured before moving on to the requirements section of the course, which is coming up next. Before we get into our finished project demonstration, let's go ahead and outline some of our required tools, technologies, and user stories. At this point, it should be pretty self-explanatory that we'll be using Java, Spring Boot, Spring Web, Spring Data JPA, Spring Security, and React. On top of these, we'll also be using an H2 database. This is just for ease of use for the course. You can replace this with any relational database system. From the front-end standpoint, we'll also be using Axios to help us simplify our API calls, and I'm also doing a trial run on Font Awesome icons. Normally, I use Material UI icons, however, I wanted to try out Font Awesome because they seem to have loads more free to use icons. From a tool standpoint, you will need the basics, a Java IDE, which could be IntelliJ, Eclipse, STS, or even VS Code. You'll of course also want a text editor to work on the React code. Once again, you can use VS Code or whatever you like. Use the tools that you're comfortable with here. And since we are using a H2 database, we'll be able to connect to the database directly via our web browser. However, if you're using a different relational database management system, you'll want to either have a general purpose database tool such as dbeaver, or you prefer a database connection tool for the database you are running. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at our user stories for the project. We will be breaking our user stories down into 3 tiers of employees, the least privileged employee being the employee type, and the most privileged being the admin type, with the manager type being in the middle. There will also be shared functionality across all 3 of our employee tiers, which we'll go over first and then dive into the role-specific features. As any employee type, I should be able to log into my dashboard, I should be able to view my personal information, I should be able to view my pay information, I should be able to view my contact information, update my contact information, I should be able to refresh my session after timeout, and finally I should be able to log out to end my session. Next, as an admin type, I should be able to view every employee, I should be able to create new employee accounts, update an employee's personal information, and update their pay information, review this week's payroll, as well as run this week's payroll. Next, as a manager type, I should be able to view all employees that report to me, view all employees that report to me's timesheets, and also approve or deny a report's timesheet. Finally, as a regular employee, I should be able to reset my password on the first login attempt, I should be able to view my current timesheet and view any denial reasons on my timesheet, then I should be able to update my timesheet and submit that timesheet for approval. So that should go ahead and be all of the requirements that we're going to go over. I know I went over them a little bit quickly there, but you can go back through and just double look or whatever. So now let's go ahead and take a look at the project in its entirety before getting into building it. We are in the web browser. We have our application open and running. When you first open the application, you'll be met with the login page. From here, you can log in with any employee type. We'll start out by logging into the admin role. So let's go ahead and see if I can type this correctly. Admin employee at company.com. If this does not log in properly, I'll go ahead and paste in the email. I might have spelled it wrong. Let's go and try to log in. There we go. So now we can go ahead and see that once we are logged in, we'll be brought into the employee role portal. From the admin portal, you'll immediately be able to see a list of all the employees that work at the company. Right now, there's only 2. We also go ahead and exclude the currently logged in admin because we don't want them to be able to update their own information. If you go ahead and click on the add employee button, a mode will pop up with a form for the admin to fill out and create an employee. Let's go ahead and create a new employee. So for the first name, we'll go ahead and put employee. Employee. We'll go ahead and put 2 for the last name. Contact number, we'll just put 4. So we need 123, 123, 1234. 4. There we go. For the employee type, we'll keep employee. Reports to will be manager, employee, and then at company.com. Company.com. Hourly is fine, and then the pay rate, let's just put $27.50. When the create new employee button is clicked, it'll go ahead and generate a new employee with the temporary password for the employee to log in and use. So let's go ahead and copy this temporary password and email. That way I have it ready for whenever we log into this account. Now we can go ahead and close out of this. You can see that the new employee showed up here. The employee table on the portal is actually interactable. If you simply click on a row, you'll be able to go ahead and view the user's information or the employee's information. And if you click on the pin icon in the edit column, it will expand the row to allow you to edit the employee's personal information and their pay information. Let's go ahead and update the first employee's name to be employee 1. So it already is. So let's go ahead and say first employee actually. So first employee, like so. And then if we go ahead and update information, you can go ahead and see that their information got changed to first employee. And then also go ahead and give them a raise to $30 an hour. So we can go ahead and come over here to pay amount, put in 30 and update pay, and that'll go ahead and do that. Now we can go ahead and close out this since we're done editing. And since the admin employee is an employee type, they are also able to go ahead and view their own information by clicking on the manage self page link on the navigation bar. Here you'll be able to see the admin's personal information, their contact information, and their pay information, along with any previous pay stubs from the past year. We haven't generated any pay stubs for him, so you can't see any here. In the contact information card, you're also able to go ahead and click on the edit button right here to update their own contact information. Let's go and open this, and let's say the admin recently moved, so they need to update their address. We can do this by clicking on the edit button, and then you'll be able to put in new information. So let's go ahead and say they moved to 345 and Promotion Lane, and then address line 2, they got a new penthouse apartment, APT, we can say 102 or something. Now if we go ahead and click on update contact information, the information is going to go ahead and be there. Now let's go ahead and log out of the admin, which will go ahead and invalidate the employee's login and navigate us back to the login page, just like that. Now let's go ahead and log into that new employee's account and take a look at what they can do in the portal. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the email and password here. So we'll go ahead and pass in the employee2@company.com. We'll also go ahead and paste in that password that got generated for them. Go ahead and log in. You can see the very first time that they log in, they're going to be asked to reset their password. So let's go ahead and just put in PASS and PASS for the password to make it a little bit easier on us. Let's go ahead and reset password. And now once you have reset your password, you're going to go ahead and be redirected to the employee portal. Here you'll be able to see the employee's personal information once again, their contact information, and their pay information with this year's past pay stubs. Similarly to the admin employee, you're also able to update the employee's contact information by clicking the edit button as well. So let's go ahead and click that. And since we are just hired, let's go ahead and add in our address. So here we're going to put in 999 hourly road. We'll go ahead and say address line 2 is APT 123. City, we're going to go ahead and put Grindville. We're going to go ahead and put Texas since that's where I live. So put Texas. And then go ahead and put 9875. And there we go. I've missed a 6, but that should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a valid zip code. Well, it's not valid, but it has 5 digits. Now we can go ahead and click update contact information, and you'll be able to see that that information got set up. Now the primary functionality of the employee will be found whenever you click on the timesheets link in the navigation bar. Here in the timesheet portal, the employee will see their current timesheet and the hours that they have accrued this week. The employee can come in and input the number of hours that they worked on each day and see the total number of hours on the right side of the table. So let's go ahead and put in that they worked 8 hours on Monday, 8 hours on Tuesday, 8 on Wednesday, 8 on Thursday, and 8 on Friday. You can go and see that says 40. So once the employee is ready to save their hours, then go ahead and click on Save Timesheet Changes. And then that'll go ahead and change the current status of the timesheet is saved. And then once it's time to submit their timesheet for approval, then go ahead and click on the Submit Timesheet for Approval button here. And then you can go ahead and see the current timesheet status has changed from saved to submitted. Now that the employee has filled out their timesheet, let's go ahead and pretend that they walked away from the computer and their session is timed out. So let's go ahead and wait for the timeout pop-up to appear here. When they come back to the computer, they will see a pop-up stating their session has timed out, and they can either re-authenticate or log in. If they choose to re-authenticate, a refresh token will generate a new JWT, and the employee will stay logged in. We currently have the backend configured to allow the employee to refresh their session for up to 24 hours. And if they log out, it'll go ahead and clear everything out and log them out. So let's go ahead and say that we're done here and let's log out. It'll navigate us back to the company login page. Now let's go ahead and log into the first employee's account to fill out their timesheet. So go ahead and say first employee at company.com. And if it doesn't let me in, I probably spelled something wrong. Let's go and say PASS and log in. So here we can actually see that they have year-to-date earnings and some pay stubs, so it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and go to our timesheets and let's go ahead and fill out a timesheet with 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. And let's say they tried to work some overtime on Saturday. Go ahead and save the timesheet hours and go ahead and submit for approval. So it looks good. Let's go ahead and log out now and focus on what the manager can do. So now back at the company portal, let's go and log into the manager. So this will be manager and then employee at company.com and put in PASS and log in. So now whenever you log into the manager account, you'll be navigated to the manager portal where you'll first see all the employees that report to you. Similar to the admin employees account, you can click on individual employees to go ahead and see more information about them. But since you're only a manager, you only have access to view their contact information. The most important duty of the manager is to review timesheets of the employees. So you can go ahead and view the currently submitted timesheets by clicking on the Employee Timesheets button on the navigation bar. Here you'll see a list of all the currently submitted timesheets and the options to either approve or deny the timesheets. Let's go ahead and approve the timesheet for Employee 2. So let's go ahead and find Employee 2. It looks like they've only worked 40 hours, so let's go ahead and approve that. But it seems like the first employee has done overtime. So right now overtime is not allowed, so let's go ahead and click on the big red deny button. And then we'll go ahead and enter a reason for denial. So we'll go ahead and say no overtime this week. And we'll go ahead and submit reason for denial. On top of being able to view the reporting employees and reviewing the timesheets, just like all the other employee types, the manager can click on the Manage Self page link on the navigation bar to view information about themselves, including their personal information, their contact information, and their pay information and pay stubs. Similarly to all the other employee types, you can also go ahead and click on the edit to edit your own contact information while inside the manager's Manage Yourself page. Since we've already seen updating contact information in other scenarios, let's go ahead and sign out and sign back into the first employee to resubmit a timesheet without overtime. So let's log out. Let's go ahead and say first employee at company.com and then PASS. Let's go and log in. Once again, we can go to our timesheets. Now you can see that the status is denied and we have a reason for denial that says that the overtime is not allowed this week. Let's go ahead and just remove that overtime, put that back down to 40 hours. We can go ahead and save and then resubmit that timesheet. Now let's go ahead and log out once again and re-log into the manager to approve this timesheet and make sure everyone gets paid. So let's log out. Let's hop into the manager, employee at company.com. Go ahead and put in PASS and log in. Now we can go ahead and go back to employee timesheets. We can see that they don't have any hours on Sunday or Saturday, so we can go ahead and click approve, and that looks good. Now let's go ahead and log out once again, and we need to go ahead and take a look at previewing and running their weekly payroll. So let's log out. Let's go and log into the admin employee at company.com. and go ahead and put in PASS and log in. Now inside the admin's portal page here, we can go ahead and see under the Manage Employees card, we'll see the payroll card with two buttons. It'll have a preview payroll and run payroll. Let's first just preview the payroll and make sure everything looks good and correct. So we go ahead and click on this button. You can see that a bunch of fake pay stubs or mock pay stubs show up. We can go ahead and see that the admin employee is going to get paid about $1,500, manager about $1,900, employee 2 about $1,100, and first employee about $1,200. So now if everything looks correct, we can go ahead and run the payroll button. So we go ahead and click run payroll. You can go ahead and see a bunch of pay stubs get created. We have the hours worked, the regular hours worked, the overtime hours worked, and any overtime compensation. And that all adds up to the total pay. So now if we go ahead and open up our Manage Self page once again, you can see that now we have a pay stub in here. So that goes ahead and keeps track of that. Obviously, as you're working over the year, this would kind of accumulate. Since we are just testing this out today and it hasn't been that many pay stubs, we don't have that many year to date. But that should go ahead and be everything that we have. Once again, we can sit here and wait. Let's go ahead and pretend like the admin has walked away once again, and that whenever they come back, they will see the timeout pop up. As you can see, our timeout pop up once again opened up. Now let's go ahead and say that they're not done and they want to go ahead and re-authenticate. So let's go ahead and click re-authenticate. Now if we go ahead and go to Manage Employees, you can see all the stuff is still getting fetched. If we go back to Manage Self, all the stuff's getting fetched. So it's still making requests to grab this information and we are still authenticated. So that's going to go ahead and do everything that we need. So let's go ahead and log out one last time and let's go ahead and get to work on the project. Now let's go ahead and head over to start.spring.io to go ahead and configure our starter Spring Boot application. Here we will be using Maven as a dependency manager and build tool. Of course, we're going to be using Java, and then we're also going to go ahead and be using the latest long-term support version of Spring Boot. Now, if you're more familiar with like Gradle, you can go ahead and use that as well instead of Maven. And with this course, it should be more or less the same if you're using Gradle rather than Maven. The only difference is going to go ahead and be whenever we're adding new dependencies. Other than that, everything else should be the same. Next, let's go ahead and come down to our group here. Instead of com example, we're going to go ahead and put com.unknowncoder. You guys can put whatever you like. I'm just going to put this because it's my application. Then as the artifact, we're going to go ahead and put employee management service. Name is fine. We can go ahead and keep that as employee management service. And if you want to add a description, we can. So we go ahead and put something like this is the server side application for the employee management system. And then finally, we want to go ahead and make the package name just pom.unknowncoder. You guys can make this whatever you like. I just like it to be a little bit shorter. For the packaging, we're going to go ahead and use jar. And then for Java, I'm going to be using Java 21. That's just what I'm kind of familiar with, what I have installed. You guys can use 17 or 24, whatever you like. I'm just going to be using 21. If you don't have Java 21 installed or you don't have 17 or 24, unfortunately with Spring Boot, you're going to have to install one of those three. So just go ahead and choose one. I like to choose 21 in this instance. Next up is going to be our dependencies. We're going to be starting out bare bones and we're going to be adding onto the POM as we get going here. So let's go ahead and open up the dependencies to add some. The first dependency that we're going to go need is Spring Web. So let's go ahead and grab Spring Web. And then we're also going to go ahead and add Lombok. So Lombok. So this is going to go ahead and cut down on the boilerplate that we need in this course. And then if you like, you can also go ahead and add Spring Boot and then DevTools. So here, this is going to go ahead and disable caching during development and also restart the dev server when changes are made. However, with this one, your mileage may vary depending on what IDE you're using and other factors like that, but it is kind of nice just to have. Now with the basic project set up, let's go ahead and generate the project by clicking generate right here. This is going to go ahead and generate a zip folder with the generated project code inside of it. Now we're going to go ahead and just unzip it wherever you like. I'm going to put it on the desktop for now, and then we can open it up in the IDE of your choice. Now, normally I would be using a custom NeoVim instance. And if you guys are ready to switch over to something lighter, you can go ahead and watch my NeoVim tutorial that I have over on YouTube. Otherwise, you can use whatever you like. For this tutorial, however, I'm going to be using the industry standard IntelliJ. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up in a second and we'll get to work here. And my goal for this first chapter of the course is just to get a basic API up and running and then consume that basic API with a skeleton front end. Let's go ahead and get started on setting up our backend, and then we'll add on to that throughout the rest of the course. Now that I have the project opened up in IntelliJ, we're going to go and open up our project. We're going to source main resources and then application.properties. Then let's go ahead and set up a couple of properties here. So the application name is fine. Next, what we want to go and do is set the server port. So we can set this to whatever you like. I'd normally like to set up like 8000. So let's go ahead and say server.port is equal to 8000. And then let's go ahead and save that. That should be good to go for now. Next, let's go ahead and get into the rest of our application here. So first we want to go ahead and make a new package in here. And we're just going to go ahead and call this entities like so. And then we want to go ahead and start setting up our first entities. So first we're going to go ahead and make a new and then Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this employee. And we're going to start out with a very basic employee entity here. And then as we move forward, we're going to be adding onto it. So let's go ahead and hop into our employee class. And let's just make a little bit of space here. Since we're going to be going ahead and using Lombok, let's go ahead and get started by adding in some annotations. First, we're going to go ahead and say add data. And then let's go ahead and make sure we bring in data from Lombok here. Next, we want to go ahead and bring in builder. Let's also go ahead and import builder really quick. The builder annotation is going to go ahead and set up a convenient builder method for us so we can more easily create our employee objects and other objects later on down the road. Next, we want to go ahead and set up our noargs constructor. This is going to go ahead and generate a no argument constructor for us. Nice and easy. Let's go ahead and import that. We're also going to go ahead and want an all args constructor, which is going to do the opposite and basically build a constructor with all arguments. And that should go ahead and be good. So now let's go ahead and hop into the employee class itself. Now inside, like I said, this is going to be very basic. The first thing we want to go ahead and start out with is setting up the first name. So let's go ahead and say private string first name. And then after first name, we want to go ahead and set up a private string last name as well. Next, for the unique identifying property, we're going to use their email. So let's go ahead and say private string email to set that up. And finally, to be able to log in, we're also going to go ahead and need a password property for this employee. So let's go ahead and set up a private string password as well. Again, this is still going to be just very basic, and we're not going to be encrypting this or anything in this episode. We'll get around to that once we get to our actual Spring security setup. Now, there is one more thing we want to go ahead and do above the password. So whenever we're logging in and passing employee data back and forth to the front end, we don't want to be including the employee's password. So to remedy this, we're going to go ahead and use a JSON ignore annotation above that password field. And then this is going to go ahead and just not include this property. And whenever we are making our API request, let's go ahead and import that. So this will go ahead and wrap up our employee model. Again, we're going to be updating this as we make the application more complex. But for now, this should enable us to get a simple REST API up and going to be able to log in, register, and then also fetch other employee information. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer once again. And now we need to go ahead and set up the next layer to perform some basic business logic on these employee objects. To do this, let's go ahead and start out by making a basic employee service. So now what we need to go ahead and do is make a new package, and this is going to be called services. And then inside of services, we're going to go ahead and make a new Java class. And then this is going to be called employee service, like so. Let's go ahead and hop into our employee service. We'll go ahead and close out that as well to make it look a little bit nicer. Of course, since this is a service, at the top, we're going to go ahead and include @service annotation so that Spring knows to make this as a bean. And then we can go ahead and get inside here. So since we don't have a database to set up currently, we're just going to go ahead and just store these inside of like a pseudo database, more or less. And for our pseudo database, we're going to be using a map. So let's go ahead and say private map of string and employees. And then let's go ahead and import our employee from our entities, and then also import our map as well. So that is good to go. We're just going to be kind of setting up and storing information about the employees in there. Whenever we load up, we'll put some in there. And then whenever we obviously call post requests and stuff like that, or pull requests, will update and add them. So it looks good. Now let's go ahead and get started on the methods we're going to set up. So the first letter in the CRUD stands for create. So let's go ahead and create a new public method, which creates and returns an employee object. So let's go ahead and say public employee create employee. Then inside of the parameter list, we're going to go ahead and pass in a string first name, a string last name, and a string password. We're going to go ahead and generate the email by ourselves inside of the actual method here. So let's hop inside the method. The first thing we'll do is we'll go ahead and say string email is equal to. We're going to go ahead and set this equal to first name.to lowercase. Then we want to go ahead and append last name.to lowercase. Then we're going to go ahead and append @company.com. So this is going to be our very basic email. So keep in mind that this is going to be a very rudimentary way of generating these employee emails. And if two employees share the same exact name, there's going to go ahead and be a conflict with their unique login identifiers. So as an exercise after this chapter of the course is over, I would highly recommend thinking about how you might be able to kind of improve this logic and make it less likely to have a conflict in the future. But since this course isn't necessarily about making the best login, its main focus is more about Spring security in general, the email logic is going to go ahead and do for now. So now let's actually create the employee object. We'll start out by declaring employee. Now we're going to take advantage of our builder object by saying employee.builder. And then we're going to go ahead and go through and build our employee. First, we'll go ahead and say first name is equal to first name that we passed in. Then we'll say last name is equal to last name that we passed in. Next, we'll say email is equal to the email that we generated above. Then we'll say the password is equal to the password that was passed into the method. And finally, we'll call the .build method to go ahead and build the employee object. So now we have our employee object that we wanted to create. So now let's go ahead and actually store it in our makeshift database. Now to do this, we're going to go ahead and call employees.put email and employee, and that should go ahead and store that. And then finally, we'll go ahead and return that employee. So that's going to be the C from our CRUD that'll go ahead and store that first employee. Now the next letter in the CRUD acronym is R, which stands for read. So now we want to go ahead and set up a couple of different methods to be able to read the employees from our hash map. The first one we want to go ahead and set up is a simple read for all the employees that are stored. To do this, let's set up a public method that will return a list of employee objects. So let's say public list of employee, and we'll call it read all employees. Let's go ahead and import our list right here so it's not mad at us. That looks good. Let's go ahead and hop in here. Since we're going to be returning all of them, we don't need to pass in any method parameters. So let's just hop straight into the method body itself. What we're going to want to do in here is basically go through all the values inside the employee map. So first we'll go ahead and say return employees.values. Then we're going to use the .stream method to go ahead and stream through the list of values. And finally, we'll go ahead and terminate the stream with .toList to collect these into a list. So that'll go ahead and get all of our employees and return it to us. So let's go ahead and come below this one, because being able to return the entire list of employees is nice, but it's not as useful as being able to select an individual employee, especially for tasks like logging in. So as another operation in the read family, we can go ahead and set up to read an employee by the unique login identifier, which is their email. So to do this, this, once again, we'll go ahead and create a public method. This one's just going to return an employee. So let's go ahead and say public employee read employee by email. Let's go ahead and open this up. Now, of course, since we want to go ahead and read this one by email, we're going to need to pass in a parameter. Our parameter is going to go ahead and be a string email. And then inside of the method itself, first thing we want to do in here, we want to check to see if the employee even exists in our map. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say if not employees dot contains key. And then the key that we want to go ahead and check for is the employee's email. So it looks good. Let's go ahead and hop inside of our if statement. And in here, if the employee doesn't exist, we want to go ahead and throw a custom exception that we can go ahead and be handled by our controller in the next step. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and come back into our Explorer. And once again, we're going to go ahead and create a new package. We're going to go ahead and call this exceptions. Then inside the package, we're going to go ahead and create a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this employee does not exist exception, like so, and go ahead and hop into here. And now inside of our employee does not exist exception, the first thing we need to go and do is make sure that this extends runtime exception. And that looks good. Now we're going to come inside and we need to make a couple of constructors. The first constructor we'll go ahead and just do a no args constructor. So public employee does not exist exception. And inside, I just want to go ahead and call this super method. And inside of super, we'll go ahead and just say employee does not exist. So it looks good. Let's go ahead and come below this. We want to go ahead and set up another employee does not exist exception constructor. So public employee does not exist. This constructor should take in a string message. Let's come inside. Once again, we'll go ahead and call super. And inside super, we'll go ahead and pass in that message. So that should go ahead and do it for our employee does not exist exception. Let's go ahead and close out of this and we're going to hop back into our employee service. And so now if our employees map does not exist our employee, we're going to go ahead and throw new employee does not exist exception. And then let's go ahead and make sure we import this guy. That looks good. And then let's come below our if. So then if it does exist, we can go and just return the employee. To return the employee, all we need to go and do is say return employees.get and then pass in their email. So that will go ahead and read the employee by their individual email. So it is looking good. The next letter in CRUD is U for update. So now we want to go ahead and set up a method to update a specific employee that's stored in our application. To do this, we once again want to go ahead and create a new public method. This one's just going to return an employee again. So let's go ahead and create public employee update employee. Since we are making some changes and updating the employee, this is of course going to need a couple of parameters. For the parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass a string email and an employee updated. Let's go ahead and open up the method here. So the reason that we need to go and pass in the original email is because it's possible that we changed the email inside of the updated employee object. And then if we were to try to find the employee by the updated email, it wouldn't have found that one. So that's why we need to set up that way. Now, similar to the find employee by email, we need to check to see if the employee actually exists again. So once again, to do this, we'll use an if statement and check for employees does not contain the key. And once again, we're searching for the employee by the email. Let's go and hop into the if statement. If we don't find the employee to update in the map, we'll once again throw a new employee does not exist exception. And when the employee does not exist that we're attempting to update, we're going to go ahead and pass in a custom message which states that the employee that we're trying to update does not exist. As long as it does exist, we can go ahead and continue working. Next, we want to go ahead and declare a new employee variable that we'll go ahead and just call persisted. After this, we need to go ahead and set up some logic to store and or update employee's key in the map. So we'll go ahead and set up an if statement that checks to see if the email is not equal to the updated email. If this is the case, that means that the original email is different from the email stored inside of the updated employee object. Then we need to update the employee and the key which we'll get the employee by. So first we want to go ahead and remove the employee object from the map by using employees.remove and pass in the original email. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that original one. Then we want to go ahead and call employees.put. Inside the put, we want to use the updated.getEmail property. And we'll go ahead and store the updated employee value. This part might not be necessary, but now that we have that updated employee stored in the map, we're going to go ahead and say persisted is equal to employees.get. And we're going to go ahead and get the updated.getEmail. And then that looks good. Now we're going to go ahead and say otherwise. And then inside the else, we simply want to replace the value related to the email keys object. To do this, let's go ahead and set persisted to employees.replace. Inside the replace, we're going to pass in email and updated. So we're going to find the employee by the email, then replace it with the updated employee. Finally, outside of our conditional logic, we're going to go ahead and just return that new persisted employee that we updated. So that is our update. Of course, this method had a little bit more logic in it to be able to handle an employee's email getting changed since it's their identifier, but overall that one wasn't too bad either. The final letter of CRUD is D, which stands for delete. So now we're going to go ahead and create a new method that allows us to delete an employee from our database map. To do this once again, we're going to go ahead and create a new public method. This one's going to actually return a void. Let's go ahead and say public void delete employee. We're going to delete employees by their email. So we want to go ahead and pass in a string email inside of our method parameters here. Let's go ahead and open up the method. Inside, we're going to go ahead and say employee deleted employee is equal to employees.remove. Then we want to pass in that email to remove the employee by the email. Next, we want to add a check to make sure an employee was actually deleted. So to do this, let's go ahead and say if deleted employee is equal to null. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and throw a new employee does not exist exception because we didn't find an employee. And inside the exception constructor, we're going to go ahead and pass in that the employee that we're trying to delete does not exist. Otherwise, we're just not going to return anything, and that should go ahead and do it for our delete functionality. This will go ahead and wrap up all of the CRUD functionality for our service layer for our simple employees service. And now before we finally wrap up the entire employee service here, there is one more final functionality that I want to go and add. And this is purely a utility functionality to make our lives a little bit easier while attempting to test out our features as we add them. So I want to go and add a method which will generate or load in user data for our database when the application starts up. To do this, we're going to go ahead and say public void load employee data. This isn't going to take in any parameters. All we're going to go ahead and do is come inside and we're going to go ahead and declare employees is equal to a new hash map. Let's go ahead and make sure we bring in hash map here. And then below here, we're going to go and start putting in some new employees. So to do that, let's go ahead and call employees.put. Inside the first put, we're going to go ahead and create admin employee. So we're set the email to adminemployee@company.com. Then we want to go ahead and call employee.builder to go ahead and create a new employee. We will set the admin's first name to admin. We'll set their last name to employee. Their email will be set to adminemployee@company.com. The password is to be set to pass. And finally, we'll go ahead and build our admin employee. And then that'll go ahead and do it for the first one. Now we need to add a couple more. So let's once again call employees.put. Inside this put, the key will be manageremployee@company.com. We want to call employee.builder again. The first name of this employee will be manager. Last name will be employee. Email will be manageremployee@company.com. Password will be pass again. And once again, we'll call build. Finally, we want to go ahead and generate one of our regular employees. So one final time, let's go ahead and say employees.put. Inside the put, we'll put the email as employee1@company.com for the key. We'll call employee.builder. We'll set first name to employee. Last name to 1. Email will be employee1@company.com. Their password will be pass as well. And finally, we will build that employee as well. So that is 3 employees put into our map here or our database. And then that will go ahead and wrap up our entire functionality for our employee service. Let's just make sure that is saved and all good to go. The next what we'll go ahead and do is set up our employee controller logic and then be able to actually make API calls. Now that we have our employee service all set up, we need a means to actually communicate with our services. The way to do this is to set up a controller and different endpoints to hit on our backend service. So let's go ahead and set up a controller for our employees logic. To do this, we're going to first go ahead and create a new package. And this is going to go ahead and be called controllers. And then inside this controller package, we're going to make a new Java class. We're going to go and call this employee controller like so. Let's go and open up our employee controller here. Similar to our service class, we need to set up some annotations so Spring knows it is a special class and should be treated as controller. The first annotation that we should add is the REST controller annotation. And this will tell Spring to make this class a REST controller bean. So let's go ahead and bring in REST controller. Next, we want to go ahead and add the annotation at request mapping. And we're going to go ahead and bring this in. We'll go ahead and add in some parentheses. We want to go ahead and add the route we want to map this controller to. So in the parentheses, we're going to go ahead and say /employee. This will basically tell Spring Boot to direct any API requests that are looking for the resource /employee to be handled by this class. Now, we also want to go ahead and set up some core stuff. So next, we want to go ahead and add the @cores annotation here. Inside of the @cores annotation, we're going to go ahead and set the origin. So we're going to say origins is equal to http://localhost 5713. And this is basically going to go and tell Spring to allow access to our front end, because our front end is going to be on a localhost server on port 5713, and this is going to not block us basically, because if we don't let this happen, Spring is basically going to say, hey, I don't know this server, are we allowed to talk to one another? And yes, we are. So we're going to go and set up that server or that origin. If you want to set it up for everything, you can as well, but it's kind of more secure just to set up for the specific server or servers that you're going to be talking to. So now below our cross origin, we need to go ahead and set up some of our long block annotations. Specifically, we need to go ahead and tell Spring Boot that this is going to have some dependencies that we want to auto wire. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and use the required args constructor, which is basically just going to auto wire all of our dependencies for us instead of having to put auto wired above each one or above a constructor. So that looks good. And this is actually a nice addition. The last time I believe that I did one of these, this didn't exist and we had to wire it up ourselves, and it's still kind of annoying and ugly. So it's nice that this exists now. So now we're ready to go ahead and hop into a controller and get to work here. The first thing we need to do inside of our controller is grab our dependencies so we can actually perform the logic in our endpoints. Right now, all we need access to is the employee service. So let's go ahead and set up a private final employee service. And we'll just go ahead and call this employee service. And once again, the required args constructor will handle importing this for us. Let's also go and import the class as well, so it looks good. So now we can go ahead and start setting up our methods to actually handle the logic whenever we get hit with an endpoint API call. So once again, we're going to go ahead and go down the CRUD functionality. So the first one is create, obviously. So let's go ahead and create a public employee post employee. Let's go ahead and import our employee class here. And for now, we're just going to go ahead and return null. That way it's not yelling at us. Now that it's not mad at us, let's go ahead and set up some annotations. Above the post employee method here, we want to go ahead and set up a post mapping. And this is going to basically tell Spring Boot to allow post request to a specific endpoint to be handled by this specific method. And inside the post mapping, we're going to map this to slash. So basically any post request that goes to http://localhost 8000/employee/ is going to be handled by this function here, or this method. Let's go ahead and save that. Before moving forward with the create employee logic, we actually need to set up a simple way to send request data to the method so we can create the employee. So this is a great place to use a DTO or a data transfer object. Let's go ahead and open up our Explorer once again, and let's make a new package. And we're going to go ahead and call this DTO. And inside of our DTO, we're going to go ahead and create a new class. And we actually want this to be a record. And we're going to go ahead and call this create employee request and open that up. Above our record, we're going to go ahead and add the @builder just in case we ever need to build this. We might not here, but maybe you want to some other time. And then inside of our record itself, we want to go ahead and pass in a string first name, a string last name, and a string password to be able to create our employee. So that's going to go ahead and do it for our create employee request. Now we can go ahead and close out of this, close out of Explorer, and come back in to our post employee method parameters. Inside of our method parameters, we first want to go ahead and call @requestBody. This is going to allow us to go ahead and pass in information in the post request. And for the request body, we want to go ahead and pass in a create employee request, which we'll call body. Let's go ahead and import this create employee request. So it's good. And now we can go ahead and delete this return because we're going to set up a new return. Instead of returning null, we're going to go ahead and return employee service.create employee. Now this is going to require our first name, last name, and password. Let's go ahead and pass in body.firstname, body.lastname, and body.password. So being able to just call it body dot is the nice thing about records. You don't have to create getters and setters. You can go ahead and just call the actual parameter or the property that you want like this, and it'll pass it for you. So that's why we used a record there. So that looks good. That's going to go ahead and do it for creating an employee. So next we want to go ahead and handle the read portion of our CRUD functionality. So the first thing we need to set up is a request handler for reading all the employees saved to our mock database. So this will go ahead and declare a public method that returns a list of employees, and we'll go ahead and call this get all employees. Let's make sure we go ahead and import our list here and java.util. There we go. And then we're going to open up this method. Since we're just getting all the employees, we're just reading them all. We don't need to worry about passing in any parameters. Let's go ahead and set up the annotations above it first. Since we're just reading the employees, we're not creating them, we're going to go ahead and use @getMapping. This time we're going to go ahead and do the slash. So this is going to go ahead and make a GET request to http://localhost 8000/employee/, and that'll go ahead and return all of the employees for us inside of the method. All we need to go ahead and do is just return the employees that we get from the employee service. So we're going to go ahead and call return employee service.read all employees. And that'll go ahead and pass back all of those to our person making the API request. That looks good. The other read functionality is to be able to read an employee specifically by their email. So let's go ahead and set up a public employee get employee by email. Above this method, we're going to set up a get mapping to /email/curly braces email. So this is going to allow us to pass in what's called a path variable at the end of our request here. So whenever we make a get request, we'll go ahead and make the get request to /employee/email, and then also pass in that specific employee's email after email, and that'll search for them. So to actually set up this path variable, let's come into the method parameters here. And inside the method parameters, we want to go ahead and use an @path variable annotation. Let's go ahead and bring that in. And then after the path variable annotation, we're going to add a set of parentheses with email, and that's going to match up with the path variable. And then we'll store this path variable in a variable called string email. Let's go and open up the method here. Inside the method, we simply want to go ahead and return employee service.read employee by email. And then we'll pass in that email from our path variable, and that should find it for us. So that's looking good. So that is both of our read operations all set up and good to go. The next of our CRUD operations is going to be update. So let's go ahead and create a method to deal with that. Here we're going to go ahead and create a public employee put updated employee. We're once again going to need a custom object here to handle this request. So for now, let's go ahead and return null so it's not mad at us, and then save. And then we need to go ahead and create a record to be able to actually pass in data to update the employee. So once again, let's go and go into our project, our DTO, and we're going to go ahead and create a new Java class. It's going to be a record, and we're going to go ahead and call this update employee request. Let's go ahead and open this up. Once again, above the record, we're going to go ahead and add the app builder annotation. Let's go ahead and bring that in. We might not use it in this episode or this chapter or this course, but you might use it some other time. And inside the record, we're going to go ahead and pass in the string email and the employee. Here we're going to go ahead to import the employee, but that is fine. And that should be good to go. So now we can go ahead and close out of our record here. We should be able to actually update our employee now. So now back inside of our controller here, above our put updated employee, we want to go ahead and annotate this with @put mapping. Go ahead and import that. Inside the put map, we're going to go ahead and map this to employee/, and then any put request that goes to employee/ will go ahead and be handled by this. Inside of our method parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in the @request_body annotation again. That way we can pass in a request body. And this time around, our request body is going to be an update employee request, which we'll go ahead and call body. Let's make sure we go ahead and import our record here. And now we should be able to handle actually updating the employee. Let's go ahead and get rid of this return null. And instead, we're going to go ahead and call employee service.update employee. And inside of our update employee method, we're going to go ahead and pass in the body.email and the body.employee. That'll go ahead and set up the ability for us to actually update an employee on our backend. And then the final functionality of our CRUD is delete. So once again, let's go ahead and create one more new method that's going to be a public response entity delete employee. We need to go ahead and import our response entity. It's going to be mad at us because we don't have a type parameter here, but that's fine because this is going to return no content, so it doesn't matter. Above our delete employee, we're going to go ahead and use the @delete mapping annotation. Let's go ahead and make sure that's imported. And we're going to go ahead and map this to /curly braces email. So this is also going to take in a path parameter similar to our get employee by email. This time it's going to be delete request to /employee/ and then their email will actually delete the employee. Inside the method parameters, we want to go ahead and pass path variable with that email. And we'll go ahead and store this in a string email as well. Let's go and open up our method here. Inside delete method, all we need to do is call employee service.delete employee with that email, and that'll go ahead and delete it or throw our exception there. Below our employee service.delete email, we want to return response entity. Then we'll call .noContent and we'll call .build. Now to go ahead and set up our response entity that doesn't have any content because we have nothing to return since we just deleted the employee basically. Now that's everything we need to do to set up like the CRUD functionality. But if you recall, we set up a special exception to be thrown if you're attempting to mess with employees that don't exist. So now we also want to actually set up the custom exception handler for this custom employee does not exist exception. To do this, we want to go ahead and declare a public response entity of type string, and we'll call this handle employee does not exist. Above, we're going to annotate with @exception handler. Let's go ahead and make sure we bring this in. And inside of the @exception handler annotation, we're going to go ahead and say employee does not exist exception dot class. We need to go and import our employee does not exist exception. And now anytime an employee does not exist exception gets thrown, it's going to be handled by this controller endpoint, and it's going to return a response for us. To this, let's go ahead and return response entity. We're going to call .status is 400, and .body says unable to handle request at this time. There we go. That should go ahead and basically do it for the entirety of our employee controller for now. All we have left to do for the backend at this point is setting up the ability to load in our 3 employees whenever the application starts up, and then we should be able to test out the API on Postman. To be able to load in data at startup, we need to navigate to our main application class, which is this employee management service application right here. And then inside of this class, we want to go ahead and set up a new command line run method. And we might need to go ahead and import command line runner. So let's go ahead and import that. That looks good. Above the command line runner, we want to go ahead and annotate this with @bean, which is going to go ahead and tell Spring to generate this as a bean whenever we start up. And then inside of the method parameters of the run method, we want to go ahead and also pass an employee service. We'll call employee service. This will get automatically wired for us, so that is fine. So now let's hop into the actual method here. Inside the method, we want to return an args lambda function. And inside the lambda function, we want to go ahead and call employee service.load employee data. And that'll go ahead and basically whenever we start up the application, it's going to go ahead and generate those 3 employees for us and then put them inside that map. That way we can mess around with them. So now let's go ahead and see if the application wants to run. So I'm just going to go ahead and click the big green arrow on the side here. I'm sure you guys have probably used IntelliJ or something similar to IntelliJ. We need to enable annotation processing. That's fine because it's the first time we opened up this project in IntelliJ. And then fingers crossed I didn't typo anything. There's a good chance I could have forgotten something just because there's so much going on here, but it looks like we're good to go. So now with all that being done, we can go ahead and hop into Postman where I have some collections set up, and we can go ahead and go through all of our CRUD functionality and make sure everything works before hopping into VS Code to generate and set up our skeleton frontend project. Now let's hop into Postman and make sure we're able to make the request and get the data that we expect back. I've taken the liberty to create a Postman collection for those who have decided to pay for the full course, and those who are not will stop before each request to allow you to see the request and how it's set up in Postman. That way you can set them up for yourselves. We'll start out with the simplest request to test, which is going to be the read all employees. So this is going to be a GET request that goes to http://localhost 8000/employee/. As I mentioned, I'll pause for a second here for you all that are not paying for the course. And then we'll go ahead and run the request. Whenever we run it, we should see that our backend passed back 3 of our employees that got generated automatically. So that is looking good. Next up, we can go ahead and read a specific user by their email. So this request will go to http://localhost 8000/employee/whatever the employee's email is. So here we can see we have admin employees set up here. Let's go ahead and take a quick second to pause on this one. So now if we go ahead and run this, you can go and see that the employee exists and we get it back. But if we went ahead and updated this email to something that doesn't exist, so if we just go ahead and maybe say admin instead of admin employee, we should go ahead and get back a 400. Then it says you cannot handle this request at this time. So it looks good. Go and undo that update. And then we can sit in again. We can see once again, we get back that entire employee object. So next, let's go and attempt to create a new employee. So here, this is going to go be a post request to http://localhost 8000/employee/. And once again, you can see it's only a slash, but this one is going to be a post request. So that's going to be how we distinguish it. The post requests are going to go and take in a body that we set up previously, that record. So this needs a first name of employee. Set last name is going to be 2, and then password be pass. Let's go ahead and pause here so you guys can see the request as well as the body that we passed in. Now, if we go ahead and hit submit, you go and see that we get a new employee object back. And if we actually go back to read all and run again, you should see now we have more employees. Seems like, oh, there it is. I was going to say it doesn't look like it created it or we put in the wrong information, but you can see employee 2 and so on and so forth. So that looks good. Now that we've created a new employee, let's go ahead and take a look at the other request, which takes in a body. and this is going to be the update employee. So this request is going to be a put request to http://localhost 8000/employee/. Once again, here, even though it's just a slash, it's going to be looking at the request type. So since it's a put, it's going to go and update the employee. This one is also going to take in a body. So here we have the original email, and we can also go ahead and update anything that we want. So here we can say, for example, employee and then 1. Now this would be employee1@company.com. If we go ahead and send this, we should be able to see that this updated their email and password. And then not their email and password, this updated their email and information. If we go to read all again, now we should go ahead and see employee 1 instead of first employee. And then the last thing that we can go ahead and do is delete the employee. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So once again, this is going to be a delete request to http://localhost 8000/employee. Then this is going to take in the employee's email. So here we actually called this employee or first employee, I believe. And let me go ahead and double check that. So we uploaded. Actually, we set it back to employee 1. This should have been to first employee. Let's go ahead and make this first and then employee. I had it correct the first time. And then this will go ahead and be first employee at company.com. Let's go ahead and save that. And now let's say that they did something bad, and we're going to basically fire them. So if we go ahead and send this, you can see we get no content back, but it's a 204. If we try to send it again, they're not going to exist. So now it says a 400. Now, if we read all, the first employee should be missing, but we do have employee 2 here. So that is looking good. Now we can see that our API is working as expected. Let's go and set up a very basic React application before wrapping up this first chapter of the course. To create a React application, I went ahead and opened up VS Code in the folder that we're going to be working in for our project. And I also went ahead and opened up a terminal. To do this, you can use Control-tilde, or if you're on Mac, I'm not sure exactly what that maps to. But I opened up the terminal here inside of our employee management folder. You can see that we have our Java project here. We're going to ignore that inside of VS Code. That's fine. And we want to go ahead and generate a React application using Vite. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and use npm create Vite at latest employee management app -- and then -- template react -ts. We're going to go ahead and hit enter and run this. We're going to go ahead and say sure. We'll go ahead and install create Vite. That's fine. And we're going to go ahead. I'm not sure why it's asking us this. It should have been fine. But we're going to go ahead and create a React application. It's going to be TypeScript. I don't know what SWC stands for, but we're just going to use TypeScript here. Then we go ahead and cd into employee -management -app. Now we can say npm install like it says to do. And we're going to go install those dependencies really quick. Now that those are installed, we also have a few more dependencies that we want to install before we actually get into creating the application. So once again, it's going to say npm I. And then here, we're going to go ahead and pass in a few dependencies. The first one being @forAwesome /forAwesome SVG core. We're going to pass in @forAwesome /free brands SVG icons. We're going to install @forAwesome free solid SVG icons. We're going to install @forAwesome /react -font awesome. We need Axios. And finally, we need React Router DOM. So that's going to be everything here. @forAwesome is something called Font Awesome. Normally, I go ahead and use Material UI, but I wanted to kind of switch it up a little bit with the dependency that we use to grab icons and whatnot. So we'll see how it goes. I think they look pretty good. I was just experimenting here. So if you want to use something different or not use icons at all, be my guest. But let's go ahead and hit enter to install all these. And now we should be good to go here. So now let's go ahead and just close or make this a little bit smaller so we don't have to see what's going on here. So let's go ahead and open up our project and just start cleaning some stuff out. We don't need this Vite.svg. We don't need a lot of stuff in here. So assets, we can go ahead and get rid of this guy. Inside of app.tsx, we can go ahead and remove all of this. Inside of our index.css, we can also remove all of this as well. Looks good. And then inside of main, we should be good to go here. We don't need to touch this Vite. Inside of index.html, we can go ahead and make one small change. Inside the title, we can say employee and then management like so, and that should be good. Then also this SVG is gone, so we want to go and get rid of that so that way it doesn't break. And I think that's more or less everything we need to set up inside of here. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do is deal with our index.css. Basically, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to set up some global styles here that we can use across the entire application. And then it's going to make our lives a lot easier as we get going. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is set up the fonts inside of our CSS. To do that, we're going to go ahead and head over to Google Fonts. To do that, we'll go ahead and go to fonts.google.com. Let's open this up. We're going to go ahead and look for Poppins. So Poppins, for some reason, it's in Arabic or whatever style this is. You can go ahead and put it into Latin if you like. It doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead and click on this Get Font. And then we should be able to kind of go into, but you can get embedded code. Here we go. You can see the styles. We can just grab all the styles. And then we're going to go ahead and grab the imports right here. We're going to go ahead and copy this imports like so, and then let's hop back into VS Code. Inside of VS Code, in the top of our index.css, we're going to go ahead and add that import. Looks good. Now that we have our font installed, we can go ahead and start working on kind of our global styles. First, we're going to go ahead and say :root to set up some dependencies, and that's dependencies and variables. The first variable we're going to set up is called --background, which is going to be F0, 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 which is going to be like a white color. Next, we're going to set up --foreground, which is going to be F2, 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 which is going to be also a light color. Then we're going to set up a --text primary, which is a dark black color. Then a --text secondary, which is going to be a light gray color. We're going to set up a --primary color, which is going to be a light blue. We're going to set up a --secondary color, which is going to be a green color. We're going to set up a --air red, which is a red color. Then --border color is going to be a little bit darker gray for the borders. We're going to set up a --box shadow, which is an RGBA, and then a box shadow. We're going to set this up that way we don't have to basically type this out every single time we want a box shadow on some things. Then we'll have a --border small, which is going to be 4px, which is basically the border radius. We're going to have a --border large, which will be 8 radius px. And that should be good for all of our variables. Now that we have all of this done, we want to go ahead and just set up some global resets for the default styles. So first we want to go ahead and select the HTML, the body, and the root div. And here we're going to go ahead and set the width to 100%, the height to 100%. We'll set our font family to Poppins, which is a sans serif font. We're going to set the background for our entire application to our background color we set up above. And we're going to set the primary color of the text to text primary. Next, we're going to set up a selector for star before, and star after. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say box sizing to border box. Then we want to make a selector for all elements. Inside here, we're going to make sure we set the margin to 0 for everything. Let's add a selector for our body element. Inside, we're going to set the line height to 1.5, and we're going to set -WebKit font smoothing to anti-aliased. Then we want to add a selector for image, picture, video, canvas, and SVG. Inside, we're going to make sure these types of elements are display block, and make sure they have a maximum width of 100%. Next, we want to add a selector for our input, our button, our text area, and select elements. Inside, we're simply just going to say font inherit. Next, we're going to go ahead and add a selector for all of our basic text elements. So P, H1, H2, H3, H5, and H6. Inside, we're going to make sure everything wraps properly. So we're going to say overflow wrap, break word. Now we're going to go ahead and start setting up some individual styles for different components. Starting out, let's go ahead and do H1. H1 should have a font size of 3 rem and a font weight of 900. Next, our H2. This has a font size of 2.5 rem and a font weight of 800. Then our H3 element with a font size of 2.25 rem and a font weight of 700. Next, our H4 elements with a font size of 2 rem and a font weight of 600. Next up is our H5 with a font size of 1.75 rem and a font weight of 600. Next, our H6, font size of 1.5 rem and a font weight of 600 again. And then finally, we have our P tag, which has a font size of 1.25 rem and a font weight of 400. So that should go ahead and set up a pretty nice looking hierarchy amongst our different text elements. Finally, we want to set up some styles for just overall utility classes that we're going to use amongst the application. First up, we're going to go ahead and create a utility class called .heightFull. Here we're going to set the height to 100%. Then we have a widthFull class. Inside here, we're going to set width to 100%. Then we're going to have a width half. Here, width will be 50%. Oh, width third class. Here, width will be 33%. And finally, we have a width quarter class, where you guessed it, the width will be 25%. Now we need to go ahead and set up a couple utilities for styling the entire application pages. So first, we'll go ahead and start out with a utility class called .page. Here the width will be 100%, height will be 100%. We'll set display to flex. We want to set the flex direction and column. We're going to go and justify content to the flex start and align items to the center. The page itself is going to take up the entire space, but most websites don't actually take up a full page of width, so they actually need to take up like 80 or 90%. So to deal with that, we're going to also go ahead and create a class called page container. Inside, we'll set the width to 80% this time. Height will fit the content height that we have inside of the page, but if the content doesn't take up a full page, we at least want the minimum height to be 100% of the viewport. We'll also set a small padding of about 1 rem around the entire page container. Once again, we'll set display to flex. We'll set flex direction to column again. We also want to go ahead and include a row gap of about 1.5 rem. Next, we need a specialized version of the page container that's going to center things for us. Let's go ahead and create a class page container center. Inside, the width will be 80% again. Height will be 100% again. Padding will be 1 rem. Set display to flex. Set flex direction to column. Justify content will be in the center. Align items will be in the center. And this one will have a row gap of 1 rem. Now we need to go ahead and set up a couple more general purpose classes and we'll finally wrap it up. The next general purpose class is going to be called .center. Inside of a width 100%, height 100%, display flex, justify content in the center, align items in the center, and a gap of 1 rem. Next we want a utility class to place things in a row rather than in columns. So let's go ahead and set up a .row class. Inside width is 100%, set display to flex. We want to justify content in the flex start. We want to align items in the flex start, and we want to set a small gap of 1 rem. Next, let's set up a utility class called column. Here, width will be 100% again. Display will be flex. We'll set flex direction to column, and we'll also have a gap of 1 rem again. Next, we want to create a utility class to flex and space out the elements. So let's go ahead and create one called space between. Once again, we'll have width 100%. Display will be flex. Justify content will be space between this time. We will align items in the center. And we'll have a gap of 1 rem. And then finally, we have one last utility class to set up for decorating text on hover. Let's go ahead and create a class called text hover, and we're going to use a :hover for the hovering effect. Inside, we'll set a cursor to pointer and a text decoration to underline. Let's go ahead and make sure this is saved so we don't accidentally lose anything. And now we'll go ahead and do it for the overall CSS for the application. I know that we went ahead and invested quite some time up front to set all of this up, but in the end, it will save us a ton of time in the long run, not having to rewrite a ton of CSS across a ton of different components inside of our application. Now that our global CSS is all fixed up, let's go ahead and hop into the app.tsx, and we need to go ahead and clear a lot of this stuff out. So I'm going to go ahead and delete everything inside the return. I'm also going to go ahead and get rid of this use state. We do not need any of these imports for now, and I think that should pretty much do it. Now we want to go ahead and hop into this return. We want to go ahead and start setting this up. The first thing we want to go ahead and set up inside of a return is a browser router, and this is going to go ahead and allow us to add the routes that we have inside of our component here or inside of our app. Let's go ahead and import that from React Router DOM. Inside of our browser router, we're going to go ahead and need a routes component, so that way we can set up all our different routes. Let's make sure we go ahead and import this as well. And inside of our routes, we'll go ahead and set up our first route. Once again, let's make sure we go and import this from our React Router DOM. And then we can go ahead and set up the information inside of the route. Inside of our route component, we're going to go ahead and have path equal to / and our element is equal to login page inside of a fragment. This is going to go ahead and be like the primary route or the primary page that we land on whenever we open up the application. Then we want to go ahead and declare another route component. We want to open this one up, and inside this route component, we want to go ahead and set the path to an empty string and element to fragments with layout page inside of it. Now we need to go ahead and add routes inside of this route specifically. Let's go ahead and declare another route here. Inside this route, we're going to go ahead and set the path to portal/admin and the element to a fragment with manage employees page inside. We need another route component again. Inside this one, we're going to go ahead and set the path to portal/admin/myself and the element to a fragment with manage self page. Let's set up our next route component. This route's going to be to the path of /portal/manager, and the element's going to be a fragment with manage reports page. We'll have another route. Here we're going to go ahead and set the path to portal/manager/timesheets and an element of review timesheets page inside of fragments. We'll have yet another route component. Here we'll set the path to portal/manager/myself, and the element will be a fragment with manage self page. We'll set up our next route component. Inside, we'll set the path to portal/employee and element as fragments with manage self page. We'll have one final route component here. Here, we'll go ahead and set the path to portal/employee/timesheets and the element as a fragment with timesheet page. So that should go ahead and do it for all of this. Now, to be able to actually view all of these different routes working inside of our application, we actually need to go ahead and create an outlet, or in our case, we're going to go ahead and call this a layout page to kind of have a more or less cohesive page to render each one of these other pages in and kind of format them all the same. So this layout page is basically going to have like the formatting of all of our pages whenever we get into the application. So we're going to end up having things like the navigation bar, footer, all of that stuff in there. So let's go ahead and deal with that before we hop into the application and make sure all of our routes are working properly. To go ahead and create this layout page, let's go ahead and make a new directory inside of our source directory. We're going to go ahead and call this pages. And then inside pages, we're going to go ahead and make another new file. And this is going to be layoutpage.tsx. We're also going to go ahead and make a new file as well. And this is going to be layoutpage.css. We want to go ahead and go into our layoutpage.tsx. The first thing we need to go and do at the top of our layoutpage.tsx is go ahead and import our layoutpage.css. Then we want to go ahead and declare our function here. So we're going to export default function layout page. For this component, we don't need to take in any props. So let's simply hop inside the component and set up a very quick return statement. Let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of layout page and page. And inside of our layout page component, we're going to set up an empty fragment with layout page. Below our layout page fragment, we want to go ahead and render an outlet component. Let's go ahead and make sure that we import this outlet component. That way it's actually going to work. This can come from React Router DOM. And that's all we really need to do for now for setting this up. Now let's go ahead and open up our layoutpage.css and make this layout page class here and style it. Inside of our CSS, let's go ahead and make the selector for our layout page class. Inside of our layout page, we're going to go ahead and have a height of fit content. We're going to have a minimum height of 100 VH. And we're going to have a background of var background. That should basically do it for all the styles we need for our layout page. So now all we need to go ahead and do is hop back into our app.tsx and actually render this inside of our app component. And then we should be able to actually view all of our routes as we expect. Now that we have the means to render the rest of our routes, let's go ahead and actually place this inside of our app component. So let's hop into app.tsx. And then we want to go ahead and find the route where we have the element, which is equal to a fragment layout page. Let's go ahead and delete this. And instead, let's go ahead and render the layout page. Let's make sure we go ahead and import our layout page. That way it is actually going to work and it's not going to go ahead and fail compiling. And that should go ahead and do it for our entire application. So now let's go ahead and actually run the app, hop into the browser and just see how it's looking like. So inside of our terminal, we're going to go ahead and say npm run dev. And this is going to go ahead and run a dev server of our Vite application. Let's go ahead and hit run. And then this is going to go ahead and start the application on localhost 5173. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and let's hop into the browser and take a look. So here inside the application, you're not going to be able to see much. You can just see in the top left corner, we just have a login page. If we go ahead and go to, for example, /portal/ and then we go to like, for example, admin. If we go ahead and do this, you can see layout page and then manage employees. If we go to portal/admin/myself, for example, you can go ahead and see manage self page. And then if we go to like portal/ and then manager/ this one went to timesheets page. So we can see review timesheets. We go ahead and delete this. We can see manage reports. We can also go ahead and go to myself as well. So you can see manage myself page. We can also go ahead and go to employee/. And then once again, it's going to go to manage self page. And then we can also go to employee/timesheets. Hit enter, and it also has the timesheet page. So now that should basically be everything that's set up and ready to go. We'll go ahead and go through, work on all the other pages as we get going here. For the time being, that's going to go ahead and wrap it up for where we're going to be at for our front-end application. That's going to go ahead and do it for the first chapter of the Spring Security Employee Management System course. In this chapter, we went over the project in general and went through the prerequisites needed before starting the course. After this, we talked over the requirements we're going to be implementing and give you a full tour of the finished application. Finally, we got our hands dirty setting up our skeleton Spring Boot application with a basic REST API for our employee, which we'll continue to expand upon, along with the simple React application, which we'll also continue to add features to as the course progresses. With that being said, I hope you join me in the next chapter of the course. We will be adding in Spring Security to our application, along with configuring and adding all the logic that goes along with enabling our most basic form of authentication in Spring Security. We'll also be expanding our React application to use the new authentication to log in an employee and store information globally to use across the entire application. In this chapter of the course, we'll be adding the Spring Security Starter dependency and setting up our Spring Security configuration to allow for session authentication to remember when an employee has logged in. Along with this, we'll also be updating our employee service to read employee information for authentication from our pseudo database, along with setting up the simple authentication controller to send a login request. After we're happy with our changes on the backend, we're going to set up a global context and authentication service in the React application to store the logic to log in and store the logged in employee using a custom pre-configured Axios instance. We'll also create a login page along with the needed forms and other components to log the employee in. With all that being said, it's time to go ahead and hop into our backend and get started on configuring our Spring Security. Let's go ahead and add the Spring Security Starter to our application so we can start configuring it. To this, let's go ahead and head over to start.spring.io. From here, we can act like we're creating a new project. And what we want to go and do is go to add dependencies. We're going to go ahead and add in Spring Security. Let's go ahead and grab this. And then from here, we can go ahead and click on Explore button at the bottom of the page, which is going to go ahead and open up the pom.xml that would be generated for the project. Here we can go ahead and copy and paste the Spring Boot Starter security here. Then let's go ahead and hop into our application. And here we can go ahead and open up our pom.xml, and then we can go ahead and come below our Spring Starter web and then paste that in and save that. And let's hop back into the web browser really quick. And then we also want to go ahead and grab our Spring Security test. So let's go ahead and copy this dependency, hop back into our application again. Once again, I'm just going to go ahead and come below our test here, but make sure we stay inside the dependencies and save. And now, depending on the IDE, you may need to either rerun the application or go ahead and hit the refresh button. For us, we're going to go ahead and click on this refresh Maven button, and that should go ahead and bring everything in. I'm also going to go ahead and stop the application really quick. That way, whenever we restart, it has everything. Now, if we go ahead and run the application again, it should start up. We should have Spring Security. So if we go ahead and open up the terminal here, and now you can see using generate security password. So now we know for a fact that Spring Security is in there and working. Now let's go ahead and start configuring our Spring Security and get everything working. Now that we got Spring Security installed, let's go ahead and just close out of our terminal here. That way we have a little bit more space. I'm also going to go ahead and close out our pom.xml. And the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up a class to go ahead and actually configure this. So let's go ahead and go into our com unknown coder. We're going to go ahead and make a new package. I'm going to go ahead and call this configuration. And go ahead and hit enter. And then inside configuration, we're going to go ahead and make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this security configuration. Go ahead and enter and open this up. And let's go ahead and close out of our sidebar so we have more space here. Above our security configuration class, we'll need a few annotations to tell Spring Boot that this is our security configuration. The first annotation that we're going to go ahead and need is the @configuration annotation. This is basically going to go ahead and tell Spring to treat this class as a configuration class. So let's go ahead and import that. Next, we want to go ahead and bring in the enable web security annotation. Let's go and import that. And finally, we're going to go ahead and bring in the @enable method security annotation. And that should go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And now we should be able to hop into our class itself. The first thing that we need to do is set up a password encoder. This will be used to encode and decode the passwords using a specified encryption methodology. To go ahead and set this up, we want to go ahead and create a public method that will return a bcrypt password encoder. So let's go ahead and say public bcrypt password encoder. Let's go ahead and import our password encoder here. We want this password encoder to be available as a bean to the entire application. So let's go ahead and say @bean above the method here. Let's make sure we import that. And now we can go and hop inside of the method. Inside the method, we simply just want to return a new bcrypt password encoder. And that should go ahead and do it. Now what's going to happen is Spring Boot will see this method is a bean at the startup and then create a shared password encoder object that we can inject into our other components inside our application. Now for early phases of our authenticated application, we're going to keep track of if an employee is logged in by using a session. Sessions used to be automatically created by Spring Security anytime a user authenticated, and you used to have to manually tell Spring that you didn't want sessions created. Now stateless APIs are all the rage, so Spring Security decided to disable this feature by default, and now we must enable it and set it up manually. So to do this, we need to go ahead and create another bean. This time it's going to be of type security context repository. So once again, to do this, let's go ahead and just create a public method that returns a Spring Security repository. So we're going to go ahead and say public security context repository. Let's go ahead and import our security context repository. Inside the method, let's go ahead and return a new HTTP session security context repository. Let's go ahead and import this class here. And finally, let's go and annotate this with the app bean annotation. Now we should be able to inject the security context repository bean into any class that needs access to it. Next up, we need to set up one of the most important beans in the configuration, the Authentication Manager. The Authentication Manager is more or less going to be the entity that checks if the user is authorized to access certain resources, as well as authenticate that their username and password are actually correct. To create the Authentication Manager, we'll once again need to create a new public method that's going to return an Authentication Manager object. So let's go ahead and say public Authentication Manager, Authentication Manager. Once again, let's go and import our Authentication Manager object here. Inside of our Authentication Manager method parameters, we want to go ahead and pass a user details service object. That would just go ahead and call user details service. Once again, let's go and import our user details service, and we can open up our method. After our method declaration, we also want to go ahead and declare that this Authentication Manager method could throw an exception if the user is not authorized to do something. So let's go ahead and also say throws exception at the end of our signature here. Let's just clean this up a little bit. That looks a little bit nicer. And then finally, like the rest of these methods, we want this to be accessible to the rest of our application. So we're also going to go ahead and say app bean annotation above the method. That way we can inject this into our other classes as we get going here. Now we are ready to set up our security authentication manager. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is set up the authentication provider. And even though we do not currently have a database set up, we're still going to want to go ahead and set up a DAO authentication provider. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say DAO authentication provider is equal to a new DAO authentication provider. Let's go ahead and import our DAO authentication provider. Next up, we want to set up our user details service for our provider. This will basically tell our provider what class to use to verify our user details and that a user exists when someone is trying to log in. To this, let's go ahead and call the provider set user details service method with the user details service object we passed in. So go ahead and say provider.set user details service, and then once again, pass in that user details service. We also need to tell our provider how to encode and decode the user's passwords as they're coming in to be authenticated. To do this, we'll go ahead and call the provider set password encoder. Then we need to pass in a password encoder, which we're going to go ahead and pass in that password encoder that we created above. So let's go ahead and say provider.set password encoder and then call the password encoder method. Finally, want to go ahead and return a new provider manager and then pass in that provider that we configured above. And that will give us an authentication manager which will check users' credentials/roles and tell application whether or not the user can access said resources. So let's return a new provider manager and then pass in that provider. Once again, we need to go ahead and import the provider manager because we have not used this yet. And that should be good to go here. So now we have our authentication manager. Next up, we need to deal with one of the most annoying things about being a web developer, and that's CORS. We need to tell Spring Security what origins can talk to us and what headers our application is allowed to expose to the front end. Once again, we want to go ahead and create a new public method, and this one's going to go ahead and return a type of CORS configuration source. So let's go ahead and say public CORS configuration source, CORS configuration source. We need to go ahead and import our CORS configuration source really quick. Above, we'll once again annotate it with @bean, and now we can go ahead and work inside the method. First, we need to go ahead and create a new CORS configuration object. So let's go and say CORS configuration is equal to new CORS configuration. Let's go and import our CORS configuration. The first thing we want to enable through CORS is the ability to send the session data through headers. To do this, we need to call the configuration method that's called set allow credentials to true. And this is going to allow us to send the session IDs through an HTTP only cookie. So let's go ahead and say configuration.set allowed credentials to true. Next, we want to enable the ability for our React application to actually talk to our backend application. To do this, we need to set up a whitelist to the dev server host and port of our React application. So let's go ahead and call configuration.set allowed origins. And this is going to be a list of HTTP localhost 5173. Let's go ahead and import our list of here. Then we need to go ahead and make sure that all the HTTP method types are allowed to be sent to our backend. To this, we'll go ahead and call configuration.set allowed methods with a list of star. And this is just going to go ahead and allow all the methods to be sent. And then the final property we want to set is the allowed headers, which is going to help us with sending session data back and forth once again. We want to go ahead and just allow all the headers here. So let's go ahead and call configuration.set allowed headers with a list of star once again to just allow us to pass in all the headers. Now we just need to set up the URL based course configuration source. And this is going to go ahead and allow us to set up different course configurations per URL. So it's going to go ahead and set up a URL based course configuration source. Source is equal to a new URL based course configuration source. Let's go ahead and import this guy. Then we want to go ahead and register our URL in the configuration for that course. So we're going to go ahead and say source.register course configuration to /** in configuration. So this is going to go ahead and allow us to just configure for all of the routes in our application the above configuration that we just set up. Finally, all we need to go and do is return the source and we're good to go. Now that we have all of our beans set up, we can finally set up the security filter chain, which will more or less configure all the rules we want our application security to follow. Using the security filter chain is the new way of doing things. I put new in air quotes because this has been the way to configure Spring Security for a couple years now. However, you still might see a couple tutorials here and there using the old overriding method. With that said, let's get started. We'll need to go ahead and create a new public method that will return a security filter chain. So let's just go ahead and say public security filter chain, security filter chain. Let's go ahead and import our security filter chain here. Inside the method parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in an HTTP security object. We'll call it HTTP. Once again, let's go ahead and import our HTTP security. And it's possible our security filter chain method could throw an exception. So let's go ahead and declare throws exception at the end of our method declaration here. Finally, this needs to be a bean. So let's go ahead and annotate with the bean annotation and we can go ahead and get started inside of our method here. Inside the method, we're going to go ahead and start out by returning our HTTP object. And then we're going to go ahead and start chaining some different configuration options that we want to set up. First, we want to go ahead and disable CSRF. To do this, we're going to go ahead and call .csrf and pass in abstract HTTP converter : disable. Properly setting up CSRF tokens is beyond the scope of this course, so go ahead and make it easier on ourselves. We'll go ahead and just disable the feature entirely. Let's go ahead and import our abstract HTTP converter configurer here. Next, we want to go ahead and disable the default implementation of CORS. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and call .CORS and then pass CORS to a lambda and call CORS.disable. And this is going to go ahead and just disable, like I said, the default implementation of CORS. Below this, we once again want to call CORS again. And inside, we'll go ahead and set up another CORS, which points to a lambda. And we're going to go ahead and call CORS.configuration source, CORS configuration source. And that should be good for setting up our CORS. Next, we want to set up the ability to store information about the logged in user session. To do this, let's go ahead and call a .security context method. Once again, we'll set up a lambda function and call context.security context repository. And we'll have the security context repository method that we created above. Next, we'll disable the request cache. This will ensure that we're getting fresh data no matter what. However, in a larger scale or production application, you probably won't want to disable this. However, we're going to go ahead and call the .request cache with request cache configurer : disable. Let's go ahead and import our request cache configurer. And finally, we can go ahead and start setting up our authorization for our HTTP request. So let's go ahead and call .authorize HTTP request. Inside, we're going to set up another lambda with the request. Here, we're going to go ahead and chain the .anyRequest method. And to start out, we want to go ahead and call the .authenticated method on this anyRequest. And this is basically going to go ahead and tell Spring Security that any request that is not going to be included inside of like our unauthenticated request. It's just going to need to be authenticated no matter what. Now let's go ahead and come out of our .authorize HTTP request. And we want to go ahead and build this HTTP object. So let's go ahead and call .build. Now that's going to go ahead and set this up. We still need to do a little bit more work to set up some unprotected routes. So let's go ahead and deal with that, and then we'll get going here. Finally, we can now set up the request security, or in layman's terms, who can access what API endpoints. To keep things clean, let's go and hop below our security filter chain method to set up a private method to generate the request matchers for us. For now, we're just going to go and set up the method to generate a list of unprotected routes. These will be the routes that anyone can hit, whether they are authenticated or not. Let's go and create a new private final method that will return an ant request matcher array. So let's go ahead and say private static ant auth request matcher array on protected routes. Let's go ahead and import our ant path request matcher. We can go and open up our method here. Inside, we want to go ahead and just return a new ant path request matcher array. And inside of our array, we just want to go ahead and return a new ant path request matcher with /auth/**. So this is going to go ahead and take a look at this /auth route, and any routes that are connected or kind of link through /auth is going to go ahead and just be unprotected, and anyone can go ahead and hit that. As we get going here and start adding more and more features, we'll go ahead and refine this a little bit so that Maybe it's only going to be log in and log out, stuff like that you can hit if you're unprotected. But for the time being, this is how we're going to go and set it up. Now we want to come back inside of our security filter chain. We have our authorized HTTP request. We want to go ahead and set up these unprotected routes here. That way anyone can access them. So we're going to come above our any request, and we're going to go ahead and say .request matcher unprotected routes. So after our .request matcher with our unprotected routes, we're going to go ahead and say .permit all. And this is going to look through this array. It's going to go ahead and check to see if this user is hitting one of the auth endpoints. And if they are, it's going to go ahead and permit them to go through. Otherwise, if they're not hitting one of the arrays inside of this route, or if it's not hitting one of the routes inside this array, it's going to go ahead and say, hey, you need to be authenticated to hit this. That should go ahead and wrap up our basic authentication configuration. But before we have a working Spring security application, we need to go ahead and deal with the user detail service that we are injecting into the authentication manager up above right here. To be able to authenticate our users/employees, we need to set up a user detail service for authentication manager to use to authenticate said employee. To do this, we will update our existing employee service to be an implementation of the user detail service interface. So let's go ahead and come into our employee service class here. Then let's go and append implement a user detail service to the end of this. And let's go and import this. Now this is going to be mad at us because we need to go ahead and implement a method, and we'll do that in a second. But before we go and do that, we're going to end up needing to bring in some dependencies here. So below our @service annotation, let's go ahead and bring in the required args constructor. And this is going to go ahead and allow us to auto wire some of these beans that we're going to go ahead and need. And then we can go ahead and come into our user detail service here. We're going to go ahead and come in below our map of employees. And below our map of employees, we need to go ahead and get access to our password encoder. So let's go ahead and say private final password encoder. And then we need to go ahead and bring in a password encoder here. And since we have a bean of type password encoder inside of our Spring security configuration, whenever we inject this or use the auto wire, it's going to go ahead and bring it from that bean there. So that is good to go. And finally, let's go ahead and address the error stating that we need to implement unimplemented methods. The method that we're missing is going to be called load user by username, and it comes from that user detail service interface. So I'm just going to go ahead and come up here, and we're going to allow our IDE to deal with this. So let's just go ahead and see what it's complaining about. We need to go ahead and implement the methods. So here it's going to be load user by username. So let's go ahead and click OK. We just let it go to the bottom, that's fine. And we can see that this is a user details object. It's going to be called load user by username. It's going to take in a username. Here our username is going to be the email because that's our unique identifier. And if we don't find anything, it could throw a username not found exception, and that is good to go. Let's go ahead and get to work in here. So we'll keep the return null for now, that's fine. Let's go ahead and set up a try statement really quick. Inside the try, I want to go and say employee is equal to read employee by email. And inside, we're going to go and pass in that username that we have above. Below the try, we'll go ahead and set up the catch. So catch employee does not exist exception E. If this is the case, we'll throw a new username not found exception with employee does not exist as the message. Finally, we go ahead and delete this return null here and come inside of the try. And then let's go ahead and say return user.builder. Here it's important that this user is going to come from our Spring security because it wants to be a user details. It's kind of like the default implementation of our user details. And we need to go ahead and set up all the different properties of our user here. That way we can actually authenticate them. The first thing we need to go ahead and set is the username. So we're going to say .username, and that's going to be employee.getEmail. Next, we need to set their passwords. It's going to be .password with password encoder.encode. Inside of encode, we're going to go ahead and pass in employee.getPassword. And finally, we'll go ahead and say .build to build that employee object or user object in this case. So now what's going to go and happen whenever we go into search to see if a username exists or a user exists and they're authenticated, we're going to go ahead and search for them by the username. If they do exist, we're going to go ahead and return that user detail. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and throw a new username not found, which basically will tell Spring Security, hey, the email and password or username and password that you passed in is not a valid combination and this user doesn't exist. As we go ahead and get moving a little bit farther here, we'll also go ahead and put in some roles here, and then it'll have another layer. So then it'll also check to make sure the username and password match. And then I'll also take a look at the role to make sure that the role also matches, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So congratulations, you have now learned the very basic building blocks of setting up basically any Spring Security application. We'll be updating this configuration as we continue to evolve the application, but what I showed you here gets you most of the way there. At this point, you have an application that will allow users to hit the auth endpoint where we will have the login functionality, but if they try to hit any other endpoints before logging in, they will be greeted with a 400 and no access. And how this is going to work is when Spring Boot creates our security configuration and the authentication manager, it will look for a class of type user detail service and find our employee service and inject it into the authentication manager. Then anytime we use the authentication manager to authenticate or authorize an employee, it will use the load user by username method we just set up to pull a user from the database and check its credentials. I think that this is pretty exciting, but let's not assume that this is working. Let's go ahead and hop into Postman to make a couple API requests to ensure that our security configuration is working and not allowing us access to the employee endpoints which we're currently authenticating against. To do this, let's pick the API request to read all employees. So if we go ahead and make a request to http://localhost 8000/employee, when we get a response, it should say 403 or 401 forbidden or unauthorized, one of the two, because we have not logged in and authorized the employee to access this link. To fix this, let's go ahead and set up functionality to log in as an employee. And then once we are logged in, Postman will, for better or for worse, add our session ID cookie to each subsequent request, allowing us to be authorized to access the employee routes. Back inside of IntelliJ, let's actually make use of our authentication manager and set up the ability to log in a user and then in turn allow them to access our API. To do this, we're going to want to go ahead and set up a new service for authentication. So let's go and open up a project, and inside of services, we'll go ahead and make a new Java class. We'll go ahead and call this authentication service. And let's go ahead and enter and hop in here. Let's go and close out of the sidebar so we can see better. Once again, since this is a service class, we're going to go ahead and use the @service annotation above. Let's go and import that. And since we are wiring in dependencies, we'll also want to go ahead and include the @required_r constructor here. Let's go and import that as well from our Lombok. We can hop into our class now. Inside our class, we're going to need a couple of dependencies. First, we need access to an employee service. Let's go and say private final employee service. This should more or less be imported for us automatically since we're already inside of the service package. And since this is our authentication service, we also want access to our authentication manager. So let's go and say private final authentication manager. Here we do need to import our authentication manager. So let's go ahead and import that and we should be good there. Then we once again need access to our password encoder. So let's go and say private final password encoder. This is also going to need to be imported. So let's go and import our password encoder. Now we need to set up some security context objects to be able to store employees' information when they log in. First, let's go ahead and set up a private final security context repository. Once again, let's go and import this. Below our security context repository, we need to go ahead and set up a private final security context holder strategy. We'll go ahead and call this security context holder strategy. Let's go and import this as well. We want to go ahead and set this equal to security context holder.get context holder strategy. Let's go and also import our context holder strategy here, or security context holder, my mistakes. And now that's going to be all of our dependencies sorted out. We can go ahead and move along to setting up the ability for our employee to log in with their username and password, or in our case, their email and password. To do this, let's go ahead and set up a new method that's going to go ahead and log them in. So let's say public employee login employee. Let's go and import our employee class from our entities. That's perfectly fine. And then inside of our method parameters, we need to go ahead and pass in a few parameters here. We're going to go ahead and pass in a string email, a string password, an HTTP servlet request, and an HTTP servlet response. We're going to need to go ahead and import our servlet request here, as well as our servlet response. This is going to get automatically passed in from our controller method here, and I'll show you guys that in a second. Now let's go ahead and open up our method here. The first thing I want to go ahead and do is set up a try. And we'll also set up a catch really quick. Inside the catch, we're going to go ahead and catch a generic exception E. And then to make our compiler happy for the time being, let's come below our catch block, and we're simply going to go ahead and return null. And the reasoning behind this is because we're going to go ahead and set up an exception to throw basically if we cannot log in successfully. And I'm just tired of the compiler yelling at us because we're not quite done yet. So to do that, let's go and open up our project here. And let's come into our exceptions and right click, and we'll go ahead and create a new Java class. we can actually create an exception with IntelliJ, so that's kind of nice. We're going to go ahead and call this invalid in credentials and then exception. Go and hit enter to open that up, and it set up a public constructor for us already, so that's nice. Above this, we're going to go ahead and make another public constructor though. Let's go ahead and say public invalid credentials exception. And inside, it's going to go ahead and call super with invalid credentials. And then as you can see, it already set up another one for us, so that's kind of nice of IntelliJ, so it looks good to go. So let's go ahead and close out of this exception. Let's go ahead and close out our project sidebar so we can go ahead and have more space here. So now we want to go ahead and come back inside the catch here. And if we hit the catch, so basically what's going to end up happening is we'll go ahead and try to hit the authentication manager. If that causes an exception, then we're going to catch. And then we want to go ahead and throw a new invalid credentials exception. Let's go and import this really quick so it's not yelling at us. We want to go ahead and pass a message. Our message will state username or password incorrect. Now we can go ahead and return this null here, and we'll go ahead and start working inside the try. So if we successfully log in, we'll go ahead and return that logged in employee. If we fail for whatever reason, we'll go ahead and throw that exception. So that's why we don't need the return null. So now inside of our try block, we need to go ahead and set up the logic for actually logging in said employee. To start out, we need to go ahead and declare a variable of type username password authentication token. So we'll say username password authentication token. Let's go and import our username password authentication token really quick. We're going to go ahead and set this equal to username password authentication token dot unauthenticated. And inside, we're going to pass the email and password that's coming in from our request. Next, we need to use our authentication manager to see if this set of username and password actually belong to a user and they're a valid pairing. So to do this, we're going to go and say authentication is equal to authentication manager dot authenticate. Let's go and import our authentication here. And then what we want to go and authenticate is that authentication token. So inside of our authentication manager.authenticate, we'll go ahead and pass in that authentication token. This will use the user details service find user by username method we overrode in the employee service to see if the employee exists, and then also see if the password is correct. If that's the case, we can go ahead and move on to storing the employee session. To store the employee session, we first want to set up an if statement that's going to say if authentication.isAuthenticated. If this is true, then that means that we have successfully logged in, and we're going to go ahead and set up a security context. We may need to go and import our security context here. So let's go and import that. This is going to be equal to security context holder strategy.create empty context. Then we'll go ahead and call context.set authentication with that authentication object. We'll say security context holder strategy.set context to that context. And finally, we want to store the context in the context repository. So we'll say security context repository.save context. And inside the save context method, we need to pass in the context, the request, and the response. Now we need to come outside of our if statement. And since we are successfully logged in, we want to go ahead and pass back the entire employee, not just the user detail that we created inside of our authentication token. So to go ahead and do this, we're going to go ahead and return our employee service.read employee by email and then pass in that email. Once again, this employee obviously exists at this point because we went ahead and authenticated, made sure the username and password is all correct, all of that good stuff. So we should be safe to go ahead and just return that without throwing any errors. Then if we do happen to throw an exception, we still have this catch here that'll go ahead and throw that invalid credentials exception, but we shouldn't have to worry about that. Now that we have the business logic behind logging an employee, we need to set up the endpoint for the employee to hit to actually log in. But before we get into creating the controller, we need an object to pass the employee's email and password to our login endpoint. To do this, we want to go ahead and hop into our project here, and we're going to go ahead and go into our DTO package, right click, new Java class, and we want a record. We're going to go ahead and call this login request. Go and hit enter. Above our login request, we're going to go ahead and use the app builder annotation just in case we ever want to use a builder on this. It's not very big, but you never know. And then inside of our record, we're going to go ahead and include the email and the string password. And this is going to be what we pass back to our login request. Now that's looking good to go. Let's go ahead and go into our controller package and make a new class. And let's go ahead and make this the authentication controller. Let's go ahead and hit enter, and let's close out of our project sidebar so we have a little bit more space here. So since this is a controller above, we're going to use @REST-controller annotation. Let's go and import that. We also want to go ahead and set up the @request mapping with /auth. Now we can go ahead and map this controller to the /auth route. Let's go and import our request mapping. Just to be safe, we'll also go ahead and set up @cross-origin as well. Let's go and import this. And inside, we're going to set the origins equal to http:// localhost 5173. Finally, we will be injecting some different dependencies. So we'll also go ahead and use the @required_args constructor to auto wire our dependencies for us. Now we can come inside of our authentication controller. For now, the only dependency that we're going to need is the authentication service. So let's go and say private final authentication service authentication service. Here we will go need to import this since we're inside of a different package. So that's good to go. And now we can go ahead and set up the method to allow us to log in. Let's go ahead and say public employee login employee. Once again, we need to go and import our employee from our entities. Inside of our login employee method parameters, we need to go ahead and use the @request body annotation so we can pass in that login request. As I mentioned, our request body will be a login request. We'll go ahead and call this body. Let's go ahead and import our login request. We also need to go ahead and pass an HTTP servlet request and an HTTP servlet response. These are going to be automatically passed in for us by our Spring Security or Spring Web, Let's go and import these. So import this and import this. That looks good to go. Now we want to come up above our method and we're going to use @postmapping to /login. Let's go and import this. So once again, this is going to go ahead and go to /auth and then /login. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in the body. And this needs to be a post request. So just keep that in mind once we get the postman. And now we can go ahead and deal with logging in the employee. Luckily for us, this is going to be pretty simple. All we need to go ahead and do is return authentication service.login employee. And then our employee is going to go ahead and take in the email, password, and then request and response. So inside of our method, let's go ahead and return body.email, body.password, and then that request and that response object. Now we can go ahead and save that. And that's basically all we need to go ahead and do to actually log in. But now we also need to not forget about the error response if the credentials are incorrect. So we're going to do something similar to how we dealt with our employee does not exist exception inside the employee controller. What we want to go ahead and do is we want to come below our post mapping for login, and we're going to go ahead and say public response entity of type string, handle invalid credentials exception. And we're going to need to go ahead and import our response entity. That is fine. We need to come above here. Above, we're going to use the @exception handler annotation, and inside we're going to go and pass in the invalid credentials exception.class. Let's go and import an invalid credentials exception. And then whenever one of these happens, so the employee tries to log in and it has incorrect credentials, or if they try to access something improperly, because later on we're going to set up roles, then we're going to go ahead and return a response entity. Here we're going to set up the status of 403, and we're going to set a body of invalid email or password. So if they tried to log in and they have an incorrect password or whatever, or incorrect username or email, it's going to go ahead and throw that invalid credentials exception, and then this will automatically handle it for us and send back a 403 saying, hey, you're forbidden to see this. Now this is all the code that we need to allow an employee to log in, and then once they are logged in, they should be able to access any of the employee endpoints. But that's for now until we start doing some further restrictions with roles. So now we want to go ahead and test out the ability to log in and actually hit these by hiding over to Postman and logging in. But before we do that, let's not forget to go ahead and refresh our application. That way it's actually going to have the changes because we're using the free version of IntelliJ here. We can also make sure that's going to start up properly. It does. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and hop into Postman and just make sure we can log in and everything is working. So over here in Postman, now we have this auth folder here with this login. So here we just have the admin employee at company.com and password is pass. So now to log in, all we need to do is make a post request to this http:// localhost8000/auth/login. And like I mentioned before, our body is going to have a JSON body that includes the email and the password of the employee. Let's go ahead and try to log in as the admin, and fingers crossed we didn't mess anything up, because it's very easy to break things. So if it does work, great. If it doesn't, let me debug really quick. So as you can see, we haven't screwed anything up yet. That's good because this is the simple part. When we get back an employee, as you can see, also it is not including the password because we don't want to pass the password back to the front end because that's not very good security. So now whenever we have a successful response, we should see this object like I mentioned. But if we go into the cookies, you should also see that we have a session ID. And this is basically the session ID that will keep us logged in. Unfortunately, there's not a very easy way to clear these from a logout functionality or anything else until a little bit later on in the series. For now, if we want to log out, we have to just restart the application basically, or just log into someone else. But now that we've logged in, let's go ahead and come back to the GET request for read all employees. The first thing that you should notice here is that if we go into our headers, there is a cookie called JSessionID. and it has the session ID like I mentioned earlier. Spring will go ahead and consume this and check the session context to see if the session ID exists. And if it does, that means the user is making this API call has already been authenticated and is able to access request. Then as we move forward, we'll also be able to check to see if this user has a specific role and the ability to use specific routes with the same JSession ID. But now that we have our login working, let's make sure that this is actually going to go ahead and go through. So now if we go ahead and hit send, you can see that we're getting all of our employees back, and that means that the login and session ID is working properly. So now that we know our login is actually working, let's see if we can make this work on our front-end application. So let's go ahead and hop into our React application, set up a simple login form, and then display some information whenever the user logs in. Now that we have established that we can log in using Postman, let's set up the ability to log in on our front-end application. To this, we need to set up a global context with a number of services and reducers to manage the employee that is logged in / trying to log in. To start though, let's simply go ahead and create a new file in the source directory. We're going to go ahead and call this types.ts. Go ahead and enter, and inside the types, we need to go ahead and declare a TypeScript type for the employee object our backend will be sending back to us. So let's go ahead and say export interface employee. Inside our employee interface, we're going to go ahead and have a email of type string, a first name of type string, and a last name of type string. Now we'll go ahead and do it for now. We're going to go ahead and add on to this, obviously, as we continue here. But for now, that's all our API is sending back. So that's all we're going to go ahead and need. And now we need to go ahead and open up our project again. We're going to make a new directory inside of our source. We're going to go ahead and call this services. And then inside of services, we're going to go ahead and make a new file. And this is going to go ahead and be called global context.tsx. Let's go and open up our global context. Let's go and hide the Explorer, and we can go ahead and get to work in here. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is say export type global context type. Inside of our global context type, we're going to have two properties start out. First, we're going to have an employee, which of type employee or undefined. We're also going to have employees of type employee array. Let's go and import this employee from our types. And this is basically what our global context is going to return back. So our global context is going to give us access to the employee that's logged in, as well as a list of employees that the employee can see. Now, if this employee is later on in a type of employee, they're not going to be able to see any of these. But if they're like a manager or whatever, they should be able to see lists of employees. Next, we also want to go ahead and declare another type. This is going to be an export type global context reducers. And this is going to go ahead and be an object that we can pass reducers from our global context to other services that we're going to go and set up in a little bit. Let's go and open up this object. We need to set up a couple things in here. First, we're going to go ahead and set up a property called update employees. This is going to be a function that takes an employee of type employee and returns a void. We also need a property called update employees, which is a function that's going to take in employees, which is an employee array, and returns void. This is going to be the reducers that allow us to update the employee and employee objects from different services inside of our application. Next, what we want to go ahead and do is actually set up the context that we can pass around to our application. So let's go and say const global context is equal to create context of type global context type or null, and then pass the null for the time being. Now let's go ahead and import our create context from React. It's going to be mad at us for a second because we're not using it. That is perfectly fine. And then we're also going to go ahead and set up an easier way to actually use this context by setting up a hook. So to do this, we're going to go and say const use global context is equal to an arrow function. And inside of our use global context, we're going to go ahead and return use context with our global context. And basically, this is just going to go ahead and allow us to not call use context everywhere we want to go ahead and use this. We'll just have access to it with this hook. So it's looking nice. Finally, we need to go ahead and set up the actual context provider, which is going to be the bulk of the work. To do this, let's go ahead and say function global context provider. Let's go ahead and open up this function. Let's hop into the props. We want to go ahead and say the props are of type children React node. And that should be fine. Now we can go inside of our function and actually get to work. The first thing we want to go ahead and do inside of our global context provider is set up the different states for our employee and employees. So let's go ahead and say const employee set employee is equal to use state of employer undefined. Let's go ahead and import our use state here. It's going to be mad at us once again because we're not using them, but it'll get over it in a little bit. Then we also need to go ahead and set up the state for our employees. So say const employees and set employees is equal to use state of employee array, and this will be an empty array. So that's looking good to go. Now let's go ahead and set up our different reducers that we need access to. Starting out, we'll go ahead and say const update employee is an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, we need to go ahead and pass in employee. Then we'll simply call the set employee function with employee. Next, we'll go ahead and set up our const update employees, which is an arrow function. Inside the error function, we'll go ahead and pass employees. Once again, we'll simply call set employees with those employees. So these are just going to go ahead and, like I said, be basic reducer functions that allow us to set the employee and employees state from different services that we're going to go ahead and set up after we get done with this. Now we need a way to actually export these. So let's go ahead and say const reducers is of type global context reducer. Inside of a reducer object, we'll go ahead and return the update employee and update employees. And finally, we want to go ahead and set up a return object for our global context provider. Inside, we want to go ahead and return a global context.provider object. Inside of the opening tag, we'll go ahead and have a value equal to an object of an object. Inside the value prop, we need to go ahead and pass an employee and employees. That way we can have access to our state across our application. And finally, inside of the opening and closing tag of our global context.provider, we need to go ahead and pass in props.children. That way we can go ahead and pass our state to our entire application. Now, there's still some things that are a little bit mad here. So for example, our use global context isn't being used. Our reducers aren't being used yet. They will be used. So we're going to go ahead and make that happy. There's a couple other things that are a little bit mad. But that's completely fine. We'll go ahead and make them happy next. But for the time being, let's go ahead and do it for this. Now we need to go ahead and set up our authentication service to actually log in and do all of that stuff. Like I mentioned in the previous step, now that we have the basic state set up for the global context, we need to set the ability to log in at the employee. To do this, we want to go ahead and break up our code into an authentication service. That way our global context doesn't balloon into like a multi-thousand line file after we get all the different functionalities across the application implemented. Let's go and open up our files here, and inside of services, let's go ahead and make a new file. Go ahead and call this the authentication service.ts. This one's not going to be returning any TSX, so we don't need to call it .tsx. And let's go ahead and close out of this so we have a little bit more room. Similar to our global context, the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is export a type to pass around here. So let's go ahead and say export type authentication service type. Inside of our type, we're going to go ahead and set up a couple of different properties. First, we're going to have a loading employee information, which is a Boolean, and employee authentication error, which is a Boolean. And then we're also going to go ahead and need a function here. The function property is going to be called submit login, which will take an email and a password and then return a void. So now that we have our service type set up, we can go ahead and set up the actual authentication service itself. To do this, let's go ahead and say export default function, use authentication service. We want to set up a couple things inside of our function parameters here. Inside our method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in a request of type Axios and a reducers of type global context reducers. Let's go ahead and import our Axios really quick. So this is just going to come from Axios, and we're also going to go ahead and import our global context reducers as well. So it's looking good. Now it's mad at us right now because we're not using these, but it'll get over it in a second. The final thing I want to go ahead and do is ensure that this is going to return an authentication service type. That way, whenever we bring this in to our global context in a second, we have access to all the types and different objects that we want, properties that we want. So that's looking good. The first thing we want to go ahead and do once we get inside of the function is break apart the reducers object to gain access to the specific properties that we want. To do this, we're going to say const update employee inside of curly braces equal to reducers. This is going to give us access to that update employee reducer that we'll use in a second. And then we want to go ahead and set up some state for our authentication service here. The first piece of state that we want to go ahead and set up is const loading employee information, and set loading employee information is equal to use state of type Boolean. That's going to be false. Let's go ahead and import our use state here. Let's go ahead and go below this. So we need another piece of state for our employee authentication error that we want to return. Let's go ahead and say const employee authentication error, and set employee authentication error is equal to use state of type Boolean and false once again. And that's looking good. And now we can go ahead and set up the actual functionality of our service here. The only functionality we're going to have for now is login. So let's say const submit login is equal to an async error function. Login needs to take in an email and a password, both of type string. Then inside, let's set up a try. And we'll also set up a catch here. We'll just catch an exception E or an error E. And inside the catch, we'll first console.log E, and this is because it's going to be mad at us if we don't utilize E in some way. And if we have an error, that means that something went wrong when we're trying to authenticate the employee. So we're going to go and also say set employee authentication error to true. Now that we have the error state working, let's go ahead and hop into the try. So if we're inside the try, that means that we're loading the employee information. So let's go ahead and call set loading employee information to true. We also want to go ahead and call set employee authentication error to false. That way, if we tried to log in at one point and it was an error, whenever we come back through and try to log in again, it'll go ahead and reset the error for us. Now that we have our state all set, we want to go and say const res is equal to await request.post to /auth/login. And this is going to go ahead and need a body. For our body, let's go ahead and set up an object. And inside the object, let's pass the email and the password because that is what our login request is expecting. Then if we successfully logged in, no errors or anything, we're going to go ahead and call update employee, the res.data. An update employee is that reducer coming from our global context. So then we'll go ahead and set the employee inside of our global context, which will then be accessible globally throughout the entire application. Finally, you want to go ahead and set up a finally block. And finally, no matter what, at the end of this, we want to go ahead and call the set loading employee information to false because whether we were unsuccessful or successful in logging in, we are no longer loading that employee information, and we want to go ahead and set that to false. So now all of that looks good. Let's go ahead and set up a return statement. And inside the return statement, we'll need our loading employee information, our employee authentication error, and our submit login. And that should go ahead and make the entire class or whatever we want to call it file happy. And we should be good to go for our authentication service now to be able to log in an employee. Now you probably noticed inside the authentication service that we're passing an object called request. So like right here, we have this request object and it's an Axios. This is because it is possible to create an Axios object instance that you can use to basically make API requests repeatedly and more simply. We want to go ahead and set up a way to generate one of these objects very easily. And then so to do this, we're going to go ahead and open up our file explorer. Inside services, we're going to make a new file. We're going to set up a new hook in here and we're going to go ahead and call this use axios.ts. Let's go and hit enter. Let's go in here and close our project structure here. Inside of our use Axios file, we're going to go ahead and say export default function use Axios. Inside, we're first going to go ahead and set up a base URL for our Axios to hit. So this will be const base URL is equal to http://localhost 8000. Then we need to go ahead and set up an object for some reasonable headers that we're going to pass to all requests. So say const headers is equal to an object. Inside, we're going to go ahead and have content type is application JSON. And it's important to send this because if you don't have this, it's not going to send the JSession token properly for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why Axios acts like this, but this was trial and error that I found. And finally, we want to go ahead and create and return the Axios object. So let's go ahead and say return axios.create and pass in an object. Inside the object, we're going to go ahead and pass in the base URL, the headers, and then with credentials true. So once again, this with credentials true is going to go ahead and allow us to send that JSession ID to our backend automatically as an HTTP only cookie. And then we also go ahead and need this application.json to kind of facilitate all of that. So again, that was just trial and error. Let's go ahead and import our Axios really quick so it's not mad at us. Now all I need to go ahead and do is pass in the URI. We don't need to pass in the entire base URL. Then we can also just pass in whatever we want by saying like axios.post, axios.get, so on and so forth. It just makes it a lot easier and a lot cleaner. Now that we have the logic set up to log an employee in and we have the means to create a reusable Axios object, let's go ahead and finish setting up the global context to set up the global employee object. So let's go ahead and hop into the global context once again. And now what we want to go ahead and do is first we need to add in a new property to our global context type. We want to go ahead and gain access to our authentication service. So let's go ahead and say authentication service is of type authentication service type. Let's go and import our authentication service type here. Maybe let's go and import that. There we go. And then to properly go ahead and set up our authentication service, we need access to the Axios. So let's go ahead and come into our global context provider. And then above our state here, let's go ahead and say const Axios request is equal to use Axios. Let's go and import our use Axios here. And that should be good to go. And now we can go ahead and actually come below where our reducers are and go ahead and set up where our services are going to be. To set up our authentication service, let's go ahead and say const authentication service is equal to use authentication service. Now let's go ahead and import our use authentication service like so. And then to our use authentication service, let's go and pass in the Axios request and reducers. And then that should be good to go. Now it's just mad at us because we're not using it. So now to go ahead and get that to go away, all we need to go ahead and do is come in below our employees for the value. And then we need to go ahead and pass in the authentication service. Now we have access to the authentication service through our global context provider, which can then update our employees. And we can have access to the employee through anywhere through this provider. So that's looking good. And then now the final thing that we need to go ahead and do is actually export this whole global context stuff. Let's go ahead and come below our global context provider function here. We want to go ahead and say export use global context as default in our global context provider. So now that is actually looking all good to go. I almost forgot to add this part. That would have been bad because then it wouldn't have been able to find it. But what I was trying to say here before I got sidetracked saying that we need to export this is you can kind of see how we have our setup here. So we kind of have like our utility, we set up our Axios, we have our state, then we're going to have like our global reducers here, and we're going to have our services. Then finally, we'll also go ahead and return this. So now what we need to go ahead and do is set up the ability to actually access this throughout the entire application. And then we can start working on the login page and getting all of that set up. Now to gain access to the global context, what we need to go ahead and do is wrap our global context provider around our entire application. That way, everywhere around the application can gain access to that. So to do that, let's go and open up our file explorer here. We actually want to go to main.tsx. And what we want to go ahead and do is inside the render above the strict mode that is wrapped around our app, we want to go ahead and include a global context provider object. And that should go ahead and open and close that. Let's go ahead and copy this and then bring this below our strict mode as well. Then let's go ahead and just make this look a little bit prettier. Let's go ahead and bring the import in, and that should be good to go. So now anywhere inside of our application, we should go ahead and have access to the global context, which means that we can access our services and we can also access our employee and a bunch of other state as we get going here. So now that we have all this set up, we can go ahead and start working on the login functionality from the form standpoint and get an employee logged in and looking good to go. As mentioned in the previous section of this chapter, we now have the ability to log in the employee set up inside of the global context as well as the authentication service. So now we can go ahead and finally set up the page to allow the employee to actually log in. Let's open up this guy here, and inside of our pages, let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's go ahead and call this login page.tsx. And then here we do not need any CSS or anything. So we're going to go ahead and just close out of everything here and just have our login page. To set up our login page, we're going to go ahead and say export default function login page. And then we'll go ahead and set up the return inside of our login page. Inside the return statement, we'll have a div with a class name of page. And now that our compiler is happy, we can go ahead and set up the state and logic above our return statement here. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is bring in the global context, specifically the employee from the global context. So let's go ahead and say const employee in an object is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our global context here. And we'll also go ahead and import our global context type. And now that'll go ahead and give us access to the employee. It's going to be mad for a second because we're not going to use the employee right away, but that's absolutely fine. It can complain. Next, we need to be able to actually navigate away from the login page once the employee is logged in. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Use navigate is going to go ahead and come from React router DOM. So let's go ahead and import that as well. Now we actually need a way to call this. So to call this navigate function, we're going to go ahead and say const navigate to employee portal is equal to an arrow function. And inside of our navigate to employee function, we're going to go ahead and call navigate /portal/admin/myself. Now, right now, we don't have any user roles actually set up. So for the time being, no matter what, whenever we log in, we're just going to go ahead and navigate them to the admin myself. Again, once we go ahead and set up roles in the next chapter, we'll go ahead and set this up to actually navigate to the proper place. The last thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up a use effect. Let's go ahead and import our use effect here. Now let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. Inside of our dependency array, we want to go ahead and pass in the employee. Then inside of the hook, we want to go ahead and check if employee is logged in, or if they're not undefined basically. So if they're logged in, they won't be undefined. And if they are defined /logged in, we're going to go ahead and navigate to employee portal. That should basically undo it for all of our state and logic. Now we can go and hop back into the return statement and get to work on the page structure. Inside of our page div, we want to go ahead and set up another div with a class name of page container center. Inside of our page container center div, we want h1 that says company portal. And then for the time being, below our h1, we're going to go ahead and set up a set of fragments with login form. This is basically just a placeholder that we're going to go ahead and replace with the login form that we're going to go and set up next. Now we have set up a way to store the employee that was logged in and a page to open for the employee to log in. Let's actually set up the form to log the employee in. As I mentioned several times, this application has been designed around reusable components to speed things up as we get going. So we're going to start out here by creating a form component that can be reused. And we will start out by using it to log in, and we'll also use it for some other things as we continue. To create this form component, let's create a new directory. So let's open this up. Create a new directory inside source. Go ahead and call this components. And then inside components, let's go ahead and create a new folder. Inside components, let's go ahead and make a new directory. We'll go ahead and call this form. And then inside a form, let's go ahead and create a new file. We'll go ahead and call this form.tsx. Let's also go ahead and create a form.css. And then let's go ahead and close out of our project here. Let's go ahead and open up the form.tsx. This is going to be a pretty basic component that primarily just renders children component. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is first import our form.css. We are going to be passing in some properties to this form. So let's go ahead and set up interface form props. Now inside of our form props interface, we're going to go ahead and set up a few properties. First of all, a button text string, an error boolean, an error message string, an action, which is a function that takes in a React mouse event and returns void, children, which is a React node, height, which is an optional string, and width, which is an optional string. Now that we have our prop setup, let's go ahead and say export const form, which is a React FC and takes in form props equal to an arrow function. Inside of our parameters, we're going to go ahead and have an object with button text, error, error message, action, children, height equal to fit content, and width equal to fit content. This will go ahead and allow us to break apart those props and more easily use them inside of our component. Now let's go ahead and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's go ahead and set up a form with a class name equal to curly braces. Inside of our curly braces, we're going to backticks column, employee management form, and then $ curly brace error, question mark, employee management form, error, or employee management form border. Let's go ahead and close our form object. Now we want to open this up, and then below our class name, we also want to go ahead and add in a style, which is an object with height and width. Inside of our form, we're going to go ahead and check for error. If there's an error, we're going to have a paragraph tag with a class name employee management form error message. And inside the p tag, we're going to have curly braces with error message. Let's come below here. Below our error message, we just want to go ahead and render the children. So now you can see we still have an error with button text and action. We're going to go ahead and come back through and create a button a little bit later on, but this is good to go for now. So with this being all set up, let's go and hop into the form.css and start setting up some of the CSS we need. Let's go and start with a .employee management form. Inside, we'll have padding of 1 rem, border radius of var border large, a box shadow of var box shadow, and a background color of var foreground. Next, we want to go ahead and set up .employee management form border. Inside, we'll have a border of 1 px solid var border color. Then we want to go ahead and set up an employee management form border error. And for our error border, we'll have a border of 1 px solid var error red. That should go ahead and do it for our CSS for our form. Next up, we need a way to actually submit our form. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here once again. And inside of our components, we need to go ahead and create a new reusable button component. So let's go ahead and make a new directory called button. And then inside the directory, we'll go ahead and make a new file. We'll call this button.tsx. And we'll also go ahead and make a new file. And we'll call this button.css. Let's go ahead and close out of our Explorer, hop into the button.css. Once again, first thing we want to go ahead and do is import our button.css. Then we need to go ahead and create an interface called button props. The first property inside of our button props will be a type of type primary, secondary, error, or transparent. We'll have a children property of react.reactNode. We'll have an optional height of type string, an optional width of type string, an optional ID of type string, and a handle click, which is going to be a function that takes in an event of react.mouseEvent on an HTML button element. Now that we have our props all set up, let's go and say export const button is a react.fc, which takes in button props. Inside the props, let's go ahead and pass in an object. Inside the object, we'll go ahead and pass in type, children, height equal to fit content, width equal to 100%, ID equal to nothing, and handle click. Inside our function, let's go and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's pass in a button. In the button, we'll have an ID equal to ID. We'll have a class name equal to curly braces, backticks employee management button, and employee management button $ curly brace type. We'll have a style with width and height. And finally, an on click, which is equal to handle click. Now let's come inside the button itself, and we simply want to go ahead and render the children. So that should go ahead and do it for our entire button class or button component itself. Let's hop into the button.css. Let's go and start out by saying .employee management button. Here we'll have a padding of 0.5 and 0.75 rem. Border will be none. Border radius will be var border small. Font size will be 1.25 rem. Font weight will be 600. And we'll have an outline of none. Next up, let's go and set up employee management button hover. For our hover, we want a cursor pointer. Padding will be 0.375 and 0.625 rem. And our background color will be var foreground. Now we need to go ahead and start setting up the different types of buttons that we have. So starting out, we'll say .employee management button transparent. Here we'll have a background color of transparent. Then we need to go ahead and set up an employee management button transparent hover. We will set the padding to inherent. We want to make sure that our background color stays transparent. Next, we need to go ahead and set up our .employee management button primary. Our background color will be var primary. And our color will be text primary. Then we need to go ahead and set up the employee management button primary hover. Here we want to go ahead and set up a border of 2px solid var primary. And then we're going to go ahead and set the text color to var primary. Then we need to go ahead and set up our .employee management button secondary. Our background color will be set to var secondary. Our color will be set to text secondary. Then we need to go ahead and set up our .employee management button secondary hover. Now we'll go ahead and have a border of 2px solid var secondary. And our color will be set to var secondary. Our final button type is going to be .employee management button error. Here we need to go ahead and set the background color to var error red. And the color to var text primary. We'll go ahead and set up the .employee management button error hover. Here we're going to go ahead and have a border 2 pixels solid var error red. And we'll have a color of var error red. So that should go ahead and do it for all of the CSS for our button. So now that we have this button completed, let's go ahead and go back into our form component and go ahead and implement it. Let's come in below our children. And below our children, let's go ahead and render a button component. Here we can go ahead and import our button component from /button. And we need to go ahead and open this up to go ahead and add in some properties. For our properties, we're going to go ahead and set the type to primary and handle click equal to action. And then we can go ahead and open up the component itself. It's going to be expecting some children. For the children, let's just go ahead and render some button text. So that'll go ahead and clear up all the errors that we have inside of our form component because we are passing everything through, and that is looking pretty good. So now we just need to go ahead and create one more reusable input component to actually be able to capture the user's input. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. Inside the form, we're going to go and make a new file. We're going to go and call this form input.tsx. Let's go and open this up and close out of our Explorer. Once again, let's go and import our form.css. We also need to go ahead and declare a form input props interface. Inside of our interface, we're going to have a type string, a label string, a name string, a placeholder string, and a content of string or number. We're also going to go ahead and have a handle input, which is a function which takes in an eReact.change event on an HTML input element and returns void. Now that we have our props figured out, let's go ahead and say export const form input is a react.fc, taking in form input props equal to an arrow function. Inside the parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass an object with type, label, name, placeholder, content, and handle input. Then we'll go ahead and set up our return statement. Inside our return, let's go ahead and have a simple div. Inside the div, we'll have a simple label. Inside the label, we want to go and set the attributes HTML4 equal to name and class name equal to employee management form label. And then inside the label component, we're going to go ahead and have curly braces label and colon. We're going to want to come below our label, and let's go and include an input object. Inside input, we're going to go ahead and set type equal to type. We'll set ID equal to name. Class name will be equal to employee management form input. Name will be equal to name. Placeholder will be equal to placeholder. On input is equal to handle input. And value is equal to content. So that should be a very simple input. Let's go and hop into the form.css. And let's go and start creating some CSS for these new inputs. First thing we need to go ahead and set up is .employee management form label. Inside this class, we're going to go ahead and have a padding bottom of 0.5 rem. We will have a display block, a font size of 1.25 rem, and a font weight of 600. Next, we need to go ahead and set up a .employee form input. Here, width will be 100%, padding will be 0.5 rem, color will be var text primary, font size will be 1 rem, font weight will be 600, outline will be none, border will be 1 px solid var border color, and our border radius will be var border small. Next, we need to go ahead and say .employee management form input focus. Here we want to ensure that outline is none. Border will be 2 px solid var secondary, and padding will be 0.438 rem. The final thing we need to go ahead and worry about is .employee management form input : placeholder. Here we'll go ahead and set the color to border color and the font weight to 400. That should go ahead and wrap up the components we need to go ahead and create a nice looking form. Now there is one last thing I want to go ahead and set up before logging in an employee, and that is a spinner so we know something is happening after we click login. So let's go ahead and open up our Project Explorer again, and then inside components, let's go ahead and create a new folder. We'll go ahead and call this loading, and then inside of loading, we'll go ahead and make a new file. We'll go ahead and call this loading.tsx, and we'll make another new file called loading.css. Let's go ahead and close out of our Explorer and open up loading.tsx and get to work here. First thing that we want to go ahead and do is import our loading.css so we don't forget. Then we want to go ahead and say export const loading is a React FC arrow function. This one's not going to take in any props, so we can go ahead and just set up our return statement. And our return statement is just going to take a div with a class name loading. So that's all we need for the TSX of loading. Let's go ahead and open up our CSS. Inside the CSS, we need to go ahead and set up .loading. Inside of loading, we'll go ahead and set up a border of 0.5 rim solid var foreground. We need a border top of 0.5 rim solid var primary. We will set a border radius of 50%. We'll set a width of 3.75 rim, a height of 3.75 rim, and an animation of spin for 2 seconds, linear and infinite. Now let's come below here. Now we need to go ahead and set up the keyframes for how this is going to work. So it's going to say at keyframe spin. Inside our keyframes, we're going to go ahead and say 0%. And inside 0%, we're going to go ahead and say transform, rotate 0 degrees. Then we want to go ahead and say 100%. Here we'll go ahead and have a transform, rotate 360 degrees. So that'll go ahead and make basically a spinning logo or a spinning icon that'll go ahead and just infinitely spin while we are loading up anything that we need to do. Now that we have everything we need to finally create our login form, let's go ahead and do that. So to do this, let's go ahead and open up our directory here. We'll go ahead and make a new folder inside of our components. We'll go ahead and call this login form. And then inside of login form, let's go and make a new file called login form.tsx. We're not going to need a CSS for this, so we'll go ahead and close out this. We can also go ahead and close out a lot of our TSX and CSS files that we were messing with before. So just go ahead and leave login page and login form. The first thing we need to go ahead and do inside of here is create a new interface called employee login. Inside the employee login interface, we're going to have an email string and a password string. Then we go ahead and export const login form react.fc arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up our return statement. And inside of our return, for the time being, let's just go ahead and return an empty fragment. That way the compiler does not matter to us as we set up our logic and our state that we need. To start us out with our state, we need access to the authentication service. So let's go and say const object authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go and import our use global context and also go ahead and import our global context type as well. Next, we need to go ahead and set up some of our state. So to do that, we're going to go and say const employee login and set employee login is equal to use state of employee login. Let's go and import our use state here. And let's go and set up an object for the initial state. For our initial state, we'll go ahead and start out the email as an empty string and the password as an empty string. Let's come below here. Now we need to go ahead and deal with the input changes. So let's go ahead and say const handle input change as an arrow function. Inside the function parameters, we want to go ahead and pass e, which is a react.change event on an HTML input element. Inside of the handle input change, let's go ahead and call the set employee login. We'll go ahead and pass in an object. Here we'll go ahead and say ... employee login. Then we'll go ahead and use square braces with e.targetID is equal to e.target.value. So that'll go ahead and update those properties for us dynamically. Now we need to handle actually logging in. So let's go ahead and say const handle login is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of the handle login arrow function parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in an e, which is a react.mouse event, and on an HTML button element. Inside, we're first going to go ahead and call e.preventDefault. Then we're going to go ahead and call the authentication service.submit login. Then inside the submit login function, we're going to go ahead and pass in the employee login.email and employee login.password. That should go ahead and do it for all of our logic. Now we can come back into return and delete that fragment. We want to go ahead and replace it with the form component that we created before. Now let's go ahead and import our form. Make sure it actually comes from the correct place, not react.dom. We want it from ./form/form. Then we need to go ahead and set up some properties inside opening form fragment or opening form component. We're going to go and set the button text to login. The error is going to be authentication service.employee authentication error. Error message will be invalid email or password. Action will be handle login. Width will be 25 rem. For the height, we'll go ahead and check the authentication service.employee authentication error. If there's an error, we'll do 20 rem, otherwise we'll do 17 rem. Notes come inside the form component itself. Inside the form, we want to go ahead and set up some curly braces, checking for authentication service.loading employee information. So let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. We'll go ahead and do some spaces here. And then we'll go ahead and if we are loading, we'll go ahead and show one thing. If we're not loading, we'll show something else. If we are loading, let's go and get rid of this. And we'll go ahead and render the loading component. Let's make sure we go ahead and import the loading component. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and keep these fragments and then build inside of them. Inside the fragments, let's go ahead and have form input. Let's make sure we go ahead and import our form input really quickly. Let's go ahead and make some space so we can put in our properties. We'll set the form input type to email. We'll set the label to email. We'll set the name to email. Placeholder will be employee email. Content will be employee login.email. And handle input will be handle input change. Let's come below the form input. Let's go ahead and render another form input. Once again, let's clean up some space. We'll put in some props. Type will be equal to password. Label will be password. Name will be password. Placeholder will say employee password. Content will be employee login.password. And handle input will be handle input change again. And this is going to go ahead and be the entirety of the login form for now. And it was simple to put together because we put in a little extra work beforehand to set up those reusable components, which we'll be using again later on. All we have left to do now to log in is simply add our login form to the login page and make a small change to the layout page to view the employee once you're logged in. Let's first navigate to the login page here. And now instead of having login form, let's go ahead and replace this with the login form component. Let's go ahead and import our login form component. And that should be good to go. Now all we need to go and do is update our layout page to be able to actually view the employee's information whenever we get navigated. As I mentioned in the last section, now we want to go ahead and update our simple layout page to be able to view the employee's first and last name after they have successfully logged in. Let's go and open up our Explorer here, and then let's go ahead and open up our layout page.tsx. So now what we want to go ahead and do first we need to gain access to that employee that just got logged in. To do this, what we need to go ahead and do is say const employee is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our use global context. We'll also go ahead and import our global context type. And then now what we can go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and delete this layout page right here. And instead, let's go ahead and add in a check for employee. So if the employee is logged in, we're going to go ahead and have an H1 with the style of margin top. And inside the H1, we're going to have curly braces with employee.firstname space curly braces employee.lastname. So now whenever we log in, we should be navigated to the layout page or like whatever page, and it should go ahead and say employee first name, employee last name. So now let's go ahead and move on to the final step before trying to log in and making sure everything works before wrapping up this chapter. Finally, we want to actually be able to display the login page when we open up the application. To do this, let's go ahead and navigate to our app.tsx file here. And now instead of having a login page fragment, we actually want to go ahead and render the login page itself. So now inside the element, let's go ahead and type out our login page. Let's make sure that we actually go ahead and import our login page and save that. Everything should be updated. Our backend should be up to date. So now let's go ahead and try to log in to the front end and make sure everything is working. So let's go ahead and open up our web browser here. And now, as you can see, we have a login form here. I'm just going to go ahead and open up the expect window and open up network tab just to make sure everything is working. So if we go ahead and say admin employee at company.com and then PASS. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we have everything set up. Remember, it was working in Postman, so hopefully it's going to work. Hopefully, course is all set up. So let's go ahead and click login. Now you can see we have admin employee and manage self page. I'm not sure if that loading spinner is actually centered the way it was supposed to be. I might have missed some CSS, or maybe we're going to set up that CSS at a later date because the login page or the login form wasn't fully up to date yet. We're going to make a couple more updates to it, but that is looking pretty good. As you can see, now we can see admin employee. Let's go ahead and go back into here. Now let's go ahead and log into manager employee at company.com, and we'll go ahead and pass in PASS for password. Again, there we go. This is loading. I'll have to double check why that's not being centered. I may add it into as an addendum. Is that the word? I might add it at the end as an addendum to make sure we all are up to date on that. But finally, let's go ahead and log out one more time. And then let's go ahead and try in an employee one at company.com and then PASS. Let's go ahead and log in. You can see that is good to go as well. Let me go ahead and double check what's going on with our login form CSS. That should be centered in there. Let me go ahead and add that in as addendum, and we'll go ahead and wrap up this chapter. Before we wrap up the episode, I do want to make one small change that might have slipped through the cracks whenever I was working on this. So here in this loading, there's no actual way to center this. So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to create a div above this, and this is going to go ahead and be div class name equal to center. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and copy the loading really quick. We'll go ahead and put the loading inside the center, and that'll go ahead and center the loading bar or the loading spinner inside of our login form. I think at one point maybe I had this and maybe got lost in refactor or something. But now let's go ahead and hop into the web browser again and just make sure this is looking good and how I want it to. So let's go ahead and log in as an admin employee at company.com, and we'll go ahead and pass in PASS, and then let's go and log in. As you can see, that was centered a lot better, it looked a lot better, and now I am happy to go ahead and wrap it up here and wrap up this chapter before heading into the next chapter. That's going to go ahead and do it for the second chapter of our Spring Security Employee Management System course. In this chapter, we successfully brought in Spring Security starter dependencies and configured our session storage, along with setting up our employee service to fetch the employee information to authenticate against. We also set up our authentication service and control it to log the employee in and store their session information. Then we expand our React application to use a global context and an authentication service to store the employee's information when they log in. Finally, we set up the login page along with the components needed to log the employees in, using the logic and API request setup in the authentication service to fetch the employee's information and sessions to store in the global context. With that being said, I hope you join me in the next chapter when we'll be adding Spring Data JPA in our database to the Spring Security application to authenticate employees based off of a database. We'll also be expanding the security configuration to allow for more employee roles and specifically setting up the basic logic for the admin employee role. We will also, of course, expand our React application with the corresponding views and logic for the admin employees to do their jobs as well. In this chapter, we'll continue to expand the Spring Boot and React applications. Starting out again in the Java code, we'll be adding the dependencies for Spring Data JPA in our H2 database. That way we can go ahead and start authenticating against a real database rather than a map in the employee service. We'll also be expanding the capabilities of our Spring Security to allow our application to authorize API requests based on the employee's role who is making the request. Our primary focus today will be on the admin employee and the requests that they are allowed to make. After we wrap up the work on the Java side, we'll also be expanding the React application to allow the admins to do their job on the front end rather than making API requests through the terminal or using a tool like Postman. With our roadmap for the chapter laid out, let's go ahead and head over to start.spring.io to go ahead and fetch some new dependencies and get to work on our project. Let's start out by getting the new dependencies we need for this chapter by navigating to start.spring.io, and then let's go ahead and come over to where our dependencies are. And the first dependency that we want is Spring Data JPA. Let's go ahead and add that. This is the Spring Boot starter, which allows us to connect to most standard SQL database dialects. It also gives us the ability to perform our basic CRUD functionality out of the box, as well as custom data queries in our repository interfaces by setting up some methods with specific names. The next dependency that we want to go ahead and add is called H2 Database. I'm specifically using H2 because this is a course where I want to keep the database set up as simple as possible. The great thing about Spring Data JPA is that for your project, you can choose any database dialect that is supported and interchange it with H2. So even though I'm using H2, feel free to use whatever database dialect you want and I already have set up. Now that we have our dependencies selected, let's go ahead and click on our Explorer. We'll go ahead and grab our dependencies. The first one we'll go ahead and grab is our dependency for Spring Boot Starter JPA. Let's go and hop into IntelliJ. Inside of IntelliJ, let's open up a project. Let's go into our pom.xml. And inside of our pom.xml, let's go ahead and come up here. And below our security, let's go ahead and paste in this dependency. Let's hop back in here and let's also go ahead and grab the dependency for H2. And once again, inside of IntelliJ, let's go ahead and go below our Lombok where we have a runtime, and we'll go ahead and run H2, which is also a runtime dependency. Now that we have both of these pasted in, let's go ahead and rerun or update our application here. And then now that should be good to go. Now all we need to go ahead and do is hop into the application properties and set up our database connection. To be able to go ahead and set up our database connection, we want to go ahead and open up our project, and we want to go to application.properties. And here we want to go and set up a couple things. First thing that we need to go ahead and set up is our Spring data source URL to our H2 database. To do this, we'll go ahead and say spring.datasource.url is equal to jdbc:h2:mem:employeedb. On top of this, we also want to go ahead and set the mode equal to PostgreSQL, and this is basically just going to go ahead and set up to act like the industry standard PostgreSQL. We also want to go ahead and set database to lower equal to true, This one is just a personal preference, but this is going to go ahead and set all of our tables and columns to lowercase. Now below this, we want to go ahead and set up our data source driver class. To do this, we're going to go ahead and say spring.datasource.driver class name is equal to org.h2.driver. Next, we need to go ahead and set up the user/username for our database. By default, H2 uses the username of SA, so let's go ahead and just set it as that. So let's go ahead and say spring.datasource.username is equal to SA. Next, we need to go ahead and set up the password for our database. Here we go ahead and set it to whatever we like. For me, I'm just going to go ahead and set it to blank since it's an H2. If you guys already have a database set up, whatever, set it up to the password you have set up here. So I'm going to go ahead and say spring.datasource.password is equal to nothing. Next, we're going to go ahead and set up the Spring JPA database platform, which will be our Hibernate dialect for H2 dialect. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say spring.jpa.database platform is equal to org.hibernate.dialect.h2 dialect. And finally, we want to go ahead and set up or enable the ability for us to connect to the H2 console. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say spring.h2.console.enabled is equal to true. So that should go ahead and do it for setting up all of our database properties here. So now whenever we go ahead and start setting some models and some entities, it should go ahead and start creating databases for us, storing that data into the databases. So with that being said, let's go ahead and continue and start setting up some of our database entities. Like I mentioned before, now that we have our database connection set up, I would like to set up a simple base entity for all of our other entities to extend, which includes shared properties such as an ID, when a record was created, and the most recent time it was updated. So to do this, let's go and open up our project, and then inside of our entities, let's go and right click, make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this base entity. Let's go and hit enter and hop into here. Let's go and close out of this. Now that we want to store entities in a database, we'll need to do some more annotating to tell Spring and Hibernate. However, let's first start with our long block annotations. First off, we want to go ahead and add the getter annotation. Next, we'll go ahead and add the setter annotation. We'll also include the toString annotation. And finally, we want to go ahead and include the Jakarta annotation called map superclass, which will allow us to use this as a superclass for other objects being stored inside the database. Let's go and import that. That looks good. So now let's go and hop into the class itself and start working on different properties that we're going to share across our entities. The first thing I want to go and start it with is an ID. So to do this, we're going to go and say private integer ID. And this, of course, will be the unique ID for the record in our table. Above our private integer ID, we want to go ahead and annotate with the ID annotation, which is going to go ahead and tell Spring JPA that this is the unique identifier for our entity. We'll also go ahead and use the @generated_value annotation as well. This is going to go ahead and allow us to generate IDs in a specific way. We specifically want to go ahead and set the strategy equal to generation type identity. This is basically going to go ahead and generate these in a sequence from like 1 to whatever. So let's go ahead and import our generation type really quick. That looks good to go. Optionally, below our generated value, I'm also going to go ahead and add the @column annotation. Again, this one you don't need to be, but I like to use these just to keep things pretty consistent. Inside of our column annotation, we're going to go ahead and set the name equal to ID. And that'll go ahead and do it for our ID property. Now let's go ahead and start working on our next property. Along with an ID, we also want to go ahead and keep track of when these created. So let's go ahead and say private instant create timestamp. Let's go ahead and import our instance. And it's going to go ahead and keep track of exactly when this object was created. Conveniently, this is something that a lot of people like to do, so they actually created an annotation for this. So above our create timestamp, we want to go ahead and include the @create timestamp annotation. And this is going to go ahead and tell Hibernate/Jakarta to go ahead and set this instant the exact time this object is created. So let's go and import that. Once again, we'll go ahead and include an @column annotation. Inside the column annotation, we're going to go ahead and set name equal to create_ts. I have to go ahead and create my columns when I can with the snake case. I don't know why, this is the way I've always done it. This is how I've seen it in a lot of different industries. So this is how we're going to go ahead and do it here. Finally, TypeScript and Axios have a very hard time reading these instant objects, and they aren't necessarily needed for our front end to work. So we're also going to go ahead and annotate with @JSON_ignore. That way we don't have any issues whenever we are trying to parse this. So let's go and import our JSON_ignore. And our create timestamp is good to go. Finally, I also want to go ahead and keep track of whenever these objects get updated. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and set up a private final instant update timestamp. Similar to our create timestamp, we also have an annotation called update timestamp to go ahead and allow us to keep track of whenever this object was updated. So let's go ahead and annotate with update timestamp. Let's go ahead and import our update timestamp. That looks good. Once again, we'll go ahead and add the column annotation. Inside a column, we'll go ahead and name this update_ts. And similar to our instant above, we want to go ahead and annotate this with @JSON_ignore. That looks good for our base entity. So basically any entity that we have is going to have an ID, which is the unique identifier. Again, technically for the employee, it's also going to have a unique identifier of email, but it is what it is. It's going to be like the actual one that's indexed in the database. Then we also want to go ahead and have a create timestamp, which is going to keep track of when this object was created. And it's also going to have an update timestamp just in case we make updates to it so we can keep track of when it was updated. So with that being all good to go, we can go ahead and start working on our next set of entities. Before we get started setting up the employee itself, we need to go ahead and move along to setting up some new objects that will go ahead and belong to the employee object itself. First up, we'll need to go ahead and define an enum that will define the different types of pay an employee can have. So let's go ahead and open up our project here. Go into entities, we'll go ahead and create a new Java class. We want this to be an enum. And it's going to go ahead and be called pay type. Let's go and hop into pay type. Then pay type is going to be pretty simple. Our employees are going to have just two different ways of being paid. The first one is going to go ahead and be hourly, and the second one will be salary. So those are going to be our pay types. And that's our simple pay type enumeration. Now we need to move on to the pay information object, which will lay out all the details about how much an employee is paid. So to do this, let's go ahead and open up our project once again. Let's go ahead and make a new Java class. We're going to go and call this pay information. Let's go ahead and hit enter, and we're going to go ahead and close out of our Explorer here. Since this class is going to be an entity stored in a database, we want to go ahead and first be sure to extend our base entity class that we just created. Then we're going to go ahead and add a few annotations above it. To be able to actually mark this class to be stored in a database, we're going to need to go ahead and mark with a specific annotation called @entity. So let's go ahead and throw in @entity here. And then what's going to happen is whenever Spring starts up this project, it's going to go ahead and look for any @entity annotation and then create that into a database using Spring Data JPA and Hibernate. Let's go ahead and import that. Next up, we'll go ahead and annotate with @table. Let's go ahead and import this. This is just going to basically allow us to add in any more information that we want about the table. For now, let's just go ahead and set the name of the table equal to pay information. And that looks pretty good. Let's make sure that we actually import this from the correct. We'll go ahead and say Alt-Enter and IntelliJ. And it should allow us to choose which one we want to make sure this comes from Jakarta. There we go, looks a lot better. Now that we have our persistence annotation set up, we can go and start setting up some of our long block annotations to make our lives easier. First up, let's go ahead and include the no argument constructor annotation. Let's also go ahead and include the all args constructor annotation. We'll go ahead and include the data annotation, which will go ahead and generate our getters, setters, toString, and the likes. And finally, we'll go ahead and include a build annotation, which is going to go ahead and make it easier on ourselves to construct a pay information object later on down the road. That looks good for our annotations. Then we go and hop inside of the pay information class and start setting up some properties. This is going to be a pretty simple object with only two fields. First, we want to go ahead and declare a private type pay type. This will, of course, declare whether the employee is getting paid by the hour or they're getting paid a flat rate salary. Above our pay type, we want to go ahead and include the enumerated annotation. This will go ahead and tell Hibernate how to store the enum in the database. Let's go and import that. Inside of the enumerated annotation, we also want to go ahead and include the enum type.string to tell Hibernate to store the pay type as a string in the table. Let's go and import our enum type here. Looks good. Next, we'll also go ahead and include the column annotation above the pay type. Inside the column annotation, we'll go ahead and set the name equal to pay_type. And that's just to be consistent with the rest of our tables. Next, we need to know how much to actually pay the employee. So now we're going to go ahead and say private big decimal pay amount. Let's go and import our big decimal here. Above our pay amount, we'll go ahead and annotate with @column again. And inside the column, we'll go and set the name equal to pay_amount. That should go ahead and wrap this up. Let's go ahead and continue moving on, creating some more entities here. Next up, we need to go ahead and create a class to store the employee's contact information and information about where they live for tax purposes. So let's go and open up our project once again. Let's go ahead and make a new Java class. We're going to go and name this class contact information. Let's go and open this up. Let's go and close out of this. So now we need to go ahead and go through all the different things that we went through last time around. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is go ahead and extend the base entity. Then we need to go ahead and set up the annotations above. First, we need to go ahead and set up the entity annotation to go ahead and tell Spring Data JPA to store this as a database table. Then we'll also go ahead and annotate with @table, so we can go ahead and name our table whatever we like. Inside the table annotation, we'll go ahead and name this contact_information. And now we should be ready to set up our long back annotations to go and make our lives easier. First, we'll go ahead and say no args constructor. We'll say all args constructor. We'll say data. And finally, we'll add the builder annotation to make our lives easier whenever we want to go ahead and build one of these. That looks good for the annotations. Let's go and hop into our contact information entity itself. Now inside of the class, we'll go ahead and set up all the fields related to contacting the employee. First off, we'll go ahead and say private string phone number. Above our phone number property, we'll have the @column annotation. Inside column, we'll go and set the name of the column to phone_number. We also want to go ahead and set that this column is unique across all entities, because an employee can only have one phone number can only belong to one employee. So obviously that wants to be unique there. And finally, the length of our phone number is going to be equal to 10. That looks good. Let's come down for our next property. Next, we want to go ahead and declare a private string address line 1. We'll go ahead and annotate with @column. Inside, we'll go ahead and name the column address_line_1. And here, we want to go ahead and set nullable to true. This is because we're only going to go ahead and require the employee's phone number upon the employee creation. Next up, let's go and declare a private string address line 2. Once again, annotate with @column. We'll go ahead and name the column address line 2 with underscores. And once again, null will be set to true. Next up, we'll go ahead and set up a private string state. Add the column annotation. We want to set the length equal to 2. And nullable equal to true. Next, we're going to go ahead and set up a private string city with the @column annotation once again. This one does have nullable equal to true inside the column. And finally, we'll go ahead and set up one last column called private string zip code. Above, we'll annotate with @column again. Name will be zip_code. We'll set the length equal to 5, and nullable will be equal to true like the other ones. So that looks pretty good. That should be our entire contact information. Now we should be ready to go ahead and hop back into our employee object and start getting some stuff set up. Before we actually hop into our employee object, we need to go ahead and just set up one more enum before we're fully ready to construct our employee entity class. Let's go ahead and open up our project, go into our entities, right click new Java, go ahead and set up an enum. We're going to go and call this employee type and go ahead and hop in here and close out of this. So there could be a few different employee types, and these are going to go ahead and equate to the different roles that the employee is going to have. So inside of our employee enum, there will be an admin type employee, a manager type employee, and finally there'll be an employee type employee. As we went over in the first chapter of this course, as you go down the list, each one of these is going to have less responsibilities and less access to the backend API. Now that we have all of our enums and objects set up, so with that being said, let's go and hop into employee. The first thing we need to go and do for employees is to go ahead and extend our base entity again. Then we need to go ahead and start setting up the annotations we had for the previous ones. So above our @data, let's go ahead and add in @entity. Go ahead and import that. Let's also go ahead and annotate with @table. Also import that as well. Inside of our table, we're going to go and set the name equal to employees. Now we're going to hop into the class itself. We're going to be adding a few more properties, as well as just annotating some of the properties that already exist. Let's go ahead and come down here above the first name. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do is set up a new property. That's going to be a private employee type, and we'll go ahead and call it employee type. Above our employee type, we'll go ahead and annotate with @column. Inside, we'll go ahead and set the name equal to employee_type. We also need to go ahead and annotate with @enumerated since this is an enum. We want to go ahead and set the enum to enumType.string. Let's make sure we go ahead and import enum type here so that we can go ahead and save that. That looks good. Next, we want to go ahead and annotate our first name with @column. And we'll go ahead and set the name equal to first_name. We'll also go ahead and annotate the last name property with @column, and name will be equal to last name. Next, below our email, we're going to go ahead and set up a private contact information. Above our contact information, we need to go ahead and include the @one-to-one annotation. And this is because one contact information will only belong to one employee ever. Instead of the one-to-one annotation, we'll go ahead and say cascade is equal to cascade_type.all. Let's go and import this if we need to. It looks like it is fine. So what this is going to go and do is it's going to go ahead and remove the contact information record from the contact information table if that associated employee is deleted from the employee table. That way there's no orphaned records. Now we want to go ahead and come below this one-to-one. We want to go ahead and add the @join column annotation. Inside of join column, we'll go ahead and set name equal to employee_contact. We're going to go ahead and set the reference column name equal to ID. And this is because this is the primary key of our contact information table. And finally, if we want to go ahead and remove this, we can go ahead and set it to null, for example. So we're going to go ahead and say nullable equal to true. So let's just go ahead and do it for our employee contact information. Now above our email, we want to go ahead and annotate with @column again. Here we'll set name equal to email. And we'll go ahead and set unique equal to true because the employees will be using their emails as their login usernames. That looks good to go. Let's go ahead and come below our password. Below our password, let's go ahead and set up a private Boolean first-time login. Above first-time login, we'll have the @column annotation again. We'll set the name equal to first_login. Then we'll come below our first-time login. And now we'll go ahead and set up their pay information. So let's say private pay information. Above our pay information, we'll once again have an @one-to-one because only one employee will have one pay information object. And we'll go ahead and set cascade equal to cascade type all once again. Below one-to-one, we'll once again have an @join column annotation. We'll set the name equal to pay_information. And we'll set the reference column name equal to ID. Once again, because we're going to be referencing the primary key of our ping information object here. Next up, we need to go and set up a list of different employees that is reporting to the specific employee. Now, if this is some sort of employee that doesn't have any reports, it'll just be an empty list or a null. But if it's like a manager or an admin, this will be set up. So let's go and say private list employee reports. Let's go and import our list object here. And let's go and go above it. Above, we want the one-to-many annotation. Go and import that. And that's because one employee could have many reports. Inside, we're going to set map2 equal to reports2. And we'll go and set that up next. So next, we'll go and say private employee reports2. So this is more or less going to be this employee's manager. Above, we'll go ahead and say many to one. And again, this is going to be many to one because it's the opposite here. So many employees can report to one single manager. Then inside of our many to one, we're going to go ahead and set up a fetch as fetch type.eager. This should go ahead and fetch the employee's manager object as soon as we get the object itself rather than lazily. We could also get into some situations where the employee in the reports cause a circular dependency. So we need to go ahead and include the JSON ignore properties annotation. We want to go ahead and ignore the property called reports. And finally, we'll go ahead and have a join column annotation. And we'll go ahead and name our join column reports_2. Let's go ahead and save this up. This should be our entire employee and all of our entities that we need for now. For now, we won't actually be able to see these because we still need to set up repositories, and we still also need to be able to set up the configuration for Spring Security to actually allow us to see the H2 database. So let's go ahead and start working on those things. And then once we have everything set up, we'll go ahead and check out the H2 console to make sure we can see all of our database tables. The first thing we want to go ahead and do to start being able to see the different database tables and information inside the database tables is to start setting up our data repositories, which will allow us to fetch and save data to our database. So we're just going to go down our list basically of all the different entities that we just created in this chapter and create different repositories for them. Most of these repositories aren't going to have anything in them because we just need the basic CRUD functionality, and then one or two might actually have some extra functionality to fetch some information that we actually need to update or read for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and hop into our project here. And the first thing we do is go ahead and make a new package, and this is going to go ahead and be called repositories. And then inside repositories, let's go ahead and start making some classes, which should be interfaces. Let's go and start with a contact information repository. Let's go and open this up, and then all of our repositories are going to be primarily the same setup. The first thing I want to go ahead and do inside of this is extend the JPA repository. Let's go and import that JPA repository. Then we need to go ahead and set up the type that we're going to be searching for, as well as the type of our ID. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and have our angle brackets, and inside of them, we're going to have contact information, comma integer. Let's go and import our contact information. So what this is basically saying is we're going to have a JPA repository that reads, writes, does whatever with contact information, and then we expect the ID to be integer. Now, finally, the last thing that we want to go ahead and do to wrap up this repository is go ahead and annotate with @repository above. This is not necessary because technically whenever it's on an interface, it doesn't really work, but it kind of works. This is just kind of something that I do for good measures. And let's just keep it at that. But let's go ahead and save that. And that is our contact information repository. Now let's go ahead and open up our project once again. Let's go and right click new Java class, make a new interface. Let's go and make the employee repository. Let's go ahead and close out of the sidebar again. Once again, we'll go ahead and say extends JPA repository. Let's go and import the JPA repository. And then we need to go ahead and do the same thing again. We need to tell it that we want to read employee objects, and we want to tell it that the ID is of type integer. So let's go ahead and have our angle brackets once again and have employee and integer. Let's go and import our employee object here. So it looks good. And then above, once again, we're going to go ahead and add the @repository annotation for good measure. Once again, import that. Now inside, we are going to have a couple or at least one repository method here that'll go ahead and fetch employees by a specific way. So what we're going to go ahead and do is inside of our repository interface, we want to go ahead and first say optional employee. Let's go ahead and make sure we import our optional. And we're going to go ahead and say find by email. And inside, we'll go ahead and pass it in a string email to find by. Now, what this is going to go ahead and do is it's going to go ahead and do a select star from our database where our email is equal to the email that we pass in here. And then Spring Data JPA will go ahead and do the rest of the logic for us there. So that's going to go ahead and do it for our employee repository for now. So let's go and open up our project once again. Go ahead and right click on our repositories, make a new interface. And here we're going to have a pay information repository. Go ahead and open this up and close out this. Once again, we need to go ahead and extend JPA repository. Let's go and bring in the JPA repository. Once again, we need to go ahead and tell it what type we're reading and the type of the ID. So let's go and say pay information and insert inside of our angle brackets. Let's go and import our pay information and then come up here. For the heck of it, let's go and add in the repository annotation. Let's go and import that, and that is looking good to go. And that's going to be everything we need. We don't need any custom logic for our pay information either. So it's going to go ahead and conclude setting up our repositories. Now we can go ahead and move forward with updating our Spring security configuration to allow us to access our H2 database. So to allow ourselves to access our H2 database console, we need to actually go ahead and tell our Spring security configuration to allow us to connect to that page and view that information. So what we need to go ahead and do is we need to open up our project here and let's hop into our security configuration just like that. And we need to go ahead and scroll down to where our security filter chain is here. And we need to set up some new information. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is we need to go ahead and allow frame headers. Otherwise the H2 console is not going to properly render. So to do this, let's go ahead and come below our cores here. We're going to go ahead and add in dot headers. Inside the dot headers, let's go ahead and set up a lambda with headers. Then we're going to go ahead and call headers.frameOptions. And inside of the headers.frameOptions, we'll go ahead and call headers configure.frameOptions config : same origin. Now we need to go ahead and import the headers configurer like so, and then now that should be fine and dandy. Now we also need to go ahead and tell our unprotected routes that we are allowed to hit this being unauthenticated. So what we want to go ahead and do is come in here. Let's go ahead and add a comma and come in below the /auth/**. We want to go ahead and add in a new ant path request matcher. Inside, we want to go ahead and include the URL of h2 console /*. Let's go ahead and save that, and that should be good to go. Now we should, in theory, be able to actually connect to the H2 database. So let's go ahead and open up a web browser here and just make sure all of our data is there. Before we do that, let's go ahead and restart our application just to make sure everything gets reprocessed, all of our entities get processed, and all of that good stuff. There we go. As you can see, we don't have any issues, and it also says H2 console is available at /H2 console at this JDBC. So I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this JDBC H2 mem employee DB. It's going to be important whenever we get there. So let's open up the browser like I mentioned. And in here, let's go ahead and hop in here. What we want to go ahead and do is go http:// and then localhost 8000 /h2-console. Hit enter, and now you can see it lets us in. It already has this. Sometimes this will go ahead and be pre-populated. Sometimes it won't for the first time you load this up. So just be aware of that. That's why I went ahead and copied it. And I know it's a little bit small, so not much we can do here. But let's go ahead and click connect. And now you can see we have our contact information. If we click run, we have our ID, our state, our zip code, create TS, update TS, phone number, address line 1, address line 2, and city. Now why address line 1 and address line 2 are after the ones and it's not in any specific order, I don't know. But if we go ahead and take a look at employees, we have employee contact. We have our first name or our first login, our ID, our pay information reports to, our create TS, our update TS email, first name, last name, password, and our type. So that looks good. And finally, we have our pay information. Should be pretty simple. Our ID, pay amount, create timestamp, update timestamp, and pay type. So as we get add stuff in here, we can come in here, take a look, make sure it's all getting added properly. But that should be all good to go. So now we can go ahead and start setting up a couple other services to go ahead and generate some of our contact information, pay information, stuff like that. Then we can go ahead and start registering employees, getting the roles all working, all of that good stuff. So let's hop back into our IntelliJ and get to work here. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, now that we have our database configuration all done and all the entities we need set up, we need to set up some new service layer classes to generate records that are stored in our employee object. Let's start by setting up the contact information service. So let's go ahead and open up our project. We'll come into our service and go ahead and make a new class. This is going to go ahead and be contact information service. Let's go ahead and hit enter to create that class, and let's go ahead and close out our project explorer. Above our contact information service, we want to start out by going ahead and adding the @service annotation. That way Spring knows this should be a service bean. We also want to ensure that each one of these methods runs as a transaction on the database. So let's go ahead and add the @transactional annotation as well. Make sure this is going to come from org.springframework.transactional.annotation. And finally, we're going to be passing in some dependencies. So we want to go ahead and also include the required arts constructor. That way we can automatically wire these dependencies for ourselves. Let's go ahead and make sure we import that as well, and that is looking good. Now let's go ahead and hop into the class itself. Inside of the contact information service class, we're just going to need one dependency to be brought in. So let's go ahead and say private final contact information repository, contact information repository. Let's go ahead and ensure that we import our contact information repository, and that's all we're going to need because this service is just going to deal with creating and fetching our contact information service objects for our employee here. Now that we have our way of creating and fetching different contact information from our database, let's go and start up the single method that we want inside of this service to create our contact information. Let's go ahead and say public contact information, create contact information. Now we're going to need to go ahead and import our contact information. Let's also open up this class here. And then inside of our create contact information method parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in the contact information that we are going to store in the database. So let's go ahead and say contact information, contact information. Now that looks good. Let's go ahead and hop into the method itself. This is going to be a very, very basic method where all we're going to go ahead and do is save this contact information into the repository. That way we can go ahead and link it to our employee object. To do this, all we're going to go ahead and do is say return contact information repository.save. And inside of the save method call, we're going to go and pass in that contact repository that we passed in inside of the method parameters. Looks good. That's all we need to do inside of this class, because all we're going to go ahead and be doing here is just saving this. That way we can go ahead and put it inside of our employee object and then save our employee object. So now that that's done, let's go and open up our project again. Let's go ahead and right click on our services package, go ahead and make a new Java class, and then we're going to go ahead and make the pay information service. Go and open this up and close our project explorer. Now we're going to go through the same exact steps we just went through in the last one. Let's go and annotate this with @service so Spring knows that this is a service. Let's also go and annotate with @transactional so that Spring treats every method like a transaction on the database. Make sure this comes from Spring. And we'll once again be using the repository for the pay information. So let's go ahead and add the required args constructor to be able to auto wire this automatically for us. Looks good. Let's go ahead and hop into the class itself. Once again, we need access to the database so we can store some pay information records. That way we can put them on our employee objects. So let's go ahead and say private final pay information repository, pay information repository. Let's ensure that we go ahead and import our pay information repository. That way we can actually save these records. Let's come below our pay information repository because that's all we're going to go ahead and need. Once again, since all we're going to be doing is storing these pay information records on the employee object and we'll be able to see them on the employee object, we only need one method, and that's to go ahead and create these records. Let's go ahead and say public pay information, create pay information. Once again, we're going to need to go ahead and import our pay information. So that is fine. Inside of our method parameters for our create pay information method, we need to go ahead and pass in the pay information object that we want to persist on our database. So let's go and say pay information, pay information. Let's go and open up this method, and this one's going to be very simple, just like whenever we went to save our contact information. Let's simply return a call to the pay information repository.save, and inside the save method call, we're going to go ahead and pass in that pay information that we passed inside the create pay information method parameters. So now that should go ahead and wrap up our pay information service, and that should also enable us to finally be able to set up our employee service to save an employee to our database. Let's go and hop over to that employee service file and update to use the new repository. Inside of our employee service class, we're going to have a few things I need to go and update here. First thing we want to go and do is I'm going to come below our service annotation, and I'm going to go ahead and add in the @transactional annotation. Since we're now going to be using a database, let's go and import that from Spring. The rest of these are looking good. Then we need to go ahead and come down inside the class. I'm going to go ahead and come above our private employees map. And we're going to go ahead and say private final employee repository, employee repository. And let's go ahead and make sure that we import our employee repository here. We're going to be getting rid of this map, but for the time being, I'm not going to delete it yet because it's going to break a whole bunch of things. So we'll wait until we're completely done updating all of this before we go ahead and delete that. So now the first thing that we want to go and do is we want to get rid of this create employee method, because we're going to go ahead and create a new one in its place that goes ahead and creates and updates an employee based on some information that we pass in, basically based on an employee that we pass in. And this is because we're going to go ahead and put our creation of employees under a register method inside of our authentication service. So let's go ahead and delete this, and we're going to go ahead and replace it with a public employee create or update employee method. And inside of our create employee method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in employee. And this is going to be the employee that we want to go ahead and save or update on our database. Inside our create or update employee, let's go and set up a try catch. Let's go ahead and set up our catch here really quick. Let's go ahead and just catch an exception E. And if we do catch an exception, we're simply just going to go ahead and throw a new runtime exception for the time being. Here in a little bit, we're going to go ahead and actually create a custom exception to throw here that we couldn't create the employee, but for the time being, to make the compiler happy, we're going to go ahead and just keep it as that. Next, inside of our try statement, we want to go ahead and return employee repository.save. We want to go ahead and pass the employee object from my create or update method parameters here. So now we're going to go ahead and attempt to save the employee record or update it, because whenever you call save, it'll save it, or if the record already exists, it'll update it. So go ahead and try to do that on our database. And then if something goes wrong, we'll go ahead and just throw a new runtime exception, which is eventually going to go ahead and be that unable to register employee exception. And speaking of the unable to register employee exception, let's go ahead and set that up. That way we can completely finish up this method. Let's go ahead and open up our project. And inside of our exceptions, let's go ahead and create a new Java class. Create an exception, and we're going to go ahead and call this unable to register employee exception. Go and open this up and close out of here. Again, it created one of the constructors for us, which is kind of nice. So up here, we're going to go ahead and just create a new public unable to register employee exception constructor. This one's going to be a no args constructor. So we're just going to go ahead and call super with a message of unable to register employee. Let's go and save this up. And then below this one, let's also go ahead and create one more public unable to register employee exception constructor here. Inside the constructor parameters, let's go ahead and pass in a string message and throwable cause. Let's hop into the constructor itself. We want to go ahead and call super message and cause. This one's going to help us out to know like what SQL error actually occurred whenever we went through and couldn't create the employee, because sometimes it's a little bit cryptic, especially if you're not going ahead and throwing in that cause. So it's going to go ahead and help us out in that aspect. Now that we have created our custom exception, let's go ahead and head back into our employee service. And instead of throwing a new runtime exception when the error for creating the employee occurs, let's go ahead and throw that new unable to register employee exception. So let's go ahead and hop into the employee service. And then let's go ahead and get rid of this throw new runtime exception. And instead, let's go ahead and throw a new unable to register employee exception. Let's go and import this. And inside of the constructor, let's go and pass in a message that says unable to create or update employee at this time, and also pass in E as the cause. That looks good. So that's going to go ahead and complete our create or update employee. Next, we want to go ahead and update our read all employees. So now we can go ahead and delete this return statement here. We're going to simplify this tremendously. Instead of reading through that map of employees, we're simply going to go ahead and return employee repository.find all. And that's all we need to do there. So next up, we need to go ahead and set up a private utility method for finding an employee by the email. So let's go ahead and scroll down here to below our user details method. And let's go ahead and declare a new private method that returns an employee called getEmployee by email or throw exception. Inside the method parameter, we'll go ahead and pass in a string email. And inside the method itself, we're going to go ahead and return employee repository.find by email. Here we want to go ahead and pass that email. Now, if you guys remember, this is actually an optional, not an employee that gets returned here. So if the employee doesn't exist, we also want to go ahead and say or else throw. And what we want to go ahead and throw if the employee doesn't exist is an employee does not exist exception : new. So now we'll go ahead and try to fetch the employee by the email. And then if they don't exist, we'll go ahead and throw that exception. If they do exist, we'll go ahead and just return the employee. So now let's go ahead and scroll back up to the getEmployee by email method. And now we can go ahead and just kind of clean this method up like so. Now what we're going to do is return a call to getEmployee by email or throw exception. And once again, inside of the method call, we'll go ahead and pass in that email. So that goes ahead and updates our read employee by email. Now what we need to go ahead and do is we need to go ahead and set up another utility function to update the employee's reports. To do this, let's go ahead and say protected void update employee reports. Inside the method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in an employee manager, an employee report, and a string operation. Let's go and open up the method here. First thing that we want to go ahead and do is get the manager's report. So we're going to go ahead and say list employee reports is equal to manager.getReports. Then we want to go ahead and add a check to see if the operation is equal to add. If this is the case, we want to go ahead and add the employee to the manager's reports list. Let's go ahead and say reports.add report. Otherwise, if we're not adding, that means we're taking it away. So we need to go ahead and do some filtering to get rid of the employee that's being updated here inside of the manager's reports. So to do this, let's go ahead and say reports is equal to reports.stream. Then we'll say .filter employee. We're going to filter by employee.getID is not equal to report.getID. Finally, we want to go ahead and terminate this to a list using .toList. Now let's come out of the else if, and we're going to go ahead and call manager.setReports to that new reports list. Then we want to go ahead and update this manager on our database side. So let's go ahead and say employee repository.save manager. There we go. That should go and update the employees reports. So basically all we want to do here is make sure that the manager was getting their reports list updated properly, with whether we're adding or removing an employee from that report. And we wanted to go ahead and do this because it's going to be used in a couple places. So I want to not have to completely redo that all the time. Let's go ahead and come up here to modify our update employee method. And before we start updating our update employee method here, we need to hop into our update employee request. And we need to update the properties that are inside this record to be able to update the employee with our new method. And we need to go ahead and add in those same exact properties. Let's go and get rid of employee. And then let's start out by adding the employee type. Let's go and import the employee type here. That way it's not mad at us. We'll have the string first name. We'll have the string last name and the string reports to. And that looks good. So now we can go and close out of this update employee request and go ahead and come back into our employee service. Now that we have everything set up to actually update our update employee, let's go ahead and remove the old parameters from here. Then let's go ahead and pass in just an update employee request called request. Let's ensure that our update employee request is imported. And then unfortunately, we're going to go ahead and remove all the logic from here and completely rewrite this. The first thing that we want to go ahead and do inside of our update employee method is actually fetch the employee by their email. So let's go and say employee is equal to get employee by email or throw exception. Inside of the get employee by email or throw exception method, we want to go ahead and pass in request.email. And then now if we have the employee, we're going to go ahead and start working on them. So what we basically need to go through is we need to go through this request object and check to see if we've actually set different properties. Then if we have set different properties, we'll go ahead and update the employee object. The first property I want to go and check to see if we set is request.firstname. So let's go ahead and say if our request.firstname is not equal to null. If this is the case, when we pass in an updated first name, so then we want to go and update our employee object. To do this, let's go ahead and say employee.setFirstName to our request.firstName. Next, let's go ahead and set up another if statement to check to see if request.lastName is not equal to null. Once again, if this is the case, that means that we want to go ahead and update our last name property. So let's go ahead and call employee.setLastName to request.lastName. Next, we want to go ahead and do a check to see if we are changing our request type. So we're going to go ahead and this one's going to be a little bit ugly and long, but we're going to go ahead and say if not request.type equals employee.getEmployeeType. So if our employee types do not match, that means we've updated them. So let's go ahead and say employee.setEmployeeType request.type. Next, we want to go ahead and check to see if reports to is not equal to null. This means that we're changing the employee's manager. So let's go ahead and get the old manager by saying employee manager old is equal to employee.getReports2. We'll also go ahead and say employee manager is equal to get employee by email or throw exception, because we want to go ahead and fetch the actual employee object that is the manager, because all we're going to be doing here is passing in the string for their email. So like I said, it's going to say employee manager is equal to get employee by email or throw exception. To the method, we'll go ahead and pass request.reports2. We'll go ahead and update the employee object by saying employee.setsReport to manager. Then we need to go ahead and update the old manager and the new manager's reports list. So first we'll go ahead and say update employees reports, manager old, employee, and remove. So go ahead and remove the employee from the old manager's reports list. Then let's also go ahead and say update employees reports with manager, employee, and add. We'll also go ahead and add that employee to the new manager's reports list as well. Finally, we want to go ahead and check to see if the employee.getEmployeeType is equal to employeeType.admin. We also want to go ahead and check to see if the employee.getEmployeeType is equal to manager. Let's go and hop inside this if statement. And then we also want to see if this person was not a manager or admin at the time. So we're going to go ahead and check to see if the reports to is not equal to null. If this is the case, that at one point they were a regular employee and then got promoted to a manager and admin. So now they no longer need to report to a manager. So here we're going to go and say update employee reports with the employee.getReports to employee and remove. And we'll also go ahead and say employee.setReports to null because they're not reporting to anyone. Finally, let's come out of this if statement and we want to go ahead and call employee.setEmail, because if their first and last name changed, then their email also needs to change to reflect that as well. Inside the employee.setEmail, let's first go ahead and say employee.getFirstName.to lowercase. We want to say plus employee.getLastName.to lowercase. And finally say plus @company.com. Again, there's better ways to configure the email and set up the email, but this is just going to be quick and dirty because I want to focus on the Spring security related stuff, not necessarily creating a perfect system for creating employees and whatnot. The final thing that we need to go ahead and do is return that saved employee object. So let's go ahead and say employee repository, that save employee. And that should go ahead and do it. So basically, we're just going to go through, check to see if any of our properties got actually sent by. So because we want to update that specific property. If we don't want to update a specific property, then we're just going to basically ignore it. That's why we're setting it to null. And then also the more kind of complicated stuff is just updating the manager's reports to and all that stuff. But I think that is looking pretty good to go. The final thing that we want to go ahead and do is update our delete employee method here. So what we're going to go ahead and do is clear out the information inside here. And what we want to go ahead and do is say employee is equal to get employee by email or throw exception. Inside the method, we'll go ahead and pass in the email to get the actual employee. So now if the employee doesn't exist, we'll just automatically throw that exception instead of having to check for it. And then we can go ahead and just call employee repository.delete employee. That's looking good. Finally, we want to go ahead and update our load user by username method. That way we can actually go ahead and check what their role is. We also need to go ahead and update the password encoder part because now whenever we create the employee, it's going to automatically be encoding it for us. So we don't need to deal with this part. So the first thing let's do, let's go ahead and say the password is going to be employee.getPassword. It's already going to be encoded. Then let's come up below our employee.getPassword and we're going to go ahead and add .roles. And inside of .roles, we're going to go ahead and say employee.getEmployeeType.toString. So now this is going to go ahead and allow us to check the employee that we get back when our user details and also take a look at what role they are to determine whether or not they can hit certain API endpoints. Now, the final thing that we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and remove this public load employee data method. Of course, this is going to break some things. That's completely fine. We're going to go ahead and throw this into the authentication service in a little bit. And now we don't actually need our employees anymore. We don't technically need our password encoder anymore. So that's going to clean this up a little bit as well. We can go ahead and clean up some of the imports in here as well, just to kind of keep things as clean as possible. Now it is going to be mad at us inside the controller and a couple other places because we deleted some stuff that we need access to. So to go ahead and at least fix up one of the issues, let's go and open up our project here and go into employee management service application. And we're going to go ahead and delete this employee service load here. We do not need the employee service in here anymore. And we can also go ahead and delete the employee service. We're going to come back through after we get done with our authentication service changes and actually make it so that whenever we load in the data, we're going to do it inside of the authentication service instead. But that's going to go ahead and wrap up the code for this section. Go ahead and join me in the next section where we're going to go and start updating the authentication service. Next up, let's work on updating the authentication service. But before we do that, let's go and just close out of some of these tabs that we got here. We don't need all of these. So I'm just going to start closing these. So let's get rid of all of this that we don't need for the time being. And then once I get all of these closed, let's go and hop into the authentication service. Now inside the authentication service, the first thing we need to go and do is come here below our service. And now since we're using databases and Spring Data JPA, it's very important that we go ahead and use the @transactional here. So let's go and bring in the @transactional annotation. Let's go ahead and make sure we import this from the Spring framework. Now it's important because we're going to be doing some data setup, like I said before, for all of our employees at the bottom of this page or at the bottom of this class. And if we don't have this @transactional, it's going to actually break and not run. So it's important that we go ahead and bring that in. Next, let's go ahead and start bringing in some of the new dependencies that we need. So let's go ahead and come in below our employee service. And the first thing I want to go ahead and do is bring in the contact information service. So let's go ahead and say private final contact information service, contact information service. Okay, and then next we want to also go ahead and bring in the pay information service. So once again, let's go ahead and say private final pay information service, pay information service. That looks good for our new properties that we need in here or our new dependencies that we need in here. Next up, to be able to actually register a user or an employee, we need to actually go ahead and create a new record to send a response as well as bring in a request. So let's go and open up our project here. Let's go into our DTO, make a new class. This is going to go ahead and be a record, and we're going to go and call this register response first. Let's go ahead and open up our register response, close out our project here. Our register response is going to be very simple. Whenever we register an employee, we're going to go ahead and create an employee object, and we're also going to go ahead and send their temporary password. That way the admin can go ahead and pass along that temporary password to the employees so they can log in for the first time. Once I have a record, let's go ahead and add an employee and string temporary password. Looks good. And then let's go ahead and bring in our employee object. And then let's come above and let's go ahead and add a builder just in case we ever want to build this object. Let's go ahead and bring in our builder annotation, and that looks good. Now we need to go ahead and create another record for our request body. So let's go ahead and open this up into our DTO, make a new Java class, make it a record. This is going to be register request. Let's go ahead and hop into register request. Let's close out our project here so it's a little bit cleaner. Now our register request record is going to go ahead and include every property needed to register an employee. So this is going to go ahead and include the employee's type. Let's go ahead and bring in employee type here. It'll include a string first name, a string last name, a string phone number. We need the new employee's pay type. Let's go and bring in the pay type enum here. We need to know how much we're going to pay the employees. So let's say big decimal pay amount. Let's go and bring in our big decimal here. And finally, we need who they're going to report to. That looks good for the properties. Finally, let's go ahead and add the builder annotation on top, just in case we ever want to build this object. Let's go and bring that in, and that looks good. So now that we have all of our different request and response objects, we can go ahead and hop back into our authentication service and get to work on actually registering an employee. Before we register an employee, let's come down below our login employee. We need to go ahead and figure out a way to actually generate a temporary password to send to the employee. To do this, let's go ahead and declare a new private method called private string generate temporary password. Now we can go inside, and inside we want to go ahead and return uuid.randomuid. Let's go ahead and bring in our uuid here. Okay, I guess it's not going to let us import it. There we go. Then we want to go ahead and convert this UUID to a string and grab the substring 08. So we're going to go ahead and generate a random UUID and then go ahead and turn it into a string, and then grab the first 8 characters of that string to return as a temporary password. That looks good. So now let's go ahead and actually create the method to register the employee. To do this, let's go ahead and declare a new public register response register employee method. Let's go ahead and import a register response DTO here. And inside the method, let's go ahead and pass in a register request. Once again, we need to go ahead and bring in our register request. Let's go ahead and open up our method body here and get to work. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is declare a new contact information called employee contact information. We need to go ahead and bring in our employee contact information here like so. And this will be equal to contact information service.create contact information. Let's go ahead and open this up because we're going to go ahead and say contact information.builder. And below the builder, we're going to go ahead and say phone number is equal to register request.phone number. And then we're going to go ahead and say .build. Looks good. So whenever we register an employee for the first time, all we need is their phone number to contact them. And then they'll come back through and actually update their information whenever they like. Next, we need to go ahead and declare a pay information, employee pay information. Once again, let's go and import our pay information here. This is going to be equal to pay information service, create pay information. Once again, let's open this up because we're going to go ahead and say pay information.builder. We're going to set the pay amount to register request.payamount. We're going to set the pay type to register request.paytype. Then we're going to go ahead and build this pay information object. So now we have our pay information for our employee. Next up, let's go ahead and generate their email. So let's go ahead and say string email. This will be equal to register request.firstname.toLowercase plus register request.lastname.toLowercase and then plus company.com. Now we need our temporary password. So let's go ahead and say string temporary password is equal to generate temporary password. Next, we need to go ahead and determine whether or not we need a manager object. So let's go ahead and say employee manager will be equal to register request.reports to not equal to null. Then we're going to go ahead and set up a ternary here. So we're going to say question mark employee service.read employee by email. And we're going to pass that method register request.reports to. Otherwise, we're going to return null. Now we have the employee's manager. Now we can finally go ahead and create and store the employee object in the database. To do this, let's go ahead and declare employee is equal to employee service.create or update employee. Let's go and open this up because we're going to go ahead and say employee.builder. On our builder object, we're going to set the employee type to register request.type. We'll go ahead and set the first name to register request.firstname. We'll set the last name to register request.lastname. Email will be the email that we generated above. Let's set password to password encoder.encode the temporary password. We will set first time login to true. We will set the pay information to the pay information that we created above. We'll set the contact information to the employee contact information we created above. We'll set reports to that manager object we generated above. Reports will be set to a new array list so we don't get any null pointer exceptions. Let's go ahead and import our array list here. And then finally, we can go ahead and .build. So that is our employee object. Now, obviously it's mad because we're not actually returning anything out of the method. We want a register response. Let's go ahead and return register response.builder. Here we want to go ahead and say employee is equal to employee. We want to say that the temporary password is the temporary password that we generated. And finally, we will build our response object. So that should set up the ability for us to actually register an employee if we are an admin. But before we go ahead and finish that up and clean up some more stuff that we need to clean up because we made changes inside the employee service, let's go ahead and generate that utility function or utility method that I was talking about earlier. That's going to go ahead and load in the user information. So let's go ahead and declare a new public void method called load user information. This isn't going to take in any parameters. Let's just go ahead and open this up. And we're going to start out by creating 3 different contact informations and then 3 different pay informations. Then finally, we'll go ahead and create 3 different employees, saving all of the objects to the database as we go. Let's go ahead and start out by declaring a contact information that we'll go ahead and call contact info1 and set that equal to contact information service.create contact information. Let's go ahead and open up this method call so we can go ahead and say contact information.builder. And then on the builder, let's go and say phone number is 11111. We want to make sure that there's 10 ones here because that's how long a phone number is. Next, we'll go ahead and set the address line 1 to 123 Admin Road. We'll set the city to Worktown. We'll set the state to Texas. Let's set the zip code to 12345. And finally, let's go ahead and build the object to save to the database. So there's our first contact information. Let's go ahead and add some space here so we can see what's going on. Then let's go ahead and just copy and paste our contact information here. And then go ahead and paste it in. Let's go ahead and change the name to contact information 2. And then inside of phone number, let's actually go ahead and say 10 twos. And then for address line 1, let's go ahead and say 345 Middle Manager Avenue. For city, let's go ahead and set this to Meeting Central. We'll keep the state the same. We'll update the zip code to 23456. And then that looks good. Let's go ahead and copy and paste our contact information one more time here. Then we'll have contact info 3. And we'll go ahead and start updating the contact information for our regular employee. So here, let's go ahead and update the phone number to 33333 until there's 10 threes. Address line 1 will be 678 Hourly Street. We'll go ahead and add an address line 2, which would be apartment 101. Then our city will be Grindtown. We'll go ahead and keep state the same as Texas. We'll go ahead and update the zip code to 34567. And that should go ahead and do it for our different contact informations. Now we need to go ahead and start setting up the 3 different pay informations for our new employees. Let's go ahead and come down below our contact info 3. And we'll go ahead and say pay information, pay info 1 is equal to pay information service.create pay information. Let's go ahead and open this up and we'll go ahead and say pay information.builder. On the pay information builder, let's go ahead and say pay type is equal to pay type.salary. Let's go ahead and bring in our pay type here. And we'll set our pay amount to a new big decimal of 80,000. Let's go and bring in our big decimal here. There we go. And then finally, let's go ahead and build this object. Looks good. Let's go and copy paste our pay info 1 again. And then let's go ahead and call this pay info 2. The only thing that we want to go ahead and change here is instead of a big decimal of 80,000, we'll go ahead and say a big decimal of 100,000. Looks good. Let's go ahead and copy paste our pay info 2. Let's go and rename this pay info 3. Here, let's go ahead and change the pay type to pay type.hourly. And then for our pay amount, we're going to go and set this to $25 an hour. So that should be all of our pay infos. Now we need to go through and just start creating all of the different employees. So let's go ahead and start out by saying employee admin is equal to employee service.create or update employee. Here, it's not 100% necessary to actually declare an admin here. We could have just called employee service.create or update employee, but you never know. Maybe someday we'll reuse that. So that's why I did that. Let's go and say employee.builder inside of the creator update method. On the builder, let's go and say employee type is employee type.admin. Let's go and bring in our employee type, so it's not mad at us. We'll say contact information is contact info 1. Our pay information is pay info 1. Our first name is admin. Last name will be employee. Email will be adminemployee@company.com. Password will be passwordencoder.encode_pass. Our first time login will be false. Reports to will be null. And reports will be a new array list. Let's go ahead and build this employee object. Looks good. Let's go ahead and copy our employee admin here. Let's go ahead and paste it in. And then let's go ahead and say manager. And then here, let's go ahead and make some changes. So first, we need to go ahead and change the employee type from type admin to type manager. We want to go ahead and do contact info 2 and pay info 2. First name, we'll go ahead and say manager. We'll keep last name as employee, but email, we'll go ahead and say manageremployee@company.com. And then we'll go ahead and keep the rest the same. Let's go ahead and copy our manager here. And then let's go ahead and name it employee. And we need to go ahead and make some more updates as well. So now employee type should be employee type.employee. We want to go ahead and say contact info 3 and pay info 3. And then of course we want to go and update the employee first name to employee. Last name is going to be 1. Email will be employee1@company.com. And now we need to go ahead and say report to is equal to manager instead of null. We need to come down below our employee 1. We need to go ahead and say employee service to update employees reports. Inside, we want to go ahead and pass in manager, employee, and add. Now we have created an admin, a manager, and an employee type. We went ahead and added the employee as a report to the manager, and so on and so forth. So that looks pretty good. I think that basically concludes setting up the new logic inside of our authentication service. So now we go ahead and hop back into the main class of the application and then set it up to load in new employee information. Let's go ahead and hop in there. So here, let's go ahead and inside of run, let's go ahead and wire the authentication service called auth service. Let's go ahead and make sure auth service gets imported here. So import our class. Then let's come inside of the return for the run. Let's go and call auth service.load user information. And now once we finish up setting up the changes that we need inside of the employee controller, because we made some changes to the service that we haven't updated yet, we can go ahead and run this and it should go ahead and generate all of those users for us. But if we try to run this right now, it's going to go ahead and have an error because we never went through and actually updated that employee controller. We're going to do that in one of the next sections here, but I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up this section. In the next section, we're going to go ahead and make it so we can actually register the employee inside of the authentication controller. Like I mentioned in the last section, now that we have finished up the logic inside of our employee service as well as the authentication service, we can move forward with updating corresponding controllers. We'll start out by updating the authentication controller. All we really need to do here is set up a new endpoint that allows the admin to actually register an employee. So let's go ahead and hop into our authentication controller. Inside the authentication controller, let's go underneath the post mapping for login employee, and let's go ahead and declare a new public register response register employee method. Now let's go ahead and bring in our register response so it's not mad at us. Looks good. And then inside of the parameters, let's go ahead and add the @request body annotation. And our request body is going to be a register request that we call body. Let's go ahead and bring in a register request so we can go and access it. Let's come above our method here and add an @post mapping. We're going to go ahead and map this to /register. Now we go ahead and hop inside the method body, which is going to be pretty simple. All we're going to go ahead and do is return authentication service.register employee. And then that should go ahead and do it for our authentication controller. Since we went ahead and created the new register request inside of our authentication controller, now we can go ahead and move along to updating our employee controller. Let's go ahead and hop into our employee controller here. And then the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is just remove this post employee, because this is going to go ahead and be handled by our authentication service now. And that was one of the primary issues. Next, we want to go ahead and bring in a new property or a new dependency. So we're going to go ahead and say private final pay information service. Let's go ahead and import our pay information service here. So that looks good. Now I want to go ahead and update the put updated employee controller method. So instead of passing in body.email and body.employee, now we want to go ahead and just pass in the entire body. So here, let's just go ahead and delete that and just pass in the entire body. And then next up, we want to go ahead and set up a very quick method to actually update the employee's pay information now that we have everything else set up. So let's go ahead and say public employee update employee pay information. Let's go and go inside the method parameters. We want to go ahead and use the @path variable annotation. Inside path variable, let's go ahead and pass in email, and we'll store this in a string email. We also want to go ahead and include an @request body. This will be a pay information body. Let's go and bring in our pay information before going above. And now we need to go ahead and include an @put mapping. Inside the put mapping, we're going to route this to /pay/curly braces email. And now we should be good to go inside of the body itself. So in here, we're going to go ahead and say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email, and then pass in the email from the path variable. Next, we want to go ahead and say body.setID. We're going to go and set this to employee.getPayInformation.getID. This is basically a lazy way to do this. Then we don't have to pass in the entire pay information there. I know it's only one field, but maybe we don't know the ID at that specific time. So it makes it a little bit easier for us. So next, we need to go ahead and save this updated pay information in the database. To do this, let's go ahead and declare a pay information variable that we'll call pay information, and then set it equal to pay information service.create pay information with the body that we just updated. Below here, we'll go ahead and say employee.set pay information to that new pay information. And finally, we'll go ahead and return employee service.create or update employee and pass in the updated employee. Let's go ahead and save this, and that should actually do it for all the changes we need inside of both of our controllers. So now in theory, we should be able to actually run the application and then see all the employees inside the database. And then all we have to do after that is just go back into our security configuration class and start setting up the new request matchers that only allow employees that are authenticated in admin role to access the certain routes that we just set up. So first, let's go ahead and run the application and make sure that it starts up properly and make sure I don't need to debug anything. So let's just start it up here. Fingers crossed we didn't break anything. There is a chance that we did because we made a lot of changes, but it looks good. Let's go and open up our web browser and go to the H2 console just to make sure our employees got generated properly. Let's go ahead and load into the H2 console. We'll go ahead and click on employees first. So now you can see that we have one. This report to is null. We can see when it was created. We can see that's the admin employee. We have the hash password. 2 is the manager, and then 3 is the employee. Then if we go ahead and actually hop into like pay information, for example, you can see we have our pay amounts, the type, and then when they're updated and created. And then also we go into pay, or we just saw pay information. So let's look at contact information. We have the same thing. So that is looking good. Now we can go ahead and hop back into IntelliJ, and now we can navigate over to our security configuration class and get all the admin role authentication set up. As mentioned in the previous section, all we have left to do to get the admin role working is to go ahead and hop into the security configuration class. So let's go ahead and close out of our other methods here, or other classes, then open up the security configuration class. And what we need to do is something similar to how we have our unprotected routes here. Now we need to go ahead and set up a private method to go ahead and determine our admin routes. So let's go ahead and say private static ant path request matcher array admin routes. Let's go ahead and open up the method and return a new ant path request matcher array. And inside, we need to go ahead and start returning some new ant path request matchers. So first, let's go ahead and say new ant path request matcher to /auth/register. So only our admins will be able to actually register an employee. Then we want to go ahead and add a new ant path request matcher for /employee. And we specifically want the /get method. So only our admin can go ahead and view every single employee inside of the database. Next, we want to go ahead and include a new ant path request matcher for /employee/curly brace email. That's going to be a delete method. So only our admin can remove employees from the system. Makes sense to me. Then we want to go ahead and have a new ant path request matcher for /employee/pay/curly braces email. And this is the put method. So once again, only admins are allowed to update an employee's pay information. And then finally, we want to go ahead and include a new ant path request matcher to /employee/ and this one's the put request. So here only the admin is allowed to update the employees like first name, last name, email, things like that. So it looks good. Next, what we need to go ahead and do is actually update this /auth here. This should be /auth/login. Let's not forget to do that. Otherwise, all of the auth is going to be unprotected. And then we can go ahead and come back into our authorized HTTP request. And then we're going to go ahead and come below the permit all for the unprotected. And let's add a new .request matchers method call. Inside the request matchers, let's go ahead and call the admin roles function. And then we want to go ahead and call .hasRole of admin. So now any employee that tries to hit one of the routes inside of this admin routes array here, it's going to have a role of type admin to actually be able to do that. Otherwise, they're going to go ahead and get a 403. That looks pretty good. Now all we have left to do for the back end of this episode is hop into Postman and make sure all the admin routes are working and our other routes are working as well. Now, like I mentioned, the last thing that we have to do for this section of the chapter is to make sure that our admin routes are working. So the first thing that we want to go and do is let's log into the manager. So once again, this is a post request to http://localhost 8000/auth, and this is going to have a body with an email and a password. So we can have our employee, our manager, employee@company.com, and pass. This is probably like one of the last times we'll go through how to log in, because at this point it's been 3 chapters. So hopefully you guys have this saved by now. But let's go ahead and log in as the manager. So now to check to see if our admin auth is working, we can go ahead and go to read all employees. If you guys remember, we actually set up read all to only be an admin route. So if we go ahead and try to hit this, we should get a 403 or a 401 because we're not authorized to actually hit this route. And you can see we get a 403 forbidden because we're logged in as a manager instead of logged in as an admin. So let's go ahead and actually close out of our login for manager and let's actually log in as an admin and go ahead and send that. So now we can see that we have our admin login. So now if we try to hit read all, we should go ahead and see that we get all of the employees there. Next, we can go ahead and see if we can go ahead and update an employee. So let's go ahead and go to put for update. So here, this is going to be http://localhost 8000/employee. So let's go ahead and just try to name the employee to first employee instead of employee 1. So we go ahead and send this. You should go ahead and see that we get a 200 because once again, we're logged in as an admin. Next, let's go ahead and see if we can update the employee's pay information. So let's go ahead and update pay here. So here there's going to be to http://localhost 8000/employee/pay. And then we updated the email. So now it's going to be firstemployee@company.com. Then let's say that now they're going to go ahead and make $27.50 an hour. Let's go ahead and send that. And now you can see that our employees updated and now they make pay amount is null. So I think maybe this is supposed to be pay amount instead of just amount. Let's go ahead and try again. There we go. So I typoed there. That looks a lot better. So that's good to go. So that is going to be our primary employees. Next, we need to go ahead and make sure we can actually register a new employee. So let's go ahead and go to our register. So this is going to be the http://localhost 8000/auth/register. This is going to be a post request like I mentioned before. And inside the body, we can have a JSON with type. Here we're going to set employee. First name will be second. Last name will be employee. Phone number will set 10 fours basically. Pay type will be hourly. Pay amount will be 35, and then reports to will be equal to manager_employee@company.com. Again, this is an admin route, so we should be able to go ahead and hit this, and it should work. Let's go ahead and send. And now you can see we have another employee. Now, the final thing that the admin can do is go ahead and actually delete an employee or basically fire them. So unfortunately for us, if we go ahead and come into first employee here, so this is a delete request to localhost 8000 employee/first employee. They've been a bad noodle here, so unfortunately we have to let them go. So now if we go ahead and send this, we should see a 204 for no content. If we send it again, we should get a 400 because they don't exist anymore. Let's go and hop into our H2 console just to make sure that these changes are persisting inside the database. So let's go ahead and refresh our H2 console. That's fine. Let's go ahead and connect. Here, let's go ahead and click on employees. Now you can see we have 1, 2, and 4. And the first employee is gone. You can see since we just created this employee, our first login is actually set to true. So all of that is looking good. If we go ahead and come into our contact information, we're just going to go ahead and have a phone number for them. And then later on in this series, we're going to go through and allow them to set that up inside of the front end. And then finally, if we go into their pay information, we should see that there's a 35 hourly there. That's going to go ahead and do it for our backend. Now we can go ahead and hop back into the front end code, start setting up some new employee types because we just completely overhauled our employees, and start making it so the admin can start doing their job from their portal on the front end. I have navigated back to our front end here, and what we're going to go ahead and do is we want to open up our types to start out. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to go ahead and completely overhaul our employee and all of the types and whatnot. So let's go ahead and come above our interface for employee, and we need to go ahead and declare our employee type. So let's go ahead and say export type employee type is equal to admin or manager or employee. We also need to go ahead and set up our pay type as well. So let's export type pay type is equal to salary or hourly. Then we need to go ahead and set up a data type that has each of the United States in it. To go ahead and save ourselves some time, I'm going to go and copy paste this. And I'll also go ahead and include this inside the code below or inside the comment section below for those who are watching on YouTube. That way you guys don't have to write it all out in either, but this is basically just a type with all of our different US states in it. And finally, we can go ahead and start working on the different types or different interfaces that we need inside of employee. So first, let's go ahead and export an interface called contact information. Inside our contact information, we have an ID, which is a number. We'll have our phone number, which is a string. We'll have our address line 1, which is a string. Address line 2, which is a string. Our state will be the type US_states. We'll have a city of type string. And finally, we'll have a zip code of type string. That looks good for our contact information. Now let's go ahead and export interface pay information. Here we'll go ahead and have an ID, which is a number. We'll have a pay type of type pay type. And we'll have a pay amount, which is a number. Now we can go ahead and start working on our employee. So let's go ahead and hop into our employee. First, let's go ahead and set an ID of type number. Then we'll go ahead and set up an employee type of type employee type. We'll come below our email, and we're going to go ahead and set up a contact information. We can come below our first and last name. Let's go ahead and set up a first time login of type Boolean. We'll have our pay information of type pay information, and then a reports of an employee array. Finally, reports to will be an employee or null. That should go ahead and do it for all of the different types and interfaces that we need for the time being. Let's go ahead and save this up and then hop into our login page to do some work over there. Now that our employee type is set up, let's go and hop into the login page to update the navigate function to actually push the employees to the correct portal. So now inside of our navigate employee to portal, instead of navigating to /portal/admin/myself, let's go and navigate to /portal/$ curly brace employee dot employee type dot to lowercase. So now instead of just navigating to the admin portal all the time, we'll go ahead and navigate to the correct portal for the employee. So now let's go and hop into our front end and make sure this is actually working. So inside of our employee management, let's go ahead and hop back over here. Let's go ahead and say admin employee. I think I spelled that right. I can't tell. At company.com, and then go ahead and put in a PASS and log in. I think I typoed something. Let's see. Admin employee at company.com and PASS. There we go. So you can see we're in the manage employees page. So that's correct. We go ahead and come back in here and go ahead and say manager employee at company.com and then PASS and go ahead and log in. You can see this is manage reports. So that's the correct portal. And then finally, if we go ahead and come back, I think this is still first employee from when we changed it. Actually, what to go second employee at company.com. Put in the password. I think that's correct. We'll see. It's not. Maybe we did restart the application. I'm not 100% sure. Let's check the database really quick. Oh, you know what? It's a temporary password. So let's actually check Postman. So if we come into register, we should have their temporary password here. Let's go ahead and copy this. Let's try to log in. I'm going to probably go ahead and restart our application after this. So we have the first one again, but here you can see portal/employee. So that is working and everything's good to go there. So now we can go ahead and start working on setting up some more stuff to make the application look nicer. Now that we can successfully log in and navigate to the proper portal page for the employee, we can set up the nav bar to replace the placeholder we hard-coded in the layout page. To do this, let's go ahead and open up our project here, go into the components. We're going to go ahead and make a new folder. We're going to go ahead and call this nav bar. Then inside nav bar, let's go ahead and make a new file. Go ahead and call this navbar.tsx. Then we also want to go ahead and create a new file for navbar.css. Let's go ahead and open up the navbar.tsx for now, and then we're going to go ahead and close the project directory as well. First thing that we want to go ahead and do is import the navbar.css. That way we don't forget. Then we want to go ahead and set up an interface called navbarprops. Inside our navbar props, let's go ahead and include the property of type string, and then we need to go ahead and create another interface called navitem. And inside our nav item, we're going to have a text of type string, and we're going to have a route of type string as well. Those look good. Let's go ahead and say export constant navbar, which is a react.fc arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up our props. So let's go ahead and come below the react.fc and add our navbar props inside of our angled brackets. And then to break the props apart, let's go ahead and include an object with type inside of it inside of the method parameters. Go and open up our component here. Let's go ahead and create a quick return statement. Inside the return, let's go ahead and set up a nav with a class name of navbar and space between. And that should go ahead and make the compiler happy long enough for us to go up above it and start working on the logic and the state. First thing that we want to do is we need a way to actually navigate from place to place on top of the navbar. So to do this, let's go ahead and say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Let's go ahead and import our use navigate from our React router DOM. Looks good. Then let's come below here. And then now we need to go ahead and set up the different nav items that we're going to go ahead and display. Let's first start out by saying const admin items is a nav item array equal to an empty array. Inside, we're going to go ahead and have an object with the text of manage employees and routes equal to portal/admin. Then we need another object with the text of manage self and route of portal/admin/myself. That's going to be our admin items for the navbar. Next, let's go ahead and create a const manager items, which is a nav item array equal to an empty array. Inside of manager items, let's go ahead and create an object with the text of manage employees and route equal to portal/manager. Below this, let's go ahead and create another object with text of employee timesheets and route equal to portal/manager/timesheets. And then finally, let's go ahead and have one more object with the text of manage self and route equal to portal/manager/myself. Finally, we need the different routes for our employee object. For our employee types, let's go ahead and say const employee items is equal to a nav item array equal to an empty array. Inside, we'll go ahead and have an object with manage self and route equal to portal/employee. Then we'll have another object with text equal to timesheets and route equal to portal/employee/timesheets. Let's go ahead and do it for our different navbar items. Now we need to go ahead and create a function that will determine which navbar items to actually render. So let's go ahead and say const navbar items is equal to an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, we're going to go ahead and set up a switch statement on type. And inside the switch statement, if the case is admin, then we're going to go ahead and return the admin items. If the case is manager, then we'll go ahead and return the manager items. Otherwise, we'll have a default case where we're going to go ahead and return the employee items. I believe that should go ahead and do it for our logic and state here. So now let's go ahead and come into our navbar here. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is create a new div with a class name equal to row and navbar logo. Let's go ahead and open up this div, and inside we're going to go ahead and have a font awesome icon component. Let's go ahead and make sure we import our font awesome icon. Then inside the icon, we're going to go ahead and have an icon equal to FA globe and size equal to 3x. Let's go ahead and import our FA globe icon here. This is going to come from our awesome/free solid SVGs. You could do the default one as well, but I'm just going to go ahead and import it like that. That's fine. Then below our font awesome icon, we want to go ahead and have an H2 that says company. And that looks good to me. Let's go ahead and come below our navbar logo div. And now we want another div that has a class name of center and navbar links. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and say navbar items. And we want to go ahead and call .map through each item. Let's go ahead and open this up. Here, we need a return statement. Open up the return. We'll have a div with a class name of center and navbar item. We also need to go ahead and include the key is equal to item.text. And we'll set an on click is equal to navigate to item.route. We'll go ahead and close this div. Make sure we close it all the way. And then inside the div, we want to go ahead and do a little bit of work as well. We're going to go ahead and have an h5 with item.text. That should go ahead and do our regular routes. Let's go ahead and come out of our navbar items map here. And below, we want to go ahead and have another div with a class name of center and navbar item. Inside here, we're simply going to have an h5 with the text of logout. So that is the basic logic and structure of our navbar. So let's go ahead and hop into the CSS and go ahead and style it up so it looks good. So inside of our navbar.css, let's go ahead and start out with our .navbar class. Inside, we'll set the height to 5 rem. We'll set the padding to 0 and 2 rem. The background color will be var -- primary. And we're going to go ahead and set up a box shadow of 0, 4px, 8px, 0px, and var -- primary. You can omit this part if you don't like the way it looks, but it's basically just going to go ahead and give it a little bit of a gradient below the navbar. I think it adds a little bit, but again, if you don't love it, that's fine. We can go ahead and omit that part. Next, we want to go ahead and set up the class for the .navbar logo. Inside our logo, we'll have a height 100%, and we'll go ahead and have a padding of 1 rem 0. After our logo, let's go ahead and set up the class for our navbar links. Inside of here, we're going to set height to 100%. We want a gap of 0.25 rem, and then we need to go ahead and have a .navbar item class. Inside our navbar item, we'll go ahead and have a width to fit content. We'll set a padding of 0, 1 rem, set the border to none, and the outline to none. Then we need to go ahead and set up a navbar item : hover. Inside the hover, let's go ahead and set the cursor to pointer. Set the background color to var secondary, and set the color to var text secondary. That should go ahead and do it for all of our styles. Now we should be able to just go ahead and add this into our layout page. As I mentioned before, that's going to do it for all of our navbar styles and our layouts. So let's go ahead and hop into the layout page so that whenever the employee logs in, they're going to go ahead and see the proper navbar. Like I mentioned, let's hop into that layout page. So here we are, layout page.tsx. And what we want to go ahead and do is above where we have the employee in, we want to go ahead and include another check for employee being logged in. And this time we want to go ahead and render the navbar component with type equal to employee.employeetype.to lowercase. Let's go ahead and import our navbar. So now whenever the employee logs in, they should go ahead and see a navbar that's going to go ahead and have items depending on who they are. So let's go ahead and just start logging into different accounts and making sure that the navbar looks good, and also making sure we can go ahead and navigate to the different pages that we need to go ahead and be able to navigate to. So let's go ahead and hop into the browser for that. So let's go ahead and log out here, and then let's go ahead and log into the admin, and this is going to be admin employee at company.com. Go ahead and put in pass and sign in. So now you can see that we have manage employees, which is the page that we're on. We go to manage self, it goes to the manage self page. Log out's not going to do anything right now. That's fine. Let's go ahead and go back to the login. Let's go ahead and go to the manager employee at company.com. Let's go ahead and put in our password and log in. So again, we have our managed employees, which is the main page. We have employee timesheets where we review timesheets. We have our managed self. We can go ahead and see our information. And then again, log out doesn't do anything, so it looks good. Let's go back to the portal, login portal one more time. Again, let's go ahead and say second employee postman@company.com. .com. And then here, let's go ahead and get the password from Postman again. So once again, let's go and copy this. We don't have a way to reset this yet. Eventually we will. But for now, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and send it. Now we can see that we have the portal employee. We have our timesheet, so we can switch between those pages, and it all looks good. So with all of that being good, we can go ahead and hop back into the code and get to work on what we want to work on next. Now that we have our navigation and layout page all set up the way we want for now, let's get to work on setting up the admin's portal page, or here we're going to be calling it the manage employees page. To do this, let's go and open up our project explorer here, and then inside of pages, let's go and make a new file. It's going to go ahead and be manage employees page.tsx, and we also want to go ahead and create a new file. We'll go ahead and call this manage employees page.css. And that should look good. Let's go ahead and close out of our project explorer here and go ahead and open up our manage employees page. We can also go ahead and close out of some of the files that we were working on previously. The first thing that we want to go ahead and do is import the manage employees page.css. Then we go ahead and say export default function manage employees page. And inside, we'll go ahead and set up a quick return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go and have a div with a class name of page container. And inside of our page container, we're going to go ahead and have the manage employees text. So looks good. Now we have our skeleton. Let's go ahead and add this to the app.tsx really quick. Save this, go into our app.tsx, and then inside of our portal/admin, instead of having manage employees page, let's go ahead and have a manage employees page like so, and import that. That looks good to go, and save it. And now we can go ahead and continue working to start fetching the employees to display on here and actually test it out after we have those fetched. As I mentioned in the last section, now that we have the skeleton manage employees page set up, and inside of the portal here, or inside of the route for our portal/admin, inside of our app.tsx, we need a way to actually fetch all of the employees' information. To do this, we need to set up an employee service on our front end here. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here. Inside of our services, let's go ahead and make a new file. We're going to go ahead and call this employee service. .ts. Let's go ahead and hop into here and close out of this. So the first thing we need to do inside of our employee service is actually generate a type that's going to go ahead and say all the reducers that we have access to. So let's go ahead and say export type employee service type. Inside of the employee service type, we're just going to have one thing for the time being, and it's going to be a fetch all employees, which is a arrow function that returns void. And then now we can come below and let's go ahead and say export default function use employee service. Inside of the function parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in a logged in employee, which is an employee or undefined. We want to pass in a request of type Axios. We want to go ahead and pass in reducers, which is of type global context reducers. Let's go ahead and start importing this. So let's try to import our employee here. From types, we'll go ahead and import Axios from Axios. We'll go ahead and import our global context reducers from global context. Finally, we want to make sure that this function is going to go ahead and return an employee service type. Let's go ahead and open up our function here. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is gain access to our update employees reducer. So let's go ahead and say const object update employees is equal to reducers. It's going to be mad at us for a moment because we're not actually using it, but we will in a second. Then we want to go ahead and say const fetch all employees is equal to an async arrow function. Inside here, let's go ahead and set up a try block. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch block. If we happen to catch an error, we'll go ahead and just console.log e. Then inside the try, let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.get /employee/. Then if this is successful, we'll go ahead and say let filtered employees be an employee array equal to res.data. And then whenever we fetch the employees for the admin, we don't actually want to include the admin themselves in the list because we don't want them updating their own pay information. For example, we'd want another admin employee to do that. So let's go ahead and set our filtered employees equal to filtered employees.filter. And inside filter, we're going to go ahead and pass an emp for employee, and arrow function emp.id is not equal to logged in employee .id. So basically going to go ahead and return all of the employees except for the employee that is logged in. And then finally, let's go ahead and say update employees with filtered employees. Now that should go ahead and make that happy. The last thing that we need to go ahead and do is actually return an object. That way we actually fulfill the contract that we have up here. So let's go ahead and say return object. Inside the return, let's simply go ahead and pass in fetch all employees. So that should go ahead and do it for a very basic employee service. Now what we need to go ahead and do is actually add the employee service to the global context. So let's go ahead and deal with that. As I mentioned in the previous step, let's go ahead and open up our global context to be able to access our employee service. The first thing I want to go ahead and do is come up to our global context type, and let's go ahead and include an employee service of type employee service type. We need to go ahead and import this employee service type. That is fine. Then we need to go ahead and come down here below our authentication service Let's go ahead and declare const employee service is equal to use employee service. Inside of this function, let's go ahead and pass in the employee, our Axios request, and reducers. Finally, we need to go ahead and import our use employee service. We also need to go ahead and update our value to also include the employee service. And that should go ahead and fix all of the errors we have. And this should also allow us to go ahead and use this global context to access our employee service to fetch those employees. We are now ready to start implementing the different components that will make up our manage employees page. And some of these components will also be used elsewhere in other components and pages. To start out, we need to set up an information card component to render different pieces of information similarly across the application. To that, let's go ahead and make a new directory inside our components. We go ahead and call this information card. And then inside of information card, let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's go and call this information card.tsx. And then let's also go ahead and make a new file and call this information card.css. Looks good. We can also go ahead and close out of some of the stuff we don't need, like a global context, employee service app. And we can go ahead and keep the manage employees page.tsx open. Let's go ahead and close out of the CSS. Let's go into the information card.tsx. The first thing that we want to go ahead and do is import our CSS. So let's go ahead and say import./information card.css. Then we want to go ahead and create a new interface for the props that we're going to include. So let's go ahead and say interface information card props. Inside our interface, we want to go ahead and include one property. This is going to go ahead and be children, which is a react.react node. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come outside of information props. Let's go ahead and say export const information card, which is a react fc arrow function. Let's go ahead and come after our react.fc and include our angled brackets with information card props to include our props. And let's come inside of the function parameters and pass in an object with children to go ahead and break apart those props. Now let's come inside of our function here. Let's go ahead and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's go ahead and create a div with a class name of column and information card. And then inside of this div, we just want to go ahead and render the children props. Let's go ahead and save that. And that's actually going to go ahead and do it for this component. It's very simple, but we just want to go ahead and have a simple container/card to go ahead and render different pieces of information across our application. So now that the HTML is done, let's go ahead and hop into the CSS. And the first thing I want to go ahead and do is declare our .information card class. Inside our information card, we're going to go ahead and set a width to 100%. We'll set our padding to 0.75 rem. We'll set the background color to var foreground. We want to set the border to 1px solid and then var border color. Let's set the border radius to var border large. Box shadow will be var box shadow. And finally, we'll set a row gap of 0.5 rem. We also want to come below here and set up a .information card and then h5 for whenever we are going to define some h5s or headers inside the information card. Inside our h5, we want to go ahead and set the height to 3.125 rem. Now that looks pretty good. Now we're ready to go ahead and start using this component instead of other components to make up our manage employees page and other pages as well. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, now that we have a simple information card component completed, we can now start working on more complicated card components. First up is the card component that renders all the employees on the manage employee page. Let's go ahead and open up our project directory here. Go and close out of a few things that we don't need open. Let's go ahead and make a new directory. We're going to go ahead and call this employees card with an S. Let's go and make a new file. We're going to go and say employees card.tsx. Let's go and open that up. Since we're going to be using the information card we just set up in the last section, we don't actually need any CSS. The first thing we want to go ahead and do inside of employee cards.tsx is set up an interface for employee cards props. Inside of our employee cards props, we're going to go ahead and need a header of type string. We're going to want an employees, which is an employee array. We're going to need to go ahead and import employee from our types file. And then finally, we want to go ahead and set a display employee property, which is of type Boolean. That looks good for our props. Now let's go ahead and come below and say export const employees card, which is a react.fc equal to an arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up the props by including the employee card props inside of angled brackets after our react.fc. And then let's go inside of the function parameters here and pass in an object with header employees and display edit employee to go ahead and break apart those props for easier use. That looks good. Let's go ahead and hop inside of our function and let's quickly go ahead and set up a return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and simply return an information card component that we just set up in the last episode. Let's go ahead and make sure we import our information card. That way it's not mad at us. And then this also needs child props, so let's also go ahead and render a div with a class name of space between. Now that shouldn't be angry at us. The only thing that matters is we're not using any of our props yet, but we're going to go ahead and use that to render different things and also set up different logic. So now that we have our basic structure and the compilers not mad at us, let's go and set up the logic and state that we need. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is gain access to our authentication service. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say const, and then inside of curly braces, authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our use global context hook. We'll also go ahead and bring in our global context object or type as well. And then now we're actually ready to go ahead and continue working inside the card. Let's come inside of the div that has the space between. Let's go and have an h3 that renders our header from the props. Below this header, we're going to go ahead and check to see if we should display edit employee. So if we should go ahead and display edit employee, let's go ahead and render a button component. Let's go and import button. Inside, we should have a type equal to primary. The width will be 20%. And for the time being, handle click is just going to go ahead and be an arrow function that does nothing. Let's go ahead and close this button out. And then inside the button, let's go and have a div with the class name of center. And let's also set up a style with a gap of 0.5 rem. Inside this div, let's go ahead and include a font awesome icon. Let's go and import that font awesome icon, and the icon will be equal to FA+. Let's go ahead and also import our FA+ icon. Looks good. And then let's come below here and also add in the text, add employee. So that's going to go ahead and actually do it for our employees card for the time being. We need to go ahead and go through and set up a few more things to be able to actually start editing the employee and a couple other things. So let's go ahead and work on that next. Now that we have a button to create an employee here, we need to actually go ahead and go and update the authentication service to actually be able to create an employee. So let's go ahead and hop into the authentication service here. And inside the authentication service, we need to go ahead and start out by setting a couple of new properties inside of our authentication service type. The first, we want to go ahead and add a creating employee, which is Boolean. And then below our submit login, we also want to go ahead and add an update creating employee, which is a function that takes in a payload type Boolean and returns void. So now that we have our new properties inside the type setup, we can go ahead and come inside of our user authentication service, start setting this up. First thing we need to go ahead and do is set up a new state. So I'm going to go ahead and come in below our employee authentication error. And then let's go ahead and say const creating employee and set creating employee is equal to a use state of type Boolean and set that equal to false to start. And then we can go ahead and come in below our submit login and go ahead and create our next property here. It's going to go ahead and be a const creating employee, which is an arrow function. And then inside of our parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass payload of type Boolean. And then let's go and open up our function. Here, we're going to go ahead and call set creating employee with that payload. Finally, we need to go ahead and include these new properties inside of a return statement. Let's go ahead and just copy our creating employee from up here. We can go ahead and paste it here. And then let's go ahead and add our comma. And then below submit login, let's also go ahead and include our update creating employee as well, and then include it there. That looks good. Now we should be able to hop back into our employees card to be able to continue working, to be able to click on that button and update an employee. Now back inside the employees card, let's go ahead and make use of that new update creating employees reducer that we just created inside the authentication service. That way we can go ahead and update a form to create the employee whenever we want. To do this, let's go ahead and update the handle click right here on the button that we set up. And instead of doing nothing, what we wanted to go ahead and do is we want to call the authentication service the update creating employee with true. Now, whenever we click on this button, it'll go ahead and set that value to true inside of authentication service. And then we can go ahead and use that logic to be able to actually update the employee. Now, before we can actually update the employee, we need some way of actually storing the information that we're going to pass to the backend. So let's go ahead and hop into the types and get that set up. As I mentioned in the last section, we need to go ahead and hop into the types.ts file to go ahead and set up a couple of types to be able to send and receive data from our backend to actually do the registering of the employee. So let's go ahead and scroll down to below where we have our other properties here. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is create a new interface called register employee payload. Let's go ahead and say export interface register employee payload. And inside of our interface, we first want to go ahead and say a type of employee type. Then we want to go ahead and have a first name of type string. We want a last name of type string. We'll have a phone number of type string. Then we'll have the employee's pay type of type pay type. We'll have the pay amount, which is a number. And finally, we'll have reports to, which is a string or null. That'll go ahead and do it for our register employee payload. We also need to go ahead and have a new interface for whenever we successfully register the new employee. So let's go ahead and say export interface new employee login. For our new employee login, we're going to go ahead and have an email of type string, and we're going to have a temporary password of type string. Now that we have our payloads all set up, we can go ahead and hop into the authentication service and start working on the logic to actually send and receive these requests. As I mentioned in the last section, let's go and hop into the authentication service once again, and then we're going to go ahead and put these new types to use to be able to actually register a new employee. First thing that we need to go ahead and do is start by adding in the new properties in the authentication service type. Let's go ahead and come up here. We're going to go ahead and add in a couple new properties as well as a new submit register reducer here. So first, let's go ahead and include a new employee's credential, which is going to be a new employee login or undefined. Let's go and import our new employee login from our types. Let's come below. Next, we need an employee creation error, which is of type Boolean. We also want a saving new employee, which is of type Boolean. Then let's also come below our update creating employee. And let's go ahead and say submit register, which is a arrow function, which takes in a payload of register employee payload and employees of employee array. And this will return void. Let's go ahead and import our register employee payload. And then let's also go ahead and import our employee from our types. And now we can go ahead and start setting up the different properties and the logic inside of our authentication service. So first thing that we need to go ahead and do is we actually need to gain access to the update employees reducer from our global context, because whenever we go ahead and register a new employee, it's going to be added into the list of all the employees that the admin can actually see. Let's go ahead and add a comma here, and then let's go ahead and say update employees as well inside this object. That looks good. It's going to complain for a little bit because we're not using it, but that's completely fine. Let's come below our state here and let's go ahead and set up a const new employee credentials, and set new employee credentials is equal to use state of type new employee login or undefined. We're going to go ahead and start this out as undefined. Then we'll also go ahead and have our const employee creation error, and set employee creation error is equal to use state of a Boolean, and we'll set this to false to start out. Finally, we need to go ahead and set up our const saving new employee, and set saving new employee, which is equal to a use state of type Boolean, and set this to false as well. Now that we have all of our state set up, let's come down below our update creating employee. And now we want to go ahead and declare our const submit register, which is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of the method parameters, we want to go ahead and include the payload of type register employee payload and employees of type employee array. Now let's come inside of the function here and let's set up a try block. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch really quickly. And then inside the catch, let's start out by saying console.log e to make the linter happy. And then below our console.log e, let's go ahead and set the employee creation error to true. So if we catch an error while we are trying to register, we'll go ahead and say, hey, there is an error, and let the front end know. Otherwise, let's come back inside of our try block and say set saving new employee equal to true. And when we first start trying to save it, let's also go ahead and set the employee creation error to false. Now that we have our state updated, let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.post. Inside of the .post, let's go ahead and make the request to /auth/register. And we'll also go ahead and pass in the payload from above. Then if that request is successful, we're going to go ahead and say set new employee credentials. And inside of our set new employee credentials, we're going to set email to res.data.employee.email. And we're going to set the temporary password to res.data.temporarypassword. Then we want to come in below our set update employee credentials. We want to go ahead and declare a const updated employees, which is equal to a new array. And then inside this new array, we want to go ahead and say ... employees. And then we'll also go ahead and pass in the res.data.employee. Now come below our updated employees, and we want to go ahead and call update employees reducer with those updated employees. Before we finish this function, we want to go ahead and include a finally block to go ahead and clear out all the state, even if we have failed the request. Inside the finally, we just want to go ahead and call set saving new employee to false, because even if we did fail, we're still technically done saving the new employee. That is all of our logic and state for the authentication service. The last thing we need to go ahead and do is include it inside of our return statement. So let's go ahead and include the new employee credentials. We'll include the employee creation error. We'll include saving new employee. Finally, we'll come in below our update creating employee, and we'll go ahead and also include submit register. That looks good. Our authentication service is all happy again, and now we're ready to move on to continue working on creating a new employee. Now, the final thing we need to be able to create a new employee is a way to select an option from a drop-down menu in a form. To this, let's go ahead and create a new form component. So let's go ahead and come in here, go into our form, and we're going to make a new file. We're going to go ahead and call this form select.tsx. Let's go ahead and open this up and close out of our project here. We want to go ahead and start out by saying interface form select props. And inside of our form select props, we're going to go ahead and start out with a label of type string. We also want a name of type string. We'll have values of type string array. We'll have an optional default value of type string. And finally, we'll have a handle input, which is a arrow function that takes in a react.change event on an HTML select element and returns void. Now that we have our prop set up, let's go ahead and say export const form select is a react.fc arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up the props by including the angled brackets with the form select props after the react.fc. And then inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and include an object with a label, a name, values, default value equal to an empty string, and handle input to go ahead and break apart those props and make it easier to use. Let's go ahead and come inside of our function here. And first, let's go ahead and start out by setting up a return statement. Inside the return statement, let's start with a simple div. Inside the div, let's have a label with HTML4 equal to name. And we'll set the class name equal to employee management form label. Inside the label component, let's go ahead and render the label from our props. And let's come below our label and have a select with an ID equal to name. We'll have a class name equal to employee management form input. Name would be equal to name from our props. And on change will equal to handle input from our props. Then let's come inside of our select here. And we're going to go ahead and say values.map inside of curly braces. Inside of the map function, we're going to go ahead and pass in value and index. And then let's set up the arrow function. Inside the arrow function, we're going to go ahead and first check if default value is equal to value. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and return an option with a key of IDX. And we're going to go ahead and set the value equal to value. And finally, we want to say selected. Inside of the option, we're going to go ahead and render value. Let's come below our if statement. Otherwise, we're just going to go ahead and have a return statement. Inside the return statement, we'll return an option with a key equal to IDX again. We'll have the value equal to value. And inside, once again, we'll go ahead and render that value. That should go ahead and do it for the last piece of form here that we need to be able to actually create the employee form. So now that being said, we can go ahead and get into the actual form that will be able to register our employee for us. As I mentioned in the last section, now that we have the submit register reducer complete and authentication service, and we have all the components we need to set the register form, let's go ahead and get the register form all set up. To this, let's go and hop back into our components here. Go ahead and make a new directory. Let's go ahead and call this create employee form. We'll go ahead and make a new file. Go and call this create employee form.tsx. We're also going to go ahead and create a new file and a create employee form.css. We can go ahead and close out of like things like the form select. I think I might have spelled that incorrectly. I did. Let's go ahead and make sure this is spelled properly. Let's rename this to form select. It shouldn't cause any issues because we called it form select in here and we haven't used it yet, but that was a good catch. We can also go ahead and close out of the authentication service for now. We don't need our types. We'll keep the other two things open because we will be using it a little bit later on. Let's go ahead and close out of our Explorer and keep our create employee form open for the TSX. First, let's go ahead and import our /create employee form.css. Below, let's go ahead and say export const create employee form is a react.fc arrow function. This isn't going to take any props. Let's go ahead and come below and set up a return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and have a div with a class name of create employee form background and center. And now that we have a basic return statement set up, we can go ahead and come back up top and start working on the state and logic without the compiler completely yelling at us. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up a new initial state variable. To do this, let's go ahead and say const initial state is a register employee payload equal to an object. We're going to need to go ahead and import our register employee payload, and then it's going to be mad at us because we don't have it filled out. So let's go ahead and say type is employee. First name will be an empty string. Last name will be an empty string. Phone number will be an empty string. Pay type will be hourly. Pay amount will be 0.0 to start, and it reports to a start out as null. Now let's come below our initial state object, and then let's go ahead and get access to our authentication service and our employees. So let's go ahead and say const object employees authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go and import our use global context hook. And also import our global context type as well from our global context. So let's come below and set up our state. We're going to start by saying const create employee and set create employee is equal to use state of type register employee payload, and then pass in that initial state that we set up above. We need to go ahead and import our use state here, like so. I don't know why this didn't import, so let's make sure this actually imports correctly. There we go. That looks good. Now we can go ahead and start setting up the event listeners for our logic. Let's go ahead and say const handle input change is equal to an arrow function. Inside the parameters, you want to go ahead and say this takes in an event, which is a React.change event on an HTML input element. Then inside the function, we simply want to go ahead and say set create employee. Inside the object, we'll go ahead and say ... create employee to go ahead and keep everything the same. And then to change a specific element or property inside this object, we're going to go ahead and say square brackets e.target.name : e.target.value. So as we change things inside of our form, we'll go ahead and check what the name of the field that we're changing is, and then go ahead and set it to the target from that event. We still need to do a little bit more logic, so let's come below the set create employee. We want to go ahead and set a check for if e.target.name is equal to reports to, and the e.target.value of that reports to is equal to a empty string. If we have set our reports to an empty string, we want to go ahead and make sure that gets set to null. That way in the backend, we can also set to null. So let's go ahead and once again call set create employee. Once again, we'll say ... create employee, and we'll set reports to null. Now we can come below here. Let's also go ahead and set up a const handle select change for whenever we change things in the select input. Inside of the parameter here, we're going to say this takes in an event, which is a React.change event on an HTML select element. Let's open up our function once again, and let's go ahead and call set create employee. Once again, we'll go ahead and say ... create employee. And we'll also go ahead and include our e.target.name inside square brackets : e.target.value. Some of the keen-eyed of you might kind of recognize here that this could have been one function, and it definitely could have been. This is something that kind of slipped in the nets with my refactoring period, but it works out the same, so it's fine. If you guys do want to go ahead and combine these by adding like an OR operator here and then adding in the HTML select element, that is perfectly valid as well, but this works, so I'm not going to go ahead and try to break everything. The final thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up a handler for whenever we submit our form to register the employee. Let's go ahead and say const handle create employee is equal to an AR function. Let's come inside of our function parameter, and let's go ahead and say that this is going to take in an event of type react.mouseEvent on an HTML button element. Let's come inside of our function here. The first thing I want to go ahead and do is call e.preventDefault. That way the form doesn't do anything funky. And then we want to go ahead and call authentication service.submitRegister. Inside the submit register, we'll go ahead and pass in create employee in the employees list from above. And that should go ahead and register the employee and update our global state. We need to do one final thing, which is going to be go ahead and clear out the initial state whenever we leave this component. So to do that, let's go ahead and set up a use effect really quickly. Let's go ahead and import our use effect. And then open up the actual effect here, and then we're going to go ahead and say return an arrow function. And then inside the arrow function, we're going to go ahead and say set create employee to initial states. And if you're new to React, basically what this is going to do, especially if you leave this open here or nothing inside of it, is this will basically set it up to be like a component did unmount. So anytime we close out the component, the use effect will run this return statement at the end before we close everything out. And we can make sure to go ahead and reset the form state. That way, if we go through and like open this up later or something, it's completely cleared out. We don't see any remnants of what we were working on before. So say that you close out of it before you save or something on accident. Obviously, that might be a little bit annoying, but a lot of people, they might start registering and then they close out of it. You don't want the remnants there. We want to go ahead and clean that up. So that looks good. So now we can go ahead and start working inside of our return statement once again. This might get a little bit complicated, so I'm going to go ahead and try to keep it as simple as possible here. The first thing we want inside of our form background is we want to go ahead and set a div, the class name equal to create employee form modal. Let's come inside of this new div, and we want to go ahead and create another div with the class name equal to create employee form modal top. Then we can go ahead and open up this div. Inside this div, we're going to have a div with a class name equal to center and create employee form modal close. We're also going to come below our class name and include an onClick, which is an arrow function that calls authentication service.update creating employee to false. Let's go ahead and close the div. Inside the div, let's go ahead and include a font awesome icon component. Let's go ahead and ensure that we import that, and then we're going to go ahead and say icon is FAX. Let's go ahead and ensure that we import our FAX. So then we want to come outside of our close button here, or close div, whatever we want to call it. We want to go ahead and set up a new H3 that says create new employee. And that should go ahead and do it for the top. So now we want to go ahead and come outside of our top div. So here we want to come outside this div and just be inside of the form modal. And we're going to go ahead and set up a check for authentication service.new employee credentials. And here we're going to have question mark and then do a empty fragment or an empty fragment. So here, let's go and just clean this up a little bit. So we'll have our question mark, and then we'll go ahead and do one of these, clean this up. Clean that up, that way it just looks a little bit nicer. And then if we do happen to have a new employee's credential, let's also go ahead and render a div with the class name of column. And we'll go ahead and set style equal to a width of 34 rem. Let's make sure this div properly gets closed here. That way nothing's broken and come inside of it. So in here, we'll have another div with nothing in it, being a little bit difficult here, but it is what it is. And then inside here, we'll have an H3 with employees new email. And below the H3, we'll go ahead and have a P tag, which is going to go ahead and render authentication service.new employee credentials.email. And let's go ahead and come below this div and set up another div. Inside this div, let's go ahead and have an H3 with temporary password. Below this H3, we'll also have a P tag with authentication service.new employee credentials.temporary password. Now we'll come outside the second div where we're going to go ahead and have a P tag that says, please share this information with the new hire. So if we have successfully registered the new employee, that means we'll have new employee credentials inside of our authentication service. And we'll go ahead and display a modal that just states, hey, here's the employee's information to log in. Go ahead and give that to them. That way they can log in successfully. Let's go ahead and delete the fragment here. If we haven't yet successfully registered the employee, let's go ahead and render our form component. Let's go ahead and make sure that we import our form component. There we go, that looks good. And then let's come inside to set up a few properties inside of it. Let's go ahead and say the button text is equal to create new employee. Let's go ahead and say the error is equal to authentication service.employee creation error. Our error message will be unable to create employee. The action will be handle create employee. Width will be set to 34 rem. We'll go ahead and set the height to authentication service.employee creation error question mark. If there is an error, we'll do 31.25 rem. Otherwise, we'll do 29 rem. That's all the properties. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with our action here. So e.react mouse event void is not assignable to type string. Let's see if I did something wrong here. So here we have our handle create employee, which is a arrow function here. I might have accidentally messed this up. Let's go ahead and check the action for our form. So I wonder if I typoed something somewhere. This should be a void action. I'm not sure why this is mad. Let me just do a double check here inside of our create employee form. Close out of this. I'm not sure why this is getting angry at us. You know what? I think that it imported form from the wrong place. Let's just double check. Yes, it did. Gotta be careful about that. So let's go ahead and make sure this form is come from the right property. And make sure it comes from .form. There we go. That's why I also wasn't mad that we didn't have any logic inside of it. So now for the children inside of it, let's go ahead and set up some curly braces with authentication service.saving new employee question mark, and we'll do a open fragment, otherwise another empty fragment. So if we are saving employee, let's go ahead and just clean this up a little bit to make it look a little bit easier to read here. So if we are saving a new employee, we want to go ahead and just render the loading spinner. Let's go and import our loading component, which is just that spinner that we created. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and open up these fragments. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do inside the fragment is set up a div with a class name with space between. Inside space between, we're going to go ahead and have a form input. Let's go ahead and make sure we import our form input. And then let's also go ahead and do one of these because we're going to set up some props. First, we need a type of string. We need to set the label to first name. We'll set the name to first name. Placeholder will be employee first name. Content will be create employee.firstname. And our handle input is going to be handle input change. Let's come below this form input and let's go ahead and set up another form input. Inside this form input, let's go ahead and set the type to string again. We'll go ahead and set the label to last name. We'll set the name to last name. We'll set placeholder to employee last name. We'll set content to create employee.lastname. We'll set handle input equal to handle input change. And that'll go ahead and do it for our form input for our last name. Let's come below our space between div really quickly, maybe. And then go ahead and set up another form input. Inside this form input, let's go ahead and say type string once again. Then we'll have the label equal to contact number. Name will be phone number. Placeholder will be employee contact. Content will be create employee.phone number. And handle input will be equal to handle input change. There's our input for their phone number. Below this, let's go and have another div with a class name with space between. Inside, let's start out with a form select component. Let's go and make sure we import our form select from our form folder. That looks good. Let's open this up. Let's go and say label is equal to employee type. The name will be type. For values, we're going to go ahead and pass an array of employee, manager, and admin. For the default value, we'll set it to employee. And finally, our handle input will be handle select change. Let's come below our form select and go ahead and have another form input. Inside this form input, type will be string. Label will be reports to. The name will be reports to. Placeholder will be employee manager. Content will be create employee.reports to or an empty string. And finally, handle input will be handle input change. That looks good for the employee type in their manager. Finally, let's come below this space between div and set up another div with a class name of space between. Inside here, let's go ahead and have another form select component. Inside the form select, let's go ahead and say label is employee pay type. We'll go ahead and have name is equal to pay type. Values would be an array with hourly and salary. If we want to, we could also go ahead and set default equal to hourly. And finally, we'll go ahead and say handle input is equal to handle select change. Let's come below our form select and set up one final form input. Inside the form input, let's go ahead and set type equal to number. Our label will be employee pay. We'll also go ahead and set name equal to pay amount. Placeholder will be 0.00. Content equal to create employee.payamount. And handle input will be handle input change. Let's go and save our create employee form. That should basically be all of the form inputs and everything else that we need to actually go ahead and create an employee. Now we need to actually go ahead and style this up before we actually place it inside of our component. Let's go ahead and hop into the CSS. First thing we want to go ahead and do is say .create employee form background. Inside our background, we're going to go ahead and have a width of 100 VW. Our height will be 100 VH. The position will be absolute. We're going to set top to 0 and left to 0. Then we want to go ahead and set the background color to RGBA 000.5. And we'll set a Z index to 10 to kind of render this on top of the page. Then let's go ahead and set up the .create employee form modal. Inside the modal class, we'll go ahead and say padding is 0.5 rem, 1 rem, 1 rem, and 1 rem. We'll have border radius of border large. Set the background color to var background. And we'll go ahead and set a box shadow to box shadow. That looks good. Let's come below and let's go ahead and set up the .create employee form modal close. Inside the close class, let's go ahead and say the width is 2.25 rem, the height is 2.25 rem, and we'll set border radius to 100%. Then we want to go ahead and set up .create employee form modal close : hover. Inside the hover, let's go ahead and say cursor is pointer. And we'll go ahead and set the background color to RGBA 0.1 to have a light transparent background. That should go ahead and do it for all of the structure and styling of our create employee form. Now we can go ahead and make use of this guy inside of the manage employees page and hopefully be able to actually create an employee from the front end instead of just making a postman request. Now I want to go ahead and head back into the manage employees page to include the create employee form along with the employees card to attempt to register a new employee from our front end. So let's go ahead and open up the manage employees page here. Then let's go ahead and come inside above the return statement. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is grab in the employees in our authentication service from our global context. So let's go ahead and say const object with employees in authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our use global context. We'll also go ahead and import our global context type. That's good to go. Now let's go ahead and come into our return statement inside the div. We could probably get rid of the manage employees at this point. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And then inside here, let's go ahead and make a check for if authentication service.creating employees equal to true. Then if this is the case, let's go ahead and show the create employee form. Let's go ahead and import our create employee form here. That way it's not mad at us. And then let's come outside of this check for the creating employee. Then let's also go ahead and include an employees card. Let's go and import our employees card here. We need to go ahead and include a few props. First, we want to go ahead and set the header equal to manage employees. We're going to set the employees equal to employees from our global context. And finally, we want to go ahead and set display edit employees equal to true. That should go ahead and clear up our employees card and take away all of the errors that we have. It says inside the employees card still have an error because we're not using employees yet. We'll deal with that a little bit later on whenever we get more stuff done inside of it. But that should be good enough to at least allow us to hop into the web browser and take a look at what the form looks like and try to actually register a user. We'll be able to open up the network tab just to see that the request goes through. We aren't going to be able to actually see whenever we create the user on the web page yet. We'll go ahead and work on that in a second. So let's go and hop into the web browser, log into the admin, and just try to go ahead and create an employee real quick. So here in our company portal, let's go ahead and inspect. That way we can go ahead and see the network tab. Unfortunately, my computer restarted. So now we're kind of back to square one with our base default employees. But that should be fine. We just don't have the second employee right now. Let's go ahead and say admin employee at company.com. .com. And then go ahead and put in pass, and hopefully it lets us in. There we go. It was a little bit slow, but we got through. Now you can see we have this add employee button here. If we click this, it should go ahead and open up a form here, a modal, and this looks good. If we click on this, it should close out of it. open it up again, looks good. Let's go ahead and say second and then employee. Here, employee contact will be 444, 444, and then 1234. So it's being an employee, that's fine. Here, go ahead and have a manager, employee, and then at company.com. And then finally, hourly is fine. And let's say they make $27 an hour. So the main thing here is once we get done below here, we're going to have a table. It's all the employees that we want to go ahead and manage. So we're not going to be able to see it now, but at least we want to go ahead and see in the network tab. So whenever we click create employee, we're going to go ahead and hopefully, fingers crossed, that all the authentication is working. We'll get a 200. We'll also go ahead and get the employee back. And then we should be able to see the employees login. So let's go ahead and click on this. Cool, it went through, everything's looking good. So here, it looks like maybe we want to go ahead and remove this. I'm not sure if we just missed this somewhere. I might want to go ahead and look into this in between here and just fix that up. But then you can go ahead and see that we have our second employee at company.com. We have the temporary password, and then it says, please share this with the new hire. So that's looking good. Let me go ahead and take a look at this create new employee. I don't believe that's supposed to be there. I think that's only supposed to show if we're actually in the creating of it. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And then we'll go ahead and wrap up this section and then get into actually displaying all the employees that we have currently at our company. So I think the reason that's saying create new employee is because, no, it's not because of that button text, never mind. So I believe I did originally have this create new employee here. I'm wondering if just for continuity, we want to go ahead and remove this or move this down inside of the form. And the reason I'm thinking this is just because it doesn't really make sense to say create new employee whenever we already have created the employee, but maybe it does, I'm not sure. It just looks a little bit out of place. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and move this into where we are actually creating the employee. So we come down here and then just above this div with space between, I think we go ahead and put it there. If we go ahead and save and open this up again, now it just says new employee email and temporary password. Again, that's not exactly what I planned, but I'm just going to go ahead and make a small change because I think it looks a bit nicer. But now what we'd want to go ahead and do is basically just copy and paste this login that we can have access to it. So let me go ahead and copy this. So the email is second employee at company.com. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it on the side here so we can use it in a second. And then the password is this 521AA021. Paste that in. We can go ahead and close out of this. And if we go back to the login page here, and we can go ahead and I'm going to paste in the second employee at company.com as the email. Go ahead and turn in the password as well. Go ahead and log in. And now you can see we are inside of the second employee. So looks good. I'm going to go ahead and quote unquote log out. Eventually go ahead and make it so we can actually log out, but it is what it is. And that'll go ahead and do it for this section. Let's go and wrap it up here, hop back into the code, and we'll get working on our next section. Now that we have successfully created a new employee as an admin, now we should set up the ability to actually view all the employees that work for the company. To do this, we want to go ahead and set up a table component that we can customize, but also have a similar look and feel across the entire application. To do this, let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. Let's go ahead and come into our components and make a new directory. We're going to go ahead and call this table. Then inside of here, it's going to make a new file. We'll call this table.tsx. We'll also go ahead and make a new file. Call this table.css. For the time being, we're going to go ahead and start a very simple table. We're going to build a bunch of components to put inside of it and kind of render the table as a bunch of children inside of our base table. So we can also go ahead and close out of our create employee form stuff. That is probably fine. I don't think that we need our employees card, which we might actually. So I'm not going to close out of that yet. So let's just keep this open. Let's go ahead and start out by saying import./table.css. Then let's go ahead and set up some props for the table. So let's go ahead and say interface table props. Inside of our table props, we're just going to go ahead and have children, which is a react.react node. With our prop interface setup, let's go ahead and come down here and say export const table is a react.fc arrow function. To set up our props, let's come back here behind the react.fc and then put in the table props inside of angle brackets. And inside of our parameters here, let's go ahead and pass in an object with children. Now that we have our function set up and our prop set up, let's go ahead and come into the function and set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and return a table with a class name of employee management table. And inside of our table, let's go ahead and render those children. Like I mentioned before, the table is going to be very simple, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of customizable components to render inside the table to make the tables look similar, but also be customizable. So to do that, let's go ahead and open up our Explorer once again. Let's go into our table folder. Let's go make a new file. We'll go ahead and call this table header, and we'll go ahead and say .tsx. Let's go and open this up. And then inside table header, the first thing we want to go ahead and do is import our table.css. Below, we need to go ahead and set up some props. Let's go ahead and say interface table header props. And inside, we need a columns property, which is going to be an array of objects with an ID of string and a title of string. That looks good. Let's come down below and let's go ahead and say export const table header is a react.fc arrow function. Once again, let's go and set up our props by including the table header props inside of angle brackets after our react.fc. And inside the function parameter, let's go ahead and include columns inside of an object to break those apart and make the props easier to work with. Let's go and open up our function and set up our return statement really quick. Inside the return, let's go ahead and render a t head with a class name of employee management table header. Inside the t head, we want a tr element. And inside the tr, let's go ahead and say columns.map through each header. Let's open up this map and let's go ahead and set up a return statement. Inside the return, let's go ahead and return a th element with a class name of employee management table th. We want to go ahead and set the scope to call, and we'll set the key to header.id. Let's go ahead and close out this th, and then inside the th, let's go ahead and render header.title. That looks good. Now we need to go ahead and start setting up the individual rows that we want to go ahead and render inside the table. Let's go ahead and open up our Explorer once again, make a new file. This is going to be a table row.tsx. Let's go and open up table row. Once again, let's go and import our table.css. Below, let's go and say interface table row props. Then inside of our table row props, we're going to start with an optional key, which is a number or string. We'll go ahead and have an ID, which is of type string. We'll have hover of type boolean. We'll have an optional handle click, which is going to be a function that takes in an React.mouse event on an HTML table row element and returns a void. And finally, we're going to have children, which is a react.react node. With our props interface set up, let's go ahead and say export const table row is a react.fc arrow function. Once again, let's go and set up the props by putting in the table row props inside of angle brackets after react.fc. And inside of the function parameters, let's go and include key, ID, hover, handle clicked, and children inside of an object to go and break those apart. Let's go and open up our function here and let's set up the return statement. And inside the return statement, let's go and return a tr for the time being. And that should go ahead and make the compiler happy for the most part, other than not using the props. We'll fix that in a second. So now the compiler's happy, let's go ahead and start working on the logic. So the first piece of logic that we need to go and set up is to say a const row clicked is equal to an arrow function. Let's come inside of the parameters and we're going to say that this takes in an event, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML table row element. Let's go and open up our function here. The first thing that we want to go ahead and do inside the function is check to see if the developer passed in a handle click function. If they did, let's go ahead and call that handle click with E. And that should basically handle our row clicked. It'll also go ahead and get the compiler off our back about the handle clicked. And that should basically be everything we need for our logic. It's pretty simple. Let's come back into this return and let's just clean this up a little bit. We want to come inside of the tr. We want to go ahead and set class name equal to some curly braces. We're going to check to see if hover is true. If it is, we're going to go ahead and set the class name to employee management table row. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and set it to an empty string. We're also going to go ahead and set the ID equal to ID. We're going to set the key equal to key. We're going to set on click equal to row clicked. And then finally, inside of the tr, let's go ahead and render the children that we passed in as props. And that should go ahead and do it for our table row. And that's also going to go ahead and do it for all the different components that we need to make up our employee tables that we're going to use throughout the application. So now let's go ahead and just go through and style all the components we set up here. To do that, let's go and hop into the table.css. Let's first start out with our .employee management table class. Inside, we're going to go and set width equal to 100%. Font size will be 1 rem. Font weight will be 600 by default. Let's text align to the left. We want to set border collapse to collapse. Next, let's go ahead and select the employee management table TDs, as well as the employee management table THs. Inside, let's go ahead and set a border of 1 pixel solid and then the border color. And we'll also go ahead and set padding to 0.5 rem. Next, let's go ahead and select the employee management table TR, and we're going to go ahead and select the odd children. For every odd table row, we're going to go ahead and set the background color to var foreground. Next, we also want to go ahead and select the employee management table TR for the even children. And then for every even table row, we're going to go and set the background color to £E7, E7, E7. That looks good. Now let's go ahead and set up a employee management table row, hover. Here we're going to go ahead and set up cursor pointer. And we're going to go ahead and override the default background color by saying background color is $DDD and then bang important. Let's come below. Next, we're going to go ahead and select our employee management table header. Inside, let's go ahead and set the text transform to uppercase. Specifically for the header, we're going to set the font weight to 800. We're going to set the font weight to 1.25 rem. And we're going to set a padding to 0.75 rem, 0. Finally, we need to set up some styles for an ID of employee management table expanded row. This is going to be something that kind of comes up a little bit later on, but let's go and say pound employee management table expanded row. Inside, let's go and say height is fit content, and our background color will be transparent. That's going to go ahead and do it for all of our table components. Now we can go ahead and put these to use and actually display our employees inside of our Manage Employees page. Like I mentioned, now that we have all of our components that we need to assemble the table that displays all the employees, let's get started developing it. So let's go ahead and open up our Project Explorer. Let's go ahead and make a new directory inside components. We're going to go ahead and call this employee and table. Let's go ahead and open this up, make a new file. Go ahead and call this employee table.tsx. I don't believe this was going to take any CSS for the time being, so we'll go ahead and keep it as is. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of our table stuff that we don't necessarily need for the time being, and we'll go ahead and continue. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up some state to describe the columns that our employees table is going to have. So first, we're going to go ahead and start out by declaring a const manager employee table properties is equal to an empty array. Let's go ahead and open this up because we're going to go ahead and add in some of those objects that we set up to be props inside of our table header rows. So first, we're going to have an object with ID of ID and title of ID. Next, we're going to have an object with ID of employee type and title of type. Then we'll have an object with ID of first name and title of first name. Next, an object with ID last name and title of last name. We'll have another object with ID email and title email. And finally, we'll have another object with ID reports to and title manager. So this object or this array is basically going to go ahead and define what rows / properties, or I guess I should say columns / properties, the manager type employee is going to be able to see on the employee table in the reports page. Next, let's come below and let's go ahead and declare a const admin employee table properties is equal to an empty array. Let's go ahead and open up this array a little bit just to make some space. First, we're going to say ... manager employee table properties. So the admin will be able to see all the same properties as the manager, but they're also going to go and see an option to edit the employee. So let's go ahead and include another object with ID edit and title of edit. That'll go ahead and do it for our different table header properties. So next, let's go and say interface employee table props. Inside of our props, we want to go ahead and have a property called employees, which is an employee array. Let's go ahead and import our employees so it's not mad at us. And then we also want to go ahead and have a display edit employee, which is a Boolean. That's good for our props. Let's go and say export const employee table is a react.fc equal to an arrow function. Let's go and set up our props by coming back behind our react.fc and include our employee table props inside of angle brackets. Then inside of our function parameters, let's go and include an object with employees and display edit employee to gain easier access to our props. Let's go and open up our function here. And let's go ahead and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's go and render a table component. Let's make sure we go ahead and import our table from our components here. And then this is also going to go ahead and need a children. So let's go ahead and also render a t-body inside of our table. And now that should at least be happy enough to allow us to work in here without the compiler complaining. So now let's go ahead and set up a couple pieces of state here to set everything up that we need. But first, let's go ahead and say const editing employee, set editing employees equal to use state of type number equal to 0. Let's go ahead and import our use state so this doesn't matter to us. Looks good. Let's come below. Now we need another piece of state to go ahead and check to see what the expanded employee is, which is whenever we say expanded employee, it's basically just going to be showing some more information about them. So let's go ahead and say const expanded employee and set expanded employee is equal to use state of type string and set that to an empty string. Next, we need to go ahead and determine what columns we're going to display inside of the table. Let's go ahead and say const column props is equal to display edit employee question mark. If display edit employee is true, then we want to go ahead and render the admin employee table properties. Otherwise, we'll have our colon and we'll go ahead and have the manager employee table properties. Now we have what columns we're going to go and render. Let's go ahead and set up some logic. Let's start out by saying const edit employee clicked is equal to an arrow function. Let's come inside the parameters. This is going to take in an event, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function here. And we want to go ahead and say e.stopPropagation so no funky stuff starts happening here. If we click on an employee to edit it, then that means that we no longer want to go ahead and see the expanded information. So let's go ahead and call set expanded employee with an empty string. Next, we need to go ahead and determine the ID, or basically turn it into a number because it's going to start as a string. Let's go ahead and say const ID is equal to plus e.currentTarget.id. Then let's go ahead and say if editing employee is equal to ID. If this is the case, then we already have the employee open. We're already editing them. So that means we just want to go ahead and close it. So let's go ahead and say set editing employee equal to 0. Otherwise, let's set up an else statement. Otherwise, if we're not already editing an employee, let's go ahead and say set editing employee to the ID that we just selected. That looks good. Let's come below here. And then we also want to go ahead and set up a const expand employee clicked function. Let's come inside the parameters. Once again, this is going to take in an event, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML table row element. Once again, let's go and open up the function here and say e.stop_propagation so that it doesn't do any funky stuff. Then we want to go ahead and check to see if we're already editing an employee. So then if we click off of editing, then we don't want to be editing anymore. So let's go ahead and say set editing employee to 0. Then we want to go and say const email is equal to e.currentTarget.id. Once we have our email, we want to go ahead and check if email is equal to expanded employee. If this is the case, then we already have an expanded employee, or the expanded employee is the same one that we clicked on. So then we want to go ahead and close out of it. So let's go ahead and call set expanded employee with an empty string. Otherwise, let's set up our else statement. Here we don't have the employee that we clicked on expanded. So let's go ahead and call set expanded employee to the email that we got. That looks good. Now we can go ahead and open up the table to be able to view an expanded view for editing an employee. And we can also go ahead and open up an expanded view to go ahead and view some employee information as well. Now that's good to go. Let's come back into our table. I'm going to try to be really careful here because there could be some mess ups or some slip ups just because the logic here, not logic, but the structure gets a little bit complicated. To start out, we're going to go ahead and render a table column here with columns equal to column props. Let's go and import our table header. So now this is basically going to go ahead and render one column for each one of these props, whether it's the manager or the admin. The admin has all of the manager, but it also allows you to edit. So that looks good. Now we can go ahead and come into our table body here. Then inside of our table body, let's go ahead and set up a employees.map to each employee. Let's go and open this up and set up a return statement. Inside the return statement, we're going to go say react.fragment with a key equal to employee.email. Now, if you've never seen this syntax before, you have to use the full fragment syntax to be able to use keys in here. You can't just use the short term, so that's why we're doing it this way. And we need the key in here, otherwise it's going to yell at us inside the console saying that we don't have a key for this map. So that's why we're doing it that way. Then inside this fragment, let's go ahead and set up a table row with an ID equal to employee.email. We're going to go ahead and set the handle clicked equal to expand employee clicked and hover equal to true. Let's go ahead and import our table row. That way it's not mad at us anymore. Let's go ahead and open this up. Inside the table row, let's go ahead and render a th with scope of call. And inside of our th, let's go ahead and render employee.id. Then we'll go ahead and come below this th, and we're going to go ahead and say call props.slice 16. And then we're going to go ahead and call .map. And we're going to go ahead and say prop is an ID of string and title of string. Inside of our map function, let's go ahead and first say const value is equal to type of employee. Then we're going to have a set of square brackets with prop.id as key of employee. We're going to go ahead and check to see if this is equal to an object. If it is, it's going to be employee.reports to .ID. Otherwise, we'll set NA. Then we're going to have a colon, employee, square brackets, prop.id as key of employee. Next, we're going to go ahead and say const data is of type string, number, or boolean. And this is going to be equal to type of value equal to object. We're going to say question mark employee.reports to .ID or NA. Then we're going to say colon value. Now the reason for this gross logic here is because since we technically are storing employees because we have like reports to there, we need to kind of convert it into a string, a number, or a boolean. And this is more or less the way that I came about doing this. It's really ugly and it has a lot of TypeScript weird finagling, but bear with me here. That's all it's doing. It's just go ahead and make sure that whenever we go ahead and put these into our table here to display them, it's going to go ahead and work and not be some weird stuff. Because the issue here is that sometimes for like a manager, they don't have a reports to, so then it's null or undefined or something weird. It breaks. We don't want that to break. This just works. So trust me here. So now that we have this data all set up, let's go and set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, we'll go ahead and have a TD with a key of prop.id. Inside the TD, let's go ahead and render the data. Now this is where it gets important to do this properly. We want to come outside of the curly braces for our columns.map. Let's see here. We want to be inside of employees, but we want to be outside of our columns.map. Let's come right here. Then we want to go ahead and check to see if display edit employees equal to true. If it is, let's go ahead and display a TD. And inside the TD, let's go ahead and render a button with type transparent. We're going to set ID to curly braces and then backtick $sign curly brace employee.id. The reason we have to do it like this is because IDs have to be a string, but our employee ID is a number. There's probably another way to convert this, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw it into a string. That should be fine. And then finally, handle click is going to be equal to edit employee clicked. Let's go ahead and import our button here. Looks good. Let's go and open up our button. Inside here, we're going to have a set of curly braces with editing employee equal to employee.id question mark. We're going to have some fragments, fragments. Now let's go ahead and clean these fragments up a little bit. So here, go and bring this down here a little bit and down here. So if we are editing the employee, we're going to have a font awesome icon. Let's go and get rid of these fragments. Let's go ahead and say font awesome icon. Let's go and import that. And the icon is going to be FAX. We're going to set the size to large. We're going to set the color to black. And then let's go ahead and import our FAX. There we go. And I guess we didn't get font awesome. I thought we did that. I don't know why this is mad. I guess it didn't import it properly or something. I'm not sure what's going on there, but it's fine. Let's go and delete this fragment. And then let's go ahead and render another font awesome icon here. And then we're going to say icon is equal to FA pin. Size will be large again. And color will be equal to black. Let's go ahead and import our FA pin. Looks good. Next, we want to come out of the table row that we are working on. And then we want to go ahead and say editing employee is equal to employee.id and. If this is the case, let's go ahead and do this. And let's go ahead and render another table row with an ID equal to employee management table expanded row. And here we're going to go ahead and set hover to false. Inside, let's go ahead and have a TD with a col span equal to 7. And inside the TD, let's go and have a div with a class name of row. We're going to have a style with an object with align items equal to stretch. Let's open up this div. Here, we're going to have a fragment with update employee personal information. And then we're going to have another placeholder fragment with update employee pay information. Now let's come out of here and let's go ahead and add a check for expanded employee is equal to employee.email. If this is the case, let's go ahead and have another table row with an ID of employee management table expanded row. And we'll set hover equal to false again. Inside, we'll once again have a TD with a col span equal to 7. And inside of our TD, we'll have a div with class name row. And then style with an object that has the property align items as stretch. Inside, let's go ahead and set up a placeholder fragment that says display employee contact information. Then we're going to go ahead and set up a check for display edit employee. If this is true, let's go ahead and have another placeholder fragment that says display employee pay information. Looks good. That basically sets up our entire employee table component for the time being. Obviously, we're going to come back through and set these up a little bit later on. But now what we need to go ahead and do is we want to add our employee table to our employees card component and then make sure everything seems to be rendering properly before coming through and creating those components to replace those placeholder fragments that I mentioned before. So that being said, let's go and hop into the employees card component and make use of our employee table. So back inside of our employees card, let's go ahead and come below where we have our display edit employee. Then let's go ahead and render an employee table. Let's go and import our employee table. That way we can actually use it. Inside the employee table, we're going to go and set employees equal to employees. We're going to go ahead and set display edit employee equal to display edit employee. We can go and save. That looks good. Now that should go ahead and do it for all the changes we need in the employees card component as well. So now let's go ahead and hop back into the manage employees page and set it to fetch all the employees to be displayed in the employee table so that we can see it on the front end. So now back inside of the manage employees page, we need to update the use global context structure to actually include the employee service. So let's come in after the authentication service and let's go and include the employee service. Now that we have access to the employee service, let's come down here. We want to go ahead and set up a use effect. Let's go and import our use effect really quick from React. This isn't going to need any dependencies because we're going to do it once. And as soon as the application loads up this page, let's go ahead and call the employee service.fetch all employees function. Let's go ahead and give that a save. And that should, in theory, load up all the employees. So now let's go ahead and hop into the front end. Make sure whenever we log into the admin account and load up that managed employees page, we should be able to see that table there with all the employees, excluding ourselves, because obviously we don't want to be able to update information about ourselves, to make sure all the information gets populated properly and we can start working on kind of filling out the table a little bit more and getting everything done. So let's hop into the browser here and see what it looks like. Once again, the browser, let's go and log in as admin employee at company.com and then go ahead and pass in a pass. Go and log in. Now you can see we did mess something up here. We need to go back through and make sure that this gets stacked properly, but we can see our table. Before we go ahead and look and click it on stuff, let's go ahead and make sure that we put this table in the right spot. Obviously, I didn't put it in the right spot if it's side by side. So back inside of our employees card here, let's just see here. So I think that we want to go ahead and space this. Let's copy this outside the space between. Let's actually put it right here. Save that and hop back into the browser really quick. That looks a lot better. So now we have our top space for creating employees. We can see our manager. If we open this up, you can see display employee contact information, display pay information. We go and click on begin, it closes it. If we click on this one, clicks on this, so on and so forth. Click on this, you can see update and update. Go ahead and close out of that. That is looking good. So everything is working. We're ready to move on. We need to go ahead and go through and basically set up these different display and updates. That way we can actually do all of that before wrapping up the episode. As we saw in the demo of the employee table working, we have several placeholder components that we need to fill up before we call the admin functionality done. The first of these that I would like to work on is the employee contact information component, which displays information such as the employee's home address and phone number. To create this, let's go and open up our project directory here. And let's go ahead into our components, make a new directory. Let's go ahead and call this employee contact information. Let's go ahead and make a new file in here. Let's go and call this employee contact information.tsx. Let's go ahead and make a new file again. Call this employee contact information.css. Hopefully I spelled that all properly. Let's go ahead and close out of here. We'll still need our table. I don't believe we'll need our card, but we'll keep it anyway. And obviously we'll probably want our manage employees table since that's the main thing we're working on. To start out, let's go and import our /employee contact information.css. Next up, let's go and say interface employee contact information props. Inside, we're going to go ahead and have an email of type string. We're going to have a contact info of type contact information. Let's go and import our contact information really quickly here. Looks good. And finally, we're going to have an optional display header of type Boolean. Looks good for our props. Let's go and say export const employee contact information is a react.fc equal to an arrow function. Let's go and set up our props by coming back here behind the react.fc and including our employee contact information props inside of our angled brackets. Then inside of our function parameters, let's go and pass an object with email, contact info, and display header equal to true to break apart those props and make it easier to use. Let's go and open up our function and let's set up a return statement here. Inside of return, let's go and return a div. And that should make our compiler happy enough to start working on the state and the logic. Now I want to go ahead and basically just break apart our contact information to make it easier to access. So let's go and say const object with phone number, address line 1, address line 2, state, city, and zip code equal to contact info. And let's come below. And let's go ahead and say const employee contact map is equal to a new array. So inside of this employee contact map, we're going to have different objects with 3 different properties. The first one's going to be title. So this is going to be like if it's their email, their phone number, so on and so forth. The content is going to be what we display in there. And then it's kind of an icon that just kind of displays a nice little image beside. So here inside of our first one, we're going to go ahead and have the title be email. We're going to go ahead and have the content be email. And we're going to have the icon be FA envelope. Okay, let's go ahead and import our FA envelope. Let's go and set up another object. This one's going to have a title of phone number, a content of phone number, and an icon of FA phone. Let's go and import the FA phone. Let's set up our next object, which is going to have a title of address line 1, content of address line 1, and icon of FA road. Let's go and import our FA road here. Let's set up our next object, which will have a title of address line 2, content of address line 2, and icon of FA house. Go and bring in our FA house here. So if we go ahead and do like that, there we go. I have another object here. This one will have a title of state, content of state, and icon of FA landmark. Let's go and bring in our FA landmark. Let's set up another object. This one's going to have a title of city, content of city, and icon of FA tree city. Let's go and bring that in. And finally, let's go and set up one more object. This one's going to have a title of zip code, content of zip code, and icon of FA route. Let's go and import our FA route. That's all the different content that we're going to go ahead and render inside of our components. Now let's go ahead and come down into our return here. And let's go ahead and check to see if display headers equal to true. So if that's the case, let's go ahead and have an H4 with employee contact information. Let's come below this check for display header. And let's go ahead and render a div with a class name of employee contact info. Then inside this div, let's go ahead and say employee contact map.map through each prop. Inside the map, let's go ahead and return a div with a key equal to props.title, and we'll set the class name equal to with have. Let's go ahead and close out this div. It doesn't like to automatically close whenever you have it like this. Then we'll have an H6. Inside the H6, we're going to go ahead and say props.title, space, and then we're going to have some curly braces with an empty string. Below, we're going to go ahead and have a font awesome icon. Let's go and import our font awesome icon here. Whoops, there we go. An icon is going to be equal to props.icon. We're going to follow this with a space colon, come down below, and then we're going to have a p tag with props.content. So that looks pretty good. I think that's all we need to do. The most of the work was just kind of setting up the map to be able to actually render all that. But other than that, it looks good. So now let's go and hop into the CSS and make it look pretty before we put it into our card. So first, let's go ahead and select our employee contact info class. Inside, let's go ahead and say width is 100%. Next, let's go ahead and say display is equal to flex. Let's set flex wrap to wrap, and row gap is going to be 0.75 rem. So now it's going to go ahead and do it for all of our employee contact information. Now, what we're also going to go ahead and do next is we need to put this inside of an information card to make it look pretty and make it look like the rest of the cards on the page. If we want to, we could have just done this all inside of the employee table, but I'll make a new component. So let's go ahead and start working on that before we go ahead and add this into the employee table and see it all working. As I mentioned, we need to go ahead and wrap up our contact information component into our information card component to make it have a consistent look with the other pieces of information that we're going to be displaying across the information. Let's go ahead and open up our project again. Let's go and go into here and make a new directory. Let's go ahead and call this contact information card. Let's go and make a new file. Make this a contact information card.tsx. Like so. Let's go and open this up, close out of this. Here, let's go ahead and just set up an interface with contact information card props. Inside, we're just going to go ahead and pass an employee of type employee. Let's go and import our employee type here from our types file. We can come below and let's go ahead and say export const. Contact information card is a react.fc equal to an error function. Let's go ahead and come behind our react.fc. Let's go ahead and include our square brackets with contact information card props to include the props. Then inside of our function parameter, let's go ahead and pass in an object with employee to break that apart. Let's go and open up our function here and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's go ahead and render an information card. Let's go and import our information card so it's not mad at us. Let's open it up. And then inside, let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of column. Inside our column, we're going to go ahead and have an H5 with contact information colon. Below our H5, let's go ahead and render our employee contact information component. Let's go and import this. Maybe let's import it. There we go. We're going to say email is equal to employee.email. Contact info will be equal to employee.contact information. And display header equal to false. And that's good to go. Like I mentioned, this is a very simple component. This is definitely something we could have just slapped into the employee table as is, but I kind of wanted to at least make it somewhat reasonable. So that being said, let's go and hop back into the employee table. Let's go ahead and we want to find where we have the display employee contact information. Let's go and delete this. And now let's go ahead and render a contact information card with employee equal to employee. Let's go and import our contact information card and maybe there we go, and save that, and that should be good to go. Now we should be able to go ahead and hop into our front end here, take a look, make sure the contact information is being all set up properly, and it looks good. We're actually going ahead and continuing onto the next part of this phase. So here, let's go and just give this a refresh really quick, and we might have to re-log in since I refreshed. Let's go ahead and log into admin, employee at company.com. Let's go ahead and put in pass and log in. So now if we go ahead and click on this to expand it, you can see our contact information. Right now, it's kind of expanding a little bit farther than we want because we don't have the pay information, which is what we're probably going to work on next. Then once we kind of get that in there, it's going to split down the middle, look a lot nicer. We can close out of this, click on employee 1, and then second employee doesn't have any information. They just have an email and a phone number, so it doesn't fill out. So you can kind of see here that we have our title, we have the icon, and we have the content, how we had it all set up there. So that looks all good and dandy. Let's go ahead and hop back into the code and continue working on the next step of this chapter. Next up, we need to set up the ability to view the employee's pay information. But before we do that, I want to set up a convenient way to format money. So let's go ahead and open up our project directory here. We want to come into our services. We're going to make a new file. I'm going to go ahead and call this use format $.ts. We're going to go ahead and create a hook to actually format dollars to look nicer for us. Let's also go ahead and close out of this contact information card and the employee contact information. We do not need that. The at the moment. First up, we want to go ahead and set up a new type that we're going to use inside of the formatter. So let's go ahead and say type style is equal to currency or unit or decimal or percent. Now we have our style. Let's go ahead and say export default function, use format dollars. Let's come inside of our parameters here. We want to go ahead and pass in language, which is a type string, style, which is of type style, and currency of type string. Let's go and open up our function here. And then first we want to go ahead and say const format dollars is equal to intl.number format. Inside this function call, let's first go ahead and pass in language. Then we need to go ahead and pass in an object. Inside the object, style will be equal to style, and currency will be currency. Now that we have our formatter, let's come below and we're going to go ahead and say const format is equal to an arrow function that returns a string. Then inside of our parameter, we want to go ahead and pass in the amount, which is a number. Let's go and open up our function here. Inside the function, we want to go ahead and return backticks $ curly brace. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say format dollars.format amount. Let's come out of our format function and we want to go ahead and return an object with format inside of it. Now we have this reusable hook that we can use throughout the code to actually go ahead and format our currency in a very simple way. Now we can go ahead and use this use format dollars hook inside the next component that will go ahead and display our pay information. To display the employee's pay information, let's go ahead and create a new component. So to do that, let's go and open up our directory here. Inside of components, let's make a new directory. We're going to go ahead and call this pay information card. Let's go ahead and make a new file. This is going to be pay information card.tsx. This one's not going to have CSS, at least not for now. We can also go ahead and close out use format dollars. We don't need that open for the time being. Now, since we're not going to import any CSS, let's just go ahead and start with the props. Let's go ahead and say interface pay information card props. Inside, let's go ahead and include a pay info property, which is a pay information type. Let's also go ahead and import our pay information here. Then we also want to include a location of type string. With our prop setup, let's go ahead and say export const pay information card is a react.fc equal to an arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up the props by coming behind our react.fc, including a set of angle brackets with pay information card props. Then let's come inside of our function parameters here and include an object with pay info and location. Inside of our function, let's go ahead and set up our return statement. And let's go ahead and return an information card. Let's go and import information card here. Looks good. And then let's come inside. Since this needs a child, let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of row. There we go. Now that the linter is happy, let's come up above and start setting up our state and logic. To start out, let's go ahead and say const format is equal to use format dollars. Let's come inside the function call. And first, let's make sure we import our use format dollars. And inside, we're going to go ahead and pass in en-us as a string, currency as a string, and USD as a string. So here we're saying the locale is English US. We're going to go ahead and format it with currency, and we want to go ahead and format it with US dollars. So looks good. Next, let's come below and create a function that can basically calculate the yearly pay for the employee. Let's go ahead and say const estimate yearly pay is equal to an arrow function that returns a string. Let's come inside the parameter. We want to go ahead and pass in pay info of type pay information. Let's go and open up our function here. And inside the function, let's first add a check for if payinfo.payType is equal to salary. If this is the case, obviously we can just go ahead and return the amount that they get paid for the year's salary. So let's go ahead and return backticks $ curly braces. And then we're going to go ahead and return format and then payinfo.payamount. Otherwise, they're going to be hourly, so let's set up an else statement. Inside the else, let's go ahead and return backticks $ curly brace as well. Inside the backtick curly brace, we're going to go ahead and say format. And inside our format function, we're going to go ahead and pass payinfo.payamount times 40 times 52. The reason we're going to go ahead and use this for our estimate for yearly pay is because you work approximately 40 hours a week for full time, and there's 52 working weeks inside of a year. So it's good. So now we can go ahead and come back inside of our information card. And what we want to go ahead and do is we want to come inside of the div that says row. And let's go ahead and make another div with a class name of column. We're going to go ahead and set a style with an object with width, location equal to employees. If this is the case, it'll be 50%. Otherwise, it'll be 33%. Inside this div, let's go ahead and have an h4 with employee pay information. Below this div, let's include another div. Inside here, we're going to have an h6 with pay type, and then we'll have a p tag with payinfo.payType. Let's come outside this div and have another div. Inside this div, we'll have an h6 with the pay amount, and then we're going to go ahead and say p with format of payinfo.payamount. And then finally, let's go ahead and set up one last div here. Inside this div, we'll go ahead and have an h6 with estimated yearly pay, And below we'll have a p tag with estimate yearly pay and then pass in the pay info from our props. That should go ahead and do it for the time being. We're going to go ahead and come back a little bit later on and add some more stuff in here once we start getting some pay stubs and other stuff like that set up. But that's going to go ahead and do it for now. So let's go ahead and hop back into the employee table to actually display this. So now instead of having this fragment here that says display employee information, if this is set to true, let's go ahead and remove this here. And let's go ahead and actually render the pay information card. Let's go and import that. Let's set the pay info equal to employee.payinformation. And here, location is going to be equal to employees. Now, in theory, we should be able to go ahead and hop onto the front end and click on it and actually see an employee's pay information. So let's go and hop into our web browser here. And now you can go and see we have our employee pay information. We have the pay type hourly. Pay amount is $25. And estimated yearly pay is $52,000, which is pretty close. We come into the second employee here. We can see that they make 27. So they make about 56.1. So that's looking pretty good. And that is all good to go for this part. So now obviously what we need to go ahead and start working on next is being able to update personal and pay information. So let's go and hop into the front end and start getting to work on getting all of that set up. First up, to be able to edit the employee's personal information, we need to go ahead and create a new type to be able to send all of the data back to the backend to actually be able to perform that update. So to do this, let's go and navigate to our types file here, and let's go ahead and come down here where we have our interface for new employee login. And let's go ahead and declare an interface and export it called edit employee payload. Inside of here, we're going to have an email of type string. We're going to have a first name of type string or null. We're going to have a last name of type string or null. We're going to have a type of employee type, and we're going to have a reports to, which is equal to string or null. So that should be all we need to go ahead and update for this. Now we can go ahead and hop into our employee service to make it so we can actually edit an employee. Now that we have our payload type, we can finally come into the employee service and set up the API call to the backend to update the employee. So let's go ahead and hop into employee service here. It looks good. And the first thing that we're going to need to go ahead and do is update our employee service types. Let's come up here. First, let's go ahead and add an employee updating, which is a Boolean. Let's also go ahead and add an employee update error, which is a Boolean. And finally, let's go ahead and come down below our fetch all employees. And here, let's go ahead and create a submit update information, which is an arrow function that takes in a payload of edit employee payload and employees of type employee array and returns a void. Let's go ahead and ensure that we have imported our edit employee payload, and that's good to go. So now, first thing we need to go ahead and do is make sure that we have the update employee here. So after our update employees, let's also go ahead and include update employee as well. And then let's go ahead and come below and set up some of our local state. So first, let's go ahead and say const employee updating and set employee updating is equal to useState of type Boolean equal to false. Let's go and import our useState here so it's not mad at us. Let's come below. Then let's go ahead and say const employee update error and set employee update error is equal to useState of type Boolean and false again. That looks good. Next up, we need to go ahead and come below our fetch all employees. And we need to go ahead and set up a utility function that helps us replace an updated employee in our current list of employees. So to do this, let's go ahead and declare a function called insert updated employee, which returns an employee array. And then inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in employees, which is an employee array, and updated employee, which is an employee. Let's go ahead and open up our function here. And let's go ahead and say return employees.map. Inside our map function, let's go ahead and say employee arrow. Employee.id is equal to updated employee.id. We'll say question mark updated employee colon employee. So basically we'll go ahead and replace the old employee with the updated employee. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and return the old employee or the employee that wasn't updated, more or less is all we're doing there. Now we go ahead and go above our function here, and let's go ahead and say const submit update information is equal to an async arrow function. Let's come inside of our parameters here, and we want to go ahead and pass in a payload of type edit employee payload and employees of type employee array. Let's come inside of our function here. Let's set up a try block. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch e here real quick. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log e so that the compiler is not mad at us. And then below the console.log, we're also going to go ahead and call set employee update error to true. Now that we have our logic handled for error, let's go ahead and come into the try. Let's go ahead and start it by saying set employee update error to false. And we'll set employee updating to true. Then we can go and say const res is equal to request.put. We want to make the request to /employee/, and then we'll go ahead and pass the payload as the body. Now below, let's go ahead and call update employees. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and call insert updated employee. And we'll go ahead and pass in our list of employees and res.data. Then if everything was successful, we still want to go ahead and set up a finally block. And we'll go ahead and set employee updating to false. That looks good. Now let's come down to where we have our return, and we need to go ahead and pass in these new properties. Let's go and say employee updating. Let's also go ahead and pass in employee update error. Let's be sure to add the comma after fetch all employees. And then let's also go ahead and include submit update information. Earlier, also went ahead and got ahead of myself. So let's go ahead and remove the update employee. We don't need this until we get to individuals updating themselves, I don't think. So I got a little ahead of myself there. Let's go ahead and remove that. That way we don't have the red. And I think that looks pretty good. Now we go ahead and move along to actually using this to update the employees. Now that we have everything we need set up, we can finally move forward with creating the form responsible for updating the employee's information. Let's go ahead and close out of a couple things here. We don't need the pay information. We don't need the employee service. We'll keep these open. I don't know if we need the employee card, but we'll keep it open anyway. Let's go and open up our Explorer, go into our components, make a new folder or a new directory. We're going to go ahead and call this update employee information form. And then let's go ahead and go into this directory, new file, we update employee information form.tsx. And we're not going to have a CSS for this one, so let's close out our Explorer. First thing that we need to go ahead and do is create an interface for our props. Let's go and say interface update employee information form props. Inside, we're going to have a single property, employee, which is of type employee. Let's go and import our employee. That way it's not going to be mad at us. And it's going to come from types. There we go. Looks good. Let's come down here. And let's go and say export const update employee information form, which is a react.fc equal to an arrow function. Let's come behind the react.fc. Let's go ahead and put our angle brackets with update employee information form props to set up our props. And then inside of our function parameter, let's go ahead and pass an object with employee to go ahead and make our props easy to use inside the component. Let's go and open up our function. And then inside, let's go and set up our return statement. And inside the return statement for the time being, let's just go ahead and return a fragment. That way the compiler's not mad at us. And then we can come up top and start working on our states and our different logic pieces here. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is we need to get access to our employees and our employee service from the global context. So let's go ahead and say const object with employees and employee service is equal to use global context as global context type. Now to go ahead and import our use global context here. Let's also go ahead and import our global context type. Going to be mad at us for the time being because we're not using those, but we'll set it up in a second. Then we need to go ahead and say const initial edit employee is equal to an empty object. Inside, we're going to start with email is equal to employee.email. We're going to say first name is equal to an empty string. Last name will be equal to an empty string. Type will be employee.employee type. And we'll set reports to an empty string. So these are all the properties that the admin is going to be able to update on the employee. Technically, email is not going to be updatable. It's just going to update automatically on the back end if we change the first and last name. But the admin can change the first name, last name, the employee's type, and who they report to. So let's come below here and continue working here. Next up, let's go and set up our state. So let's go and say const edit employee and set edit employee is equal to use state of type edit employee payload and then pass in that initial edit employee. Let's go and import our use state here. And this should be good to go. Looks good. And I might have typoed edit employee payload. Oh no, this has come from somewhere else. I'm just silly. Let's go and import that from the types as well. Let's come down here and we also need to go ahead and deal with the changes. So let's go ahead and say const handle input change. That way we can keep track of what our edit employee is being set to. Let's come inside of the parameters. It's going to take in an event, which is a react.change event. And it's going to take in either an HTML input element or an HTML select element. Now we can go ahead and open up our function here. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is say set edit employee to an object. Inside the object, let's go ahead and say edit employee. That way we can go ahead and keep the object the same at first. And then we'll go ahead and say square brackets e.target.name e.target.value to go ahead and change only that specific value with the type name inside of the employee object. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come below our handle input change function. And we also need a way to go ahead and handle submitting the form. So let's go ahead and say const handle submit update is equal to an arrow function. Let's come inside of the parameters. This is also going to take an event, which will be a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's open up our function here. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is call e.prevent default. That way the form doesn't do some funky stuff on us. Then we'll go ahead and say const payload is equal to an object. Inside the payload, we want to say email is employee.email. Then we want to say first name is edit employee.firstname is equal to an empty string. If that's the case, we're going to set to null. Otherwise, we're going to set to edit employee.firstname. Last name is going to be the same thing. So edit employee.lastname is equal to an empty string, question mark. If that's the case, we're going to set to null. Otherwise, we're going to set to edit employee.lastname. For the type, we're just going to go ahead and set to edit employee.type. Then we want to go ahead and set reports to equal to edit employee.reports to is equal to an empty empty string question mark. If that's the case, we're going to set null. Otherwise, we're going to set edit employee.reports to. Now, the reason that we're setting these specifically to null is because on the backend, it's looking for if these are null, don't change them. Otherwise, if there's a string passed to them, change them. So if these stay an empty string, we pass an empty string there, it's going to see that the string was basically there, set to an empty string instead of not changing it. So that's the idea behind that. So let's come down below our payload here. Let's go ahead and call employee service.submit update information. Inside of our parameters, let's go and pass the payload and employees. And that should go ahead and be good for submitting the update. Now, there's one final thing that we need to do before setting up the form HTML, and that's to make sure that whenever we close out of the form, the edit employee state is actually reset. So to do this, let's go ahead and first set up a simple use effect. Let's go ahead and open this up to make it look prettier, and then let's go ahead and import our use effect here. We're going to do the same trick we did in the other form, which is go ahead and use a callback function return to more or less act as a component did on mount. So let's go ahead and return an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, let's go and set the edit employee to initial edit employee to reset that state. Now that looks good to me. Now we can go and hop into a return. We're going to go and keep this fragment here, but inside the fragment, we're going to go ahead and add a check for employee service.employee updating question mark. And then let's go ahead and just render 2 fragments for the time being. Let's go and clean this up a little bit. That way it just looks a little bit nicer. So if it is loading, we'll do one thing. If it's not loading, we'll do something else. So if it is loading, let's go ahead and delete this fragment. And let's actually go ahead and render in a loading component. Let's go ahead and import our loading component. So if we are updating the employee, we'll show loading. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and show the form component. Make sure this comes from the correct place. And we can start working on this. We're going to need to open this up because we have some props to set up. So inside of our form component, let's go and say button text is equal to update employee information. The error will be employee service.employee update error. The error message will be unable to update employee's information. The form action will be handle submit update. And finally, the width will be set to 50%. Now let's come down inside the form component. Let's go ahead and set up an H2 that says update employee information. Below our H2, let's go ahead and say div class name with space between. And let's go and open up our space between div. We're going to have another div with the class name of width half. Inside our width half, let's go and set up a form input. And let's go and make sure we input our form input. Or import it, and then open this up. That way we can set up our props. First, we're going to have type equal to text. Label will be equal to first name. Name will be first name. Placeholder will be employee.firstname. Content is going to be equal to edit employee.firstname or empty string. And finally, handle input is going to be equal to handle input change. Now let's come outside this form input and the width half div, and let's go ahead and set up another width half div. Inside, let's go and set up another form input. And let's open this up. Inside, we'll say type is equal to text. We'll go ahead and say label is equal to last name. Name will be equal to last name. Placeholder will equal to employee.lastname. Content is equal to edit employee.lastname or empty string. And handle input will be equal to handle input change. Looks good. Now let's come below our div that has the space between. And let's set up another div with the class name of space between. Let's open up this div. Inside, let's go and have a div with a class name of width half. And inside here, let's go ahead and set up a form select. Let's go and import our form select really quickly. And let's open this up to set up the props. Inside, let's go ahead and say label is equal to employee type. Name will be equal to type. Values is going to be equal to an array with employee string, manager string, and admin string. We will set the default value to employee.employee type. And finally, we'll set handle input to handle input change. Now let's come below our width half div. And let's go and set up another width half div. Inside here, let's go ahead and have a form input. And let's open up the form input. This is going to be type equal to text again. The label will equal to manager. Name is going to be equal to reports to. Placeholder is going to be equal to employee.reports to .email or NA. Content is going to be equal to edit employee.reports to and then edit employee.reports to or an empty string. And finally, our handle input is going to equal to handle input change. Go ahead and save this up. And now that should go ahead and do it for our form component. Now all we should need to do is navigate back to the employee table component and then find where we need to implement this, and then find where we need to place this form to be able to actually update the employee. Let's go ahead and navigate back to the employee table, and then we already scrolled down, so we need to go ahead and go where this update and personal information is. Let's go ahead and delete this, and let's go ahead and import our update employee information form. Let's go and import this form from our form. and then let's go ahead and say employee is equal to employee. And now in theory, if we save this up, refresh and everything, we should be able to log into the admin and actually update an employee if we want to. Let's go ahead and test that out. Let's go and open up the web browser, try to log in as the admin employee, and then make sure we can update an employee's information. So I'll see you guys in the browser. Let's go ahead and hop back to the login page. Let's go in admin and employee at company.com and then PASS. My computer's been to sleep a couple times since I've recorded. If you guys don't know, I record this over several days just because it takes so long to edit and record each one. Let's go ahead and try to log in. And it looks like we either messed something up. Admin employee at company.com. That looks proper. And PASS. I don't think I have caps lock on. Let me make sure I don't have cap locks on. No, I don't. What's going on here? I might need to restart the server really quick. Let me try to do that. Like I said, my computer has kind of been to sleep and some funky stuff can go on sometimes whenever IntelliJ stays open, whenever your computer turns on and off. Let's try to refresh again. And let's go ahead and try to add in, log in as admin employee at company.com and then put in PASS, log in. There we go. Yeah, sometimes some funky stuff happens. And since we restarted, now we don't have that new employee. We wanted to add them in, we can. But my primary concern here is seeing if we click on this guy, we can see the update employee information. Now let's go ahead and say that this guy's actually going to be first and employee like so. They're still going to be employee. So if we go ahead and click update, you can see now up here, it kind of flashed for a second. And that's because it loads so quickly that the loading spinner pops up. We could probably get rid of that, but if you're on a slower connection, it's still nice to be able to see that loading spinner that something's happening. But now you can see up here, it says first employee at company.com. Their email updated, their first and last name updated. We didn't change their type, so that's fine. We can close out of this. Here you can also see that they don't have a manager, so that's NA, so it looks good. So let's going to go ahead and do it for updating the personal information. Now let's go ahead and hop into the code one more time and make it so we can actually update their pay information by clicking this, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up the chapter there and continue in the next chapter. The final task that we can set up for an admin at this point is updating an employee's pay information. Once again, to this, we need to update the employee service with the reducer to make the API call to update the pay information. Let's go ahead and navigate to the employee service in here. And let's go ahead and scroll up because the first thing we need to go ahead and do is start by setting up the property for our reducer. So let's go ahead and say submit update pay information is an arrow function that returns void and takes in a payload of pay information, an email string, and employees, which is an employee array. Let's go ahead and bring this in. We'll go ahead and import that. Looks good. And then we can go ahead and come down here. We're going to come below our submit update information. And then let's go ahead and say const submit update pay information is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of parameters, let's go ahead and pass a payload of pay information, email of type string, and employees of an employee array. Let's go and open this guy up. And in here, we're going to go ahead and set up a try block really quick. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch for E. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log E to make the compiler happy. We'll also go ahead and say set employee update error to true. Now that we have the error case figured out, let's go ahead and come up to the try. And we're going to go ahead and call set employee update to true. Then we'll go ahead and say set employee update error to false. And now that we have our state set up, we can go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.put. And we want to make a put request to backticks/employee/pay /$ curly brace email. And we want to include the payload. If we successfully get the response back, let's go ahead and call update employees. Inside update employees, let's go ahead and call insert updated employee. And inside here, we'll pass the employees and res.data. Now that we have all that, let's go ahead and set up the finally block. Inside the finally, regardless of if we pass or fail here, we want to go ahead and call set employee updating to false. That looks good for the logic. Let's go ahead and scroll down to our return. And now let's go ahead and just simply return that submit update pay information. And that looks like it should be good to go. Now we should be able to go ahead and create a new component to be able to update the employee pay information, set it inside of our table, and view it and update them. So let's go ahead and get to work on that. As I mentioned in the last section, now that we have the reducer for submitting the update pay information request all set up inside our employee service, the last thing we need to do is set up the form to input and submit the data from. Let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here. Let's go ahead and make a new directory. We'll go ahead and call this update employee pay information form, and go ahead and make a new file, and this will be update employee pay information form.tsx. Make sure we spell form right. I don't want it to say from, both of those say form. Perfect. Let's close out this. This one's not going to take any CSS. So the first thing we need to go and do is set up the interface for update employee pay information form props. Inside the props, we're simply just going to have an employee of type employee. Let's go ahead and import our employee here. Looks good. Let's come down below and go and say export const update employee pay information form is a react.fc equal to an error function. Also, I see that I have a typo here, so let's go ahead and fix that typo really quick. Now we can go and set up the props. Let's come inside the function parameters, pass an object with employee to clean this up. And let's go and open up our function here and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's just simply go ahead and return a div, or not a div, empty fragment for the time being. And let's come up top to start doing our state and our logic here. The first thing we need to go and do is gain access to the employees and employee service from our use global context. So let's go and say const object with employees and employee service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our use global context as well as our global context type. Below, we want to go ahead and say const initial pay information is equal to a pay information of an empty object. Let's go ahead and import our pay information like so. Let's go ahead and open this up. Here, we'll go ahead and say ID is equal to 0. We're going to go ahead and set the pay type to employee.payinformation.payType. The pay amount is going to be employee.payamount.payamount. Let's go ahead and do it for our initial pay information state here. So let's go ahead and say const updated information and set updated information is equal to use state of type pay information, and then go ahead and set that initial pay information. Let's go ahead and import our use state here. That way it's not mad at us. Looks good. Now we need to go ahead and set up the handlers for our inputs and whatnot. So let's first go ahead and say const update pay information is equal to an arrow function. Inside, this is going to take in an event of type react.change event on an HTML input element or an HTML select element. Let's go and open up our function here, and we're going to go ahead and say set updated information with an object. Inside, let's go ahead and say ... updated information. And we're going to have square brackets e.target.name : e.target.value. That looks good for updating our pay information. Let's go ahead and come down. We also need to go ahead and set up a handler for submitting it. So let's go ahead and say const handle submit update pay is equal to an arrow function. Inside our parameters, let's go ahead and take in an event of type react.mouse event on an HTML button element. And let's go ahead and open up our function. First thing we want to go ahead and do is call e.preventDefault to prevent the form from doing its default actions. Then we'll go ahead and call employee service.submit update pay information. Inside, let's go ahead and pass the updated information, the employee.email, and employees. And that should go ahead and do it for the logic for this component. Now we can come back down into our return here. We're going to go ahead and keep our fragments because we're going to be rendering a couple different things. And here we're going to go ahead and do a check to see if employee is updating again. So let's go ahead and say employee service, employee updating question mark. And then we're going to go ahead and render an empty fragment or an empty fragment. Let's go ahead and make this look a little bit prettier. So let's go ahead and just add some spacing here. So if we're loading or if we're not loading. So if we're loading, let's go ahead and render the loading component again. That looks good. And let's go and import the loading component. I don't know why it didn't work. Let's see what's going on here. I guess I double imported it. I don't know what's going on. Otherwise, let's go and import the form. Make sure this comes from our form. Open this up, and then let's go ahead and set up our props. Inside the form, the button text will be equal to update employee pay. We're going to go ahead and say error is equal to employee service.employee update error. The error message will say unable to update employee's pay. The action will be handle submit update pay, and our width will be set to 50%. Let's come inside the form, and the first thing we want to do is type in H2 that says update employee pay. Below our H2, let's go ahead and import a form select. Let's make sure it gets imported properly. Then we'll go and open this up to set up the props. The label will be pay type. The name will be pay type. The values will be an array with the string hourly and the string salary. Handle input will be update pay information. And default value will equal to updated information.payType. Let's go ahead and come below our form select and import a form input. Once again, let's make sure this gets imported properly. Looks good. And then let's go ahead and open this up. Inside, the type will be a number. The label will be pay amount. The name will be pay amount. The placeholder will be backticks, $ curly brace, employee.payinformation.payamount. The content will be updated information.payamount. And finally, handle input will be equal to update pay information. That looks good, and that's all we need for a simple form to update the employee's pay information. The very last thing we need to do in this chapter for the admin functionality is to add this form to the employee table, and then make sure we can successfully update the employee's pay. So let's go ahead and navigate back to the employee table and make this happen. Once again, inside the employee table, let's go ahead and get rid of this update employee pay information empty fragment here, and let's actually go ahead and render the update employee pay information form. Let's make sure this gets imported from the proper place. And then here, let's go ahead and pass in employees equal to employee. That looks good. And finally, all we have left to do in this mammoth section of the course is to make sure our admin functionality is working at this point. So let's go ahead and hop back into the front end and make sure everything is working properly. So let's go ahead and close out of this. You can see we kind of broke some stuff here because it refreshed. We'll deal with all of that later. Let's go ahead and say admin employee at company.com and go ahead and pass in a password and log in. Cool. So the first thing we want to go ahead and try to do as an admin is to create the employee. So I guess this is a little bit scuffed. I'm not sure what happened here. We might need to look into what's going on with the form here, because this was working whenever we tested it before. Employee modal form. And let's see here. Let me do a little bit of debugging to see what happened to this. So for some reason, it thinks that we are in the error state, because if there's an error, oh wait, no, that's correct. Just kidding. It should be bigger if it's an error. So that's correct. I'm not sure why this is what's going on with this. I'm not sure why the CSS is broken. I guess let's update the CSS slightly. This isn't an issue with sizing here. So I guess let's go ahead and make this slightly bigger. Let's go ahead and make this 31.25 room. And then let's go ahead and bump this up to like 33, I guess. This was not an issue before, so that's curious. It's a little bit bigger, I guess. Let's go ahead and bump this to 35 RAM, and then maybe this to 38. Let's see what it looks like. Maybe some settings changed on my laptop or my desktop and made the default sizing slightly different, so it made it smaller. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this to 33 RAM, and we'll go ahead and set this to like 35.25 RAM. I'm wondering if default sizing got set up differently, or I tweaked something on accident, or an update went through. So you can play around with that as you see fit. It should have been 16 pixels, and that should have been plenty of space. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But again, if it seems like it's a little small for you guys, just go ahead and update that. Let's hop back in. So now that shouldn't affect the functionality any. Let's go ahead and make a employee, and we'll go ahead and call this 2. We'll go ahead and say the contact is 444. 444 and then 1234. You guys, whatever phone number you want. Obviously, here it's going to be manager employee at company.com, and then they'll be paid hourly. And let's say they get paid $30 an hour. Now we can go ahead and try to create that employee. Now let's go ahead and copy down their email. So let me go ahead and paste this somewhere. And let's also go ahead and copy down their temporary password. Looks good. Now we can go ahead and close out of that. So it looks all good and dandy. Now we can go ahead and, for example, open up one of these to view their information. So that looks good. So now we can go ahead and actually click this. And now let's say we want to go ahead and update this person to actually be second employee. So we can go ahead and say second and employee, like so, and go ahead and update them. And now we just screwed up their email address. But that's completely fine. We can also go ahead and close out this. We can go ahead and open up this guy. And let's say he's been working here and he deserves a raise. So we can say like he gets 720.50 now. We can go and update that pay information and close out this and reopen it. And that pay information has stuck. So that's looking good. And then we can go ahead and close out of everything and log out, quote unquote, by doing this. And then let's go ahead and pass in, I think we end up calling them second employee. Let's go ahead and say second employee at company, maybe .com. And then we need to go ahead and paste in their temporary password. So let's go ahead and copy the temporary password. Hopefully I didn't scuff everything, and log in. Looks good. Now we are in our second employee page, and that is all looking good. So that's going to go ahead and wrap it up for this section. Next section, we'll go ahead and work on the employee stuff, but I'll see you guys in the outro and see you in the next section. That was a long one, but that's going to go ahead and do it for the third chapter of our Spring Security Employee Management System course. In this chapter, we successfully brought in the Spring Data JPA and H2 dependencies and set up our database schemas/entities to authenticate the employees from the database. We also enabled the application to authorize requests based on the employee employee's role, the first role that we focused on was the admin's logic and abilities. By setting up the ability to view and create new employees, along with updating information such as their personal information and pay information. Finally, we explained the React application to use these new endpoints and allow the admin employees to more easily do their jobs on the web interface. With that being said, I hope you join me in the next chapter when we'll be expanding our application to allow for employee type employees to fill out and submit their timesheets, along with updating the personal and contact information. In this chapter, we will continue to expand the Spring Boot and React applications. We'll primarily be focusing on expanding the backend by implementing the logic for the employee role users. This is going to include allowing them to update their contact information and creating, updating, submitting timesheets for managers to later approve or deny. Along with expanding the backend, we'll also be building upon our React application, creating new pages for the employees to manage themselves, as well as a page for employees to view, update, and submit their timesheets for the week. We will of course be creating all the necessary components to make these pages work. And now, with our roadmap for the chapter laid out, let's go ahead and get to work setting up some new entities in the Spring Boot application. The first thing we need to set up in order to get our employee logic working is their working timesheet system. So we need to start out by going ahead and setting up a way to track hours on timesheet. To do this, let's go ahead and open up our project and come into our entities. We're going to go ahead and make a new class inside of our entities. We're going to go ahead and call this timesheet hours, like so, and open this up. And then here we're going to go ahead and make a new entity. This means we need to go ahead and first extend our base entity here. And let's go ahead and import our base entity, and then we can come up top and start annotating it. First off, we want to go ahead and have our @entity annotation. Make sure we go ahead and import that. Below this, we'll go ahead and have our @table annotation. Once again, let's go ahead and import our @table here. Inside, let's go ahead and give this a name equal to timesheet_hours. Now we can go ahead and start adding in our general purpose long block annotation. So first off, let's go and add @no args constructor. Go and import that. Let's also go ahead and add in the all args constructor. Import that one. We'll also want to go ahead and add @data. Import that. And finally, we'll go ahead and include @builder. Finally, let's import @builder. Looks good. Now we're ready to start setting up the fields inside of our class. Unfortunately, there is no really good way to set up these timesheet entities. So we're going to go ahead and start out with a private timesheet field called timesheet, and we'll circle back around and create this class and import it here whenever we've done that one. Let's go above timesheet, and we want to go ahead and include an @menu_to_one annotation above it. Let's go and import that. And below the @menu_to_one, we're also going to go ahead and include an @join column. Let's import our @join column. Inside, we're going to go ahead and give it a name equal to timesheet_ID. And finally, the timesheet object is a source of an infinite loop, so we need to go ahead and add a JSON ignore properties annotation. Let's go and import that, add some parentheses and curly braces, and inside we're going to add a list with hours, employee, and approver. That is our timesheet setup. Again, we'll go back through and create this class in a little bit, but for now it's fine. Let's come down below, and now we want to go ahead and set up a private day of week. Let's go and import day of week. This is going to be an enum from Java time. Above it, let's go ahead and add @enumerated. Let's import that. And then inside parentheses, let's go and add enum type.string. We'll probably have to go ahead and import this, or maybe not. It seems like it's fine. Cool. Below @enumerated, let's go and add an @column annotation. Go and import that. Inside @column, let's go and set the name equal to day_of_week. Now below, we need to go ahead and set up a private local date for our timesheet hour. Let's go and import our local date from our Java date time. Looks good. Now we can come below, and we also want to go ahead and set up a private double hours. And that is actually everything we're going to go ahead and need for our timesheet hours entity. And then after we're done creating the timesheet entity, we'll go ahead and circle back and import it into this class. Next up, we need an enum to keep track of the current status of our timesheet. So let's go and open up our project here, go into our entities, and make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and make an enum. And we're going to go ahead and call this timesheet status. Let's go and open this up and close out this just to make some more space. Let's go ahead and come in here. And the timesheet status is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have created. The next status will be saved. Then it'll be submitted. After submitted is approved, or it could be denied. And finally paid. There we go. That is our timesheet status. Now we can go ahead and finally start setting up our timesheet class itself. Let's go ahead and open up the project, go into entities, make a new Java class. Go ahead and make a timesheet and open that guy up. So this is going to be an entity. So as always, we need to go ahead and extend our base entity. Let's go and import our base entity, and we can start setting up our annotations. Once again, we want to go ahead and annotate it with that entity. Go and import that. We also want to go and annotate it with @table. Import table. And inside, let's go ahead and give it a name equal to timesheets. Now we're ready for our long block annotation. So to start out, once again, we'll have a no args constructor, give that an import, then we'll have an all args constructor, import that one. Next up, we'll use @data, and then we'll have @builder to round it out. Go ahead and import that last one. Now we can come inside of our timesheet entity here, and we can start setting up our properties. First thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up the employee. So let's go ahead and say private employee. Let's go ahead and come above our employee entity, and we're going to go ahead and say @many-to-one. Let's give that an import, and then below we need to also go ahead and include the @join column annotation. Give that an import, and inside let's go ahead and give this name equal to employee_ID. And then finally, this employee could cause a circular dependency or an infinite loop again. So let's go ahead and include the @JSON_ignore properties. Give that an import as well, and inside we're going to go ahead and ignore reports to property. Next up, let's come down below our private employee. We need to go ahead and set up a private employee approver. And above this, we're going to go ahead and put @many-to-one because many employees could approve a timesheet. Below, once again, we'll have an @join column. And inside our join column, we'll go ahead and say name is equal to approver_ID. And then once again, this would also cause a circular dependency. So we'll go ahead and include the @JSON_ignore properties again. And inside, we're going to go ahead and include reports to once again. That looks good. Let's go and come below our employee approver. And now we need to go ahead and set up a private local date start date for the timesheet. Let's go ahead and import our local date here and come above, and we want to go ahead and include the @column annotation. Go and import that, and inside we're going to go ahead and say name is equal to start_date. Looks good. Let's come below our start date and have a private local date end date for the timesheet. Once again, let's go ahead and annotate it with @column, and inside column we're going to go ahead and set the name equal to end_date. Looks good for our dates. Let's come below, and now we're going to need a private timesheet status. This is an enum, so above we're going to go ahead and want @enumerated. Go ahead and import that, and inside let's go ahead and include enum type.string. Then we want to come below here, and we need to go ahead and keep track of all the hours on this timesheet. So let's go ahead and say list of timesheet hours and call it hours. Let's go ahead and bring in our list here. So import that, looks good. And above, we need to go ahead and set up an @one-to-many annotation. Let's go and import that. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say map by equal to timesheet, which is the property on our timesheet hours that we're using to kind of link these together. And that looks good. Now we can come below. We need to keep track of how many hours are on here. So let's go ahead and say private double regular hours. Above, let's go ahead and annotate it with @column. Inside @column, we'll go ahead and say name is equal to regular_pay_hours. Then let's come below here. Let's give a little bit more space here. And then we're going to have a private double overtime hours. Above, we'll go ahead and annotate with @column again. And inside of @column, we'll go ahead and add a name equal to overtime_pay_hours. Looks good. Next, let's go ahead and have a private string message for the approver to either say, hey, this is why I approved it or denied it. Above, we'll go ahead and annotate with @column. Inside, we'll go and say name is equal to approver message. And that looks pretty good. Let me just double check to make sure we didn't miss any pay or anything. I don't think so. Looks good. So now that should be the last thing we need to go ahead and do to wrap up our timesheet entity. And now we just need to go ahead and hop back into timesheet hours to make sure that that gets imported successfully. We don't have any errors. Let's go ahead and hop into our timesheet hours here. And now that got imported properly, it should be fine. And we should be able to rerun our application without error. Let's just double check to make sure that this is working properly. And you can see that it started successfully. It looks good. Now if we go ahead and open up a web browser here and check the H2 console, we should be able to see this new table. So let me go ahead and get a new web browser open here. If we go ahead and connect, we should now see that we have a timesheet hours here. When we run it, we can have our date, hours, ID, timesheet ID, create timestamp, update timestamp, and day of week. And we also have our timesheets, which has our approver, our employee, our end date, our ID, the overtime hours, the regular hours, start date, our create and update, our approver message, and status. So that is everything that we need to go ahead and set up the timesheets. That way we can start tracking the employee time, and we can go ahead and move on to setting up the repositories and our services after that. Next thing on our big list of things to do to be able to set up the employee logic is to be able to actually access the data inside the database tables. So we need to go ahead and set up some repository interfaces for those corresponding entities that we just set up in the last sections. So let's go ahead and open up our project here and start out by going to our repositories package here and make a new interface. And we're going to go ahead and start out with a timesheet hours repository. Let's Go and open that up and close out our project. The first thing we need to go ahead and do here is say extends JPA repository to make this a JPA repository. Go and import that, and we need to go ahead and set up the typing here. First, we're going to go ahead and include timesheet hours as the type that we're getting out of the database. And we're going to need to go ahead and import this. Let's go and import our timesheet hours here. And then the type for the ID is going to be integer. So let's go ahead and include integer as well. That looks good. Should be happy with this now. Now above, let's go ahead and include the @repository just for the heck of it. And that looks good. So now let's go ahead and move on and create the one for our timesheets themselves. So let's go and open up our project here. Right click, make a new Java class, make an interface. We'll go ahead and call this timesheet repository. Open this one up, and now we need to do the same thing. Let's go and extend JPA repository. Once again, let's go and import that, set up the typing. This time we're going to be fetching a timesheet from the repository. Let's go and import our timesheet like we did last time. And then let's go ahead and also include integer because that is the type of the ID once again. Looks good. Let's come above. We'll go ahead and annotate that repository once again. Go ahead and import that, and that looks good. Now we're going to come inside of this interface. We are actually going to have a repository method here. So let's go ahead and set up a custom query method to access timesheets by their start date and the employee. So we're going to go ahead and say optional timesheet to start. Let's go ahead and import optional really quickly. And we're going to go ahead and call this method find by start date and employee. Inside of our method parameters, we want to go ahead and include a local date start date and an employee. Let's go ahead and import our local date here. That way that's not managed. Let's also import our employee from our entities, and that looks good to go. So this is going to go ahead and wrap up everything we need to access our database tables that we set up in the previous steps. So now we can go ahead and move forward with setting up some utility methods that will help us when creating, accessing, and updating timesheets. As mentioned at the end of the last chapter, we need a utility class to store some timesheet utility methods in. So to do this, let's go ahead and open up our project here. We're going to go ahead and make a new package inside of our com.unknowncoder package. We're going to go ahead and call this utils. Go ahead and come inside of our utils package, make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this timesheet, utils. Go ahead and open that up. That looks good. This is not going to be a component or anything. We're just going to basically use this as a static utility class. So this is good to go to just hop in here. So to start out, we're going to go ahead and declare a list of day of week, basically entities or enums. That way we can have easy access to a whole list to loop through to set up our timesheets. So let's go ahead and say private static final list day of week. We need to go ahead and import our day of week. We'll also need to go ahead and import our list, and that's fine. And we're going to go ahead and call this days underscore of week, all uppercase. And this is going to be equal to a list.of. And inside, we're going to go ahead and include all the days of the week. We'll go ahead and say day of week.sunday. We're going to have day of week.monday, day of week.tuesday, day of week.wednesday, day of week.thursday, day of week.friday, and finally day of week.saturday. Now, there's probably a better way to do this or some built-in way to do this that I don't know about. So if you know how to do that, go ahead and do it. This kind of works for me because what we're going to end up doing whenever we create a timesheet, we need a day of week or a timesheet hour, basically for every day, more or less. So that's what this is going to be used for. So if you guys know a better way to do that, go ahead and do that. But it is what it is. And then we want to go ahead and set up a new static method. So let's go ahead and say public static integer. And we're going to go ahead and call this get days since Sunday. And this method is going to be used to basically determine when we need to go ahead and start the timesheet or the start date of the timesheet. We're going to take what day it is, figure out if we need to make a new timesheet or use the current one, and then start it on that previous Sunday, basically. So inside the method parameters, we're going to go ahead and need to pass a local date, current date to figure this out. We need to go ahead and import this local date here. And let's go ahead and hop inside of the method. We're going to go ahead and set up a day of week and call it current day. And this is going to be equal to current date.get day of week. And then what we'll go and do is return days underscore of week dot index of, and inside we're going to go ahead and pass in that current day. Once again, this is going to go ahead and help us out whenever we're creating timesheet to figure out when and what date we're supposed to start the timesheet on. So that's going to go ahead and wrap up this guy. Now we're ready to go ahead and start working on our timesheet service. Now that we have the utility sorted out, we should be ready to get down and dirty in the timesheet service. Let's go ahead and open up our project here, go into our services, make a new Java class, and then let's go ahead and call this timesheet and service. Go and open that up. Let's go and close out our project structure there, and that looks good. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is we need to come above the class, and let's go ahead and add the @service annotation. Go and import that. And we also want to go ahead and include the @transactional. And we want to make sure this one's coming from the Spring framework. Whenever we go ahead and import this, let's make sure it comes from the framework. Looks good. And then finally, we're going to have some dependencies in here. So let's go ahead and also include the @required RX constructor annotation. Let's go and import down from Lombok, and that looks good. Let's come down here and start setting up the dependencies that we need. The first thing that we're going to need is our timesheet repository. Let's go ahead and say private final timesheet repository, timesheet repository. Let's go and import our timesheet repository here. Let's come below. We also are going to go ahead and need the timesheet hours repository. So let's go ahead and say private final timesheet hours repository, timesheet hours repository. Looks good. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet hours repository. And that's all we need for now. And let's go ahead and start setting up some of the business logic inside of our timesheet service. We're going to go ahead and start out with a public method, which returns a timesheet called create timesheet with dates for employee. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet here so it's not mad at us. Then we want to go ahead and come inside of the method parameters. We want to go ahead and include an employee, a local date start date, and a local date end date. Let's go ahead and import our employee here. We'll also go ahead and import our local date. That looks good. And let's come inside of this method here, and to make the compiler happy, let's just go ahead and return null before we start messing with the logic. Now let's come above our return null statement here, and let's start setting some things up. And so the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is check to see if a timesheet exists for the employee for that start date. So to do this, let's go ahead and declare an optional timesheet that we'll call existing timesheet. Let's go ahead and import our optional from our java.util. Looks good. And we're going to go ahead and set this equal to timesheet repository.find by start date and employee. And then inside of this method, we want to go ahead and pass in the start date and employee. Now that we have our optional, let's go ahead and set up a check for if existing timesheet.is present. If this is the case, let's go ahead and return the existing timesheet.get. So if we have a timesheet already, we'll just go ahead and return it. And we could probably have done this on one line or something, but it is what it is. We're going to come down below here. And if it doesn't exist, we're going to go ahead and create a new timesheet. So let's go ahead and say timesheet is equal to timesheet.builder. Then let's go ahead and start setting up our different properties. Let's go ahead and say employee is equal to employee. We'll say start date is equal to the start date passed into the method. We'll set the end date to the end date passed into the method. We'll set the status to timesheet status.created. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet status here so it's not mad at us. Looks good. Then we'll go ahead and set hours to a new array list of timesheet hours. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet hours. We may also have to import our array list here, so let's go and import that as well. Next up, let's go and set regular hours to 0.0. And then we'll go ahead and set the overtime hours to 0.0 as well. And finally, we can call .build. Now we need to go ahead and persist this to the database. So let's go ahead and say timesheet is equal to timesheet repository.save that timesheet. Looks good. And then now before we finish up this create timesheet method, we need to write a method inside of our service to generate a week's worth of timesheet hours. So let's go ahead and come down below our create timesheet with dates for employee. We're going to go ahead and declare a new private method that returns a list of timesheet hours called generate hours for timesheet. Inside this method, we're going to go ahead and pass in the timesheet, the local date start date, and the local date end date. Let's go and open up the method. And we also need to go ahead and import our list because we just imported the array list earlier. And then here we want to go ahead and declare a list of timesheet hours called hours, which is equal to a new array list. Then we're going to go ahead and set up an old school for loop with int I equal to 0, I less than 7, and I plus plus. Inside the for loop, let's go ahead and say timesheet hours hour is equal to timesheet hours.builder. And now let's go ahead and set up our timesheet hours. So we're going to go ahead and set the hours to 0.0 to start. We're going to go ahead and set the timesheet to the timesheet passed to the function. We're going to go ahead and set the date to start date dot plus days of I. We're going to set the day of week to start date dot plus days of I dot get day of week. And finally, we'll go ahead and call .build. Now, after we have generated this hour, let's go ahead and call hours.add hour. And finally, we can come outside of the for loop and we can go ahead and return timesheet hours repository.save all hours. Now that we have a way to generate the hours for the timesheet, we can go ahead and come back up to our timesheet, create timesheet with dates for employee, and continue working in here. So next, let's go ahead and say list of timesheet hours is equal to generate hours for timesheet. And then inside this method parameter, let's go ahead and pass in the timesheet, the start date, and the end date. Let's come below and let's also go ahead and say timesheet.set hours to those newly created hours. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of this return. And then let's go ahead and return timesheet repository.save timesheet. Looks good. This will go ahead and allow us to generate some timesheets with some employee and then a specified start date and end date. Let's go ahead and come below here and let's go ahead and set up another method to be able to just create one based off the current date. So let's go ahead and say public timesheet, create or read timesheet for employee. Inside this method parameter, let's go ahead and pass employee. And then we can go ahead and open up the method. Inside, let's go ahead and say local date now is equal to local date.now. Then we want to go ahead and get the days since Sunday to kind of figure out when we should create this timesheet for. So we're going to go ahead and say integer days since Sunday is equal to timesheet utils.get days since Sunday and then pass in that now. Now let's go ahead and import our timesheet utils here. That way we can use it. And now, since we know how many days since Sunday, we can go ahead and say local date start date is equal to now dot minus days and days since Sunday. We'll also go ahead and say local date end date is equal to the start date plus days is 6. And now that we have the start date and end date, we can go ahead and try to find the existing timesheet for this employee. And if they don't exist, we can go ahead and create one with that start and end date. So let's first go ahead and say optional timesheet, existing timesheet. We'll set this equal to timesheet repository.find by start date and employee. And inside, we'll go ahead and pass the start date and employee. Once again, we'll go ahead and add a check to see if existing timesheet is present. If that's the case, we'll go ahead and return existing timesheet.get. Otherwise, let's come outside of this if statement and return create timesheet with dates for employee. And we'll go ahead and pass in employee, start date, and end date. Looks good. Now we need a way to actually go ahead and update the timesheet hours for the employee. So let's go ahead and say public timesheet, update timesheet hours. Inside the method parameters, let's go ahead and pass in a timesheet. And then we can go and open up the method. Inside, let's go ahead and declare a list of timesheet hours called hours, and we'll set this equal to timesheet.getHours. Next, we need to go ahead and save these updated hours to the timesheet hours repository. So we're going to say hours is equal to timesheet hours repository.save all hours. Then we're going to go ahead and say double total hours is equal to hours.stream. Then we're going to call .map with timesheet hours : get hours. We'll call .map to double with d lambda d. And finally, we'll call .sum. Now we'll go ahead and check to see the total hours is less than or equal to 40. If that's the case, let's go ahead and say timesheet.set regular hours to total hours. Otherwise, let's go ahead and say timesheet.set regular hours to 40.0. And we'll call timesheet.set overtime hours to total hours minus 40. Finally, let's come below this if-else statement and go ahead and say timesheet.set hours to those newly persisted hours. We'll go ahead and say timesheet.set status to timesheet status.saved. And finally, we'll return timesheet repository.save timesheet. So here we go ahead and receive the updated timesheets. We go ahead and save those updated hours, make sure we update the total and overtime hours, as well as make sure it's a save status and save it to the repository, and that's all good to go. Next, let's go ahead and set up another private utility function to fetch a timesheet by its ID or throw a does not exist exception. So let's go ahead and say private timesheet, retrieve timesheet by ID, or throw timesheet does not exist exception. Inside the method parameters, let's go ahead and pass in an integer ID. Let's go ahead and open up this function, and we're going to go ahead and say return timesheet repository.find by ID and pass in that ID. And if it doesn't exist, we're going to say or else throw. And for the time being, we're going to go ahead and throw a new runtime exception. Now, instead of just throwing a new runtime exception, we actually want to go ahead and throw a custom repository here. Let's go ahead and open up our project directory here and make a new class. We can go ahead and make a new exception. Let's go ahead and call this timesheet does not exist exception, like so. Go and open this up, and it extends a runtime exception. Perfect. And it already went ahead and pre-created a string message constructor for us. Let's go ahead and come below here or above here, and let's also go ahead and make another public timesheet does not exist exception constructor. This one is going to be a no argument, and let's go ahead and call super with timesheet does not exist. So that looks good. I think that's all we need to go ahead and do here. Let's go ahead and save this. We can go ahead and close out of this timesheet does not exist exception, and let's go ahead and come back in here. So now we can go ahead and delete this new runtime exception here. We're just putting that as a placeholder. And now let's go ahead and put in timesheet does not exist exception : new. Let's go ahead and import this exception. That way it's not mad at us. Maybe I might have typoed here as well. Let me make sure I didn't typo here. And let's see here. Timesheet does not exist exception. I don't know if I typoed, but let's go ahead and copy this and just paste it in here. Sometimes it doesn't like to import these as well for some reason. So let's see if I can just get to import here. Doesn't look like it's going to let me. So let's just go and import it manually, I guess. So let's just come here. Go ahead and import com.unknowncoder.exceptions and then timesheet does not exist exception and save. And now it's fine. For some reason, I don't know why, but IntelliJ doesn't like to import exceptions, but that's fine. Now that we have this, let's come below our public timesheet update timesheet hours. And let's go ahead and declare a public timesheet update timesheet status method. Inside this method parameters, let's go ahead and pass in the integer timesheet ID and timesheet status. Go ahead and open up this function here, and let's go ahead and say timesheet is equal to retrieve timesheet by ID or throw timesheet does not exist exception, and then pass in that timesheet ID. Now we can go ahead and say timesheet.setStatus to the status we passed to the method. And finally, we will return timesheet repository.saveTimesheet. And that should go ahead and do it for all of our business logic here inside of our timesheet service. Next up, we just need to go ahead and set up the timesheet controller and then also make sure that we can access the different timesheet endpoints through our security configuration. So let's go ahead and start working on those steps and test it out before hopping onto the front end. As mentioned at the end of the last section, we are now ready to go ahead and start working on our timesheet controller and also related payload classes. So before we actually get into the timesheet controller, we need to go ahead and make at least one record to be able to send some data back and forth. Let's go and open up our project and then go where our DTOs are. And let's go ahead and make a new Java class. Let's go ahead and make this a record. And let's go ahead and call this generate and dated timesheet request. Let's go ahead and open this up and we can close out our project here. Inside here, we want to go ahead and include employee, local date, start date, and local date, end date. Let's go ahead and import our employee. So let's go ahead and import our local date as well. Like so, maybe, there we go. And then above, let's also go ahead and include app builder just in case we ever need to build one of these objects. Let's go and import builder. That looks good. And this is more or less just like a utility type record here for if we want to go ahead and generate a bunch of timesheet records for the pay stubs and stuff like that later on, that way we can make sure everything's working. But it's good to go ahead and set all of this up. So now with this setup, we can go ahead and open up our project once again. Let's go ahead and go into our controllers. And let's go ahead and make a new Java class. And we'll go ahead and call this time and sheet controller. Like so, we can go ahead and close out our project thing again. And let's go ahead and throw the @rest controller above the top of our timesheet controller. Let's go and import that. Let's also go ahead and include the @request mapping. And then inside the @request mapping, let's go ahead and map this to /timesheet. Finally, we're going to go ahead and bring in some dependencies. So let's also go ahead and include the @requiredArgs constructor annotation from Lombok. Looks good for all of our annotations. Let's go ahead and open this guy up. Inside, let's go ahead and declare a private final timesheet service. Let's go and import our timesheet service here. And now we're ready to start setting up our different methods. To start out, let's go ahead and say public timesheet, generate or fetch timesheet for employee. Let's go and import our timesheet here. And inside of the method, let's go ahead and include an @request body. Go and import that. And the request body is going to be an employee. Let's go ahead and import our employee here and come above to go ahead and set up our mapping here. So let's go ahead and say @post mapping for this one. Let's import that. And then the post mapping is just going to be to /. So let's go ahead and hop into the method and set this up. All we need to go ahead and do here is return timesheet service.create or read timesheet for employee and then pass in that employee from the request body. Next, let's go ahead and set up the utility one. So let's go ahead and say public timesheet, generate timesheet with dates. Inside the method parameters, let's also go ahead and include an @request body. The request body will be a generate data timesheet request, and we'll call it body. Let's go and import this record here. That way it's not mad at us. And let's come above. We're going to go ahead and say @post mapping once again. And we're going to go ahead and map this request to /dates. Looks good. Let's go and open up this method here. Inside the method, let's go ahead and return timesheet service.create timesheet with dates for employee. And inside the method, let's go ahead and say body.employee, body.startDate, and body.endDate. This one looks good to go. Let's go ahead and create another method to go ahead and update timesheet hours. So let's go ahead and say public timesheet, update timesheet hours. Inside this, let's also go ahead and include an @request body annotation. This request body will be a timesheet we'll call timesheet. And above the method, we're going to go ahead and include @put mapping. Go and import that. And inside the put mapping, we're going to go ahead and map this to /hours. Let's go ahead and open up our method here. And here, all we need to go ahead and do is return the timesheet service that update timesheet hours with the timesheet passed in as the body. Looks good. Next up, let's go ahead and create a method to be able to submit a timesheet. So let's go ahead and say public timesheet, submit timesheet for approval. Inside, we're going to go ahead and use the app path variable annotation. Go and import that. Inside, we're going to go ahead and say timesheet ID in a string. And we're going to go ahead and save this into an integer timesheet ID. Above the method, we're going to go ahead and say app put mapping. We're going to go ahead and map this to /submit /curly braces timesheet ID. Let's go ahead and open up our method here. And we want to go ahead and return timesheet service .update timesheet status. And here we're going to go ahead and pass in that timesheet ID and the timesheet status .submitted. Let's go and import our timesheet status so it's not mad at us. And that looks good to go. Finally, we need to go ahead and set up a handler method for when the timesheet does not exist exception occurs. So let's go ahead and set up a public response entity of type string handle timesheet does not exist exception. Let's go ahead and import our response entity here so it's not mad at us. And above, we're going to go ahead and annotate with @exception handler. Go and import that. And then inside of curly braces, we're going to go ahead and include timesheet does not exist exception .class. Once again, we need to go ahead and import our timesheet does not exist exception. We can go and open up our method. We're going to go ahead and return a response entity .status of 404. We're going to go ahead and set the .body to timesheet does not exist. That should go ahead and conclude the logic which the employee type employee has on timesheets. Now we just need to make a couple of updates to the employee logic to allow the employee type employees to update their own contact information. Now to be able to update the ability for employees to update their own contact information, we need to go ahead and hop into the employee controller and make some changes. So let's go ahead and open up the employee controller here. And the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is bring in a new dependency. So let's go ahead and say private final contact information service, contact information service. Let's go ahead and import our contact information service. And then now we can go ahead and scroll down to, I guess we can just go ahead and go below the pay put mapping. And here, let's go ahead and say public employee, update employee contact information. And then inside, let's go ahead and say app path variable. Inside the path variable, we'll go ahead and pass email. We'll go ahead and store this in a string called email. We'll also go ahead and have an @request body. And this request body is going to be a contact information we'll call body. We need to go ahead and import our contact information. And there we go. Let's come above. We're going to go ahead and say app put mapping. And inside the app put mapping, we'll go ahead and say /contact /curly braces email. The setup's good to go. Let's go and open up the method. Inside the method, let's go ahead and say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email and pass in that email. Then we want to go ahead and say body.set ID to employee.get contact information.get ID. Then we'll say contact information is equal to contact information service.create contact information with that body. Then we'll go ahead and say employee.set contact information to that newly updated contact information. And finally, we'll go ahead and return employee service.create or update employee and pass in the updated employee. That should go ahead and do it for the logic inside the employee controller. Now we just need to go ahead and hop into our security configuration and set up the configuration for employees to be able to access their specific URLs. As mentioned in the previous section, now that we have set up all the logic on our backend for this chapter, now we can hop into the security configuration and finish setting up the rest of our security permissions. So let's go ahead and do that. We can also go ahead and start closing out of some of this other stuff that we don't need. So let's go ahead and just close out this stuff while I have it at the top of my mind. Let's go ahead and open up our security configuration. And the first thing that we're going to need to go ahead and do is come down to the bottom here and we need to set up some new routes. So let's go ahead and say private static ant path request matcher array employee routes. Let's go ahead and open this up and let's go ahead and return a new ant path request matcher array. Let's open this up. Inside, let's go ahead and declare a new ant path request matcher with timesheet and post. Let's set up another new ant path request matcher with /timesheet/hours input. Then we'll go ahead and set up a new ant path request matcher with /timesheet/submit /curly braces timesheet ID input. And that is looking good. Next, we just need to make sure to go ahead and include this inside of our HTTP request. Let's go ahead and come below our request matchers for admin. And let's go ahead and say .request matchers once again. Inside, let's go ahead and call the employee routes method. And we'll go ahead and call .hasRole of employee. Let's go ahead and save this up. That should go ahead and wrap up all the logic here in the backend. Now we should be able to hop over to Postman and make sure all of our new API endpoints are working and only work for those employee type employees. And then we can also go ahead and try to just update their contact information, which any employee should be able to do. Before we do that, let's go ahead and remember to go ahead and restart our application because otherwise I'm going to be scratching my head why the heck this isn't working. And now that it's restarted, we can go ahead and close out this and let's go ahead and open up Postman and try to make a couple of changes and API calls. So let's go ahead and open up our auth endpoints here and let's go ahead and log in as an employee. We have employee@company.com and pass. Let's go ahead and try to log in. As you can see, we logged in successfully, so that's great. So now as an employee, we should be able to go ahead and update our personal contact information. So let's go ahead and go into our employee, and this is going to be update contact. This is going to be to http://localhost 8000/employee/contact, and then that employee's email. And here we can go ahead and make some changes. So maybe we went ahead and moved or something. So now instead of 6, 7, 8 hourly, maybe we can go ahead and say that we moved to 1, 2, 3 hourly. And we also went ahead and moved up to a penthouse suite, a 303 or something. So now if we go ahead and submit this, we should, fingers crossed, get a 200 and get back the updated employee. Hopefully we don't get a 403 here. So you can see we got a 200 okay. And now you can see they now live on 123 Hourly Street and apartment 303. We could also update their phone number, for example, so we can change it back to 111, 111, and then 1234 here. And also go ahead and send that. And it seems like we maybe sent too many or didn't send enough. Let's just double check this. 123, 123, 1234. Try to send it again. I don't know why we're getting a violation. That should be 10. Let's go ahead and try to send this back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 and see if we get the same error. Okay, I'm not sure where I was going wrong with the numbers there. Oh, you know what? That was the admins, wasn't it? So we wanted to go 333, 333, 1234, I think, instead of ones. There we go. Duh. The admin has 111. So anyway, we can update their contact information. That all looks good to go. So next, the primary functionality of an employee is the ability to generate timesheets and fill them out. So let's go ahead and generate a timesheet. Let's close out of this. Let's close out of these, and let's go ahead and open up our timesheet here, maybe, timesheet. And now we can go ahead and generate or get timesheet. So here, what this is going to go ahead and take in is the employee. And we want to go ahead and make a request to http://localhost 8000/timesheet. Once again, I'll take a quick pause here just so you can see that. And like I mentioned, this is going to go ahead and take in the employee that we are making the request for. So here we have the ID, the employee type, first name, last name, their contact information, their email, first time login, their pay information, yada, yada, yada. You can get away with sending less of this inside Postman, and then inside of our front end, we'll always send everything. So if you guys don't want to go ahead and generate all of this, you can go ahead and just send like the ID, first name, last name, and email, and that's probably enough. But anyway, let's go ahead and just send this request. Fingers crossed we have this all set up properly. Perfect. We get a 200. And now we can see that we are recording on June 1st, basically. Actually, it's June 3rd. But the start date is June 1st. So let's go ahead and copy this because we're going to go ahead and need it for the next step. So next functionality is to be able to actually fill out the timesheets according to when they worked. So let's go ahead and assume that it's like a Friday, and we're going to go ahead and fill out our timesheet for the week and submit it. So that we go ahead and do update hours. So here for update hours, we're going to make a put request to http://localhost 8000/timesheet/hours. And this one's going to go ahead and take in the entire timesheet as the body, and it's going to have the filled out timesheet hours. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste in our timesheet over top of this old data. And then what we can go ahead and do is we can start filling this out. So here we have our hours. So here we can go ahead and say that regular hours on, we're not going to do Sunday. Let's say regular hours on Monday was 8 hours. Our regular hours on Tuesday was 8 hours. Our regular hours on Wednesday was 8 hours. We have regular hours, and actually I think I did this wrong. I'm sorry. We want it down here in hours. So let's go ahead and set this back to 0. It's actually going to be updating this. So Monday hours is 8. And then we go ahead and fix this. I'm sorry for the confusion. Tuesday hours are 8. Same thing. Wednesday hours should be 8. Like so. And then Thursday hours can be 8. Friday hours can be 8. Then let's say that we actually worked on Saturday a little bit. So let's go ahead and say Saturday hours are 4 hours. Looks good. Now we should be able to go ahead and submit this. And if we go ahead and take a look, if we scroll down, we should be able to see that there are 40 regular hours and 4 overtime hours. So it looks good. So now the last thing is we should be able to go ahead and submit these to be approved or denied by our manager. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. To go ahead and submit them, we can go ahead and make a put request to http://localhost 8000 timesheet/submit, and then the ID. So this is timesheet 1. So now if we go ahead and just submit this, you should see that it's going to look primarily the same. The biggest difference is if we scroll down or up. Let me go ahead and try to find this here. So here, the status is no longer saved. If we look at the update and come back up here to see the status, this one says saved. The status is going to go ahead and say submitted, which means that it's basically ready for the manager to take a look at. So all of that looks good. Let's go ahead and save all of this up. And now we're ready to go ahead and hop into the front end and start making it so the employees can start filling this out from a UI standpoint. Back in the front end here, let's start setting up the front end to consume the API endpoints and display the information returned for us. The first thing we need to set up for our employees is a portal page. We'll be calling this page the manage self page. So let's go ahead and come into our pages here. Go and make a new file. We're going to go ahead and call this manage and self page. And I make sure we spell that properly, .tsx. And I believe we're also going to go ahead and make a new file. Let's go ahead and make a manage self and then page.css. Looks good. Let's go and get rid of our Explorer for now. That way we have more space. Also, sorry for forgetting to close this bottom terminal in quite a few chapters here. I'm going to try to remember to keep this closed. That way I have more space to work with. With that being said, let's go ahead and start out by importing our manage self page.css. And let's come below and let's go ahead and say export default function manage self page. Let's go and open up our function, and inside, let's go and set up a return statement. And inside the return statement, let's go ahead and start out with a div with a class name of page-container. There we go. That looks good. Now that our linter is happy, let's go ahead and come above here and bring in some state. The first thing that we're going to go ahead and need is the employee from our global context. Let's go ahead and say const employee is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and bring in our use global context hook. And let's also go ahead and bring in our global context type. That way it's not mad anymore. Still mad at us because we're not using employee, but that's fine because we're going to come back inside of our return statement. And let's set up some curly braces. And then inside, let's go ahead and say employee question mark. And then we'll have a fragment or a fragment. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit prettier. So I like to normally bring this down like this. Go ahead and bring this down and then bring that down like so. Then we go ahead and start working. So now we're going to actually go ahead and replace this. If the employee is present, let's actually go ahead and render a div with a class name of column. And this is also going to have a style with a gap of 2 rem. Let's go ahead and close out this div here. And then inside the div, there we go. Let's go ahead and add an H3 that says manage yourself. Below the H3, let's go ahead and have another div with a class name of manage self page information row. I don't know why this div didn't want to close, but let's go ahead and close out of this div as well. Sometimes it likes to self-close, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what's up with VS Code. But inside here, we're going to go ahead and have a fragment with the placeholder text of personal information card. Below the personal information card, we're going to go ahead and import a contact information card. Let's go and make sure we import this from our components. There we go. And then inside here, we need to go ahead and set employee equal to the employee that we brought in from the global context. Then we're going to come in below this information div. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and also include a pay information card component. Let's also be sure to go ahead and import this card as well. Maybe. There we go. And then inside here, we need to go ahead and include the pay information is equal to employee.payinformation. And we're going to go ahead and set the location equal to manage. There we go. Hopefully that all works. Now, if the employee is not loaded, let's go ahead and display the loading icon. Let's also go ahead and import our loading here. Looks good. And I believe that should be everything that we need to go ahead and set up the component itself. Next, we need to go ahead and hop into the style to make it look pretty. So let's go ahead and hop into the manage self page. Luckily, we only have one class to set up here. So let's go ahead and say .manage self page -information. Inside here, let's go and say align items is stretch. And we'll go ahead and say column gap is 2 rem. Now that should be everything we need to set up the manage page for now. We're going to build some more components and put them in there, obviously. But with that being said, let's go and hop into the app component and set up the routing to the manage self page. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, it's time to go ahead and hop into the app.tsx to go ahead and actually set up the routing. Let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here. We're going to go into our app.tsx. Let's go and close out this. And everywhere we see the /myself, we want to go ahead and include the manage self page. Let's go ahead and delete this code here, and let's go ahead and include manage self page there. Let's go and import our manage self page like so. And then once again, here we have manage self. So let's go ahead and get rid of this code. Then let's go ahead and say manage self page. And then one more time right here, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this code, and we'll go ahead and say manage self page. And there we go. So that's everything we need to do to go ahead and set up our routing. And now that we have all of the routing done, let's go and actually hop into the front end, log into each one of our employee types, and make sure that we can get to their manage self page. So let's go and hop into the web browser here. And inside the web browser, let's go and just go ahead and log in as admin employee at company.com. And then let's go ahead and say PASS. Hopefully everything works out. There we go. So now if we go to manage self page, obviously the personal information card is not set up yet, but we have our contact information, and we're going to need to update this contact information card to be able to actually be able to click like edit and be able to edit it whenever you're inside of your manage self page. That's fine. And we also have their pay information. That looks good. Logout obviously doesn't work. So let's go ahead and go back to the login page. Let's go and say manager employee at company.com. Go ahead and pass in our password and log in. There we go. If we go into manage self once again, you can see it looks primarily the same, except the pay information is different and obviously the contact information is different. We go ahead and log out again, and we have restarted the application since the last time I recorded. So this is going to be back to employee one at company.com, I believe. And then we'll go ahead and say PASS and log in. There we go. So as you can see, all of this reset because I reset the backend. So it's going to obviously hard code the old data back in there. But you can see that we have our personal information card here, our contact information, and our pay information. So everything is set up properly. Now what we need to go and do is just go through, start setting things up. For example, the personal information card and being able to actually edit the contact information. So that being said, let's go and hop back into our VS Code and get to work on our personal information card here. Back inside of VS Code, now that we have tested out the routing to our app, we can get to work replacing the placeholder fragment inside the manage self page. To this, let's go and open up our project explorer, go into our components, make a new folder, and this is going to go ahead and be called personal information card. And then inside of our personal information card, let's go ahead and make a personal information card.tsx. This one is not going to need a CSS for now, so we're going to go ahead and just close out of here. Inside the TSX file, the first thing that we're going to go ahead and need is to set up a new interface for our props. So let's go ahead and say interface personal information card props. Inside of our props interface, we're going to go and have employee of type employee. Then let's go ahead and make sure we import our employee type. That way it's not mad at us. And then let's come below and let's go ahead and say export const personal information card is a react.fc arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up our props by going ahead and adding the personal information card inside of angle brackets after our react.fc. And inside the function parameters, to make it easier to access this, we'll go ahead and include employee inside of curly braces. Looks good. Let's go and open up our function here. Inside the function, let's go and set up our return statement. And inside the return statement, let's go ahead and include an information card component. Let's go ahead and import our information card component from our components. And inside, let's go ahead and include an H5 that says personal information colon. Below our personal information, let's go ahead and include a div with a class name equal to row. And inside of our row, we're going to go ahead and have another div with a class name equal to width half. Inside of our width half div, let's go ahead and have an H6 that has first name colon inside of it. And below our H6, we'll go ahead and have a P with curly braces employee.firstname. And we want to go ahead and come outside of this width half div and set up another div with a class name of width half. Inside this div, let's go and have an H6 with last name colon. And below the H6, let's go and have a P tag with curly braces employee.lastname. Looks good. We're going to come down below the row div. And we're going to go ahead and set up another div with a class name of row. Once again, inside, let's go ahead and set up a div with a class name of width half. Inside our width half, let's go and say H6 with email colon. And we'll also have a P tag with curly braces employee.email. Let's come outside of the width half div and set up another div with the class name width half. Inside our width half, we're going to go ahead and say H6 with title colon. We'll also go ahead and have a P tag with curly braces employee.employee type. Finally, let's come outside of the second row div and we're going to go ahead and have another H6 with manager colon. And then below this H6, we're going to go and have a P tag with employee.reports to question mark. And if they have a reports to, we'll go ahead and display employee.reports.email. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say n/a. That looks good. And that should be everything we need to display the employee's information. Now let's go ahead and hop back into the manage self page to be able to actually display this instead of the placeholder. So back inside the manage sub page, we just want to go ahead and get rid of this personal information card. Let's go ahead and actually display the personal information card component that we just set up. Let's go and import our personal information card. And then inside, we're going to go ahead and pass employee equal to the employee from our global context here. That looks good. Let's go ahead and save this up. And now that we have replaced the fragment with the actual personal information card, let's go and hop back into the web browser and make sure everything's looking okay before moving on to setting up to be able to update our contact information. So back in the web browser, we can go and see we're still logged into employee 1. And now you can see we have our personal information here. So our first name employee, last name 1. We have our email, our title, and then also our manager. So now let's go ahead and hop back into VS Code to go ahead and set up this contact information card to be able to click a button to switch it to editing mode and be able to actually edit our information here. Now that we're displaying the personal information, the other thing that all employees can do is update their contact information. Before we get started on creating a form to do this, we need to make some updates to the employee service to make the API call to update the information. So let's go and hop into the employee service and get the work done. Inside the employee service here, the first thing we need to go ahead and do is add some new properties to our employee service type. Let's go ahead and come in here below the employee update error. Let's go ahead and include employee update completed, which is a Boolean. And let's also go ahead and come below the last function we have, and let's go ahead and say submit update contact information, which is an arrow function and returns void. And inside the function parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in a payload of contact information in an email string. Let's go ahead and import our contact information, and that should go ahead and do it for all of the new properties. Now we need to go ahead and set up the new state and whatnot. So first thing we need to go ahead and do is inside our reducers, let's go ahead and bring in the update employee reducer. Now that we have the update employee reducer, let's come below our states here. Let's go ahead and say const employee update completed, and set employee update completed is equal to use state of type Boolean and set that equal to false. Cool. And then let's go ahead and come down below our other reducers, and below our submit update pay information, let's go ahead and say const submit update contact information is equal to an async arrow function. And inside of the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in the payload of contact information and email string. Let's go ahead and open up the function here, and inside, let's go ahead and set up a try block. We'll also go ahead and set up the catch. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log e. That way the linter is not mad at us for not using e. And below, we're going to go ahead and say set employee update error to true. Now that we have the error condition set up, let's go ahead and go into the try and say set employee updating to true. We also want to go ahead and say set employee update completed to false. Finally, we'll also go ahead and call the set employee update error to false as well. Now let's come below our state setting here. Let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.put. Inside the put function, let's go ahead and say backticks and then slash employee slash contact and $ curly brace email. And then we'll also go ahead and pass along the payload. If this request is successful, let's go ahead and come below our const res. We'll go ahead and say update employee with res.data. And then we want to go ahead and set up a finally block below the catch. Now we need to go ahead and set up all of our state. So we'll go ahead and say set employee updating to false. And we need to go ahead and set employee update completed to true. Now, if you're a little bit confused why we have two different states for our updating, is because one of the updating is going to be to display a loading spinner, and the other one is going to be to know when we want to go ahead and switch back over to like the card that just displays information rather than displaying the form. With that being said, y'all, let's go ahead and hop into where we are exporting this. And below the employee update error, let's go ahead and export the employee update completed state. And we'll also come below our submit update pay information and also return the submit update contact information. There we go. That looks good. Now that we have all of this set up, we can go ahead and continue working on being able to get a form set up. So to do that, the next thing we need to go ahead and do is hop into the types.ts file and set up a new type, and then we can hopefully start setting up the form. So I'll go ahead and see you guys in the types.ts file. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, we're going to go ahead and start out inside the types.ts file here in this section, because we also need a massive array of all the US states to select from whenever updating our contact information. So here inside of our types.ts file, we need to go ahead and set up a similar situation to our types here, our US state types, but instead of an array. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this in here, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you guys to copy and paste this as well, no matter where you're watching this from. So we're going to go ahead and say export const US state list is a string array. And then it's going to have all of the US states. And don't worry, like I said, this is going to be in the description and whatnot. And now we can go ahead and start working on our update employee contact information form. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. We're going to our components. Let's go ahead and make a new folder. And this is going to go ahead and be update employee contact information. and form. And then in here, let's go ahead and make a new file. And this is going to be update employee contact information form.tsx. Hopefully I spelled everything properly. Inside here, we don't need any CSS. What we want to go ahead and do is say interface, update employee contact information form props. And inside of our props, we're going to go ahead and say contact info is of type contact information. Let's go and import our contact information here. And then let's come below here and let's also go and say email of type string. Looks good to go. Let's come below and go ahead and say export const update employee contact information form is a React FC arrow function. Let's go and set our props by coming behind the React to FC and adding a set of angle brackets and including the update employee contact information form props. Then inside of our function parameter, let's go ahead and pass contact info and email to make it easier to use inside of the component. Now we have our prop setup. Let's come inside of the function. Let's go ahead and say return. And just to make the compiler happy, let's go ahead and just return an empty fragment for the time being. Now that we have the compiler happy and everything's good to go, let's go ahead and start setting up our state. So first, let's go ahead and bring in our const employee service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and bring in our use global context. We'll also go ahead and bring in our global context type. And then below here, we also need to say const initial contact information is type contact information. We're going to go ahead and set this equal to json.parse. And inside json.parse, we're going to go ahead and pass json.stringify. And then inside stringify, let's go ahead and pass in the contact info that got passed to us inside props. Now here, it's important to remember that we cannot modify props that are passed into us. So what we're doing here is we're making a hard copy of this. That way we can go ahead and update it. So with that being said, let's go ahead and come down below here. And let's go ahead and say const updated contact information, comma set updated contact information is equal to use state. Go and import use state. We'll set up the type as contact information. And our initial state is going to be the initial contact info. That looks good. Now we need a function to handle any input changes as well as a way to handle submitting the form. So let's start out by setting up the handle submit function by saying const handle update contact information is equal to an arrow function. Let's come inside of the function parameters where we're going to say E is a react.change event. And this is going to be a change event on an HTML input element or an HTML select element. Let's go ahead and open up this function. And inside, let's go ahead and say set updated contact information is an object. We'll go ahead and say contact info. Then inside square brackets, we'll include e.target.name. And we'll set this to e.currentTarget.value. That's all we need for this. And let's see what's going on with this. Handle update contact information. Did I typo updated contact info? That updated contact info. I don't know if I typoed this or what's going on here. Oh, now it's fine. It's just mad because we're not using this. So I'm going to ignore that. Let's come below and let's go ahead and say const handle submit updated contact info is equal to an arrow function. Once again, let's come inside the function parameters. We're going to say E is equal to a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Inside of the function, we're going to say e.prevent default. Since this is on a form, we don't want the default form submission logic. And below the e.prevent default, we're going to go ahead and say employee service that submit update contact information. Inside of our submit contact information, we're going to go ahead and pass in updated contact info and email. That looks good and should do it for all of our logic and states. So now we can go ahead and come back into return statement. Let's go ahead and delete these empty fragments and let's go ahead and set up a form component. Now we need to make sure that we import this form from our components and not from React Router DOM. Looks good. I'm going to go and open this up and we also need to go ahead and set up a couple pieces of state here or our props. Let's go ahead and say button text is equal to update contact information. We'll go ahead and set the error equal to employee service.employee update error. We'll set the error message to unable to update contact information. And the action is going to be handle submit updated contact info. Let's come inside the form component itself and let's go ahead and say H2 with update employee contact information. And below the H2, we'll start out with a form input component. Let's go and import our form input and we can go ahead and start setting up the props. So inside, we're going to go ahead and say type is equal to text. We'll go ahead and set the label equal to phone number. The name will be phone number. Placeholder will be contact.info.phone number or an empty string. Content will be updated contact info.phone number or an empty string. And finally, handle input will equal to handle update contact info. Below this form input, let's go ahead and create a div with the class name of space between. Inside our space between div, let's go ahead and make a div with a class name of width half. And inside of our width half, let's go ahead and have another form input. Let's go and open this up, set up the props. So here our type is going to be text again. We're going to go have a label equal to address line 1. The name will be address line 1. The placeholder will be contact info.address line 1 or an empty string. Content will equal to updated contact info.address line 1 or an empty string. And once again, handle input will equal to handle update contact info. Let's come below our div with the class name with half and make another div with the class name of with half. Inside, let's have another form input. Whoops, let's go and open this up. Inside for the props, let's go ahead and say type as text again. We'll go ahead and have a label equal to address line 2. Name will equal to address line 2. The placeholder will be contact info.address line 2 or an empty string. Content will be updated contact info.address line 2 or an empty string. And once again, handle input will be equal to handle update contact info. There we go. Let's come outside of our space between div once again and make another div with the class name of space between. Inside here, let's go and have a div with the class name of with half. And inside of here, let's go ahead and have another form input. Inside the form input, we'll go ahead and say type is equal to text again. Label will be equal to city. Name will be equal to city. Placeholder will be equal to contact info.city or an empty string. The content will be equal to updated contact info.city or an empty string. And finally, our handle input is equal to handle update contact info. We'll come outside of our with half div and make another div with the class name of with half. Inside here, let's go and actually bring in the form select component. Let's go and import our form select here. And there we go. Let's go and open this up. And we're going to go ahead and say label is equal to state. We'll go ahead and say name is equal to state. We'll go ahead and set the values equal to US_state_list. Let's go ahead and import our US state list from our types here. Below, we'll go ahead and say default value is updated contact info.state. And finally, inside here, our handle input will be equal to handle update contact info. Now let's come outside of our divs here and let's go ahead and set up one final form input. Inside the form input, let's go ahead and say type is equal to text. The label will be zip code. Name will be equal to zip code. Placeholder will be equal to contact info.zipcode or an empty string. Content will be equal to updated contact info.zipcode or an empty string. And finally, handle input will be equal to handle update contact info. That looks good. And this should be all of the form fields that we need to set up the update employee contact information. Now what we need to go ahead and do is head back into our contact information card and make some modifications that we can go ahead and switch between just viewing their contact information and also being able to edit their contact information. As mentioned at the end of the last section, we need to actually make some modifications to the contact information card component to be able to actually update their information. So let's go ahead and close out a couple things here. Let's go and open up our contact information card, and I believe it's this guy. We might actually need to go into the employee contact information. Let me see. Nope, we are going to go ahead and come in here. We're going to make some changes. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is we need to bring in some information here. So let's go ahead and say const employee and alias it as logged in employee, and employee service equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and bring in our use global context. Let's go ahead and bring in our global context type here. There we go. It's mad as we're not using it. That's fine. And then we want to go ahead and set up a piece of state. So let's go and say const editing contact information and set editing contact information is equal to a use state of Boolean and set to false. Let's go ahead and bring in use state. And below, we want to go ahead and set up a function to be able to toggle between these. So let's go ahead and say const toggle update info is equal to an arrow function. Inside the function parameters, let's go ahead and say E is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. And let's go ahead and open up this function. And for good measure, we'll go ahead and say E.prevent default. And below, we're going to say set editing contact information with an arrow function with editing as a parameter. And inside the arrow function, let's go ahead and return not editing. Next, let's go ahead and come below. We want to go ahead and set up a use effect. Let's go ahead and import our use effect, make this look a little bit prettier. Inside of the dependency array, we're going to go ahead and pass an employee service.employee update completed. And then inside of the use effect itself, we're going to go ahead and set up an if statement that checks our employee service.employee update completed. Then inside, if we have successfully updated the employee, we're going to go ahead and say set editing contact information to false. There we go. Looks good. Now we get to the tricky part of making sure we update the correct stuff. So now we need to come inside of our HTML of our contact information card. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and make a new div at the top. And this is going to go ahead and be a div with a class name of space between. Inside this div, we're going to go ahead and copy and paste the contact information card here, or the H5 with contact information, And below that, we're going to go ahead and add a set of curly braces with logged in employee is equal to employee. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and render a button component. Let's go ahead and import our button here. And let's open this up. Inside the button component, we need a couple props. So type is going to equal to primary. We're going to set the handle click equal to toggle update info. And we're going to set the width equal to 15%. Inside our button, we're going to go ahead and have a div with a class name equal to center. And we're going to go ahead and have a style equal to gap of 1 rem. Inside the div, let's go ahead and have a font awesome icon. Go and import that. The icon is equal to FA pencil. Let's also go ahead and bring in our FA pencil. There we go. And then below, we'll go ahead and say edit. Now we're going to come inside of our column here, and we're going to go ahead and set up a set of curly braces. We're going to say editing contact information question mark empty fragment colon empty fragment. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit prettier. So we'll go ahead and do one of these, bring this down and bring this down, and then also open that up. So if we're editing contact information, let's go ahead and delete this fragment. We actually want to go ahead and render the update employee contact information form. Let's go ahead and import this. And then in here, we want to go ahead and set email equal to employee.email. And we're going to go ahead and set contact information equal to employee.contact information. Otherwise, if we're not editing it, we're going to go ahead and simply copy the employee contact information that we have here. And we're going to go ahead and paste it inside these fragments or inside these fragments. So that should basically do it for now for our manage self page. There will be some changes coming down the road once we've implemented our page stubs, but that won't be for another chapter or two. So let's go ahead and take one last look at the manage self page here inside the web application. Make sure all the functionality is working as expected before moving on to setting up the ability to create, update, and submit timesheets. Like I mentioned, let's go ahead and open up the web browser. We might need to go ahead and re-log in. That is completely fine. Let's go ahead and just employee1@company.com. We'll go ahead and bring in pass as well. There we go. So now you can see we have this edit button. If we go ahead and click, this opens up a form. And now let's go ahead and say that our phone number is 123-456-7890. Update contact information, and you can see we updated it and it closed it out, so it looks good. So I think that is all working as we expect. Let's also just make sure that our drop down is working. So we go here, we can see that maybe we go back to my home state of Iowa, update contact information, looks good. So with that all being said, let's go ahead and hop back into the code here and start working on our timesheets. Back in VS Code here, now that we have completed the manage self page for now, the other primary functionality of the employee role is the ability to create, update, and submit timesheets. So let's get started working on that functionality. The first thing that we're going to go ahead and need is a page to do all of that logic on. So let's go ahead and open up our Project Explorer once again, and inside of Pages, let's go ahead and make a new file. We'll go ahead and call this timesheet page.tsx. Whoops, there we go. And here, we're not going to need any fancy CSS, so we'll go ahead and just close out of this. Let's make some space at the top, and then let's go ahead and say export default function timesheet page. Inside, let's go ahead and set up a return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and have a div with a class name of page-container. And inside of our page container, let's just go ahead and have another div. Inside this div for the time being, we're going to go ahead and render an H3 with loading your current timesheet. And below the H3, let's go ahead and include a loading component. Let's go ahead and make sure to import our loading component. That looks good. Now we can go ahead and save this, and let's open up the app.tsx to set up the routing for this component. Instead of app.tsx, we're going to go ahead and find the timesheet page. Let's go ahead and delete this. Let's go ahead and bring in the timesheet component here. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet component. And that should be good once it actually gets imported. There we go. Now we should be able to go ahead and hop into the app once again and just take a look to make sure we can navigate here. So let's hop into the web browser, and inside of employee, we should be able to just click timesheets, and you can see it says loading current timesheet. Obviously, this is because we don't have any timesheets. We haven't loaded anything, and this is all that we have. But eventually we'll see this for a second, and then it'll go ahead and actually show up the timesheet. So with that being said, let's go ahead and hop back into the code, make some more changes to be able to start getting our timesheets working. Back inside our code here, the first thing we need to go ahead and do is set up some new types for the timesheets. Let's go ahead and close out of this. Let's go ahead and open up our type.ts file, and let's start working on the different types for our timesheet here. So let's come below our pay type. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is say export type day of week for our timesheet. And day of week is going to equal to Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or Saturday. Then let's come below this type, and let's also go ahead and say export type timesheet status. And our timesheet status is going to equal to created or saved or submitted or approved or denied or paid. That looks good for our different types. Let's come below our employee and start setting up our actual timesheet stuff. So first, let's go ahead and say export interface timesheet hours. Our timesheet hours interface is going to include an ID of type number. We'll have the day of week, which is of type day of week. We'll have the date for this day of week, so date of type date. And finally, we'll have the hours, which is of type number. Now that we have our timesheet hours, we can go ahead and say export interface timesheet. And inside of our timesheet interface, we'll once again have an ID of type number. We'll go ahead and have employee of type employee. Approver will be type employee or null. We'll have the start date, which is of type date. We'll have end date of type date. Then we'll have our status, which is of type timesheet status. We'll have the hours that make up the timesheet. So we'll say hours of type timesheet hour array. Then we'll have our regular hours, which is the number. We'll have our overtime hours, which is a number. And finally, we'll have our message, which is of type string. Go ahead and save that. Finally, to make our lives easier displaying the timesheet, we want to also go ahead and export a array with the different days of week. Let's go ahead and say export const day of week list is equal to array. And inside, we'll go ahead and have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and finally Saturday. Now that should go ahead and do it for all the different types for our timesheets. Now we need to go ahead and update our global state. So let's go ahead and hop into our global context and use these new types. Inside our global context, we need to go ahead and bring in the ability to display and get the timesheet and everything. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is come into our global context type here and come in below employees. And let's go ahead and include timesheet, which is of type timesheet or undefined. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet here. Looks good. And then we also need to go ahead and make a way to actually update this. So let's go ahead and come into our global context reducers. And here we want to go ahead and say update timesheet is an arrow function that returns void. Inside the function parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in timesheet is of type timesheet or undefined. Now let's come down inside of our global context here. And inside the global context provider, let's go ahead and say const timesheet and set timesheet is equal to use state of timesheet or undefined. And then let's come down below our general reducers and let's go ahead and say const update timesheet is equal to an arrow function. Inside of the function parameters, once again, let's go ahead and pass in timesheet is of type timesheet or undefined. Then let's go ahead and open this up. Inside, let's go ahead and say set timesheet to the timesheet passed into the function. Finally, let's go ahead and come into our reducers and let's go ahead and include our update timesheet reducer here. And let's see what's going on here. Update timesheet. Oh, I still managed to mess this up somehow, so let's go ahead and delete this and delete this. I'm sorry, y'all. There we go. And then inside of our value here, let's go ahead and pass in our timesheet. There we go. Let's save that up. That looks good. Now we need to go ahead and start setting up the pay service to be able to actually get the timesheets and everything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it in this section because that was pretty quick. So let's go ahead and open up our file explorer. Go ahead and make our new service. Let's go ahead and say pay service. .ts. Go ahead and open this up, and inside the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is say export type pay service, and inside here we want to go ahead and have a loading timesheet data, which is a boolean. Then we want a timesheet error, which is a boolean. Next we want a fetch current timesheet, which is an arrow function and returns void. Inside the function parameter, let's go ahead and pass employee of type employee. Let's go ahead and import our employee type here. Whoops. There we go. Below here, we're going to go and have an update timesheet hours, which is an arrow function that returns void. Let's go ahead and hop inside the parameters. Here, this is going to take in a timesheet of type timesheet, a day of week of type string, and amount of number. Next, we're going to go ahead and make sure we import timesheet first. Then we're going to come below here and we're going to go ahead and have a submit update timesheet hours, which is an arrow function that returns void. Once again, come inside the function parameters. This is going to take in a timesheet of type timesheet. We want one more function here. Let's go ahead and say submit timesheet for approval is an arrow function that returns void. And inside the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in a timesheet ID of type number. That should go ahead and do it for our type. Let's come below and say export default function, use pay service. This is going to go ahead and return a pay service type. Then let's come inside of the parameters. We want to go ahead and pass in a request of type Axios and reducers of type global context reducers. So now let's go ahead and import our Axios. Let's also go ahead and import our global context reducers. And it's going to be mad at us for a little bit because we're not exporting the pay service type, but that's fine. At the top of our function, let's go ahead and say const update timesheet is equal to reducers. And then let's go ahead and say const loading timesheet data and set loading timesheet data is equal to use state of a boolean and set that to false. Let's be sure to go ahead and import our use state here. Let's also come below this and say const timesheet error and set timesheet error is equal to a use state of boolean and set that to false. Let's come below to start setting up our reducers. So first we're going to say const fetch current timesheet is equal to an async error function. Let's come inside of the parameters. We'll go ahead and pass in employee of type employee. Let's open up the function, set up a try block as well as a catch block. Inside, we'll go ahead and just say console.log e, and we'll also go ahead and say set timesheet error to true. With our error state handled, let's come up to the try. We'll go ahead and say set loading timesheet data to true, and we'll set the timesheet error to false. Below here, let's try to make the request. So const res is equal to request.post. Inside post, we'll go ahead and try to make a post to /timesheet/, and then we'll go ahead and pass in the employee as the payload. Next, let's go ahead and say update timesheet to res.data if it was successful. And then we want a finally block at the end here. And then whether we pass or fail, let's go ahead and set loading timesheet data to false because we are done loading. That looks good for our fetch current timesheet. It's going to be mad at us because we're not exporting it. That's completely fine. Next up, let's go ahead and say const and update timesheet hours is equal to just a regular arrow function. And then inside of our parameters, we want to go ahead and pass in a timesheet of type timesheet, a day of week string, and an amount of number. Inside the function, because the timesheet from our state can be undefined, we're going to go ahead and check if timesheet. And if our timesheet is not undefined, let's go ahead and say let timesheet hours equal to timesheet.hours. Then we're going to go and say timesheet hours is equal to timesheet hours.map each hour. Inside of the map, we're going to go ahead and check if day of week is equal to hour.day of week. If that's the case, we're going to go ahead and update this hour. So let's go ahead and say return an object with ... hour. And hours will equal to the amount that we passed into the function. Otherwise, if it's not the day of week we want to update, we're just going to go ahead and return the hour from before. Looks good. This is mad at us. I'm not sure why. I don't know if I typoed or what's going on with this. Is assigned but never read. That's fine. We're just going to ignore that. We're going to come below our timesheet here. And we're going to say let total equal to 0. Let overtime equal to 0. And finally, let regular equal to 0. Probably could have done that all in one line, but it is what it is. Then we're going to go ahead and say timesheet hours for each. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say hour with an arrow function of total plus equal to hour.hours. And I don't know why this updated to update timesheet hours. We just want timesheet hours. Thank you, VS Code, for scuffing that for us. There we go. I don't know why timesheet hours is still mad at us. Oh, it's because I accidentally put this outside the if statement. So make sure we have that inside the if statement. There we go. And that should fix that. My bad for that one, guys. And then let's come below here. We're going to go ahead and check if total is greater than 40. If this is the case, we're going to say regular is equal to 40. And we're going to go ahead and say overtime is equal to total minus 40. And then we're going to go ahead and come below here and say else. If this is the case, regular is going to equal to total. Again, I'm not sure why our linter is complaining is assigned but never used. That's fine. We're going to use it in a little bit. Obviously, it's used because we're assigning it, but whatever. I digress. The linter is sometimes annoying. Now we're going to go ahead and call update timesheet with an object. Inside, we're going to go and say ... timesheet. Then we're going to go and have hours is equal to the timesheet hours that we set up earlier. We're going to go and set regular hours to regular. And we'll set overtime hours to overtime. There we go. Now the linter's off our back, other than the fact we haven't used the update timesheet hours, but that's fine. So now let's come below our update timesheet hours, and let's go ahead and set up a const submit update timesheet hours is equal to an async error function. Let's come inside the parameters. Let's go ahead and pass in a timesheet of type timesheet. And let's come inside of the function. Let's go and set up a try block. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch block. Once again, inside, let's go and say console.log e to make the linter happy with us. And below, we'll go and say set timesheet error to true. With our error state handled, let's come up to the try. Let's go and say set loading timesheet data to true. We'll also go ahead and say set timesheet error to false. And then let's come below here. We're going to say const update timesheet is equal to an object. Inside the object, we're going to say ... timesheet. And since we're resubmitting it, we're going to go ahead and set message equal to null. Now let's go ahead and make some space here because we're getting pretty low. And then below here, let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.put. Inside the put, we're going to make a request to /timesheet/hours. Then let's go ahead and pass in that update timesheet as the payload. Let's come below the res and we're going to say update timesheet with the res.data if we're successful. And then let's go ahead and set up a finally block at the end. And once we are completely done, let's go ahead and say set loading timesheet data to false. And then we have one final reducer for the time being. So let's come below our submit update timesheet hours. Let's go ahead and say const submit timesheet for approval is equal to an async error function. Let's come inside the parameter. Let's go ahead and pass in a timesheet ID of type number. And inside, let's go ahead and set up a try block. We'll go ahead and set up a catch block as well. Say it with me, y'all, to make the linter happy. Let's console.log e. We'll also go ahead and say set timesheet error to true. And once again, with the error state handled, let's go into the try and say set loading timesheet data to true. We'll also go ahead and set timesheet error to false. And let's come below and say const res is equal to await request.put. Inside the put, we're going to have backticks, and this is going to be the /timesheet /submit /$ curly brace timesheet ID. Then if we are successful, let's go ahead and call update timesheet with res.data once again. And then after all this, let's set up a finally block. And inside the finally, we'll go ahead and call set loading timesheet data to false. Let's go ahead and do it for all of our state and reducers. Now we just need to go ahead and return these. So let's go ahead and return an object here. Inside the object, we'll have loading timesheet data. We'll have our timesheet error. Then we'll have our fetch current timesheet. We'll have update timesheet hours, submit update timesheet hours, and finally submit timesheet for approval. Go ahead and save that up. We shouldn't have any errors anymore because we're exporting everything and that looks good. So that should go ahead and do it for setting up the service. Now let's go ahead and just quickly add this pay service to the global context, and then we'll be able to start working on the timesheet stuff like creating it and fetching it and everything like that. So back inside our global context, let's go ahead and come up to a global context type below the employee service. And let's go ahead and bring in pay service of type pay service. Let's go ahead and import our pay service type here. There we go, and then we can go ahead and scroll down to where other services are. Below here, let's go ahead and say const pay service is equal to use pay service. We need to go ahead and import our use pay service. Inside here, we want to go ahead and pass in the Axios request and reducers. And then finally, we need to go ahead and include this inside our values. So below the employee service, let's also go ahead and export the pay service. There we go. Now we should have access to our pay service through our global context. So now we can start working on all of our pay stub stuff. The next thing that we'll need to go ahead and do is be able to actually create the timesheet and load it up and all of that good stuff. So we'll go ahead and work on that in the next section. Now that we have all the logic needed to create and update timesheets, it's time to put in some work to be able to view them and take in user input to update them. We'll start out by setting up a component to just render and take in timesheet information. So let's go ahead and open up our project here. Let's go ahead and close out of a couple things that we'll no longer need. We'll go into our components and make a new folder. And this is going to go ahead and be sheet card. And then inside of the folder, let's go ahead and make a new file, timesheet card.tsx. And then also we'll go ahead and make another new file. Go ahead and call this time and sheet card.css. Looks good. Let's go ahead and close out our Explorer. Let's hop in here. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is just import our timesheet card.css. We're also going to go ahead and need props for this card. So let's go ahead and say interface timesheet card props. Inside the props is going to go ahead and take in a timesheet of type timesheet. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet interface here. That looks good. Now let's come below. Let's go ahead and say export const timesheet card is a react.fc arrow function. Then we're going to come below or behind the react.fc and go ahead and include our timesheet props inside of angle brackets to go ahead and include our props. And then inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and include timesheet inside of curly braces to make it easier to access inside the function. Now let's go ahead and open up our function. The first thing I'm going to do is set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and render an information card. And let's go ahead and import our information card. That way we have access to it. And then this also needs to take in a child prop. So let's go ahead and also render an H3 with update your timesheet. Now that the return statement's happy, we can go ahead and start working on the logic. And we have quite a bit here because we need to update some things and things like that. So the first thing that we want to go ahead and bring in is our pay service from our global context. So let's go ahead and say const pay service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our global context. Also go ahead and import our global context type. That looks good. Then we need to go ahead and set up a little bit of state. So first we're going to go ahead and say const timesheet hours and set timesheet hours is equal to use state of a number array. Let's go ahead and import our use state. And then inside of the function, we're going to go ahead and pass in an arrow function. And inside the arrow function, we're going to go ahead and return timesheet.hours.map. And we're going to go ahead and say hour, arrow, hour.hours. So here, all we're doing basically is converting our timesheet hour objects into the individual hours themselves. That way they're easier to access. Now let's go ahead and come below here. We need to go ahead and set up a couple different functions to handle updating and submitting the timesheet. So first off, let's go ahead and set up a way to handle changing the hours. Let's go ahead and say const handle hours change is equal to an arrow function. Inside of the function parameter, let's go ahead and pass E, which is a react.change event on an HTML input element. Then let's hop inside of our hours changed here, and let's go ahead and say const index is equal to plus e.currentTarget.name. Then we're going to call .split with a hyphen and then grab the first index from there. Bear with me here as we set up the HTML. This will make a lot more sense later on. We're basically going to go ahead and set the name as like something like the timesheet ID and then dash whatever. So just kind of bear with me here. We need a little bit more work to fully understand this, but this is what we're going to do. Next below here, let's go ahead and say set timesheet hours equal to an arrow function. And then inside the arrow function, we're going to go ahead and return timesheet hours.splice. And inside the splice, we're going to go ahead and pass the index, comma 1 to replace just one value at the index. And we're going to go ahead and pass in plus e.target.value. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come outside here. Now we're going to go ahead and call payService.update timesheet hours. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and pass in the timesheet, e.target.name, and plus e.target.value. That's going to go ahead and do everything for our handle hours change. Let's go ahead and come below. Next, we need to go ahead and figure out a way or handle a way to actually submit the hours that we updated. So let's go ahead and say const handle submit hours updated. Once again, let's come inside of our function parameter and let's go ahead and say e is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go ahead and open up our function. For good measure, let's go ahead and say e.prevent default. Then let's go ahead and call payService.submit update timesheet hours. And inside the function, we'll go ahead and pass in the updated timesheet that we've been updating through this handle hours changed method. That's all we need to do to submit our hours that we updated. Finally, we need a way to actually submit the timesheet for manager approval. So to do this, let's go ahead and say const handle timesheet for approval is equal to an arrow function. Once again, let's come inside of our method parameters and we'll go ahead and pass in an e, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function and once again call e.prevent default just to be safe. And then we'll go ahead and call payService.submit timesheet for approval. And here, let's go ahead and pass in timesheet.id. So that's going to do it for all of like our functions for handling changes and submitting stuff. However, this is going to basically be stored inside of a massive table that has all of the days and buttons and whatnot. So we need to basically go ahead and set up another function or a utility function in that case to go ahead and figure out what we're going to display for the headers. Let's go ahead and say const header columns is equal to an arrow function. Inside our function, we're going to say const columns is equal to an array. Then we want to go ahead and say timesheet.hours.for each hour. Then for each hour, we first want to say const date is equal to a new date. Inside of our new date, we're going to go and pass hour.date. Then we want to go ahead and say .toDate string to go ahead and convert this to a string object. Once we have the date for that hour, let's go ahead and say columns.push an object. Inside our column object, the ID is going to be the date that we just generated. And our title is going to be the hour.day of week. Now let's come outside of each of the hours. We're going to go ahead and say columns.push an object once again. And inside of this object, we're going to say ID is total hours. And the title is going to be total hours as well. Now we can come outside of this columns.push and let's go ahead and say return columns. That's good to go to set up our header columns. Now we need to go ahead and just set up a couple more things here. Next up, we need to go ahead and determine the kind of the style and the color of the status. So whether it's like saved, submitted, approved, denied, all of that stuff. So to go ahead and set up this function, let's go ahead and say const status class is equal to an arrow function. Inside this function, let's just check to make sure the timesheet is not equal to undefined. And if we have a timesheet, let's go ahead and say switch on timesheet.status. Our first case is going to be for created. We'll go ahead and set up another case for saved, and we'll also share the same case for submitted. So if our status is created, saved, or submitted, we're going to go ahead and return a string of var with parentheses --text primary. Then let's go ahead and set up our next case. This is going to be case for approved. We'll also use the same return for the case of paid. And here, if the status is approved or paid, we're going to return a string of var with parentheses --, secondary. Then we'll have a case for denied. And if the timesheet gets denied, we're going to go ahead and return a string with var parentheses --, error --, red. So whenever we go ahead and render this page, if the timesheet has the status of created, saved, or submitted, it's going to go ahead and just be a regular text primary color. If it's been approved or paid already, we'll go ahead and paint that as green, basically, or display the text as green. And if it's been denied, we'll go ahead and show the text as red. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and start working on the actual card here. So let's go ahead and come below our H3 and let's go ahead and have another H4 that says current timesheet status : and we're going to go ahead and just make some space here. And below this current timesheet status, we're going to go ahead and have a span with the style of color : status class. And inside of our span, we're going to go ahead and have curly braces timesheet.status. So we can go ahead and see that we're using the status class to go ahead and determine what color we should put this span here. We want to come in below the H4 and let's go ahead and set up a parentheses and say timesheet.message and. So if our timesheet has a message attached to it, we want to go ahead and display a div with a class name of timesheet card message. Inside the div, we want to go ahead and render an H6 with the text reasoning for timesheet denial. And then below the H6, we want to go ahead and have a p tag with curly braces and timesheet.message. Now we can go ahead and come below the curly braces for the timesheet.message, and we want to go ahead and set up a table component. Let's go ahead and make sure we import the table like so, and then accidentally add an extra space there. Let's go and clean this up. So first thing we want inside the table is a table header component. Let's also go ahead and import our table header here. And inside the table header, we want to go ahead and pass columns equal to the header columns function call. So it's good to go. Let's go ahead and come below our table header here, and let's go ahead and include a T body. Inside the T body, let's go ahead and insert a table row component. Let's go ahead and import our table row. And then let's go ahead and do this. And we need to go ahead and pass in a couple props. First, the ID is going to be curly braces backticks, timesheet $$ curly brace timesheet.id. And we're going to go ahead and set the hover property to false. Then we go ahead and come inside the table row. We want to go ahead and have curly braces. We're going to go ahead and call timesheet.hours.map and pass in the hour and IDX to that arrow function. So now for each hour, we're going to go ahead and say const day is equal to new date. Inside, we're going to go ahead and call hour.date. And then thanks to some JavaScript fun behavior with parsing dates and whatnot, we also need to go ahead and call day.setDate. And inside here, we need to go ahead and say day.getDate +1. And the reasoning behind this is that whenever JavaScript like parses in a date from Java, it basically sets it to like 11:59, like 999 instead of the day that we actually want. So if we just add +1, it'll basically add like +1 second or +1 milliseconds. I don't know what exactly what it adds, but it's going to go ahead and push it over that 12 p.m. or 12 a.m., whatever you want to call it, threshold, and give us a correct date. So now we want to go ahead and set up our return statement. And inside, we're going to go ahead and return a TD with a key equal to hour.id. And inside the TD, we're going to go ahead and have a form input. Let's go and import our form input here. There we go. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Also go ahead and scroll down so we have a little more space. Here we're going to have a type equal to a number. The label is going to equal to day.toLocalDateString. The name is going to be hour.dayOfWeek. The placeholder will be an empty string. The content will be timesheet hours of IDX. And finally, the handle input will equal to handle hours changed. I want to go ahead and come outside of this map. Inside of our table row, we want to go ahead and pass in another TD. Inside this TD, let's go and have a div with a class name of center. And inside this div, we're going to have curly braces with timesheet.regular hours plus timesheet.overtime hours. It looks good. Now I want to come outside of our table component. I want to go ahead and set up a div with a class name equal to column in timesheet card button area. Inside this div, we're going to have a p tag with some text saying by submitting your timesheet for approval, you verify that you have reviewed your timesheet for accuracy and completeness. Below this p tag, we're going to go ahead and have another div with a class name of space between. And inside this div, we'll have a button component. Let's go ahead and add in the type equal to secondary inside this button. Handle click will equal to handle submit hours updated. And width equal to 33%. Let's also not forget to go ahead and import our button as well. Looks good. Inside the button, we're going to go ahead and say save timesheet changes. Below this button, let's go ahead and import another button component. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and type equal to primary. The handle click will be handle submit timesheet for approval. And once again, the width will equal to 33%. Come inside the button and let's go ahead and say submit timesheet for approval. And that's going to go ahead and do it for all of the HTML and logic for our component. We still need to go ahead and style it to make it look nicer. So let's go ahead and hop into the CSS file and get those styles set up. Inside of our CSS file, let's go ahead and get started out by saying .timesheet card message. Inside this class, we're going to go ahead and say padding bottom of 1 rem. And we're going to go ahead and set the color to var -- error red. Next up, let's come below our .timesheet card message and let's go ahead and set up a .timesheet card button area. Inside our button area, we're going to have a margin top of 2 rem as well as a gap of 2 rem. That looks good, and that should go ahead and do it for our entire timesheet. Now all we have left to do is add the timesheet card component into the timesheet page and make sure that we actually load in the employee's timesheets whenever we need to. So let's go ahead and do that by navigating back to our timesheet page in the next section. As mentioned at the end of the last section, we just need to hop back into our timesheet page here, and we need to go ahead and make some changes to be able to fetch the timesheet and actually display it. So at the top of our timesheet page, let's go ahead and say const timesheet is equal to use global context as global context type. let's go and import our use global context type. We'll also go ahead and import our global context type. I'm sorry, I meant to say use global context there. My bad. But anyway, we can go ahead and import that. Looks good. And then inside of our page container div, let's go ahead and say curly braces, timesheet question mark, and then go ahead and render a empty fragment if there is one, otherwise an empty fragment. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit prettier here. So we'll go ahead and bring this down here, go and bring this down here, so on and so forth. Looks good. Now we want to go ahead and get rid of this first empty fragment. And if we have a timesheet, let's go ahead and render a timesheet card. Let's go ahead and be sure to import our timesheet card. And here, let's go ahead and pass in timesheet is equal to timesheet. Looks good. Otherwise, let's go ahead and copy this div right here. And we want to go ahead and render it here. So here is going to go ahead and say, hey, we're loading your current timesheet if we don't have one. So that's everything we need to do. The final thing that we have to do is go ahead and just load in the employee's timesheet whenever the role is of type employee. So to do that, let's go ahead and hop into the layout page really quick. And inside the layout page, essentially what we want to go ahead and do is set up a little bit of state and then a use effect to go ahead and fetch that. So here where we have our use global context importing the employee, we also want to go ahead and import the pay service as well. And now that we have access to our pay service, let's go ahead and come down below here. We also need to go ahead and get access to the location that we're on in the browser. So let's go ahead and say const location is equal to use location. Let's go ahead and import our use location from React.DOM. Now we have access to both of these. Let's go ahead and say use effect. Our use effect, let's go ahead and clean up our use effect a little bit. Let's also make sure that we go ahead and import it. Inside of our dependency array, we want to go ahead and watch for the employee to change and the location to change. And then let's go ahead inside the use effect, and we want to go ahead and check to see if we have an employee. And we also want to go ahead and check to see if the location.path name is equal to /portal/employee/timesheets. So if we have an employee and they're on their timesheet page, let's go ahead and call the pay service.fetch current timesheet for that employee. So this may not be the most absolutely perfect way to set this up, but it should go ahead and work for our use case, and it's cleaner than adding extra logic to an on-click listener somewhere inside the navigation bar. And this should be everything we need to set up to be able to go ahead and start creating timesheets and filling them out for the employee. That being said, let's go ahead and hop into the front end, just give this a little bit of a test to make sure we can go ahead and fill that out, submit it, and save it and everything. And then after that, we can go ahead and wrap up this chapter of the course. Next chapter, we'll go ahead and move on to working on the manager stuff. So like I mentioned, let's hop into the browser. Inside the browser, let's go ahead and log in to employee1, maybe, at company.com. Let's go ahead and pass in their password and log in. There we go. So now if we go to timesheets, we can see that we have a timesheet for this week. I am currently recording the first week of June here. Now if we go ahead and just put in like 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and 8 hours. Let's go ahead and inspect to make sure that our network is working. So you can see that it did update the total hours, so that is working. So go ahead and save timesheets. You can see that it changed to saved. Here we might want to go ahead and add in a space here. So let's hop back into the VS Code really quick to add a space to that so it looks a little bit nicer. If we go back into our timesheet card, it's going to be up here. So let's just go ahead and add in like a set of curly braces and a space to make sure there's actually a space there. We might have been able to do this on one line to include the space, but this looks a little bit nicer. Let's go back into the browser, see how it looks. And you can see there's a little bit of a better space there, so it looks good. And then whenever we go through and actually get it so that the manager can approve this, it should go ahead and be green, or if they deny it, it'll be red. Right now, obviously, we don't have that logic in place for the manager to do that yet. Then we can also go ahead and try to submit it. And you can see that it went through. It says submitted. And all is well. So that's going to go ahead and wrap it up for all of the logic and coding for this chapter of this course. And then I'll see you guys in the introduction. That's going to go ahead and wrap up all the work we have for this chapter. We created new entities and logic surrounding timesheets and allowing employees to create up and submit for their managers to approve in the upcoming chapter. We also set up logic to allow all employees to update their contact information. On the front end side of things, we created a couple new pages to allow the employees to manage themselves, as well as view, update, and submit their timesheets. Along with these new pages, we also created several new components to fill out the pages, along with new services to handle the logic and the components. With that being said, I hope you join me in the next chapter of the course when we'll be wrapping up the logic for the last employee role type, which is the manager. This will include reviewing the timesheets primarily, but since we will be getting the timesheets reviewed, we'll also go ahead and handle running the payroll as well in the next episode, which will be the last primary piece of business logic for the admin type employee. In this chapter, we want to focus on wrapping up the the remaining business logic for our backend. This is going to go ahead and include the logic and requirements surrounding the manager type employee. The primary function of the manager type employees in our system is to be able to review timesheets, and then once those timesheets are reviewed, there should be a payroll process which turns those hours worked into pay stubs. To handle this logic, we'll generate a couple more entities and logic surrounding running a payroll, which will be assigned to the admin role employees. Then we'll go ahead and add the new pages for the manager type employee to view the reports, as well as view all the timesheets that need to be reviewed. We'll also set up an interface for the manager to review and leave feedback on the timesheets before approving them for the payroll. Finally, we will set up the logic and the components to allow the admin role employees to run the payroll and a preview of the payroll and display the pay stubs that we generated during the payroll being run. If that all sounds good to you, let's go ahead and open up our backend code and get to work on the Java application, setting up our new entities for pay stubs. And able to set up the rest of the pay logic, we need to create a new entity for our pay stubs. To do this, let's go ahead and go into our entity package. Go ahead and make a new class. We're going to go ahead and call this pay stub. And then let's go ahead and close out of our Project Explorer here. Since we're going to be storing this inside the database, we need to go ahead and ensure our base entity class to go ahead and bring in our create timestamp, our update timestamp, and our ID. And we're also going to go ahead and be sorting these pay stubs by date. So we also want to go ahead and implement comparable. Let's go ahead and import comparable. And of course, this is going to be on the type of pay stub. Cool. Now let's come above. We'll deal with the method that we need to implement later. Above, let's go ahead and throw on the entity annotation to tell Spring Boot that this is going to be stored in the database. Go and import entity. Next, let's also go ahead and import our @table annotation. Go and import that. And then inside table, we're going to go ahead and set the name equal to pay stubs. Now we're at the point we go ahead and bring in our general purpose long block. So let's go ahead and say no args constructors. Import that. Let's also go ahead and say all args constructor. Import that guy. And let's also go ahead and bring in @data. Import that. And finally, let's also go ahead and bring in @builder just in case we need to go ahead and build these. Finally, let's go and import builder. That looks good. Let's also go ahead and just implement this method really quick. That way it's not mad at us. And we need to go ahead and implement this compare to. Again, we'll do this in a second. We just want to get that red out of here. Looks good. Now let's go ahead and start setting up the different fields for our pay stub entity. Starting out, we'll go ahead and want a private employee. Above our employee, let's go ahead and bring in @menu to 1. Go ahead and import that. And then below @menu to 1, we'll also have our @join column. Also bring in join column. Inside join column, we're going to say name is equal to employee ID. That is good for keeping track of who we are paying. Next, let's go ahead and set up when they're being paid. So let's go ahead and say private local date pay date. Let's go ahead and bring in our local date here. And above, let's also go ahead and say @column. Import column. And inside, we're going to go and say name is equal to date underscore paid. That should be good for our pay date. Next up, let's go ahead and keep track of how many hours are paid for. So say private double gross hours. Above, once again, let's go and include @column. And inside column, we'll go and say name is equal to gross underscore hours. Moving on, let's go ahead and say private big decimal gross pay to keep track of their total pay. We need to go ahead and import our big decimal class here. And then come above, we'll go ahead and say @column again. Inside @column, we'll go ahead and give it a name equal to gross underscore pay. Next, let's go ahead and set up a private double regular hours to keep track of the regular hours we paid them for. Once again, we'll include an @column above. We'll go ahead and name this regular underscore hours. Next, we want to go ahead and keep track of the regular pay. So let's go ahead and say private big decimal regular pay. Above it again, let's include @column. And inside @column, we'll go and say name is equal to regular underscore pay. Next, we want to go ahead and keep track of our overtime hours. So let's go ahead and say private double overtime hours. Above our overtime hours, let's go ahead and add the @column annotation. And inside @column, we'll go ahead and include name equal to overtime underscore hours. And finally, we want to go ahead and also keep track of the overtime pay. So we're going to go ahead and say private big decimal overtime pay. Once again, we'll come above and add in the @column. And inside @column, we'll go ahead and say name is equal to overtime pay. Looks good for all of our properties. The final thing we need to go ahead and do is set up our compare to function here. So we're going to go ahead and just rename this pay stub to pay stub in here. That just looks a little bit nicer. And then instead of returning 0, let's go ahead and return get paydate.compare to. And then we're going to go ahead and compare it to paystub.getPaydate. So whenever we go to sort these, we're going to go ahead and just compare them by their pay dates, and that's how we're going to go and sort them. So that should go ahead and do it for all the fields of the paystub entity. Now we can go ahead and restart our application and make sure all the tables show up properly inside of our H2 database. So let's go ahead and give this a nice refresh here. Everything started up. That looks good. Let's go ahead and hop in the browser to the H2 database. So let's go ahead and connect to our H2 database. And now we can go ahead and see that we have our pay stubs here. Run this. It has our date paid, our employee ID, gross hours, gross pay, ID, overtime hours, overtime pay, regular hours, regular pay, and our create and update timestamp. So everything is there and everything is working. So that looks good. Now let's go ahead and hop back into IntelliJ and get our repository set up. Now that we have successfully generated the database table for our pay stubs, we need to set up our ability to create and fetch data from the database table. To do this, let's go ahead and create a new interface inside of our repositories package here. So new in Java class, make an interface, and this can go ahead and be our pay, stub, and then repository. Let's go ahead and open this up. Looks good. Let's get rid of our Project Explorer here. And then as always, we want to go ahead and extend our JPA repository. Let's go and import JPA repository, and then inside of our angled brackets, we want to go ahead and include paystub and integer because we're going to be fetching type paystub and the integer is the ID type. Let's go ahead and import our paystub and then come above, and we'll also go ahead and throw out repository on it just for good measure. Let's go and import our out repository from Spring Framework, and that looks good. Now we're going to go ahead and have a few methods inside of our repository that are kind of custom. So the first thing that we need is to go ahead and just get all the pay stubs by a specific employee. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and say public list of pay stubs, find all by employee. Let's go ahead and import our list here. That way it's not mad at us. And then we need to go ahead and pass in employee to go ahead and find those pay stubs. Let's go ahead and import our employee here, and that looks good. The next one that we need is to go ahead and get pay stubs between a specific start and end date. So for example, if we only want to fetch the pay stubs for this year or whatever. So to do that one, we're going to go and say public list pay stub, and this one's going to be called find all by employee and create timestamp between. And inside of our method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in employee. We also need to go ahead and pass in an instant create timestamp start. And finally, we need an instant create timestamp end. Let's go ahead and clean this up. So let's go ahead and import this. And this is a little bit long. So let's just go ahead and bring this down like so. That way we're within the limits here. So it looks good. It's a little bit ugly, but what can you do? So that should go ahead and do it for all the custom functionality that we need inside of our pay stub repository. And now before we get into finishing up the pay functionality, we need to actually go ahead and hop into the timesheet repository and add a couple of new method stubs there. So let's go ahead and navigate into our timesheet repository, make sure that's saved, and then come into our timesheet repository. There we go. Let's come below the function we already had here. And then let's go ahead and start out by just being able to get all by specific status. So let's go ahead and say list of timesheet, find all by status. And then let's go ahead and import our list here. Looks good. And then inside of find by status, we're going to go ahead and pass in timesheet status. Very good. Looks good. We might also need to go ahead and import our timesheet status here. So this is basically going to allow us to check for specific statuses. So for the manager to go ahead and get all the ones that are ready to be approved more or less. And then we also need a way to go ahead and get the specific ones for a specific manager more or less. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and say list of timesheet, find all by employee in and status. And then inside the method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in a list of employee called employees. And then we're also going to go ahead and pass in a timesheet status of status. And that should go ahead and do it for this. Let's just make sure we don't need to import employee. Perfect. So I got a little bit ahead of myself. This one is most likely going to be to go ahead and get all the timesheets. That way we can go ahead and run payroll. And this one will be for passing in all of the employees that a manager manages, as well as the timesheet stats that they want to get. That way we can go ahead and get them for the manager. So that should go ahead and do it for all of the repository functionality for this section of the course. So now we need to go ahead and make some changes to our timesheet service. And obviously also go ahead and set up the pay stub service. That way people can get paid. Now that we have all of our repository logic done, we need to go ahead and set up the ability for our managers to actually approve and deny timesheets. So to do that, let's go ahead and hop into the timesheet service here. Let's go ahead and open up the timesheet service. We need to go ahead and just make a couple functions. They don't necessarily matter where they go. I just kind of like to put things that are like near one another. So for example, here we have the create or read timesheet for employees. So let's just go ahead and come below this guy. And we need to go ahead and start out by setting it up so the managers can actually get the timesheets that they need to approve. So let's go ahead and just declare a public list timesheet. And we'll go ahead and call this read managers timesheets to approve. And inside of the method parameters, we're going to go ahead and pass in a list of employee called employees. Let's go and open up this method, and inside we're going to go ahead and return timesheet repository.findAll by employee in and status. We want to go ahead and pass in the employees that we got from our request, as well as timesheet status.submitted, which means it hasn't been approved yet. There we go, that looks good. That'll go ahead and get all of the timesheets for a manager. Next, we need to go ahead and set up a way to read all the timesheets for the payroll. So let's go ahead and come down below here again, and let's go ahead and say public list of timesheet, read timesheets for payroll. And then in here, let's just go and open up this function. And inside, we're just going to go ahead and return timesheet repository.find all by status. And inside the method parameter, we're going to go and pass in timesheet status.approved. That looks good. Now we can go ahead and come below our update timesheet hours or update timesheet status probably. That's kind of close to what we're doing here. We need a way for the manager to actually approve or deny a timesheet. So let's go ahead and declare a method called public timesheet approve or deny timesheet. Inside of our method parameters, let's go and pass in an integer timesheet ID. We also want to go ahead and pass in a timesheet status. We'll pass in the employee approver. And finally, we'll pass in any string of message for the denial reason. Let's open up our method here. First thing we need to go ahead and do is retrieve the timesheet. So we're going to go ahead and say timesheet is equal to retrieve timesheet by ID or throw timesheet does not exist exception. Inside, let's go ahead and pass in the timesheet ID passed into the method parameter. If we have successfully grabbed the timesheet, let's go ahead and say timesheet.setStatus to the status passed in. We'll also go ahead and say timesheet.setApprover to the approver passed in. And finally, we need to go ahead and set if there's any messages. So we'll say timesheet.setMessage to the message passed in. Finally, let's go ahead and say return timesheet repository.save timesheet to go ahead and persist that and return it back to the manager. That looks good for that method. Next, we want to go ahead and set up a quick utility function just for data creation purposes. That way we can go ahead and generate a list of timesheets for an employee. That way we can go ahead and also generate a bunch of pay stubs. So we're going to go ahead and just come above this private timesheet, the retrieve timesheet by ID or throw timesheet does not exist exception. And I'm going to go ahead and just declare a public list of timesheets. This is going to be called generate timesheets for payroll tests. And inside we're going to have an employee, and we'll have an employee manager. Let's open up our method. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say list of timesheets generated is equal to a new array list. Then we're also going to go ahead and say random rand is equal to a new random. Let's go and import our random object here. Maybe. There we go. And then below here, we're going to say local date, working date is equal to local date.of. And we're going to go ahead and base this off the first day or first working week of 2025 year, which is 2024, 12, 29. Then we're also going to go ahead and base it off of today. So I don't know when we're actually going to be able to test this. I don't know when this is actually going to come out, but we're going to go and say local date today is equal to local date.now. And we're going to go ahead and say .-7 to go ahead and get 7 days prior to now. And the reasoning because of this is because we want to go ahead and keep at least one timesheet for us to fill out if we go ahead and generate a bunch of them. Obviously, we don't want to go ahead and generate and approve this week's timesheet and not have anything to approve this week. So that looks good. Now we want to go ahead and set up a while loop that'll watch the working date is before today. And this is basically just going to go ahead and loop through from the first week of 2025 all the way to today. So let's go and say while working date is before today. Go ahead and open this up. And while this is the case, we're going to go ahead and say timesheet is equal to timesheet.builder. Inside, we're going to say .employee is employee. We're going to say .start date is the working date. Our end date will be working date plus 6 days. We'll set our regular hours to 40.0. We're going to call .overtime hours. And inside, we're going to have math.ceil. And inside math.ceil, we're going to say rand.nextDouble of 21.0. And this will basically get us some overtime hours between 0 and 20 hours for that week. Next, we'll go ahead and say approver is manager. Status will be timesheet status.approved. Our hours will be an empty list by saying list.of. And finally, we'll call .build. After we build that, let's come below our timesheet builder. We'll go ahead and say timesheet is equal to timesheet repository.save timesheet. And then we also want to go ahead and say, whoops, I came outside of our while loop. Let's make sure that we'll stay inside the while loop, outside the builder. There we go. And then finally, we'll go ahead and say timesheets generated.add timesheet. And then to ensure that we don't have an infinite loop, we need to go ahead and say working date is equal to working date plus days of 7. Now finally, let's go ahead and come outside and we'll go ahead and say return timesheets generated. There we go. Looks good. Basically, all this is going to go ahead and do is loop through the first week of 2025 pay, basically, up to now, minus 7 days. That way we have at least one timesheet to fill out for this week and generate some random timesheet data. That way, whenever we go to test our pay stubs and make sure they're generating properly, and also just trying to view some stuff on the front end, we can actually see all that stuff. So that should go ahead and wrap it up for all the logic needed inside of our timesheet service. Next, we need to go ahead and set up a quick DTO before setting up the rest of the logic to process our payrolls. As mentioned in the end of the last section, we're all good to go for our timesheet service, and now we want to go ahead and start setting up our paystub service. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and set up a quick DTO class. Let's go ahead and open up our project, go into our DTO, go and right click, make a new Java class, and let's go ahead and make this a record. We're going to go ahead and call this the pay and roll, and we're going to go ahead and call this preview DTO, because whenever we want to go ahead and preview the payroll, it's going to be slightly different than actually run the payroll, so we want slightly different objects. Let's go and open this up, close out our project explorer. Let's go and go above, and we're going to go ahead and throw add data above it just so we can get the data easier. And I'm sorry, this actually should be a class, so let's go ahead and make this back into a class. Sorry if I'm whiplashing you guys a little bit. Above, we actually want add data. We also want app builder. Let's go and import app builder, and that's all we want for now. Let's go ahead and come inside. Let's go ahead and come inside of our class here, and let's start setting up the properties. So first, we want to go ahead and bring in a private string employee, which is just going to be their email. We also want to go ahead and bring a private local date payment date. Let's go ahead and bring in our local date here. After payment date, we also want a private big decimal gross pay. Let's go ahead and import our big decimal. And like I mentioned, the goal of our payroll preview is just to make sure everything looks proper, make sure everyone's getting paid, make sure all the timesheets are there and the payments look correct before we actually go through and generate the official pay stubs. So with that being handled, let's go and open up our Project Explorer once again, come into our services, and let's go ahead and make the class to handle all the logic for our pay stubs. Let's go ahead and make a pay and stub service class. Let's go ahead and open this up, close out of our Project Explorer, and we're good to go. We can also go ahead and close out of a couple of things here that we no longer need. And let's go ahead and come above here. And first, let's go ahead and say at service. Let's go and import our at service. And we also want to go ahead and bring in at transactional. Go and import that. And then finally, we're going to have some dependencies in here. So let's also go ahead and bring in at required args constructor. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come set up our dependencies. So first we need access to the paystub repository. So let's go ahead and say private final, paystub repository, paystub repository. Let's go and bring in our paystub repository here. Cool. Next we need access to the timesheet service. So we'll say private final timesheet service, timesheet service. And finally we need access to the employee service. So we'll say private final employee service, employee service. Looks good. First thing I want to go ahead and do is set up a private utility function inside here to calculate how much pay an hourly employee is going to make. To do that, let's go ahead and say private big decimal, calculate hourly gross pay. And then let's go ahead and import our big decimal here and then come inside our method parameters. We're going to have employee. Let's go ahead and import our employee here. We're going to go ahead and have the regular hours, which will be called double regular. And we'll have our overtime hours, which we'll call double overtime. Let's go ahead and open this up. And this is going to get pretty ugly pretty fast, but it is what it is, I guess, type situation. So the first thing that we're going to go ahead and do is say big decimal regular pay is equal to employee.getPayInformation. Then we're going to go ahead and call .getPayAmount.multiply. And inside the multiply, we're going to go and pass in a new big decimal with our regular hours. Okay, then we come below and we're going to go ahead and say big decimal overtime pay is equal to employee.getPayInformation again. Then we're going to go ahead and call .getPayAmount.multiply again. Inside, we're going to go and pass in a new big decimal of 1.5. Then coming outside, we need to go ahead and call .multiply again. And inside this multiply, we need to go ahead and pass in a new big decimal of overtime hours. I told y'all this is going to get pretty gross. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and return a new big decimal. And here we're going to pass in regular pay.long value plus overtime pay.long value. And finally, we're going to go ahead and call .setScale to 2 and rounding mode.halfUp. And it's a little bit ugly, but that should go ahead and do it. Let's go and import this rounding mode. Also, let's just go ahead and make this look a little bit prettier. So we'll go ahead and just bring in multiply down there. That way it's not going too far. And also go ahead and bring in .setScale down there. There we go. So that part is a little bit ugly, but it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. Next up, we want to go and set up another private utility method that returns a pay stub called generate pay stub for timesheet. So we're going to go below our private big decimal. We're going to go ahead and say private pay stub generate pay stub from timesheet. Let's go ahead and first bring in the pay stub. I hope that didn't just create a new class. Let's undo that. I don't know what that did. Import class. That's better. Come inside our method parameters. We're going to go ahead and pass in a timesheet called timesheet. We might need to also import our timesheet here. There we go. And then let's go ahead and open up the method here. Inside, first we're going to say employee is equal to timesheet.getEmployee. Let's go and import our employee if we need to. Looks like it is good to go. Perfect. Then we're also going to say double regular hours is equal to timesheet.getRegular hours. Next, we're going to go ahead and say double overtime hours is equal to timesheet.getOvertime hours. Then we're going to go and say big decimal amount is equal to employee.getPayInformation.getPayAmount. Looks good. Now we can come start doing some logic. First, we want to go ahead and call timesheet service.update timesheet status. Since we are generating the pay stub, it's going to be set to paid now. Inside of the update timesheet status, we're going to go ahead and pass in timesheet.getID as well as timesheet status.paid. Let's go and import our timesheet status here. And then now we can go ahead and start setting up our pay stub. Let's go ahead and say return paystub.builder. And inside of our paystub.builder, we're going to go ahead and pass in .employee is equal to the employee. When you go ahead and set pay date to timesheet.getEndDate. Of course, this is assuming that we go ahead and submit it like on the last day or whatever. Realistically, in the real world, this will probably be like done the week after if you're paying in arrears or whatever. But for our purposes, since we go ahead and generate a bunch of timesheets all at once, we're going to go ahead and base it off the end of the timesheet. Next, we're going to go ahead and say gross hours is regular hours plus overtime hours. Next, we're going to say .gross pay. Inside gross pay, we're going to go ahead and call the private calculate hourly gross pay function. We're going to go ahead and pass in the employee, the regular hours, and the overtime hours. Next, let's set our regular hours to regular hours. So overtime hours to overtime hours. And now we get to have some big decimal fun again, just to go ahead and get the pay and whatnot. So let's go ahead and say .regular pay. Inside regular pay, we're going to say amount, not multiply. And inside multiply, we're going to go ahead and pass in a new big decimal of regular hours. Coming outside of that multiply, let's go ahead and call .setScale to 2 and rounding mode half up again. Hopefully I didn't mess up parentheses there. Let's come below and also say .overtime pay. Once again, we need to do all the fun stuff again. So let's go ahead and say amount.multiply. Inside here, go ahead and pass in a new big decimal of 1.5. We'll come outside that multiply and go ahead and call .multiply again. Inside this multiply, we're going to go ahead and pass in a new big decimal with overtime hours. Finally, we'll come outside of that multiply and say .setScale to 2 and rounding mode half up. Once again, fingers crossed we didn't mess up any other parentheses. Final thing we need to go ahead and do is just call .build. Now let's see, looks like all the errors went away, it looks good. There's probably a way to make this look prettier here, so we can go ahead and do something like that. We can go ahead and bring the multiply down. There we go, that looks a little bit better. We could probably also go ahead and bring the set scale down. There we go, just kind of clean that up a little bit. That should go ahead and do it for all of our utility functions. Now we should be able to start setting up the actual logic for creating some timestamps and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and come up above where all of our privates are. The first thing we'll go ahead and do is just get a simple list of all the pay stubs for an employee. So to do that, let's go ahead and say public list pay stub, read pay stubs for employee. Let's go ahead and bring in our list really quick. And then inside of our method parameters, let's go and pass in a string email. Let's open up our method. And the first thing we'll do is say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email. Come inside of this method and pass in email. Once we have our employee, we can come below and go and say list of pay stubs is equal to pay stub repository.find all by employee. Here we'll go ahead and pass in the employee from above. And since we went ahead and implemented that comparable interface, we can go ahead and call collections.sort here. We can go ahead and import collections really quick. But then we can go ahead and pass in the pay stubs and it'll sort those pay stubs for us automatically. Final thing that we need to go ahead and do is let's make sure we return and make sure we spell pay stubs properly. The final thing that we need to go ahead and do is just return those pay stubs. There we go. That'll go ahead and allow employees to view their pay stubs. It's going to be on the pay information window whenever they go into their manage self page. Next up, we need to go ahead and just get them specifically for like a 1 year window. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and say public list pay stub, read pay stubs for employee of year. Inside here, let's go ahead and pass in a string email and a string year. Let's open this up. Inside, we're going to go and say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email again. Let's go and pass in that email here. Next, let's go ahead and say list of pay stubs is equal to pay stub repository.find all by employee. Let's pass in that employee from above. Then we're going to go ahead and call .stream. Then we're going to go ahead and call .filter each stub. Open this up. And here we're going to go ahead and set up a local date is equal to local date.ofInstant. Let's go ahead and import our local date here. It looks fine. And then we're going to go and say stub.get create timestamp, comma, and zone ID.get system default. We might need to go ahead and import our zone ID. That's fine. Then we're going to go ahead and come below here. I'm going to return date.get year is equal to integer.parseInt of year. Let it go ahead and just only get the ones for this year. Finally, let's go ahead and say .collect. And inside collect, we're going to go ahead and say collectors.toList. And let's go ahead and import our collectors here. There we go. It's mad at us because we probably could have done something slightly different, but I don't really care, IntelliJ. And finally, we're going to go ahead and call collections.sort to make sure those are sorted properly. And let's go ahead and pass in that pay stub list. Then finally, we'll go ahead and return the pay stubs. There we go. That looks good for getting them for an employee for a specific year. Let's come below this one and continue working here. Next up, we need to go ahead and set up the ability to do a preview for the payroll. So to do that, let's go ahead and say public list payroll preview DTO preview payroll. We're going to go ahead and import our preview payroll DTO, and let's just open this up. This isn't going to take any parameters. First thing we want to go ahead and do is say local date payroll date is equal to local date.now. Next up, let's also go ahead and say list of payroll preview DTO, payroll preview DTOs is equal to a new array list. Let's go ahead and import our array list class here. And we're going to come below. And next we want to go ahead and declare a list of employees equal to employee service.read all employees. And now we need to go ahead and split these employees into two buckets. We need the salary, which is going to be a base pay, whatever. And we also need the hourly. So first, let's go ahead and say list of payroll preview, salary payroll preview is equal to employees.stream. Then we're going to go ahead and call .filter. And we're going to filter employee is equal to employee.get pay information.get pay type equals pay type of salary. All right, let's go and import our pay type here. We'll come below .filter. We're going to go ahead and call .map employee. And then inside the map, we're going to go ahead and say big decimal pay is equal to employee.get pay information.get amount.divide. Inside divide, we're going to go and pass in a new big decimal of 52.0. We're going to pass in 2 in rounding mode half up. And then once again, we're going to go ahead and call .set scale with 2 in rounding mode half up again. Okay. That goes ahead and gets like 1 week of pay for a salary employee. Then we'll go ahead and return a payroll preview DTO.builder. Here we'll call .employee is equal to employee.get email. We'll go ahead and say .gross pay is equal to pay. We'll get payment date is equal to payroll date. And finally, we'll call .build. And finally, let's go ahead and call .toList. There we go. Now, why we didn't just call .toList for these collects, I couldn't tell you why I did one way, one the other way, but it is what is. If you guys want to call .toList here instead of collect, that's probably also fine. I don't remember if there is an issue with this or not. I can't remember, but it is what it is. Oh, it's because toList is immutable. Okay, that's why. So it wouldn't sort properly. So it's just going to be mad at us. I don't really care. There might be a better way to do that, but it is what it is. So now we have our salary payroll preview set up. So now let's go ahead and add these to our list. So we're going to say payroll preview DTOs to add all. We're going to go ahead and pass in those salary payroll preview. Next up, let's go ahead and deal with our hourly pay stubs. Let's go ahead and say list timesheet hourly timesheets is equal to timesheet service.read timesheets for payroll. Once we have our timesheets, let's go ahead and say list payroll preview hourly payroll preview is equal to hourly timesheets.stream. Once again, we'll call .map and we'll map through the timesheets. Here, we're going to go and say employee is equal to timesheet.get employee. Big decimal gross pay will equal to calculate hourly gross pay. Here we'll go ahead and pass in employee. We'll pass in timesheet.get regular hours. We'll pass in timesheet.get overtime hours. Once we have that set up, let's go ahead and return payroll preview DTO.builder. Here we're going to say .employee is employee.get email again. Gross pay will be gross pay. And payment date will be payroll date. Finally, we'll call .build. All right, let's scroll down to add some space. And again, we'll go ahead and call .toList. Now that we have our list, let's also go ahead and call the payroll preview DTOs to add all again. And let's go ahead and pass in those hourly payroll previews. And finally, let's go ahead and return those payroll preview DTOs. So that is the logic for our preview. And if you thought that was bad, just wait, we get to make some fun stuff for the payroll as well. So that's what we're going to go ahead and work on next. Let's go ahead and come down here. And we'll go ahead and say public list of pay stub run payroll. Here we're going to go and say local date payroll date is equal to local date.now. And once again, we're going to go and say list employees is equal to employee service.read all employees. And we also need a list of pay stub called pay stubs equal to a new array list. Let's once again start out with our salary stubs. So let's go ahead and say list of pay stubs salary stubs is equal to employees.stream. Once again, let's call .filter. And we'll filter employee against employee.get pay information.get pay type equals pay type.salary. Next, let's come below .filter and call .map for salaried. Inside of our map, let's go and say big decimal. Pay is equal to salary.getInformation.getPayAmount.divide. Inside divide, let's go and pass in a new big decimal. We'll pass in 2 in rounding mode half up. Then let's go and call .setScale with 2 in rounding mode half up. Before I forget, let's just go and clean these up a little bit. So this is getting a little bit gross. Same with this one up here. Let's also go ahead and just clean this one up a little bit as well. It got pretty gross. And there we go. Looks a lot better. So now we have the pay for the salaried employee. Now let's go ahead and return paystub.builder. Now let's try not to forget any of the properties here. First up, employee is going to be equal to salaried. Then we'll go and set the pay date to payroll date. Gross pay will be set to pay. The gross hours will be 40.0. Overtime pay will be a big decimal of 0.0. Regular pay will be pay. Overtime hours would be 0.0. Regular hours will be 40.0. And finally, we'll call .build. Now that we're done with the pay step, let's come below our map and call .toList. There we go. Looks good. Let's make ourselves some space here. Now let's go ahead and deal with our hourly stubs. So let's go ahead and say list pay stub hourly stubs is equal to timesheet service.read all sheets for payroll.stream. We're going to go ahead and call .map, and inside .map, we're going to call this : generate pay stub from timesheet. And then we'll go ahead and terminate it with .toList. Then we want to go ahead and call salary stubs is equal to pay stub repository.save all. Let's go and pass in those salary stubs that we created above. We also want to say pay stubs.add all salary stubs. And then we'll go ahead and say hourly stubs is equal to pay stub repository.save all. Go ahead and pass in those hourly stubs here. Then we'll also go ahead and say pay stubs.add all hourly stubs. And finally, we can go ahead and return those pay stubs. Go ahead and save this up, and that should go ahead and do it for our generate pay stubs. But there is still one last method I want to go ahead and set up to be used with our timesheet generate data method to go ahead and fill out employees with data for testing. Let's go ahead and come below here, and let's go ahead and declare a public list of pay stub generate pay stub data. And this method is going to go ahead and take in a list of timesheets called timesheets. Let's go ahead and open up the method. Let's go ahead and make a list of pay stub called generated pay stubs equal to a new array list. Then let's go ahead and call it timesheets.forEach timesheet. Inside our for each, let's go ahead and say pay stub is equal to generate pay stub from timesheet. Let's go ahead and pass in that timesheet. And then we'll also go ahead and call generated pay stubs.add pay stub. And then finally, we'll come outside here. We'll go ahead and say return pay stub repository.save all. And inside, let's go ahead and pass in those generated pay stubs. Let's go ahead and save that. And that should go ahead and do it for the primary pay logic. Now we can go ahead and move along to setting up the controller to be able to actually access the logic through our API. As mentioned at the end of the last section, we are now ready to expose our logic to the world via API. So that means we need to go ahead and create our payroll controller. So let's go and open up our Project Explorer here, go up to our controllers, make a new class. We'll go ahead and call this I call this payroll controller. I called the other ones pay stub, but it is what it is. We'll just go ahead and call this payroll controller. Y'all get the idea here. Let's go ahead and close out of our Project Explorer and come above. First off, let's go ahead and annotate this with @REST controller. Let's go ahead and import our REST controller. Let's also go ahead and annotate it with @request mapping. Import that, and then inside of @request mapping, we're going to go ahead and set this to /payroll. We also need to go ahead and bring in some dependencies. So let's go ahead and say @required_args constructor as well. Let's go ahead and import that, and that looks good to go. Let's open up our payroll controller here. First thing we want to go ahead and do is say private final paystub service. Let's go ahead and import our paystub service here. And now we can go ahead and get to work on our API logic. So first off, we need to go ahead and set up a route for getting an employee's paystub. So let's say public list of paystub, get employees paystubs. Let's go ahead and import our paystub here. There we go, and inside of the method parameter, we're going to go ahead and include an @path variable. Import that. This is going to be called email. We're going to go ahead and store this in a string email. We're also going to go ahead and include an @request param. Let's go and import that. And inside here, we're going to go ahead and say year. We're going to go ahead and store this inside of an optional string called year. Let's go and import our optional. And now let's go and annotate this class. We also need to, import our list here. Now we can annotate our class. First, let's go ahead and say @getMapping. And then we're going to go ahead and map this request to /view/email. And now let's go ahead and open up the method to actually get to work here. First, we're going to go ahead and check if year is present. If year is present, we're going to return paystub service.read paystubs for employee of year. And here we're going to pass in email and year.get. There we go. Otherwise, here we're just going to go ahead and return paystub service.read paystubs for employee. And here, just go ahead and pass in their email. So here, this basically allows us to either just pass in a year and get only for that year, or we can just go ahead and get all of them from all time. So let's come below here and start working on our next endpoints. Next, we'll go ahead and say public list, payroll preview DTO, preview payroll. This one's not going to take anything in. We just need to go ahead and import that class. So let's come above and say at get mapping again. And here we're going to go map this to /preview. Then let's go ahead and open this up. Inside, let's go and just return paystubservice.preview payroll. Let's also go ahead and set up a request for just running the payroll. So let's go ahead and say public list of paystub run payroll. Once again, it's not going to take anything. So let's come above and put on an at get mapping. We're going to go ahead and map this one to /run. And now we're ready to go and open up our method. Here, we're just going to go ahead and return paystubservice.run payroll. And finally, let's go ahead and declare one more to generate some test data. So let's go ahead and say public list paystub, generate test data. Inside this one, let's go ahead and say at request body. Let's go and import our request body. And here, this is going to take in a list of timesheets. We'll call sheets. We need to go ahead and import our list probably and our timesheet, but just our timesheet, okay. And then above, let's go ahead and add an at post mapping. Import that, and we're going to go ahead and map this to /data. And now we can come inside of the method. Here we're going to return paystubservice.generate paystub data. There we go. And then inside here, let's go ahead and pass in the sheets. There we go. That looks good. That'll go ahead and wrap up all the logic for our payments. Now we just have a couple more changes to help us retrieve the employees by a specific manager. That way they can manage their reports and review their timesheets. So as mentioned at the end of the last section, we just have a little bit more work to get the manager logic all wrapped up before we can go ahead and start testing this. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is we need to go into the employee repository and set up the ability to grab specific employees by the manager. So let's go ahead and hop into the employee repository right now. Inside our employee repository, we need to go ahead and set up a new method. So let's come inside here and let's go ahead and say list employees is equal to find by reports to. And we need to go ahead and import our list. And here we're going to go ahead and pass in employee reports to. And that looks good. Now we can go ahead and actually pass in the specific manager and then go ahead and get all the employees that they actually manage. That looks good. Now we just need to go ahead and set up a quick functionality inside of our employee service to be able to use this. So let's go ahead and hop into our employee service. So inside our employee service, let's just come below like the read employee by email, I suppose. And let's go ahead and set up a new method called a public list employee read all reports by email. And then here we're going to go ahead and pass in string manager email. Let's go and open this up. And here we're going to say employee manager is equal to get employee by email or throw exception. And then we'll go ahead and pass in that manager email. Then below here, let's go ahead and say return employee repository.find by reports to. And then we'll go ahead and simply pass in that manager. Let's go ahead and save that. That looks good. And now that we have the employee service changes taken care of, we can just go ahead and quickly hop into the employee controller and set up a quick new endpoint to return the list of those reports to the front end. So let's go ahead and hop into our employee controller as well. And then again, we'll just go ahead and just come below our get employees by email. It doesn't really matter where this goes because it's all going to work the same anyway. I just kind of like to lump things together. So to go ahead and get the manager's reports, let's go ahead and say public list employee, get manager's reports. Inside here, let's go ahead and pass in an at path variable. Inside the path variable, we'll go ahead and pass in the email of the manager. And we'll go ahead and store this inside of a string email. Let's come above. We're going to go ahead and add in an at get mapping. We're going to map this to /reports to /curly braces email. And then inside of the method itself, we're simply going to return employee service.read all reports by email. Then let's go ahead and pass in that email. Let's go ahead and save this up here. And that should go ahead and do it for all of the managed logic for the employee service and controller. Finally, we just need to go ahead and set up a couple more things for the timesheets, and then we're good to go. So let's go ahead and do that in the next section. As mentioned at the end of the last section, the last functionality of the manager is to review timesheets, and we have set up the timesheet service logic to do that, but we still need to go ahead and handle the controller method to actually send and handle the request. But before we set up the controller method, we first need an object to send the request data to our backend. So let's go ahead and create a record to do that. So let's go ahead and open up our Project Explorer here. Go into our DTO, make a new Java class. This one is going to be a record. We're going to go ahead and call this review time sheet, and this is going to be called request. Go and open this up and close out our Project Explorer here. Instead of our review timesheet request, we're going to have an employee approver. Let's go and import our employee here. We're going to go ahead and have an integer timesheet ID. We'll go ahead and have our timesheet status. Let's go ahead and import our timesheet status here. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and have a string message. There we go. We're going to come above here, and just for good measure, we're going to go and add the app builder annotation. Let's go and import that, and that should go ahead and do it. We're also going to go ahead and need a new DTO to be able to generate some test data. So let's also go ahead and open up our Project Explorer, make a new Java class. We'll go ahead and make this a record as well, and this is going to be called generate and time sheet data request. Make sure we call data correctly, data request. There we go. And let's go inside of this record. We're going to have employee. Let's go and import our employee once again. And we're also going to go ahead and have employee manager. And then once again, for good measure, we'll also go ahead and include app builder. Let's go and import our app builder, and that looks good to go. So that should be our DTOs that we need. Let's go and close out some stuff that we don't need here. And now we're ready to go and open up our project and open up our timesheet controller and set up the logic for our manager. So inside of our timesheet controller, we just have a few more methods / routes we need to go ahead and set up for our manager to hit. First off, let's start by creating a new public method that will go ahead and be for getting the timesheets to review. So it's a public list timesheet, get timesheets to review for manager. Let's go ahead and import our list here. There we go. Inside of our method parameter here, we're going to have an @request body. Go and import that. And the request body is going to be a list of employees. We'll call employees. Then above, let's go ahead and say @post mapping. Inside the post map, we'll go ahead and map this to /manager. And then let's go and open up our method here. And inside the method, it will simply return timesheet service.read manager's timesheets to approve. And then we'll go ahead and pass in those employees. There we go. Next up, we want to go ahead and set up the ability to review the timesheet. So I'm just going to come below the submit, and then let's go ahead and say public timesheet review timesheet. Inside, let's go ahead and pass in @request body. The request body will be a review timesheet request. We'll call body. Let's go and import the review timesheet request here. From above, we're going to go ahead and add @put mapping. And then inside @put mapping, we're going to say /review. And now we go ahead and open up our method again. And inside here, we're going to return timesheet service.approve or deny timesheets. And inside, we need to go ahead and pass body.timesheet ID. We need to pass body.status, body.approver, and finally body.message. That looks good to go for reviewing a timesheet. Finally, we need to go ahead and set up the request for setting up our data. So here, let's go ahead and say public list timesheet, generate timesheet data. Inside, let's go and pass in @request body. The request body will be a generate timesheet data request. We'll call body. Let's go and import this guy here and come above. Once again, we'll go ahead and say @post mapping. We're going to map this to /data. And then inside of the method body itself, we're going to go ahead and return timesheet service.generate timesheet for payroll tests. And inside, let's go and pass in body.employee and body.manager. Go ahead and save that up. And that should go ahead and do it for the additional logic for payments in the manager role. So now we just need to go ahead and configure our new routes inside of our Spring Security config and get all of that set up so we can go ahead and test in Postman. The last step to setting up our backend for this chapter is to go ahead and set up our Spring Security configuration. So let's go and open up our Spring Security configuration class and start working. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is add in some new admin routes. So I'm going to come in below the /employee put here. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do is only admins can preview the payroll. So let's go ahead and say new ant path request matcher to /payroll/preview. Next up, we only want admins to be able to run the payroll. So we'll make a new ant path request matcher to /payroll/run. Only admin can go ahead and generate data. So we'll go ahead and say new ant path request matcher for /timesheet/data, as well as a new ant path request matcher for /payroll/data. That should go ahead and do it for our admin stuff. Now we need to go ahead and set up specific routes only for our managers. So to do that, once again, we're going to go ahead and set up a private static ant path request matcher array, manager routes. And inside, let's go ahead and return a new ant path request matcher array. Let's go and open up the array here. And first, we're going to go ahead and pass in a new ant path request matcher to /employee/reports to /email. Then we want the managers to be able to view timesheets. So let's go ahead and say new ant path request matcher to /timesheet/manager. And finally, managers are able to review timesheets. So let's go ahead and add in a new ant path request matcher to /timesheet/review. There we go. That looks good for our manager routes. Now let's go ahead and set up the request matchers inside of our security filter chain here. So let's just come below admin, and we're going to go ahead and say .request matchers. Inside, let's go ahead and call the manager routes method. And then now we can go ahead and call .has role of manager. That looks good. We can go ahead and save that. That should go ahead and wrap up the last of our payroll and manager logic. Now we need to go ahead and restart our application, hop into Postman, and then make sure the logic works, and also make sure that request matchers are working properly. So let's go ahead and restart our application. Looks like everything is good. Let's go ahead and close out of this. And now let's go ahead and hop into Postman and test out our new manager endpoints. And then later on, we'll go ahead and test out the data endpoints. We're not worried about that right now. We'll go ahead and worry about that at the end whenever we're testing everything out and we're trying to view all the data on the front end. So here in Postman, we have our chapter 5 folder here, and enabled to test the manager endpoints, we actually need to go ahead and log in as other employees first. And this is because, of course, we need timesheets to actually approve. So let's go ahead and log in with auth login employee. We'll go ahead and just log in as employee 1. So you can see employee 1 and so on. So let's go ahead and log in. That should go ahead and create our JSession token. And once we do that, let's go ahead and generate a new timesheet. So let's go ahead and close out of auth here. Go into our timesheet, generate or get timesheet, and this should be good. Employee 1, that looks fine. Let's go ahead and generate that timesheet. There we go. Let's go ahead and also fill this out. So let's go ahead and update the hours here. I'm going to copy this because it's a new week that I'm recording this section. So I'm going to go ahead and actually copy the wrong thing. Let's copy the timesheet. There we go. Let's copy this timesheet. Let's go into our update hours here, and let's go ahead and paste this in like so. Okay, and paste this in. There we go. And then let's go ahead and update the hours. So Saturday we didn't work. Let's say that we went ahead and worked on this day. So let's go ahead and say 8. And on Thursday we'll say 8. Wednesday we'll say 8. Tuesday we'll say 8. And then Monday we'll say 8. And actually, let's go ahead and put 4 hours on Saturday. And that way we can kind of deny it first and then reapprove it. But there we go. Let's go ahead and do that. Cool. So now we have a timesheet. Let's also go ahead and submit that timesheet for review. So it should just be 1. That should be fine. There we go. Looks good. And now it is submitted. And we have 44 hours, no messages or anything on that. That's fine. We can go ahead and save this for now. That's fine as well. So that should be everything we need to go ahead and get this all set up for approval/denial. So now that we have our timesheets filled out, let's go ahead and log in as the manager. So go back into login. This one has the manager details. Once again, this is to /auth login. At this point, if y'all have followed along, you should know the endpoint for logging in. So that's kind of why I'm breezing over this as well as over the ones that we've already seen. Let's go ahead and try to log in as a manager. There we go. Looks good. So the first thing that we can go ahead and test out is to make sure we can fetch all the manager reports. So to do this, let's go ahead and make a GET request in our employees. And it's going to be read all reports. So this is going to be to http://localhost 8000/employee/reports to, and then that manager's email. And if I forgot to mention, this is a GET request. And whenever we make this request, we should see a list of all the employees the manager reports to. Right now, there's only one employee because we restarted the application, but you can see that we have employee 1 here. That looks good. Next, let's go ahead and get all the timesheets that the manager needs to approve or deny. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and let's hop into our manager timesheets here. So this is going to be a post request to timesheet to http://localhost 8000/timesheet/manager. And inside of our request body, we're going to go ahead and have all of our users. So right now, obviously, the manager only has 1 person they're managing. If there's 2, there'll be more. And what we can do here for this is you can just take the read all reports request or response here and go ahead and paste it in here. And now we can go ahead and send this. We should be able to get back all the timesheets that we need to review. So you can see we have timesheet 1. And if we had more employees, there'd be other ones as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first timesheet here and see what hours look like. So we can go ahead and see that they have, if we come down here, they have 40 hours and 4 hours of overtime. Let's just say that for whatever reason, we're not allowing overtime this week or something. So if we go to our review timesheet here, we want to go ahead and say the denied, we can go ahead and make a put request to http://localhost 8000/timesheet/review. And here, this is going to go ahead and take in a timesheet ID. So we can just say timesheet 1. We'll have the approver, which is us, which is ID 2. Here on the front end, we'll actually pass back the entire user or employee here. For me, I'm just being a little bit lazy. All Spring Data needs to actually find the approver through the database is the ID. So we pass that there. Status here is going to be denied. And then we're going to go ahead and say, hey, overtime is not allowed. Now, if we go ahead and send this off, it should go ahead and pass us back a timesheet. And then here, if we scroll down, or I might have missed it, it might be up here. Yeah, so status is denied. And it also has a message on it, or it should have. I'm not 100% sure why the message didn't get set. We might need to debug that. We might have an issue, or I might have called this something other than denial message. Let's just double check that really quick. So this should be the review timesheet request, I think. So yes, I just called this message. So let's go ahead and copy this. And let's make sure that we actually spell this right. So this should just be message, I believe. Let's save that and let's try to deny it again. See if the message comes back. There we go. Got to make sure that matches up with our DTO. No big deal there. So now what we're going to have to go ahead and do is log back in to our employee and actually take off that overtime. So this is why it's a little bit annoying to test in Postman, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and log in as the employee. Once again, you guys should know this route by now. We've been through 5 chapters. There we go. Let's go ahead and get our timesheet here. Copy this. We have our timesheet. Let's go and copy it, and we'll go ahead and update the hours. So you can see we have our message there, and that's all good. Copy it again, and then we'll go ahead and go into our update hours. Go ahead and let's go ahead and paste this in. I'm sorry. Paste that in like so, and now we'll go ahead and say, hey, we did 0 hours on Saturday. Let's go and update those hours. You can see that it should. I guess it doesn't reset the message yet. It'll reset the message after we submit for review. But now we can go ahead and submit this for review. It's still timesheet 1. Submit it. Hopefully the message is reset. I guess not. I thought it would, but maybe I'm mistaken. But it is what it is, or maybe I do have a little bit of an issue logic. If I do, I'll come back and fix that up and let you guys know what happened there. So the final thing that we can go ahead and do is log back into our manager. So let's log into manager. Then let's go ahead and go into our review timesheet approve. So here we have, once again, to http://localhost 8000/timesheet/review. Once again, it's going to be very similar. However, timesheet ID 1, approver ID is 2 once again, and then status is approved. Here we don't have a message because we're just going to go ahead and be approving it. So we're going to get rid of that message. Let's go ahead and send. And now we should be able to see that we have no message, which is perfectly fine. I don't know why it's saying overtime hours is still 4. Maybe we also missed a little bit of logic there too. I might need to debug that, but we should be able to see here that our status is approved. I might go back and just take a double look at what's going on there and just do a couple of tests here off camera to make sure that you guys are up to date and make sure that we fix any little bugs here. This is something I didn't notice before, but we'll see if it's an issue on the front end. If not, we're just going to ignore it and maybe it's fine. But anyway, y'all, the last thing that we can go ahead and do is log into the admin and just take a look at our payroll preview and then also run a payroll and then make sure that data gets set up. So let's go ahead and log into the admin here. So let's go ahead and log in, make sure that everything is good. There we go. Cool. And then now we should be able to go to our pay and go into preview payroll. So here, there's going to be a GET request to http://localhost 8000/payroll/preview. Let's go and send this and see what happens. So it's kind of hard to tell whether or not this set up correctly. I think the gross pay is a little bit high here. So I think for some reason our overtime is not getting set properly. So I have to go through and figure out what's going on and why that isn't getting set. That would have been from last episode, I believe. So I'll go back through and make sure that's working. But that is our preview. And then if this all looks good, we can also go ahead and run it. So if we go ahead and go to run payroll, this is going to be to http://localhost 8000/payroll/run. We go ahead and send this guy. You should see that we get a bunch of pay stubs. So here our pay date, our gross hours is 40, regular hours 40, so on and so forth. So these are just going to be 40 hours. And then for our employee 3, let's see. Yeah, so overtime hours are still set here. I need to go ahead and see what's going on whenever we submit and update our hours. Maybe the update didn't go through. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I'll do some small testing in between sections here and update you guys with what I find. That way we can stay transparent and make sure we're all up to date. And I guess I did go ahead and have it slated for viewing and setting up some payroll data. So finally, we should be able to, as an admin, have the ability to generate timesheets from today's date to the beginning of the year. So to do that, we can go ahead and go to generate data. First, we need the timesheets, I guess. So first we'll go ahead and go to our timesheet and generate data. This is a post request to http://localhost/timesheet/data. Here, we need the employee. We need their ID. We also need their pay information. That way it knows how much to pay them. We also have our manager. So if we go ahead and run this, we should generate a whole bunch of pay stubs. Let's go ahead and copy this object. Make sure we copy the entire thing here. There we go. Let's copy this whole object. Getting bigger and bigger the longer and longer it takes me to record this, but it is what it is. And finally, we can go ahead and generate some data for pay stubs. So let's go ahead and go to our pay here. And here, this is going to be to http://localhost/payroll/data. This is a post request, and this is going to go ahead and take in this big list of pay stubs here, or not pay stubs, I'm sorry, timesheets. We can go ahead and send this. And we should get a whole bunch of pay stubs. So that looks good. And then finally, what we can go ahead and do is just make sure that we are getting all of that. So let's go ahead and go into our pay once again, and we should be able to read our pay stubs. Let's just go ahead and do 2025 because we don't have any other years. So this is a GET request to http://localhost8000/payroll/view. And then we have our employee at company.com. So that is the email. And then the year is 2025. So in theory, fingers crossed, this should be able to send back all of the payroll data from the last year. Let's go and send this. Also, let's make sure we log in as an employee before we do this. That way we actually get the correct data. Okay, we should be logged in as an employee. Now let's go ahead and run this. Fingers crossed. Looks good. There we go. So now we have all of our pay stubs. I'm not going to look through each and every one of these. They're basically random. But that is that. So that should go ahead and be all of our new endpoints tested and ready to go. I do need to go back and just look at what's going on with our update hours. It should be clearing the message and also clearing the overtime. And maybe I didn't actually click send or something. I thought that I had. Let's see here. Send. You know what? No, there's no issue. I just forgot to. I think whenever we actually update the hours, it just resets the message. We have to reset it. We also have to, I guess I didn't set this properly because you can see whenever I updated hours, it still says 4.0. So there's not actually a problem there, I don't think. I think that I just messed up and forgot to change this because I'm pretty sure in the front end we'll reset this. So I'm going to go ahead and chalk that up as non-issue for now. In the front end, if we see an issue, we'll go ahead and definitely come back and I'll update it before the end of the episode. But I guess I just forgot to actually update this. I set the hours to 0 inside of here, but maybe it should have set it. I don't know. I'll double check the logic. Now I'm double guessing myself. But anyway, y'all, I think we're ready to go ahead and hop into the front end and start taking a look at setting up our manage reports page, as well as being able to allow managers to actually review the reports timesheets. Really quickly here, before we get into working on the front end, I want to just give a quick update on the situation with the update timesheet hours. I went back through and retried it. I basically restarted the application, recreated a timesheet with overtime hours, submitted it, and then submitted a new one without overtime hours, and it worked. I must have just not submitted it whenever we were testing in the last section. So just keep that in mind. There shouldn't be anything to change. If anything else pops up, I'll go ahead and update you guys with ways to fix it. But for now, I don't have any reason to think that it wasn't working. I think that I just forgot to click submit there, like a kind of dumb head or something. I don't know. But with that being said, let's go ahead and hop into the front end here and get the manager logic all set up here on the front end. Now that we know our backend is working properly, let's set up the front end application to allow the manager to manage your employees. To do this, first we want to create a skeleton page for the manage reports. So let's go ahead and open up our source, go into our pages, make a new file. We'll go ahead and call this manage and then reports and page.tsx. This one is not going to have a CSS, so we're just going to go ahead and close out of this. What we want to go ahead and do is just say export default function manage reports page. Inside, let's just go ahead and declare our quick return statement. And inside the return, let's go ahead and return a div with the class name of page container. Now that our compiler is happy, let's go ahead and come above our return statement, and we need to go ahead and bring in some state here. So first, we just want to go ahead and grab some stuff from the global context. So let's go ahead and say const employee, employees, and employee service is equal to use global context as global context type. Go and import our global context here. And let's also go ahead and import our global context type. It still may be angry at us for a little bit because we're not using some of these, but that's fine. Now we're ready to go ahead and hop back into the page container div here. First, let's go ahead and check to see if our employee is logged in. and go ahead and have question mark and then do an empty fragment or empty fragment. Now let's go ahead and just clean this up to make it look a little bit prettier here. So go ahead and put these on their own lines. And then instead of having empty fragments, if the employee is logged in, let's go ahead and have a div. Okay, I don't know why I didn't close it, but there we go. Inside the div, we'll go ahead and have an employees card. Let's go ahead and import our employees card here from our components. Then let's go ahead and set up the props. First, we're going to have a header equal to your reports. The employees will equal to employees. And finally, we'll set display edit employee to false. That looks good. We don't have an error employee card now. And finally, if our employee is not logged in or it's loading the employee information, let's go ahead and get rid of this fragment. And let's go ahead and display the loading component. There we go. Let's go and import our loading component. And that is our basic manage page. Is it's going to go ahead and display all of the reports for the manager. Now, obviously, right now we're just displaying some employees, but we're going to have to actually fetch said employees for the manager. So we'll deal with that in a little bit. But first, we need to go ahead and actually bring this in to the app.tsx to be able to actually view the page. So let's go ahead and hop into the app.tsx really quick. So here we go, app.tsx. And now where we have the manager reports manage page here, let's go ahead and get rid of this. And let's actually go ahead and render that manage reports page. Let's go ahead and bring in this manage reports page like so, and go ahead and save this. Now we can go ahead and hop into the front end here and just make sure that we'll actually see this. Now, obviously right now we won't be able to see any of the reports showing up because we're not fetching them, but we can at least see the page. So let's go ahead and hop into the browser here and just give it a quick look. Let's go ahead and just give it a refresh for giggles. And then let's go ahead and we don't want employee, we want manager, employee at company.com, and then let's go ahead and say PASS, go and log in, and there we go. So now you can see we have your reports, and then we have the table. Now obviously whenever we go through and fetch this, we'll be able to put this in, and then it doesn't have as much information. You won't be able to basically view as much information as the admin, just because you have less privileges than the admin obviously, but you can at least see all of your reports. So with that being said, now we can go ahead and hop back into the front end and start setting up the employee service to be able to actually fetch those employees for the manager and set them in our global state. That way we can display them here inside this table. Back inside our application code here, let's go ahead and open up our Explorer and let's hop into our services and then our employee service. We need to go ahead and set up a new function inside of employee service to go ahead and fetch the manager's reports. To do that, let's go ahead and go into the employee service type. Let's go ahead and declare the fetch manager reports, which is an arrow function that returns void. Inside the arrow function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in email of type string. That looks good. And since we're just going to go ahead and be setting them inside of the employees, we can just go ahead and reuse the update employees, and we're ready to go ahead and create the function down here. Let's go ahead and scroll down here to below our submit update contact information. And let's go ahead and just say const fetch manager reports is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and pass email string. Then we'll go ahead and open up the function here, and let's go ahead and set up a try catch. Inside the catch, let's first go ahead and say console.log e, so it's not mad about us not using e. And then we'll go ahead and come into the try. Inside the try, let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.get. Inside the get, we'll say /employee/reports to $curly brace email. Then below, we'll go ahead and say update employees with res.data if we successfully got the request back. And that'll actually go ahead and do it for our managed reports. It's pretty simple here. We're not really dealing with any loading state or anything like that. I just didn't feel like it was necessary for this. If you guys do want to add a loading and error state, you can. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and do this. So now the final thing we need to go ahead and do is just throw this into our return statement. So let's go ahead and come down here below our submit contact information and go ahead and put in our fetch manager reports. And there we go. Now it's not mad anymore. Now that we have the ability to fetch reports, let's go ahead and update the manage reports page to actually do that and display the employees at the manager reports. So let's hop back into our manage reports page. To do this, we're going to go ahead and set up a use effect. So let's come below our use global context call here and say use effect. Let's go ahead and import our use effect here, and also make it just a little bit prettier here and bring this down as well as this. There we go. Inside the dependency array, let's go ahead and pass and watch for the employee to change. Again, this is just in case it goes from undefined to being defined. And then inside the use effect, let's go ahead and check for if employee. Inside of the if statement, let's go ahead and call employee service.fetch managers reports. And then inside of the function call, let's go ahead and pass in employee.email. And we can go ahead and save that. And now whenever the manage reports page loads up, it'll go ahead and call that use effect, which should fetch those managers reports and then put them inside of our table here inside the employees card. So let's just go ahead and make sure that's saved. let's just go ahead and check out the front end to make sure everything is working properly, and we'll move on to getting the review timesheets all set up. So back inside here, we need to log in. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and say manager and employee at company.com and go ahead and put in PASS for password. And then you can see we have our employee 1. And if we go ahead and actually open up Postman, let's log in as the admin really quick. I don't feel like logging out and logging in again on the front end. And let's go ahead and just generate a new employee. So if we go into, I believe it's inside of auth register, there we go. Body, we should have an employee second here. That's fine. Let's go ahead and run this. And now let's go ahead and refresh. We'll have to log out and log in because we don't have a way to refresh currently. But now if we go ahead and say manager employee and at company.com and then PASS again for password. And you can see we have employee 1, employee 2. Looks good. So everything's looking good now. Now we should be able to go ahead and hop back into the front end and start working on the ability for the employees to go ahead and review timesheets. Back inside of VS Code here, now that we can see all the employees that report to a specific manager, we need to set up a way to allow the manager to view the timesheets that need to be reviewed. To do this, we'll go ahead and create another page to route to and render. Let's go ahead and open up our Project Explorer here. Inside of our pages, we'll make a new file. We'll go ahead and call this review and timesheet page, page.tsx. Again, we're not going to have any CSS for this one. Inside here, let's go ahead and say export default function, review timesheets page. And I made a quick typo here, so let's go ahead and fix this before this gets too bad. So let's go ahead and just do this a rename here and make sure this says timesheets. I know it's a little bit small over there, but make sure it says review timesheets page to match our function that we don't have any issues. Let's go and open up this function, and inside let's set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and render a div with a class name of page container. And now that our compiler is happy, let's go ahead and hop above, and we need to go ahead and set up a quick piece of state. So let's go ahead and say const employee is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go ahead and import our use global context here, and also go ahead and import our global context type. I'm not sure why we have a random space there, but now we're good to go and hop back in here. Once again, we need to make sure that the employee is logged in and their state has been updated in the global context. Let's go ahead and check for employee, have a question mark, and render a fragment or a fragment for now. Let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. So we'll go ahead and bring the fragment down here. Let's go ahead and bring the colon down here and the fragment down. So now if the employee is logged in, we want to go ahead and actually render a div with a class name of column. Let's go ahead and close this div since VS Code doesn't want to do its job. Okay, and then inside of this div, we'll go ahead and have an information card. Let's go ahead and import our information card here. There we go. And then inside the information card, we're first going to have an H3 that says timesheets ready for review. Below our H3, we're going to have a fragment with review timesheets card, which is going to act as a placeholder for the review timesheets card component we'll create soon. And then if the employee is still loading in, we're still getting their information, we're going to go ahead and render the loading component as well. Let's go ahead and import our loading component really quick. Looks good. So that's going to do it for our quick page here. So now all we need to go ahead and do is add this skeleton page into our routing inside of our app.tsx. Let's hop into our app.tsx. And again, let's go ahead and get rid of this. And we've actually got basically all the pages filled out after this. We just need to go back through in the next episode and set up some more advanced authentication and things like that. Let's go ahead and replace that fragment placeholder with the actual review timesheets page component. Let's go and import our review timesheets page here. And then quickly, let's just hop into the front end and make sure we can navigate there and make sure everything looks fine. So back in here, you can already see that we're on the manage timesheets page. We can say timesheets ready for review and the review timesheets card, and everything looks good. So now that we have everything all set up here, we still need to go ahead and go through and obviously set up this review timesheet card. And a little bit later on in the episode, we'll also deal with setting up the ability to preview and run payroll. So with that being said, let's go and hop back into the VS Code here and get to work on setting up our timesheets in the global context. Moving forward here, the next thing we need to go ahead and work on is the ability for the manager to go ahead and view the timesheets and review them. So to do that, we need to go ahead and open up our Explorer here and hop into our global context, where we need to go ahead and set up some new pieces of the global state for the employee to actually see. So right now we already have timesheet, but we actually need to go ahead and store multiple timesheets for the manager to approve. Let's go ahead and come below timesheet. Let's go ahead and set up a new property inside of our global context type called timesheets, which is a timesheet array. Now that we have the timesheets done, we also need to go ahead and update our global context reducers. Let's come below our update timesheets. What we want to go ahead and do is declare an update timesheets, which is an arrow function and returns void. Inside the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in timesheets, which is a timesheet array. Go and save that up, looks good. And now at this point, our global context provider is mad at us because we don't have all of the state that we need. So first, let's go ahead and come in below our const timesheet. Let's go ahead and declare const timesheets and set timesheets is equal to useState of a timesheet array. And that'll go ahead and start out as an empty array. Then let's come below our update timesheet reducer here. Let's go ahead and say const update timesheets is equal to an arrow function. Let's go ahead and inside of our parameters here and go ahead and pass timesheets, which is a timesheet array. And we'll go ahead and open up our function and say set timesheets with those timesheets. Now we go ahead and inside of our reducers here, let's go ahead and add in those update timesheets. And finally, let's go ahead and update our global context provider to also include that state. So come below our timesheet and include timesheets. That looks good. Everything seems happy. And now that we have the state to actually store the timesheets, which we need to be reviewed, we can go ahead and set up the ability to actually fetch those timesheets. So let's go ahead and navigate over to the pay service to set this up. So let's come into the pay service here. And first thing we need to go ahead and do is update some pieces inside of our pay service type here. Let's go ahead and come below our submit timesheet for approval. And let's go ahead and declare a fetch timesheets by manager, which is an arrow function and returns void. Inside of the parameter, let's go ahead and pass in an employees, which is an employee array. And that's all we need to go ahead and do inside of here. Next, we need to go ahead and import the reducer or break apart the reducer to update the timesheet. So let's go ahead and come to where our update timesheet here is equal to reducers. Let's go ahead and include update timesheets. That looks good. Let's go ahead and save it. It's mad at us for now because we're not using it, but that's fine. And now we can go ahead and scroll down here below where our submit timesheet for approval is. And let's go ahead and declare const fetch timesheets by manager is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and pass employees, which is an employee array. Let's go and open up our function. Let's start out with a try catch statement. Once again, inside the catch, let's just go ahead and console.log e to make the compiler happy. And then we'll also go ahead and set timesheet errors to true. Then let's come inside the try. Inside the try, let's go ahead and say set loading timesheet data to true. And we'll also go ahead and set the timesheet error to false. And now let's go ahead and set up our request. So let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.post. Inside of our post, let's go ahead and make the request to /timesheet/manager. And then we want to go ahead and pass in those employees as the body. And then if this was successful, let's go ahead and say update timesheets with res.data. Then whether we succeed or fail, let's go ahead and set up a finally block. And inside the finally, let's go ahead and say set loading timesheet data to false. Looks good. Now it's just mad at us because we're not using this fetch timesheet manager anywhere. So now all we need to go ahead and do is come below here inside of our return, and let's go ahead and include the fetch timesheets by manager. And that should be all we need to go ahead and do to go ahead and fetch those timesheets. So now while we're at work inside the pay service, let's also go ahead and set up the ability to approve and deny timesheet. But before we do that, we actually need a new payload object to pass to the backend. Let's go ahead and hop into our types file here. So let's go ahead and say types.ts. And now that we're in here, let's go ahead and set up a new interface to send to the backend. So inside the types.ts, let's go ahead and hop below our edit employee payload here. And let's go ahead and say export interface review timesheet payload. And inside here, we're going to go ahead and have an improver of type employee. We'll go ahead and have a timesheet ID, which is a number. We'll have a status, which is a timesheet status. And finally, we'll have a message, which is a string or null. That looks good. Let's go ahead and save this. And now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and hop back into the pay service and finish setting up the logic for our manager employees. Once again, let's come to the top of our pay service. When you come into our pay service type here, let's go ahead and set up a new property here called review timesheet, which is an arrow function returns void. Inside of our function parameter here, let's go ahead and pass in a payload, a review timesheet payload. And we'll also go ahead and pass in a timesheet, which is a timesheet array. Let's go ahead and import our review timesheet payload here from our types. Looks good. And now let's go ahead and scroll back down here. We don't need to set up any more state. We just need to come below our fetch timesheets by manager and go ahead and declare our const review timesheet is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and pass our payload, which is a review timesheet payload, as well as timesheets, which is a timesheet array. Let's open up our function here and start out with the try catch block. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log e to make the linter happy. And then we'll go ahead and say set timesheet error to true. That looks good. Let's come inside of our try. Inside the try, let's say set loading timesheet data to true. Then we'll also go ahead and say set timesheet error to false. And now we're ready to go ahead and make the request. So let's go ahead and say await request.put. Inside the request, let's go ahead and make the request to /timesheet/review. We'll go ahead and pass in the payload as well. If we get the request back successfully, basically all we want to go ahead and do is, since we approved it and denied it already, we'll go ahead and take that timesheet out of the list that was being displayed. Let's go ahead and say const filtered timesheets is equal to timesheets.filter. And here we'll go ahead and say timesheet error function, and then timesheet.id is not equal to payload.timesheetid. This will go ahead and just return all the timesheets except for the one that was inside of our payload. And then finally, let's go ahead and call update timesheets with those filtered timesheets. Looks good. Now let's go ahead and set up a finally block for no matter what happens. And inside the finally, let's just go ahead and call set loading timesheet data to false. Now all we have left to do is go ahead and include this inside of our return again. So let's come below our fetch timesheets by manager. We'll go ahead and pass in that review timesheet. So that looks good to go for also reviewing timesheets. Now we should be all set up to go ahead and load in those data and actually go ahead and review them and approve or deny them. So that being said, let's go ahead and start setting up the ability to do that. Now that we have the means of loading in the timesheets that need reviewed and the ability to actually review them, we can now work on the table that displays these timesheets. To do this, let's go ahead and close out of a couple things here that we no longer need. Let's go and open up our Explorer here and go into our components. Go ahead and make a new directory, and we're going to go ahead and call this review and timesheets table, like so. This one won't have a CSS for now, so let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's go ahead and say review and timesheets table.tsx. Go ahead and close out of our Explorer. The first thing that we're going to go ahead and need is a interface for our props. Let's go ahead and say interface review timesheet table props. And again, I kind of spelled things wonky here, but bear with me. I don't know why I name things the way I do, but let's just make sure that I am, consistent here with my notes. So let's go ahead and rename this to timesheet table, and also go ahead and rename this one to timesheet table as well. That way I'm consistent with what's in the GitHub. So now let's go ahead and say this takes in a timesheets, which is a timesheet array. Let's go and import our timesheet here. There we go. And then let's come below here and say export const review timesheet table, which is a react.fc arrow function. Let's go and set up our props by coming behind the react.fc and including our angled brackets with review timesheet table props. And then let's go ahead and come in here and destructure those. So let's go ahead and say timesheets inside of the curly braces. There we go. Let's go and open up the function and just set up a quick return statement. Inside a return statement, let's go ahead and render a table component. And let's go ahead and import our table. And this is going to go ahead and need children props. So let's go ahead and pass in a t body before we start setting up our state and logic. There we go. Now the table's happy. Let's come above and start setting up our state and logic. We're going to need a little bit of state from a global context. Let's go ahead and say const employee in pay service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go and import our global context here, as well as our global context type. There we go. Looks good. And then we need to go ahead and start setting up the headers and other things for our table. So to do that, let's go ahead and say const review timesheet header is equal to an array. And then inside of array, we need to go ahead and start setting up our header objects. Our first one will be an object with ID employee and title employee. Then we'll have an object with ID Sunday and title Sunday. Next object has an ID of Monday and a title of Monday. Next we'll have an object with ID Tuesday and title Tuesday. Then we'll have an object with ID Wednesday and title Wednesday. Next is an ID Thursday and a title Thursday. Next object has ID Friday and title Friday. Next we'll have an object with ID Saturday and title Saturday. Then we'll have an object with ID Approve and title Approve. And finally we'll have an ID with Deny and the title of Deny. Let's go ahead and do it for all of the column headers for our table. Next, let's go ahead and set up some more state. So let's go ahead and say const denied timesheet and set denied timesheet is equal to use state of a number 0. Let's go and import our use state. Let's also go ahead and come below here. We also need to go ahead and store the denial message. Let's go ahead and say const denial message. Set denial message is equal to use state of a string and set it as an empty string to start. Now let's get into our logic. First, let's go ahead and set up a const handle deny clicked is equal to an arrow function. Inside of our function parameters, go ahead and pass in an e, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's come in here. Just to be safe, we're going to go ahead and call e.preventDefault first. Then we'll need the ID of the timesheet. So to do that, we're going to say const ID is equal to plus e.currentTarget.id.split. Inside the split, we're going to include a dash. Then we're going to get the index 1 inside that array. Next, we're going to go ahead and check if the denied timesheet is equal to the ID. If this is the case, we already have this open. So let's go ahead and call set denied timesheet to 0 to reset it. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and call set denied timesheet to the ID. This is more or less just going to allow us to go ahead and open up the message and reasoning for denying. That way we can go ahead and pass in that message. Next, we need to go ahead and set up a handler for typing in the message. So let's go ahead and say const handle denial message change is equal to an error function. Inside of the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in an E, which is a react.change event on an HTML text area element. Let's open up the function. It's going to be really simple. All we're going to go ahead and do is set denial message to e.currentTarget.value. Looks good. Now let's go ahead and handle the approvals and denials. First, we'll go ahead and do with the approval. So let's go ahead and say const handle approval is equal to an error function. Let's come inside of the parameter here. Let's go ahead and pass in an E, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go and open this up. Let's go ahead and say e.preventDefault. Once again, to get the ID, we're going to go ahead and say const ID is equal to plus e.currentTarget.id.split. We're going to go ahead and split it by dash. And we're going to go ahead and get index 1 of that array. Then we're going to go ahead and check to make sure employee exists. Now, if our manager is in fact logged in when we're on this page, we're going to go ahead and say const payload is a review timesheet payload equal to an object. Let's go ahead and import our review timesheet payload here. And let's go ahead and set up the payload object. So here we'll say approver is employee. We'll go ahead and set our timesheet ID to the ID that we got. Status will be approved, and our message will be set to null. There we go. That looks good for our payload. Then we can come down here and call payService.review timesheets. Inside, let's go and pass in the payload and the timesheets. That looks good. Now, this is one of those situations where you definitely could have just combined these into one and be like handle review or something. I just like to split it apart to make it look a little bit nicer. But you could definitely add a little bit of logic in here, pass in some other things and kind of determine what's what, but it is what is. So now let's go ahead and handle denial. So below here, let's go ahead and say const handle submit denial is equal to an error function. Inside of our parameters, let's go and pass in E, which is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function here. Let's go ahead and say e.preventDefault. And we're going to do the same exact thing for the ID. So let's go ahead and say const ID is equal to plus e.currentTarget.id.split on the hyphen and then grab the first index. Then once again, we'll go ahead and check for if the employee is logged in and loaded. If they are, once again, we'll say const payload is a review timesheet payload equal to an object. And inside of our object, we'll say approver is employee. Hindsight, we probably should call the reviewer, but it is what it is. We'll go ahead and say timesheet ID is ID. The status will be denied and our message will be denial message. Payload looks good. Let's come outside of it. Let's go ahead and call payService.review timesheet. And once again, let's go and pass in payload and timesheets. There you go. As I mentioned, you guys could combine these two, but it is what it is. So now we should be ready to go ahead and start working inside of our HTML here. So let's go inside of our table, and above our body, let's go ahead and pass in a table header component. Let's go and import this component. And then inside of here, let's go and set our columns equal to our review timesheet columns. Then let's go and open up our T body. Inside the T body, let's go and set up a set of curly braces and then say timesheets.map each timesheet. Inside here, let's go ahead and return. Inside the return, let's go and set up a set of fragments. Inside the fragments, let's go ahead and render a table row. Let's go and make sure we import our table row here. And then let's go ahead and just make this a little bit cleaner. Inside the table row, let's go ahead and set the ID equal to backticks timesheet $ curly brace timesheet ID. And this is while we're splitting the ID by dash and getting index 1, because that's how we're going to get our timesheet. And then we're going to go ahead and set hover equal to false. Now let's come inside of our table row. Inside the table row, let's go ahead and set up a TD. And then we're going to go and have curly braces, timesheet.employee.firstname. We'll have curly braces with a space in it. Then we'll have curly braces with timesheet.employee.lastname. Then let's come below this TD. And now we're going to go ahead and do curly braces. And we're going to go ahead and say timesheet.hours.map through each hour. Go and open this up, scroll down to give ourselves a little bit of space. Let's set up our return statement in here. Inside this return statement, let's go ahead and return a TD with a key equal to hour.id. And then inside, let's go ahead and do curly braces, hour.hours, and then space hours. Then let's come outside of our hours map and set up another TD. Inside, let's go ahead and have a button component. Let's go and import our button, make sure it comes from our button component, and then let's open this up to make it a little bit better. In here, we're going to go ahead and type equal to secondary. We'll go ahead and say ID is equal to curly braces, backticks approve $ curly brace timesheet.id. And here our handle click will equal to handle submit approval. Inside, let's go ahead and say approve for the text. Then let's come below this TD. Let's set up another TD. In here, let's go and have another button component. And then inside this button, let's go ahead and say type is equal to error. The ID will equal to backticks deny dash $ curly brace timesheet.id. And the handle click will equal to handle deny clicked. Now inside of our button, let's go ahead and have the text deny. There we go. Then we're going to come outside of our table row, set up a set of curly braces, and we're going to say timesheet ID is equal to denied timesheet and. Let's go and give ourselves some more space here. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and render another table row. Inside here, let's go and say ID is equal to backticks edit dash $ curly brace timesheet ID, and hover will equal to false. Inside, let's go ahead and have a TD with a col span of 10 and a class name equal to width full. Inside, let's go and have a div with a class name with space between. And inside, we'll go ahead and create another div with a class name of width dash full. Inside this, we're going to go ahead and make a placeholder for our component we're going to create next. So let's go ahead and say fragments and then form text area. Then outside of our width full, let's go ahead and have another button component. Inside the button, let's set type to error. ID will equal to backticks denial dash $ curly brace timesheet.id. We'll set the width equal to 33%. And we'll set handle click equal to handle submit denial. Now inside the button itself, let's go ahead and render submit reason for denial. Let's go ahead and save that. Everything looks good. I'm not sure where the error is because we're not using handle denial message yet. That is fine because we do not have the actual form text area to deal with that. So that's the final thing we need to go ahead and do. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up this section here. In the next section, we'll go ahead and create a new component for this form text area. And finally wrap up this review timesheet and hopefully be able to go ahead and see all of our timesheets and review them for the manager. We're now ready to go ahead and create this form text area component. So to do that, let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here. We want to go ahead and open up our form. Let's go ahead and make a new file and we'll go ahead and call this form text area, area.tsx. Let's go ahead and open this up. Inside here, let's go ahead and start out by importing the form.css. Then we need to go ahead and declare a new interface for our props. So let's go and say interface form text area props. Inside our props, we're going to go ahead and include a label of type string. We'll include a name of type string, placeholder of type string, content of type string, an optional width of type string, an optional height of type string, and a handle input, which is an arrow function and returns void. And then inside of the function parameter, it's going to go ahead and pass in E, which is a React.change event on an HTML text area element. That should do it for our props. Let's come below and let's go and say export const form text area is a React.fc arrow function. Let's come behind our React.fc and let's go ahead and include our form text area props inside of the angled brackets. Inside of our function parameters, let's go ahead and include a set of curly braces. And then inside here, let's go ahead and include label. We'll include name, placeholder, content, width equal to fit dash content, height equal to fit dash content, and finally handle input. Let's go and open up our function here. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and return a div. And inside of our div, let's go ahead and declare a label. And the label of HTML4 equal to name. We'll say class name is equal to employee management form label. Then we'll go ahead and close out the label. Inside the label, let's go ahead and include curly braces and label from our props. Then let's come below our label and go ahead and declare text area. Let's go and open this up to set in some props. First, we'll say ID equal to name. Next, we'll say the class name is equal to employee management form text area and employee management form border. Name will equal to name. Placeholder will equal to placeholder. On input will be equal to handle input, value will equal to content, and style will equal to an object with height and width. Looks good to go for our text area here. We don't have any errors. So now we can go ahead and hop into our form CSS and actually style up the new classes in here. Let's go ahead and open up this, go into our form.css. Let's come to the bottom here. First, let's go ahead and declare the employee management form text area. Inside, we're going to say padding is 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem. Background color will be var -- background. Border radius will be var -- border large. We want to set resize to none. Word wrap will be break word. And finally, let's set overflow Y to auto. That's looking good. Next, let's go ahead and set up the employee management form text area focus. And here, we just want to go ahead and make sure there's no ugly focus whenever you click on it or outline when you click on it. So let's go and say outline none. And finally, let's come below and go ahead and declare employee management form text area placeholder. And here, let's go ahead and set the color to var -- border color. And let's set the font weight to 400. That looks good. Let's go ahead and save that up. And now we should be able to go ahead and hop back into our timesheet table and put this to use. So let's go ahead and hop in here, go into our timesheet table component, which is right here, review timesheet table. And then here we have our form text area. And actually, let's close out of this. We have our form text area. Let's go ahead and delete this. And let's actually go ahead and put in a form text area component. Let's go and import our form text area component here. And let's go ahead and open this up to make a little bit of space. First, we'll go ahead and say label is equal to enter reason for denial. We'll set the name equal to denial. Placeholder will be reason for denial. The content will be denial message. We'll set the width equal to 50%. And finally, our handle input will equal to handle denial message change. That looks good. The error went away, and that should actually go ahead and wrap up all of the work inside of our review timesheet table itself. Next up, we need to go ahead and do a little bit more work inside of our review timesheet page to actually go ahead and get all of those timesheets and all that stuff, then actually go ahead and review it. So let's go ahead and hop over there and get to work. As mentioned in the end of the last section, let's go ahead and close out of a couple of things here. Let's open up our Explorer and go back into our review timesheets page here. And now what we want to go ahead and do is instead of having this review timesheet card here, we want to actually go ahead and replace that, but we also need to do a little bit more logic. So first thing I want to go ahead and do is bring in some more state from our use global context. Let's go ahead and add employees here. Let's go ahead and also add timesheets. And finally, we also want pay service. Now that we have all of that in here, let's go ahead and come below. And we need a way to actually fetch the employees in the timesheets. So let's go ahead and set up a use effect. Let's go ahead and import our use effect here. Go ahead and make it a little bit more pretty. There we go. Then inside of the use effect array, let's go ahead and include the employee. And then if the employee is logged in, let's go ahead and call the pay service.fetch timesheets by manager. And then inside the function call, let's go ahead and pass in the employees that we fetched earlier. There we go. Looks good. Now that we have all of our timesheets, let's go ahead and get rid of this empty fragment here for the placeholder. And let's go ahead and render a review timesheet table. Let's go ahead and import our review timesheet table here. And then inside, let's go ahead and say timesheets are equal to timesheets from our state. And now if we save, we shouldn't have any more errors. And that should be everything we need for our review timesheets page. So now all we need to go ahead and do is hop back into the front end and just make sure we can go through the motions of fetching all of the employees, making sure we can go ahead and review them and all of that good stuff. So to do that, let's go ahead and hop into the front end and go through some motions here to get some setup because I refreshed the server again and we can go ahead and start actually looking at our timesheets. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is let's go ahead and log into the admin and create another employee. So admin employee at company.com. We'll go ahead and put in PASS here, log in. Cool. So right now we have the manager and the employee one. Let's go ahead and create a new employee. So we'll go ahead and say employee and we'll just call them 2. Contact number, I believe that we're up to 3 threes. So 123, 123, 1234, just a bunch of 4s. Employee's fine. They'll go ahead and report to manager. Whoops, make sure you spell manager right. Manager employee at company.com. Hourly, and the pay will be like $30 or something. Let's go ahead and create new employee. I'm gonna go ahead and copy their email and password so I have access to this. I'll be right back. There we go. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and close out of there. So now let's go ahead and set up some timesheets. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out of here. Let's go ahead and log into employee 1 at company.com and then go ahead and say PASS. Go and log in. Now let's go ahead and go to our timesheets. Let's go ahead and just fill out one with overtime. So say we worked 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and 4 hours. Let's go ahead and save the changes. Let's go ahead and submit. There we go. We can see it submitted. Looks good. Now let's also go ahead and do that for the employee 1 or 2, I'm sorry. So let's go ahead and come back in here. Go and log in as, employee, maybe 2 at company.com. Hopefully I didn't typo. Let's go and copy their temporary password that I had below and paste that in, log in, go to timesheets. Let's go ahead and just do regular 40 hours, 8, 8, 8, and 8. Save changes and submit. There we go. That one's also submitted. Now let's go ahead and log out. Obviously it doesn't work, so just do this. Now let's go ahead and log in as manager employee at company.com and then PASS, log in. Now we can see our reports 1 and 2. If we go to employee timesheets, you can see we have our timesheets ready for review. Employee 1 has 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and 4 hours. And then employee 2 has just 8 hours across the board. So for employee 2, let's go ahead and approve this because they only worked 40 hours. It goes away because we updated it. Here, let's click deny. Then for deny reason, we'll say no overtime this week, for example. Then we can go ahead and submit reason for denial. It goes away. So now we can go ahead and log back into employee 1 and we'll see that's denied. Let's go ahead and go into employee 1 at company, maybe.com. And then we'll go ahead and log in PASS, log in, go to timesheets. You can see denied, and then the reasoning is no overtime this week. So let's go ahead and put this back to 0. I must have messed up. I put a 4 there instead of there, but we'll go ahead and save changes and then submit once again. Now we can go ahead and come back into our manager. So let's go and log in to manager, manager, and then employee at company.com, and go ahead and PASS to log in. Once again, employee timesheets. Now it shows 40 hours. Go ahead and approve. Let's just go ahead and see what it looks like whenever we log back into employee 1, just to see what it looks like whenever it's been approved. So let's go ahead and log out one more time here. Let's go ahead and hop back in to employee 1 at company.com, and then go ahead and say PASS, log in. Now if we go to timesheets, you can see it's been approved and it's all good to go. So that's looking good. Now we're ready to go ahead and do the final thing, which is being able to actually preview pay stubs as well as create pay stubs with the admin account. So let's go ahead and hop back into the code and get the work done to be able to do that. Back inside our code base, the next thing we need to go ahead and do is create the pay stub and then our payroll preview DTO interfaces inside of our types.ts. So let's go ahead and just open this guy up here, close out of this. Let's go into our types.ts. Let's go ahead and start setting up these interfaces. So I'm going to come below our timesheet here. And let's first go ahead and say export interface payroll preview. And inside of a payroll preview, we're going to go ahead and have an employee of type string. We'll go ahead and have payment date of type date, and we'll have a gross pay of number. Below, let's go ahead and also set up the interface for pay stub. So let's go ahead and say export interface pay stub. Our pay stub will have ID of type number. We'll have pay date of date. We'll have employee of type employee. We'll have gross hours equal to a number. Gross pay will equal to a number. Regular hours, which is a number. Regular pay, which is a number. Overtime hours, which is a number. And finally, we'll have overtime pay, which is also a number. Let's go ahead and save our types file. And that should go ahead and do it for this. We're going to go ahead and close out this section. That's a little bit longer one. And we're going to go ahead and start up the next section, working inside of the global context and getting all this stuff set up. That way we have access to it throughout our entire application. As I just mentioned, let's go ahead and start setting up these new data types and whatnot inside of a global context. That way we have access to them throughout the entire application. So to do this, let's go ahead and open up here. Let's go into our global context. We'll go ahead and close out of types for now. And the first thing I need to go ahead and do is start setting up some new types inside of a global context type. Let's go ahead and come below our timesheets, and let's go ahead and declare a payroll preview of type payroll preview array. Let's go ahead and import our payroll preview here. Next, let's go ahead and say payroll is of type paystub array. Let's go ahead and import our paystubs here. And finally, let's go ahead and say paystubs is of type paystub array. Here, our payroll is going to specifically be like this week's payroll that the admin can see. And then whenever we go ahead and load in like an employee or something, they'll have a list of pay stubs of their own that's going to be used for this guy. So next we need to go ahead and set up some more global reducers. So let's go ahead and come below our update timesheets. Let's go ahead and declare update payroll preview, which is an arrow function and returns void. Inside of the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in preview of type payroll preview array. Then let's go ahead and come below this one. Let's go ahead and declare an update payroll, which is going to be a arrow function that returns void. Inside of this function, let's go ahead and pass in a payroll of type paystub array. And finally, let's go ahead and declare an update paystubs, which is an arrow function and returns void. Once again, inside the parameters, let's go ahead and pass in paystubs, which is a paystub array. That all looks good. Let's go ahead and come into our global context provider now. Start setting up our state. First, let's go ahead and say const payroll preview and set payroll preview is equal to use state of type payroll preview array equal to an empty array. Let's come below here and let's go ahead and declare const payroll and set payroll is equal to a use state of type paystub array equal to an empty array. Finally, let's go ahead and say const paystubs and set paystubs is equal to a use state of a paystub array equal to an empty array. Now that we have our state set up, let's come down to our global reducers here. And let's go ahead and start by saying const update payroll preview is equal to an arrow function. Inside the parameters, let's go ahead and pass preview of type payroll preview array. Let's open up the function here. And inside, let's go ahead and say set payroll preview to that preview. Next, let's come below and let's go ahead and declare our const update payroll, which is equal to an arrow function. Inside of the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass a payroll of type paystub array. Then we can open up our function and call set payroll to that payroll we passed in. And finally, let's go ahead and declare our const update paystubs equal to an arrow function. Once again, let's come inside the parameters. Let's go ahead and pass in paystubs, which is equal to a paystub array. Inside the function, let's go ahead and say set paystubs to those paystubs. That looks good. Next, let's come into our reducers here. First, let's go ahead and add in our update payroll preview. We'll go ahead and add in our update payroll. And finally, go ahead and add in our update paystubs. And that is good for reducers. And finally, we need to go ahead and come into our value and pass those in. We're going to go ahead and come below our timesheets. Let's go ahead and include our payroll preview. We'll go ahead and include our payroll. and finally our pay stubs. Let's go ahead and make sure we save this. We should have all of our errors taken care of now. So that should go ahead and do it for everything we need inside of our global context here. Next up, we need to go ahead and go through and set up all the functionality to be able to actually run the payroll and get the pay stubs for the employees. So in the next section, let's go ahead and hop into the pay service and set up all that functionality. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, we're now ready to go ahead and hop into the pay service. Let's go ahead and open up our Explorer and hop into the pay service. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is add in some new functions and state. So let's go ahead and come below our timesheet error, and let's go ahead and include a loading payroll, which is of type Boolean. Let's also go ahead and include a payroll error of type Boolean. And then let's go ahead and set up a couple new actions. So let's come below our review timesheet. Let's go ahead and set up a preview payroll, which is an arrow function and returns void. And let's also go ahead and set up a run payroll, which is an arrow function and returns void. That looks good. Now let's go ahead and update a reducer so we can actually update our payroll and whatnot. So after our update timesheets, let's also go ahead and include our update payroll preview. We also want to go ahead and include the update payroll as well. And now that we have ways to update these pieces of state inside of our global context, let's come below our state here. Let's go ahead and declare a const loading payroll and set loading payroll equal to use state of type Boolean and set to false. Let's also go ahead and declare const payroll error and set payroll error is equal to use state of Boolean equal to false. And now let's go ahead and make use of the state down here. So let's go ahead and scroll down. Let's come below our review timesheet and let's go ahead and say const preview payroll is equal to async arrow function. Inside the function, let's go ahead and set up a try block and a catch block. Inside the catch, let's start out by saying console.log just to make the linter happy. Then we'll also go ahead and say set payroll error to true. Now let's come back into the try and let's go ahead and say set loading payroll to true. And we'll also go ahead and say set payroll error to false. Next up, let's go ahead and perform a request. So let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.get. Inside the request, let's go ahead and make that to /payroll/preview. And if we successfully get this request, let's go ahead and call update payroll preview with res.data. Now let's go ahead and set up a finally block. And inside the finally, let's go ahead and call set loading payroll to false. That looks good. Now let's come below our preview payroll and let's go ahead and declare const run payroll, which is equal to an async arrow function. Once again, let's set up a try catch. Inside the catch, let's go in console.log and we'll go ahead and say set payroll error to true. Now let's come back into the try. Let's go ahead and say set loading payroll to true. And we'll go ahead and say set payroll error to false. Let's go ahead and make our request. So we'll go ahead and say const res is equal to await request.get. And here we'll go ahead and make the request to /payroll/run. If the request succeeds, let's go ahead and say update payroll with res.data. Then let's go ahead and set up a finally block after the catch. And then set the finally, let's go ahead and call set loading payroll to false. Let's go ahead and give that a good save. Now we have our logic and our state for loading and running payrolls. Let's go ahead and come down here below our timesheet error. And let's go ahead and return loading payroll. We'll also go ahead and return our payroll error. Then let's come below our review timesheet. Here, let's go ahead and return our preview payroll. And finally, we'll go ahead and return our run payroll. Once again, let's go and give this a save, make sure there's no errors or anything, and it's looking good. Now we're ready to go ahead and start creating some payrolls and things like that. So let's go ahead and work on that in the next section. Now that we have the ability to preview and run the payroll, let's go ahead and set up a component to display the pay stubs that are generated. So to do this, let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. Let's go into our components, make a new folder. We're going to go ahead and call this payroll card. And then inside of our payroll card, let's go ahead and make a new file, payroll card.tsx. And let's also go ahead and make a new file called payroll card.css. Let's go ahead and close out of our Explorer here. Let's go and open up our payroll card. We can also close out of our pay service in our global context. First up, let's go and import our payroll card.css. Then let's go ahead and say export const payroll card is a react.fc arrow function. Inside the function, let's go ahead and set up a return statement. And inside the return, let's go ahead and include our information card. Let's be sure to import our information card. Then let's go ahead and open this up. This needs a child component. So let's also go ahead and render a div with a class name of space between. Now that everything is happy, let's go ahead and set up our state and our actions here. So first off, we need to go ahead and bring in some things from global context. So let's go ahead and say const payroll preview. Payroll pay service is equal to global context as global context type. Let's go and import our use global context. Let's also go ahead and import our global context type. We also need a piece of local state to know whether or not we're previewing the payroll or actually submitting the pay stubs. So let's also go ahead and say const previewing and set previewing is equal to use state of type Boolean equal to false. Let's go and import our use state here. Looks good. Now we have a couple actions, which are going to be submitting the preview and submitting the actual payroll. Let's start out by going ahead and handling the preview. So let's go ahead and say const handle preview is equal to an error function. Inside the parameters, let's go ahead and pass E, which is a react.mouse event on our HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function here. Let's first go ahead and say e.prevent default, just for good measure. Then let's go ahead and call payService.previewPayroll. And finally, I want to go ahead and set previewing to true. That's all we need to go ahead and do for previewing the payroll. Let's go ahead and come below and let's go ahead and deal with submitting the actual payroll. So let's go ahead and say const handle submit payroll is equal to an arrow function. Once again, inside the parameters, let's go ahead and pass E, which is a react.mouse event on HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function. Let's first call e.prevent default just for good measure. Then we'll go ahead and call payService.runPayroll. And finally, we'll call set previewing with false. That also looks good. And now that we have a way to run each of these, let's go ahead and hop back into a return statement to get to work. So we're going to go back inside of our space between div, and we're going to go ahead and make an H5 that says payroll : Then below, we're going to go ahead and have a button. Let's go ahead and import our button component here. Let's go and open it up to set some props. So inside, we're going to go ahead and set type as secondary. Let's go ahead and set the width to 25%. And we'll go ahead and set handle click equal to handle submit preview payroll. Then let's come inside the button itself, and inside we're going to go ahead and have preview payroll. Next, let's come below the button and declare another button. Once again, let's open this button up. We'll go ahead and have type equal to primary, width will equal to 25%, and handle click will equal to handle submit payroll. Then inside the button itself, let's go ahead and say, run payroll. That looks good. Now I want to go ahead and come outside of our space between div. Let's go ahead and set up another div with the class name of payroll card scroll container. Inside our div, let's go ahead and have some curly braces. And we're going to go ahead and check for payService.loadingPayroll ? And then we'll go ahead and render an empty fragment or an empty fragment. Let's go ahead and clean this up just so it looks a little bit better. So we'll go ahead and bring this down, bring that down, bring that down, and then bring this over. If we are loading, let's go ahead and delete this fragment and render a loading component. And then let's go ahead and import our loading component. Otherwise, let's go ahead and go inside of this fragment and let's go ahead and render payroll table. And that should go ahead and do it for the time being. Now that our payroll card is primarily set up, we just need to go ahead and create this placeholder a little bit later on. Let's go ahead and navigate to the payroll.css and set the styling for our singular class. So here inside the file, let's go ahead and declare the selector for our payroll card scroll container. Inside here, let's go ahead and say width is 100%. Height will be fit content. Our max height will be set to 37.5 rem. And let's go ahead and set overflow Y to auto. Let's go ahead and save that up. Looks good. And now that should go ahead and be everything that we need to do for our payroll card. Before we go ahead and completely wrap this up though, we need to go ahead and create a table to go ahead and display all of those pay stubs. So in the next section, let's go ahead and deal with that. For now, that should wrap up everything for the payroll card. Now we need to set up the component to replace the payroll table fragment. So let's go ahead and open up our project here. And let's go ahead and go into our components, make a new folder. We'll go ahead and call this payroll and table. And then inside the payroll table, let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's go ahead and call this payroll table.tsx. We're not going to need a CSS for this one, so let's go ahead and close out. Just gives us a little bit of headroom here for imports. And first off, let's go ahead and declare an interface for some props. Let's go ahead and say interface payroll table props. Inside of our payroll table props, let's go ahead and declare a preview of type Boolean. We will have a display employee of type Boolean. Let's also include preview stubs, which is a payroll preview array. Let's go ahead and import our payroll preview array here. And then finally, let's go ahead and say paystubs is a paystub array. Let's go and import our paystub array. Looks good. Let's come down below and let's go ahead and say export const payroll table is a react.fc arrow function. Then after the react.fc, let's go ahead and include our angled brackets payroll table props to include our props. Then let's come inside of our function parameters and go ahead and include our curly braces and then include preview, display employee, preview stubs, and finally pay stubs. Let's go ahead and open up our function here. Inside, let's go and set up our return statement. Inside the return statement, let's go ahead and render a table component. Let's go and import our table component here. And let's go and open it up. It's going to need a child for the time being. So let's go ahead and just render an empty fragment. Looks good. Now we can go ahead and start bringing in our state and whatnot. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is declare a const preview columns is equal to an array. Let's go and open this up. The first thing that we need to go ahead and do is include an object with an ID paydate and a title of paydate. Let's next include an object with ID employee and title employee. And then finally, let's go ahead and include an object with gross pay and title gross pay. That should do it for all the columns inside of our preview table. But now we also need to go ahead and declare one for the payroll. So let's go and say const employee payroll columns, which is equal to an array. Let's go and open this one up. First, we'll have an object with an ID of paydate and title of paydate. Next, we'll have an object with an ID gross hours and title of total hours worked. Next, let's include an object with an ID regular hours and title of regular hours worked. Next, an object with an ID of regular pay and title of regular pay. Then we'll have an object with an ID of overtime hours and title of overtime paid hours. The next column will be ID overtime pay and title of overtime pay. Then we'll go ahead and have an ID of gross pay and a title of total pay. That should go ahead and do it for all the columns we need for a regular payroll. And then finally, we need to go ahead and declare one more for whenever we're on the admins page. So let's go ahead and say const admin payroll columns. Inside here, we're going to go have an object with an ID of employee and a title of employee. And then let's also include all of the columns from the employee payroll column. So let's go ahead and say ... employee payroll columns. That should do it for all the different columns that we're going to need for different tables. Now let's go ahead and set up a function to determine which columns to actually show in the table. So let's go ahead and say const determine columns is equal to an arrow function. Inside the function, let's first see if we are in the preview mode by saying if preview. If this is the case, let's go ahead and return preview columns. Then if we're not previewing and we want to display the employee column, let's go ahead and return the admin payroll columns. Then otherwise, if we aren't previewing and we're not displaying the employee information, let's go ahead and return the employee payroll columns. Looks good. Now none of the payroll columns matter to us, just the determine columns because we're not using it, and then we'll use these in a second as well. Next, let's go ahead and set up a quick utility function to get the pay date properly. So let's go ahead and say const get pay date is equal to an arrow function. Inside our function parameters, let's go and pass in a date is of type date or string. Let's go and open up the function, and here let's go ahead and return a new date with the date that we passed into the parameter. On the new date object, let's go and call .toISOstring. On the toISOstring, let's go ahead and call .split and then t, and then let's only return the first index, or index 0 I should say, and that'll basically say, hey, let's split it at the time part and only return the date. And then finally, we need to go ahead and declare a format so we can format the dollars that they earn. So let's go ahead and say const format is equal to use format dollars. Inside of our function, let's go and pass in ENUS for the language, currency as a type, and USD. And let's go ahead and import our use format dollars here. Looks good. Let's give ourselves some space. Come down. Now we need to go ahead and determine what body we're going to display. So let's go ahead and say const render table body is equal to an arrow function. Once again, let's go ahead and check to see if we're previewing. If we are previewing, let's go ahead and set up a return statement. And inside the return, we're going to go ahead and return a t body. Inside the body, let's go ahead and include some curly braces. We're going to go and say preview stubs.map, and we're going to go ahead and get access to the pay stub and the index with IDX. Inside of our map function, let's go ahead and say const paydate is equal to get paydate. Into the function, we'll pass paystub.paymentDate. Then let's go and set up another return statement. In the return statement, let's go ahead and render a table row component. Let's go ahead and import our table row here. Looks good. Inside the table row, let's open this up so we have a little bit of space. Whoops, a little bit too far there. And inside, let's go ahead and declare the ID equal to backticks preview $$ curly brace IDX and hover equal to false. Inside the table, let's go ahead and display a TD with pay date. We'll have another TD with paystub.employee. And finally, we'll have one more TD that calls the format function with paystub.grosspay. There you go. So that's our preview. Then if we're not previewing, we'll come outside that if statement and set up another return statement. Inside this return statement, let's go ahead and return another body. Inside this t body, let's go ahead and say paystubs.map through each paystub. Inside the map, let's go ahead and say const paydate is equal to get paydate with the paystub.paydate again. Then we'll set up our return statement. Inside our return statement, let's go ahead and have our table row component. Inside the table row, ID will equal to backticks paystub-paystub ID, and hover will equal to false. Inside the table row, let's first check to see if display employee is true. If that's the case, let's go ahead and display a TD with paystub.employee.email. Then below, let's go ahead and display a TD with paydate. Next, we'll have a TD with paystub.grosshours. Next, we'll display a TD with paystub.regularhours. Then we'll have a TD that calls format with paystub.regularpay. Then we'll have a TD with paystub.overtime hours. Then let's go ahead and have a TD that calls format with paystub.overtime pay. And finally, let's have one more TD that calls format with paystub.grosspay. That should go ahead and do it for everything we need to go ahead and render the different table bodies. Now we can go ahead and come back inside of our table here. And then above our empty fragments here, let's go ahead and declare a table header component. Let's go ahead and import our table header component here. There we go. And then inside, let's go ahead and say columns are equal to determine columns function. Next, let's go ahead and get rid of these empty fragments and set up some curly braces. And then inside those curly braces, let's go ahead and call the render table body function. Let's go ahead and give that a save. And that should go ahead and do it for setting up a payroll table. Now we just need to go ahead and include this into our payroll card. So let's go ahead and head back into our payroll card. Inside our payroll card, we need to go ahead and find where our payroll table fragment is. Let's go ahead and delete this. And let's actually go ahead and include the payroll table here. Let's go ahead and import that payroll table. And let's go ahead and start adding in the props. So first, let's go ahead and say preview is equal to previewing. Next, we'll go ahead and say display employee is equal to true. We'll say preview stubs is equal to payroll preview. And finally, we'll go ahead and say pay stubs is equal to payroll. There we go. Let's go ahead and save that up. And that should be everything we need to do for the payroll card. Now, what we need to go ahead and do is go into the admins page and actually add this in and then go through and test. So in the next section, we'll go ahead and do that, test it out, and make sure everything is looking good. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, now that we have wrapped up our payroll card, let's go ahead and add it to the admins manage employees page so they can go ahead and run the payroll preview and also run the real payroll. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. We can go ahead and navigate back to our manage employees page.tsx. And then here, you basically just need to go ahead and add in the payroll card component. We're going to go ahead and come below the employees card. And let's just go ahead and include that payroll card. Let's go ahead and import that payroll card. And it's literally as simple as that. Now we should have it set up so that whenever we log in as an admin, we'll go ahead and see all of the employees, and then below that we should go ahead and see the options to run and preview the payroll. So let's go ahead and hop into the web browser and make sure that's working before we wrap up this section by setting up the ability for all the employees to see their pay stubs. So let's go ahead and log out. We should still have the timesheets from the last couple sections. Let's go and log in as admin employee at company.com, and let's go ahead and pass in pass. If this errors out, it might be because my computer went to sleep overnight between me recording these, so then I might still need to reset it and then recreate the pay stubs, but hopefully it just lets me log in. Awesome, it did let me log in. Again, we can see we have our manager, employee, and employee here. So now we can see our payroll table here, our card. Right now, we don't have anything in the payroll table. If we wanted to, we could probably hide this until it's like, hey, run the payroll to see this, but it is what it is. You guys can do that if you like. You can see we have two options here. We can either preview the payroll or we can run the payroll. So we go ahead and click preview payroll. Fingers crossed everything works. Terrific. You can go ahead and see we have the pay date, which is today. And then we also have all the employees as well as their gross pay. So that looks great. And then now, if this all looks good to them, we can see we have all the employees. It looks like their pay matches up. Really, how you're supposed to note the pay. You could add another table to make sure, hey, the hourly rate's proper and stuff like that, but it is what it is. But if that looks good to you, you can go ahead and run the payroll. And now you can go ahead and see all the regular hours and stuff. So you can see admin is a salary, so he doesn't have any overtime, so on and so forth. Then if one of these two people had worked overtime and it got accepted, it'll go ahead and show the overtime hours and pay here. And then also, if they didn't get their timesheet submitted on time and you were on the payroll, it wouldn't show up there. We could have tested that in theory, but on the back end, the logic looks for ones specifically that have been approved. So if it had been denied or not submitted at all and not approved, it wouldn't have shown up here. But luckily, all of our employees got paid on time. So that looks good. Now all we need to go ahead and do is wrap up this chapter of the course by adding the ability to see the employees' pay stubs whenever they go to their managed self page. We're probably going to have to go through and set up some data on Postman to be able to see a bunch of them, but we can also do that as well. So let's go and hop back into the code. We're going to go ahead and start on the pay service and fetch those stubs and then do some work inside of our managed self page and get all of this wrapped up. Back inside of VS Code here in the pay service, we need to go ahead and first declare a new type or a new function inside of our pay service type. So to do that, let's go and say fetch pay stubs by email is equal to an error function that returns void. Inside the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in an email of type string. There we go. That looks good for the type. And then we need to go ahead and bring in a way to update the employee's pay stubs. So inside of our reducers object here, let's go ahead and also include update pay stubs. Looks good. And then now let's go ahead and come come down here and start setting up our function or reducer here. And here, let's go ahead and say const fetch pay stubs by email is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of the parameter, let's go ahead and pass in that email string. And then let's open up the function and set up a try catch. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log e to make the linter happy. And we'll also go ahead and say set payroll error to true. Now back up inside the try, let's go ahead and say set loading payroll to true. And we'll go ahead and have set payroll error to false. We're going to go ahead and say const date is equal to new date. And now let's go ahead and set up our request. So let's go ahead and say const res is equal to request.get. And this one's going to be a little bit of a mouthful, but we're going to go ahead and make the request to /payroll/view $curly brace email, and then question mark year is equal to $curly brace date.get full year. So basically, whenever we're getting all of our pay stubs on this page, we're just going to go ahead and get them for this specific year. You guys can change this logic if you want to get all of them, but this is just what I decided to do. And then finally, if this succeeds, let's go ahead and say update pay stubs with res.data. And then let's go ahead and set up a finally block. And inside the finally block, let's go ahead and say set loading payroll to false. That looks good for our reducer. Let's come down below our run payroll and let's go ahead and include that fetch pay stubs by email. Let's go ahead and give that a save, make sure there's no errors, and everything is looking good here. That should go ahead and do it for our pay service. Now all we need to go ahead and do is set up the ability to fetch those pay stubs inside of our manage self page and actually go ahead and display them. So let's go ahead and do that in the next section. We are now ready to go ahead and fetch the employees' pay stubs and display them inside of their manage self page. So let's go ahead and navigate back to the manage self page. So here we go, manage self. And then what we want to go ahead and do is first we need to go ahead and update our use global context import here. We want to go ahead and include the pay stubs. We also want to go ahead and include the pay service. Now that we have those, let's go ahead and come down here. We want to go ahead and set up a use effect. And let's go ahead and import our use effect here. And then come inside of our dependency array and we want to watch the employee. And let's come inside of our use effect. We want to go ahead and check to make sure if the employee actually exists inside our context. And then if the employee does exist, we want to go ahead and say payservice.fetch paystubs by email. And then inside the function, let's go ahead and pass in the employee.email. That should go ahead and fetch the pay stubs and store them in our global context. Before we actually display them, we need to make a small update to our pay information card. So let's go ahead and hop into the pay information card component really quick. So open up our Explorer. We'll go into our pay information card right here, go into pay information card. And then inside of our props here, let's go ahead and also include a display pay stubs of Boolean. Let's also go ahead and include a paystubs of type paystub array. Let's go ahead and import our paystub array like so. And then we need to also go ahead and include these inside of the object in the function parameters here. So let's also go ahead and include the display paystubs as well as the paystubs. Looking good. Let's go ahead and save that. And now I need to go ahead and do a little bit more work to determine the total earnings that they've made. I'm going to go ahead and come above this estimate yearly pay. And let's go ahead and say const total earnings is equal to set total earnings equal to use state of a number 0. Let's go and import our use state here. And then let's come below our function and let's go ahead and say use effect. Let's go ahead and import our use effect here and go ahead and bring this down. And inside of the dependency array, we want to go ahead and watch for the pay stubs. And let's also watch for paystub.length to change. Now, if either of these change, let's go ahead and say set total earnings is equal to an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, let's go ahead and say let total equal to 0. And then we're going to go and say paystub.forEach ps of type paystub. And we'll go ahead and say total plus equal ps.grosspay. After we're done adding up the total, let's come below the for each and let's go ahead and return that total. And that should do it for setting our total earnings for the year. Now we should be ready to go ahead and start working on displaying that. Now we want to come outside the div with a name column. So it's right here. And let's go ahead and set up a set of curly braces. And we're going to go ahead and check to see if display pay stubs is true. If that's the case, let's go ahead and set up a div. Inside the div, let's go ahead and div with the class name of row and pay information earnings. Inside of our pay information earnings, let's go ahead and have an H4 with year-to-date earnings. And then we'll have an H6 that calls the format function with total earnings. Then let's come outside of our earnings div. So right here, let's go ahead and make another div with the class name of pay information scroll container. And then inside of our pay information scroll container, let's go ahead and render a payroll table. Let's go and import the payroll table really quickly here. And we need to go ahead and set up our props. Preview equal to false. Let's set display employee equal to false. Preview stubs will be equal to an empty array, and pay stubs will equal to pay stubs. Let's go and save that up. That should do it for this for now, but we need to go ahead and import a CSS file, and we need to actually go ahead and style this. So let's go ahead and import ./payinformationcard.css. Now this is going to be mad at us for the time being because we haven't created it. So let's go ahead and come into our file explorer here, make a new file, go ahead and make our pay information, card.css. There we go. Let's go and come in here and let's go ahead and style this. So let's go ahead and start it by saying .pay information earnings. Inside of our earnings div, let's go ahead and have an align items of center and a gap of 0.75 rem. Then let's come below and let's go ahead and say .pay information scroll container. Inside our scroll container, let's have a width of 100%. We'll have a height of fit content. We'll set the max height to 18.75 rem. And finally, our overflow Y will be auto. That looks good, and that should do it for our pay information CSS. Now we just need to go through and update a couple of components that is going to be affected by this pay information card change. So first, let's hop into the employee table to fix that. So let's go ahead and come into our employees table, open this up, and now you can see that it's mad at us because we don't have information. Let's come behind the location, and let's go ahead and say pay stubs is equal to an empty array. And then we'll go ahead and have display pay stubs is equal to false. Let's go ahead and give that a save. So whenever we are displaying our employees in like the admin page or the manager page, we won't actually display their pay stubs. We only want to display it on their personal page. And now we're also going to go ahead and have an issue inside of our manage self page. Let's go ahead and hop in here as well. And then let's come behind the location. Here, let's go ahead and say display pay stubs is equal to true. Then we'll go ahead and pass in the pay stubs is equal to pay stubs. And now fingers crossed, all of our errors should be done. And now let's go ahead and do a quick test of everything. So to test everything, let's go ahead and open up Postman first and generate some pay stubs that way we can scroll through. So here in Postman, I don't care. We're going to go ahead and log in as the admin. So let's go ahead and find the login admin, log in as the admin. And then we want to go ahead and first generate data for timesheets. So we'll do for 2, that's fine. And we'll do ID 3, that's fine. So this should be employee 1. Let's go ahead and generate. And then we need to go ahead and copy all of these pay stubs. Let's go ahead and do that. Copy them. And then let's go ahead and generate data for the pay stubs. All we gotta do now is just copy all of these. And let's go ahead and paste them in here as well. And paste it there. And then send. And that should go ahead and generate a whole bunch of pay stubs with random overtime. And now we can go ahead and hop into our front end here. So here in the front end, of course, we reload the page. So that's fine. So now let's go ahead and log into employee 1 at company.com. And then go ahead and say PASS. I think I typoed PASS, log in. There we go. And now you can see that they have their year-to-date earnings in all of the pay stubs. And we can kind of scroll through here, see all of them. Now, if we want to, we could probably sort these in a different way. So that might be something y'all want to look into, is like figure out like having a button up here that maybe like filters them or sorts them or whatever. So that's going to go ahead and do it for this chapter. Let's go ahead and kick it over to the outro. Then I'll see you guys in the final chapter of the course. This will wrap up the 5th chapter of the course. We set up the ability for the manager employee to review timesheets, then set up the logic surrounding running the payroll and generating pay stubs to keep track of what each employee is getting paid. On the front end, we set up a new page for managers to view the reports, as well as a new page for the managers to view a list of reports timesheets that needed reviewed, then set up the logic on the front end to allow the managers to interact and approve timesheets for the payroll. Finally, we set up the logic for admins to actually preview and run the payroll to generate the pay stubs with the React application. Once those pay stubs are generated, the admin could see all of the pay stubs, as well as the employees could also view their own pay stubs for the year inside of their manage self page. With that being said, I hope you join me in the next chapter of the course, where we should be going ahead and wrapping up everything for the rest of the course, which is going to go ahead and include implementing our OAuth 2 resource server over on the Spring Data side, and also setting up our JWTs in our refresh tokens. Then on the front end, what we're going to go ahead and do is go through and set up the ability to log out, as well as display to the employee whenever their session is timed out, and allow them to either refresh the session or log out. And finally, we'll be setting up some route guards to be able to make sure the employee doesn't go any places they're not supposed to. In the final chapter of the course, we'll bring in OAuth 2 resource server and configuring it for use with JWTs, and then we'll go ahead and configure our Spring security to authenticate against said JWTs. Once we have our JWTs configured and tested, we'll also be implementing refresh tokens to allow the employee to refresh their JWT authentication tokens after timing out on the web page. On the front end, we'll be be making some updates to allow us to send over JWTs in the header of each authenticated request instead of session IDs, and we'll also be implementing a timeout pop-up with the expiration of the JWT token so the employee can choose to either re-authenticate or log out if they have completed their session. Finally, we'll be implementing route guards in a React application to ensure the employees stay within the defined roles. With all that being said, let's go ahead and navigate our web browser to start.spring.io to grab the file and dependency we need for our application. Now that we have the majority of our role logic and routes configured, we can add in the ability for our application to authenticate against JSON and web tokens and refresh tokens rather than session storage. To do this, let's go ahead and head back over to start.spring.io once again to go ahead and get our dependencies. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and add dependencies over here in the dependencies section, and then let's go ahead and search up OAuth2 resource server. Let's go ahead and click on this, and then once we click on this, let's go ahead and click on explore. Here we're going to go ahead and we need to make sure this is under Maven instead of Gradle, and then we go ahead and add dependencies, or actually explore, I'm sorry. Then let's go ahead and scroll down to where our dependency is. Let's go ahead and copy this dependency, and then let's go ahead and hop into IntelliJ or whatever IDE you're using. And here, let's go ahead and close out of a couple things that we don't need. Then let's go ahead and come into our pom.xml. So let's see here, pom.xml, there we go. Then we're going to go ahead and come above all of our runtime. Let's go ahead and put it below the Spring Data JPA here. Let's save this, and then let's go ahead and reload our project. Once the dependencies are brought in, we can also go ahead and just restart the application, make sure everything's running. Now that we know our application is all set up and good to go, we can go ahead and move on to the next step, which is going to go ahead and be getting everything set up and ready to go to actually authenticate with JWTs. Now that we have the ability to generate and authenticate JSON web tokens with a personal OAuth2 resource server, we need to do some configuration to actually generate said tokens. So first we need a means to generate an RSA public and private key pair to create and sign the keys. So to do this, let's go ahead and create a new class inside a utilities package. So go ahead and make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this key generator and utility. And there we go. Let's go and open up this project and hide our Explorer here. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is declare a new public static method to go ahead and generate these keys. So let's go ahead and say public static key pair generate RSA key. Let's go ahead and import our key pair here. And then inside, let's just go ahead and declare a key pair called key pair. Below, let's go ahead and set up a try. We'll also go ahead and set up a catch. And then inside the catch, let's go ahead and catch an exception E. And then inside the catch, let's go ahead and say throw new illegal argument exception. Then we'll go ahead and come outside of the catch, and let's go ahead and say key pair generator, key pair generator. Let's go ahead and import our key pair generator here. And this is going to go ahead and be equal to key pair generator.getInstance. And inside, we're going to go ahead and pass RSA. Next, let's come below our key pair generator and call key pair generator.initialize. Inside, we want to go ahead and pass 2048. Then we'll come below and we're going to say key pair is equal to key pair generator.generate key. Finally, let's go ahead and just return our key pair that we just generated. Go ahead and give that a save. No issues, no errors. That looks pretty good. And that should go ahead and be everything we need to go ahead and set up our key pair to generate and sign our JSON web tokens. So now that we have a way to generate a key pair, let's go ahead and actually create a new object to store these in. So let's go ahead and open up our project once again. We're going to go ahead and come inside of our configuration and make a new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this RSA and key pair like so, or I say key properties, I'm sorry. And we're going to go ahead and create this new class. Then above this class, we're going to go ahead and say at component. Go and import that. Then we'll also go ahead and call it at getter. We'll also go ahead and set up at setter as well. Import both of those. Now we can come inside the class. Inside, let's go ahead and say private RSA public key, public key. Let's go ahead and import our RSA public key here. We'll also come below here and we'll say private RSA private key, private key. Let's go ahead and import our private key as well. And then we're going to come below and we'll say public RSA key properties constructor. Inside our constructor, we want to go ahead and say key pair is equal to key generate utility.generate RSA key. We need to go ahead and import our key pair. Maybe. There we go. And hopefully I imported this and created this properly. There we go. And then we need to basically go ahead and extract the public and private keys out of here. So here we're going to say this.public key is equal to a RSA public key, key pair.getPublic. We also want to go and say this.private key is equal to RSA private key, key pair.getPrivate. Let's go ahead and save this, make sure there's no errors or anything, and that should go ahead and do it for all of this. Now, the last thing we need to go ahead and do is actually configure our Spring security configuration to actually read these JWTs. So let's go ahead and do that in our next section. Now that we have our RSA keys to generate and sign the JWTs, we want to go ahead and come back into our Spring security configuration here. We want to go ahead and set up the resource server to actually read and authenticate the JWTs. The first thing we need to go and do is we need to come to the top here, and we need to go ahead and come in here. And let's go ahead and say private final RSA key properties keys. And then this is going to be mad at us because obviously we need to inject this. So let's come above the class and let's go ahead and say at required args constructor as well to inject that automatically. Let's go ahead and import that. And now we'll go ahead and automatically get our RSA keys from our RSA key properties, which calls our key generated utility and creates those keys for us. So now we need a way to actually encode and decode these JWTs. So I'm going to go ahead and come down here above our filter chain. And let's go ahead and say public JWT decoder, JWT decoder. Let's go ahead and import our JWT decoder here. Looks good. Above it, let's go ahead and pass in @beam and import that. And then inside, let's go ahead and open up this function. We're simply going to go ahead and return a Nimbus JWT decoder with public key. And then let's go ahead and import this Nimbus JWT decoder. Inside of with public key, let's go ahead and pass in keys.get public key. And then we'll go ahead and call .build. And that will go ahead and do it for our decoder. We also need a way to go ahead and encode our JWTs. So let's also go ahead and say public JWT encoder, JWT encoder. We need to go and import our JWT encoder. So let's go ahead and import that. And we also want this to be a component. So let's go ahead and say @beam. There we go. We need to go ahead and open this up. This one's going to be a little bit more involved. So first we're going to say JWK. JWK is equal to an RSA key.builder. Go and import the JWK here. We'll also go ahead and import the RSA key.builder. Then inside of here, we're going to pass in keys.get public key. Then we will call .private key is keys.get private key. And finally, we call .build on this. So now we have our JWK. Then we need to go ahead and declare a JWK source of type security context. So it's going to say JWK security context JWKs. We want to go ahead and import this. This should come from security context and bring that in. And then here, this should come from Nimbus, so go and bring that in as well. This is going to go ahead and equal to new immutable JWK set. And let's go ahead and import this class. We might have actually imported this from the wrong place. So let's go ahead and come back up to our imports here. So this also should come from Nimbus. So let's go make sure we bring this in from Nimbus JWK. So if we bring this in, there we go. Now it's fine. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and pass in a new JWK set with the JWK. Then we'll return a new Nimbus JWT encoder with the JWKs. Let's go ahead and import this final class as well. And that looks good. That should go ahead and do it for encoding and decoding our JWTs. The final thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up the ability for our Spring project to convert our roles to, or not our roles, the scopes of our JWTs to roles to know what roles each person has or each employee has. So here we're going to go ahead and say, so now we're going to go ahead and set up a new method to deal with that. So we're going to say public JWT authentication converter, JWT authentication converter. Let's go ahead and import this as well. Above, let's go ahead and make this a component with @beam. And let's hop inside of our method here. We're going to go ahead and say JWT granted authorities converter. JWT granted authorities converter is equal to a new JWT granted authorities converter. Let's go ahead and import this JWT granted authorities converter. I might have spelled something wrong. There we go. And then we need to go ahead and tell the converter what claim to extract the role from. So we're going to go ahead and say JWT granted authorities converter dot set authorities claim name to roles. Okay, and we also need to go ahead and set the prefix so that our role logic continues to work properly. So to go ahead and do this, we'll go ahead and call JWT granted authorities converter dot set authority prefix to role underscore. Now we need to go ahead and declare a JWT authentication converter that we can call JWT authentication converter equal to a new JWT authentication converter. Here we're going to go and say JWT converter dot set JWT granted authorities converter to that JWT granted authorities converter. And finally, all we need to go ahead and do now is return that JWT converter. Looking good. Let's go ahead and save that up. Make sure we have no errors. I don't see any. Now we just need to do a little bit more work to set up our resource server and get everything working. So now let's come inside of our filter chain and below our request, let's go ahead and say .oauth2 resource server. And here, let's go ahead and say server lambda server. On the server, let's call .jwt. Once again, we'll say jwt lambda jwt. And then here, let's go ahead and call .jwt authentication converter is jwt authentication converter method. There we go. And then let's also come below here. And we're also going to go and say .session management. And inside session management, we'll say session lambda session. And then we're going to go ahead and call .session creation policy is session creation policy .stateless. Let's go and import the session creation policy like so, maybe. There we go, and save this, and that's looking good. So that should basically be all of the configuration we need to do. We also need to go ahead and get rid of our Spring security context. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of this context security repository. We're also going to go ahead and scroll down here and get rid of the security context here as well, because we are no longer going to be using Spring security context. We're going to be using JWTs in a more stateless manner. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and restart our application, make sure everything is working fine. It's probably going to break because we are using the Spring security context and stuff like that in a couple places, but we'll see what happens here. Let's go ahead and restart, rerun. Yep, so we'll have to go through and fix a couple of things here, including the authentication service, because we're no longer using the security context repository. So in the next couple of sections here, we'll go ahead and fix that and get us back to a more stateless manner. Now that we have set up the resource server, we need to set up a way to generate and decode the JWTs that get sent to us in the API request. So to do that, let's go ahead and open up our project and go into our services here. Let's go ahead and make a new Java class, and we're going to go ahead and call this token service. Like so, and open up this token service. Above the token service, let's go ahead and annotate this with @service. Let's go and import @service. Let's also go ahead and annotate this with @transactional. Once again, import transactional. And we'll also go ahead and annotate this @required Args constructor to go ahead and bring in our dependencies. And once again, let's import this one last time. Let's come inside the token service. Let's go ahead and say private final JWT encoder is JWT encoder. Let's go ahead and import the JWT encoder. Like so, and then let's also go ahead and declare a private final JWT decoder. Once again, let's go and import our JWT decoder. Looks good. Now we need to go ahead and be able to generate a JWT. Let's go ahead and say public string generate JWT. Inside of the generate JWT method parameters, we're going to go and pass in an employee. Let's go and import our employee from our entities here. Inside of the function, let's first go ahead and say instant now is equal to instant.now. Let's go and import our instant here. Then we'll go ahead and come below here and say instant expiration is equal to instant.now.plusseconds. Inside plus seconds, we're going to pass 60 times 5, which is be equal to 5 minutes. Then we'll come below and we'll go ahead and say string scope is equal to employee.getEmployeeType.toString. And then we need to go ahead and set up the claims, which will store the scope in. So we're going to go and say JWT claim set claims is equal to JWT claim set.builder. Let's go and import this JWT claim set. Like so. Below the .builder, we're going to go ahead and say .issuer itself. The issue that will be now. Expires that will be expiration. Subject will be employee.getEmail. We're going to call it .claim with roles and scope. And finally, we'll call .build. So we go ahead and set up our JWT claims. Next, we need to go ahead and return our JWT encoder.encode. Inside encode, we're going to go and pass in JWT encoder parameters .from claims. Let's go and import this JWT encoder parameters. And the last thing that we want to go ahead and do is return this as a string value. So we're going to say .get token value. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come below here. We also want to go ahead and set up an ability to split the token and then get the employee's username or email in our case out of the token. So to be able to get the employee's email/username out of the token, we first need to go ahead and get rid of the bearer part so we only have the raw token to work with. So first, let's go ahead and say private final string split token. Inside of the split token, let's go and pass in a string token as a parameter. We're going to open this up. We're going to say return token.split. Inside the split, we're going to go ahead and pass in bearer space. We want to go ahead and get the index 1 from this array. Now that we have our utility to go ahead and split those tokens, let's go ahead and set up the ability to get the employee's email from the token. Let's go ahead and say public string extract employee email from token. Inside the method parameters, let's go ahead and pass in a string JWT. We'll open up the method. Inside, we'll say JWT token is equal to JWT decoder.decode. Inside our decode, we'll go ahead and pass in split token with JWT. Let's also not forget to go and import our JWT here. There we go. And then finally, we'll go ahead and return JWT token.getSubject. And that should go ahead and do it for that. Let's go ahead and save this up. Now we have some work to do inside of some other functions or inside of some other services and whatnot to make sure that we aren't airing out because we aren't using that session storage anymore. So let's go ahead and work on fixing that one in the next sections. Before we hop into our authentication service, we actually need to go ahead and create a new DTO to return back all the information we need when we log in, which is going to include things like the employee as well as the token and then eventually the refresh token as well. Before we hop into our authentication service, let's go and open up our project here. Let's go into our DTO, make a new class. It's going to be a new class. It's going to be a login response. And then let's go and open this up. Inside our login response on the top, let's go ahead and say @allargs constructor. Let's import that. Let's also say @noargs constructor. Import that as well. We'll say @data, import that, and finally say @builder. Let's import builder. Let's come inside the class. Let's go and declare a private employee. Let's go and import our employee. We'll also go ahead and declare a private string token. Now that we have a medium to actually send the information back to the front end after we log in, let's go and hop into our authentication service and set up the ability to actually use JWTs. Go into our project, go into our authentication service, and we need to go ahead and delete a couple things here. So obviously we are no longer going to go ahead and be using the security context stuff. So let's go ahead and get rid of those like so. We need to go ahead and get rid of this stuff as well. So we'll go ahead and delete this stuff with this. And I think that should be everything that has to do with our authentication security context. So now we're going to go ahead and come in below our private final password encoder. Or actually, I guess we'll come above the pay service because this is kind of where our service stuff is located. And let's go ahead and say private final token service. Let's go ahead and import that. We don't need to, that's fine. And then this isn't going to be an employee anymore. Let's go and change this to a login response. Okay, we need to import that. And now we need to make some changes. So instead of returning employee service.read employee by email, we're going to go ahead and just say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email. And let's come below here and set up the rest of the stuff we need. So let's go ahead and say string JWT is equal to token service.generate JWT. Inside here, let's go ahead and pass in that employee. Then we'll go ahead and say return login response.builder. Then on our builder, we're going to say .employees employee. And we'll go ahead and say .token is JWT. And finally, we'll call .build. Go ahead and save that, and that looks good. So now with this setup and also the Spring security setup as well to read in JWTs and decode them, this is actually all we need to actually be able to log in an employee. But before we actually try to do all that, let's go ahead and create one more kind of utility type function, which will allow us to read an employee from a token. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll down here above the public void load users information. And let's go ahead and say public employee read employee from token. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and pass in a string token. Let's open up the method. Here we're going to say string email is equal to token service to extract employee email from token. Let's go ahead and pass in that token. Then let's come below. We're going to go ahead and say return employee service.read employee by email. Let's go ahead and pass in that email that we got out of the token. Let's give it a save. Everything's looking good. I don't see any errors. Now there is going to be an issue here because it's going to say that there's a problem inside the authentication controller, but we'll go ahead and deal with that in a second. And that's going to go ahead and do it for all the work inside of authentication service. In the next section, let's go and hop into the authentication controller, fix up these issues. And we need to also make a small change inside of our employee controller / employee service as well to fix an issue with the authentication. And then we'll be able to go ahead and test everything out. Next up, we want to go ahead and fix the issue inside of our authentication controller that's leading to this. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on this related problem. You can see here that obviously this isn't returning an employee anymore, and we need to go ahead and make some changes. So here, instead of saying public employee, let's go ahead and delete this and say public login response. Let's go ahead and import the login response here. And that should go ahead and fix that issue. Let's also go ahead and make a handler for that get employee by token. So let's go ahead and say public employee get employee by token. Here we're going to go ahead and say @request header. And then inside the request header, we're going to say HTTP headers.authorization. Let's go ahead and import the HTTP headers here. And then this is going to go ahead and be a string token. Above the method, let's go ahead and say @getMapping. Go ahead and import that. Inside the get mapping, we're just going to say /. Then we come inside of the method here. Inside, let's go ahead and return authentication service.read employee from token. Inside, we'll go ahead and pass in that token. Get this saved, and let's go ahead and try to run the application again now that we kind of got rid of all of the application context stuff And if it still errors out, that means that we missed an authentication context somewhere. Cool, start it up. Now we do need to go ahead and make one more change inside of our employee service to be able to actually do our authentication. So let's go ahead and open up our project and go into our employee service. And this is going to be where we are load user by username. So let's go ahead and find that as well. So here we have .roles. Instead of .roles, we want to go ahead and change this to .authorities. Now let's go ahead and save that, and that should be fine. Let's go ahead and rerun our application once more. Everything is running as expected, looks good. This step is very important. If you keep this as .roles, whenever you try to go ahead and access like an admin or an employee role URL, it's not going to go ahead and work. So it's very important that you change that. Whenever I was going through some test run-throughs, I forgot to change it, and I was having a very, very bad time. Now that we should have everything all set up, let's go ahead and hop into Postman and do a couple of simple checks to make sure our authentication via JWTs is working. And all we really need to do here is just log in as each one of the employees and make sure they're getting back a JWT, and then ensure that each JWT that they're able to access their APIs that they're meant to, and then also not be able to access the APIs they're not to. So let's go ahead and hop into Postman and start up by logging into the admin account. Here we are, chapter 6. We're going to go ahead and go into our auth. We'll log in as an admin. Again, you guys have seen this several times now. So let's go ahead and log in. There we go. You can see now we're passing back an employee object. We're also passing back the token. Now I should have a global variable set up. So if I go into, I don't remember how to see the variables, but we have a script here that's going to go ahead and fetch the token out of this. It also tries to fetch the refresh, which we don't have right now. So we don't have to do anything crazy, but if you guys want to, you could just copy this and paste it in. So now that we have this, let's go and just try to read all the employees to make sure that our role-based authentication is still working for this. So let's go ahead and open up employees. We'll go ahead and just read all. And if we go into our headers here, you can see that we have a bearer token and an auth token. Let's go ahead and send this. So you can see we can still read all of these. So that looks pretty good. Then we can also go ahead and try to read all reports, which is a manager only. So we go to read all reports, which is a HTTP localhost 8000/employee/reports to manager. This should fail because we are not a manager employee. So you see we get 403 forbidden. That's great. Now let's go ahead and log into the manager. So log in with the manager. You guys should know the URL by now. Log in. This looks good. We got the employee object and the token, and my Postman will automatically read the token. Once again, the script looks like this. If you guys want to go ahead and copy that down, you can. Or if you have purchased the course, it'll be included inside the Postman collections that we have. Now to go ahead and test that, let's go ahead and try the read all reports again. So if we go ahead and run this, you can see that we get that back, and that is working as expected. Now let's go ahead and also attempt to read all the employees once again to make sure we do not have access to this. So you can see our JWT is working properly there. So it looks good. And then finally, let's go ahead and log in as the employee. So log in as employee. There we go. Once again, it should read in our JWT token. Here in employee, we can go ahead and try to generate a timesheet. So let's go generate or get timesheet. We'll run this. As you can see, it generated properly. Then we can also go ahead and try to read all again, which is obviously an admin route and not an employee route. So we'll go to read all and try to save. We get 403 forbidden. So that is working good. Finally, the last thing that the employee should be able to do here and not get blocked is to get the employee information by token. And this is going to be so that whenever we are trying to re-authenticate on the browser, they can actually get their information back whenever they have a token. So let's do get by token. So this is going to go to be http://localhost/auth/ is a GET request. And as long as we have a token, any employee should be able to hit this. So let's go and send. You can see that we get the employee's information back, and this is going to be useful whenever we refresh the web browser. We have a token and refresh token there, and we get the information back. So that should do it for all of our testing at this point. So now we can go and hop back into our Java code and get our refresh tokens all set up, as well as set up the ability to actually log out of our application. Now that we are capable of generating and authenticating against JWT tokens, let's start working on our refresh tokens so that the employee can stay logged in, but the employees don't need to last forever. So to do this, let's go ahead and create a new class inside of our entities project, or inside of our entities package, new Java class. We're going to go ahead and call this refresh and token and go and open this up. Inside of our refresh token, let's go ahead and extend our base entity. And then let's come above where we're going to go and say @entity, import that. We're also going to say @table, import that. Inside of @table, let's go ahead and call this name equal to refresh_tokens. Looks good. Let's also go ahead and include at data. Import this. We'll include at all-args constructor. We'll import that as well. Let's include at no-args constructor. Import that. And finally, we'll have at builder. And we'll import that as well. Let's go ahead and come inside of our base entity. Inside here, let's go ahead and say private string token. We also want to go ahead and include a private instant expiry date. Let's go ahead and import our instant here. And above, let's go ahead and include at column annotation. Import at column. Inside, we're going to say name is equal to expiration. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and come below here. We're say private employee. Above employee, let's go ahead and say at one-to-one. Import our one-to-one. We also need at join column. Inside join column, let's say name is equal to employee underscore ID. And our reference column name is going to equal to ID. Go ahead and save this, make sure we have no errors, and that should go ahead and do everything for us here. And now that we have our refresh token set up, let's go ahead and also quickly update our login response DTO to also include the refresh token. So let's hop into our project. We'll go into our login response, and then below our private string token, let's also go ahead and include a private string refresh. And now that looks all good to go. And now we should be ready to go ahead and start setting up the ability to store these and also create them inside of our services. Next thing on the docket is setting up the repository. That way we can go ahead and fetch and delete these. So let's go ahead and open up our project here. We'll go into our repositories, make a new Java class, which will be an interface. Let's go ahead and call this refresh token repository. Like so. And then here we need to go ahead and of course say extends JPA repository. Let's go and import the JPA repository. Here we need to go ahead and have our angled brackets. We need to go ahead and pass in refresh token. Let's go and import the refresh token here. Maybe, there we go. We also need to go ahead and include the integer. There we go. Just for kicks, let's go ahead and also annotate this with at repository. Looks good. And then let's come inside. We need to go ahead and create a quick method or two here. So first, let's go ahead and say optional refresh token find by token. Let's go and import the optional here. Then inside of this method, let's go and pass in string token. Let's also come below and say optional refresh token find by employee. Then inside this method, let's go and pass in employee. Let's go and import our employee here. Looks good. Save this up. And then that should be all the setup we need to be able to go ahead and create our refresh tokens and fetch them and everything else. So let's go and hop into the token service in the next section here and set up the ability to fetch and create these refresh tokens. The first place we need to go ahead and start creating these is in the token service. So let's go and hop into our token service here and start setting up the ability to create these. So the first thing we need to go ahead and do is gain access to the refresh token repository. So we're going to go ahead and come above here. Let's go ahead and declare a private final refresh token repository. Let's go ahead and import the refresh token repository here. There we go, looks good. And then let's go ahead and come below our generate JWT. And let's also go ahead and declare a public refresh token, generate refresh token. Inside of this, let's go and first, import our refresh token entity. And then inside the method, let's go and pass in employee. Then let's open up the method. Let's say refresh token is equal to refresh token.builder. Then we want to go ahead and say .employee is equal to employee. The token will be a UUID.random UUID.toString. Let's go and import our UUID here. There we go. Then we're going to say .expiry date is instant.now.+seconds. Inside the plus seconds, we're going to pass 60 times 60 times 24. And the reasoning for this is the refresh token will be good for 24 hours. Finally, let's go ahead and call .build. Now that we have our refresh token object, let's go ahead and say return refresh token repository.save. Then let's go ahead and pass in that refresh token we just generated to save it and return it back to the user. Let's go ahead and save this up. Now we also want to go ahead and declare a method that will return a login response whenever we refresh our JWT. So let's go ahead and say public login response refresh JWT. Let's go ahead and import our login response here. And this is going to go ahead and take in a string token, which is our refresh token. Here, let's go ahead and say refresh token is equal to refresh token repository.find by token. Here we want to go ahead and pass in that token. If we can't find it, we'll say or else throw. And for the time being, we'll go ahead and throw a new runtime exception. Then we'll come below and we'll declare instant now equal to instant.now. We want to go ahead and check to see if now is after our refresh token.getExpiry date. So if our token is expired, we'll also go ahead and throw a new runtime exception. So if the token exists and it's not expired, let's go and say string JWT token is equal to this.generate JWT. Inside of generate JWT, we'll pass in refresh token.getEmployee. And then we'll go ahead and return login response.builder. Here, let's go and say .employee is refresh token .get employee again. We'll say .token is JWT token. We'll say .refresh is token. And finally, we'll call .build. Let's save, make sure we don't have any issues. Looking good. And that should go ahead and do it for that. Now we have this runtime exception here. Let's go ahead and replace this with a custom exception called revalidate token exception. Let's go and open up our project, go into our exceptions, make a new Java class. We can make this an exception. We'll go ahead and say revalidate and then token exception like so. Let's go and open this up. So this already sets up one of these for us. Now let's go ahead and declare a public revalidate token exception no args constructor. Inside, let's call super. And inside super, we'll pass a message, refresh token expired, please authenticate. Now we can save our new exception here and we can go ahead and finish setting up our token service. So let's hop back into our token service here. And obviously we want to go ahead and replace these with revalidate token exception. So let's go ahead and delete this. And let's go ahead and say revalidate token exception : new. Let's go and import our revalidate token exception. I might have spelled something wrong here, or it's just being a little bit slow. Let me double check what's going on with this. It looks like we spelled something. Revalidate token exception. Let's just go ahead and try to import it manually. So import com.unknowncoder.exceptions.revalidate token exception. And let's see if it brings in. Okay, it's just being slow. And then here, instead of throwing a new runtime exception, let's also go ahead and throw a new revalidate token exception. Once again, let's save this, make sure everything looks good. I don't see any errors here. And finally, we want to go ahead and make one last method to be able to delete the employee's refresh token whenever we log out. So let's go ahead and come here. Let's go and say public void delete employee's refresh token. Here we go and pass in employee. Inside the method, let's say optional refresh token is equal to refresh token.find by employee. Let's go and import our optional here. And then inside here, let's pass employee. Then we're going to go and check if token is empty. If that's the case, we have nothing to do. Let's just go ahead and return. Otherwise, we'll say refresh token is equal to token.get. Here we're going to say refresh token repository.delete. And then let's go and pass in that token that we got out of the optional called refresh token. Once again, make sure everything is working by saving. I don't see any errors in here, so it looks good. And that should go ahead and do it for all of this stuff. Now we need to go ahead and start making some updates to be able to finish working on our authentication service to use these refresh tokens. So in the next chapter, we'll go ahead and start working on that. Before we start working on our authentication service once again, I want to go ahead and set up a new DTO to enable the ability for the employee to update their password inside the authentication service. So before we hop into the authentication service, let's go and open up our project, go into our DTOs, make a new Java class. This one's going to be a record. We're going to go and say this is update password request. Let's go and open this up and close out of our project. Inside here, we're going to have a string password and a string refresh token. And then above, let's go ahead and also include @builder just in case. Let's go and import that, maybe. Import this, maybe, if we can go ahead and get it to work. There we go. And save, and that's good to go. Let's go ahead and close out of some stuff we don't need anymore. So we don't need our token service. We don't need this, or this, or this. Let's go and hop into our authentication service and get to work in here. So now that we're ready to update this, let's go ahead and set it up to use the new refresh token. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is update the login employee method to also pass a refresh token whenever they log in. So let's come into the login and let's go ahead and declare a string refresh token is equal to token service.generate refresh token. Inside here, let's go ahead and pass in the employee. Then we want to go ahead and say .get token to get the string version of the token. Finally, we want to go ahead and also include this refresh token. So let's come below .token and say .refresh is refresh token. That looks good. Let's go ahead and save. Make sure we don't have any errors. There we go. Then let's also go ahead and set up the ability for the employee to refresh their password. So let's go ahead and come below this register. We'll go ahead and say public login response update employee password. This method will take in a string JWT and an update password request payload. Let's go and import the update password request and then open up the method. Here we're going to say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email. Inside of read employee by email, we'll say token service.extract employee email from token. And inside we're going to go ahead and pass in the JWT. Next, we're going to go and say string encoded password is equal to password encoder.encode. Into the encode method, we're going to go ahead and pass in payload.password. Then we'll call employee.setPassword to that encoded password. We'll also go ahead and say employee.firstTimeLogin is equal to false. And then finally, we'll say employee is equal to employee service.create or update employee. And let's go ahead and pass in that employee. Finally, let's go ahead and say login response refresh object is equal to token service.refresh JWT. Here we're going to go ahead and say payload.refresh token. And we're going to go ahead and say refresh object.set employee to the employee. And finally, let's go ahead and return the refresh object. Go and save. This method's going to be used whenever the employee logs in for the first time and then is asked to reset their password. The last thing that we need to go ahead and do is set up the ability to actually log out. So I'm going to go ahead and once again come below this method. Let's go and say public void logout. Inside, let's go ahead and say string JWT. And in the method, we're going to go ahead and say employee is equal to employee service.read employee by email. Inside the method, we'll pass token service to extract employee email from token. And once again, we'll pass in the JWT. We'll come below and we'll say token service.delete employee's refresh token and pass in that employee. And if they don't have a refresh token, then they're not authenticated and they're not logged in anymore. So that should go ahead and do it for all the work inside of our authentication service. Now what we need to go ahead and do is hop back into the authentication controller and make use of our refresh tokens. Now let's go ahead and hop into our authentication service and set up the rest of the logic for our refresh tokens. So inside of our authentication controller, let's go ahead and first go underneath our authentication service and let's go ahead and say private final token service token service. Let's go and import our token service here. And then I'm just going to go ahead and come below the @login and we're going to go ahead and say public login response refresh token. Inside the method parameter, we're going to have an @path variable. And then inside the path variable, we're going to say token. This will be stored in string token. Then we'll come above the public method and we'll say @getMapping. Inside the get mapping, let's go ahead and pass /refresh /curly braces token. And let's go and open up our function here. Inside the method, we'll go ahead and return token service.refresh JWT. And we'll go ahead and pass in that token. There we go. We'll come below here. And then let's also go ahead and do the update employee password. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and put it down here or maybe below register. This is going to go and say public login response update employee password. Inside here, we're going to have @request header. Inside the request header, we're going to include HTTP headers.authorization. And let's store this in a string variable called token. We'll also include an @request body. And the request body will be an update password request that we'll call body. Let's import this update password request DTO here. Come above the method. Let's say @putMapping. And inside of putMapping, we'll say /password/update. Now let's go and open up our method. Inside the method, we're going to go ahead and return authentication service.update employee password. And inside the method, let's go and pass in the token and the body. Finally, let's go ahead and come below the get mapping. And let's go ahead and say public response entity logout employee. Inside this method, let's go ahead and say @request header. Inside the request header, we'll go ahead and include HTTP headers.authorization. Once again, let's store this in a string token variable. And then above the method, we'll include @delete mapping. Inside delete mapping, let's go include /logout. Let's go and open up our method. Inside, we'll go ahead and call authentication service.logout. Inside the logout method, let's pass that token. Then we want to go ahead and return response entity.nocontent.build. Once again, let's go and save that up. Looks good, no errors. The last thing we need to do is deal with the revalidate token exception. So let's go ahead and say public response entity string handle revalidate token exception. Let's go above the method and say @exception handler. And this is going to go ahead and handle our revalidate token exception.class. Go and import our invalidate token exception here. Open up our method. We're going to go ahead and return response entity.status. Inside the status, we'll say 401. Next, we'll call .body. And the body will say reauthenticate to continue. Once again, let's go ahead and save that up. Make sure there's no issues. It looks like everything is compiling properly. And now the final thing that we'll need to go ahead and do before we can actually test this out is add that refresh route to our unauthenticated routes and then hop into Postman and make sure everything's working properly. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, the last thing we need to go ahead and do is hop back into our security configuration and set up the ability for anyone to go ahead and hit that refresh. So let's go ahead and hop into our security config and scroll down to our unprotected routes or unauthenticated routes. It's going to make a new path request matcher to /auth/refresh/refresh. Once again, let's go ahead and save this up. I think that's all we need to go ahead and do in here. So now let's go ahead and rerun our application to make sure everything is running properly. There we go. Looks good. Everything is working. So now let's go ahead and test out some new things that we just set up here. So let's hop into Postman. So let's go ahead and just close out of a couple of things here that we don't need anymore. So I want to go ahead and test out basically logging in, make sure that we still see our refresh token. And And we also want to go ahead and log out. And we also want to go ahead and create a new employee. That way we can update their password as well. And that should basically be everything, as well as refreshing the token. So let's go ahead and first log in as the admin and make sure we see our refresh token. So you see token and refresh. This one also has a script on it, like I mentioned, to go ahead and grab that refresh token. So now we can go ahead and start working. We have about a 5-minute window here before everything basically de-authenticates and we have to refresh, which is plenty of time. So now while we're logged in as the admin, let's go ahead and hop into our register. Let's go ahead and register employee 2. Let's go and save this. And I'm going to go ahead and we need to pass or grab this temporary password. So let's go ahead and copy this really quick. There we go. And now we can actually go ahead and try to log out. So we go to log out, which is a http://localhost 8000/auth/logout delete. Let's go ahead and run this. Now you can see we get 204, no content. We logged out. Looks good. Now let's go ahead and log in as the employee. So here, this is going to go ahead and be employee 2, I believe. So employee 2, let's just double check that. We called it employee 2, yes. And then we have our password copied. Let's go ahead and paste in the new password, maybe like so. So now we have our email password and there we go. But we should see first time login to true somewhere in here. So this should be true. I don't know why it's saying false here. Maybe we have something messed up. I can double check that. But basically, oh, that's the reports too. So here, first time login true. There we go. So now basically what would happen on the front end is it's going to say, hey, you need to update your password because it's a temporary password. So now we can go ahead and go to auth and update password. So we have the old or the new password and we need a refresh token. So we can go ahead and go into this login employee and grab our refresh token. I guess I forgot to set up the refresh here. It is what it is. But we can go ahead and paste in our refresh token here to refresh that and try to update our password to PASS. So there we go. We got the employee back. That is looking good. And now we're going to have a new refresh token, or actually no, never mind, it's usually the same one because we haven't recreated it. So the refresh token is going to stay the same, but the JWT token is going to change. So once again, we go ahead and copy this refresh token once again and make sure that we can actually go ahead and refresh our token. So let's go ahead and go into our auth once again and refresh token. So this is going to go ahead and be to http://localhost 8000/auth/refresh and then use our refresh token. Once again, this is grounding it from the script. So in theory, if we have a refresh token, we should be able to hit this and it'll refresh our JWT. That way we can continue working after 5 minutes. So let's go ahead and hit send. Once again, we get our employee back, we get our token, and our same refresh. So that is basically all the logic and all the updates on our backend. Please stick with me here through the rest of the course as we wrap up the front-end logic and start setting up the ability to refresh our tokens and stay logged in. Back inside our front-end application code, I would like to set up a simpler way to store and access our JWT and refresh tokens from local storage. To this, I would like to go ahead and create a new script in the services. So let's go ahead and go into our services. Make a new file. We're going to go ahead and call this use local and storage. Whoops. Maybe storage.ts. And let's go ahead and close out of our Explorer. Let's go and declare an export type to return out of this function. So let's go and say export type use local storage type is equal to an object. Inside the type, we're going to have a value, which is a string or null. Then we're going to have a set local storage item, which is an arrow function that returns void. Inside the arrow function, we want to go ahead and pass in value of type string. Then we want to come below this and also go ahead and declare a remove local storage item, which is an arrow function that also returns void. So that should do it for the return type of our use local storage hook. Let's come down below and let's go ahead and declare export default function use local storage. This is going to return type use local storage type. Inside of our function here, we want to go ahead and bring in a key of type string. Let's go and open up our function. First thing we need to go ahead and do is set up our state. Let's go and say const value and set value is equal to use state of type string or null. Then let's go ahead and import our use state. And inside here, let's go and set this equal to local storage. So like get item key. Let's go ahead and come below. Now we can go ahead and start working with getting and setting these. So let's go ahead and say function set local storage item. Inside the function, we're going to go ahead and bring in a value of type string. Inside, we're going to go ahead and say set value with the value passed in as a parameter. We're also going to go ahead and say local storage.setItem. And inside, we're going to go ahead and pass in the key that got passed into a use local storage hook, as well as the value that got passed in as a parameter set local storage item. It looks good to go. Next, let's also go ahead and set up a function remove local storage item. Here we won't take in any parameters. We're just going to go ahead and say set value to an empty string. Then we're going to go ahead and call local storage.remove item. And into this function call, we're going to go ahead and pass in the key. There we go. Next, we want to go ahead and watch for changes in our state. So let's go ahead and set up a use effect. Let's go and import our use effect here. Let's make it look a little bit better. Inside of here, we want to go ahead and watch for the key to change. Then let's come inside the use effect. And if the key changes, we're going to go ahead and say const val is equal to local storage.getItem. Inside the getItem call, we're going to go ahead and pass in the key. Then we want to go ahead and check to see if val, then we're going to go and set value to val. So basically, if we have a value in local storage, we're going to go ahead and set that value. Otherwise, we'll just keep it as null/undefined. And then finally, let's go ahead and set up our return object. Inside our return object, we want to go ahead and return the value, set local storage item, and remove local storage item. Now if we go ahead and save, we shouldn't have any more compiler errors or linter errors. We're using everything and that looks good to go. That should go ahead and be everything for our use local storage item. We'll go ahead and use this inside of our global context eventually. But next we need to go ahead and make a few changes to the use Axios hook to be able to use it a little bit more efficiently. So let's go ahead and hop into there in the next section and get to work on that. Now that we have a simpler way to access the local storage values, we want to update the use Axios hook to have an authenticated request object and an unauthenticated request object. So let's go ahead and open up our use Axios hook here and let's start making some changes. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is inside of the use Axios function parameters, we want to go ahead and include an authentication type of Boolean and an optional token of type string. Then what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and make a change to our headers. So we're going to go ahead and delete this for now. And what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and say authenticated question mark and then do object or object. Let's go ahead and open up this first object here. So here, if we are authenticated, we're going to go ahead and have a content type of application JSON again. And then we're also going to go ahead and have an authorization, which is going to say token question mark, bear $ curly brace token, or an empty string. Then if we're unauthenticated, we just won't pass anything. That is fine. Then we need to go ahead and reset the request. To do this, we're going to go ahead and use a use memo hook. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this Axios.create. We're going to go ahead and say const request is equal to use memo. Let's go and import our use memo hook here. And then inside the use memo, we're going to go ahead and set up an arrow function that says Axios.create. And then inside the create call, we're going to go ahead and have an object. And inside the object, we'll have the base URL. And we'll also go ahead and include the headers. Then we need to come inside here. And we're just going to go ahead and watch for the token. So that looks good. Now we need to go ahead and return this request. Otherwise, it's going to be mad at us. So let's come down below here and return request. Now we can go ahead and save this. And it looks like all of our errors are gone. Everything looks good. So now that we have everything updated here, we're ready to finally go ahead and make some changes inside of our different services and contexts. So let's go ahead and do that in the next section. Now that we have updated the Axios hook to create an authenticated request object versus an unauthenticated request object, we need to update the authentication service to be able to use both types. So let's go and open up our Explorer and then go into our authentication service and get to work in here. So inside the authentication service file, let's go and update the use authentication service function parameters to take in an authenticated request and unauthenticated request. So here inside of this, instead of just request, let's go ahead and delete this. And let's go ahead and say authenticated request is an Axios. We'll also go ahead and include unauthenticated request, which is also Axios. There we go. So now we have both types. Let's go ahead and make sure we also include the comma. Now, obviously it's mad at us because we aren't using these, and it's also going to be mad at us throughout the submit login and other ones because we need to update those. So now we need to go ahead and go through all the requests and update them. Now here inside the submit login, instead of using a request, let's go ahead and delete this. Now I want to go ahead and use the unauthenticated request. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this here. So now we have an unauthenticated request like so. It's going to automatically inject the token. Submit register needs to be authenticated. So let's go ahead and copy the authenticated request here. Copy this, go ahead and bring it into the authenticated right there and save. And that is good to go. So now that's all set up. So now what we want to go ahead and do is be able to update the login employer response. That way, whenever we go to log in, it's going to go ahead and fetch all of our information. That way we can go ahead and set the tokens and whatnot. So let's go ahead and hop into there. Let's go and open this up. we'll go into our types.ts and let's go ahead and find our login employee. So it should be in here somewhere. And I think actually it doesn't exist. So we're going to come to the bottom because we were just passing back an employee. So let's come to the bottom here and let's go and say export interface, login employee response. And inside of our login employee response, we're going to go ahead and include the employee. We're going to go ahead and include a token of type string. And finally, we're going to go ahead and include a refresh of type string. Let's go ahead and save that. That should be good to go now. Now we are ready to go ahead and start making some updates to our global context to be able to use this and go ahead and store our token and refresh to be able to be authenticated throughout refreshes and to be able to refresh our token to be able to stay logged in for up to 24 hours. Now that we have authentication service updated and we have created the new login employee response type, we can go ahead and hop into our global context and update the global context to use the new Axios hook and also store the token and refresh token. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer. Hop into our global context here. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and do is add a couple of new properties to our global context type. I'm going to go ahead and put it at the top here just because it's kind of the most important piece of state. So above employee, I'm going to go ahead and include a token of type string or null. And I'm also going to go ahead and include a refresh of type string or null. And then between our pay stubs and our services, we're also going to go ahead and include a clear state, which is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And then we also need to go ahead and come into our global context reducers. And above our update employees, we're also going to go ahead and include an update auth, which is an arrow function returns void. And inside of our update auth function, we're going to go and take in a login response, which is a login employee response. All right, we can go ahead and save this. We also need to go ahead and import our login employee response. That is fine. So that is all looking good. So now let's go ahead and come down here and above our use Axios here, we're going to go and start setting up the storage and whatnot. So first, let's go ahead and say const object is equal to use local storage. Let's go and import our use local storage here. It's going to be mad as for a second. That's fine. Inside the object, let's go and say value and alias it as stored auth token. We're also going to say set local storage item and alias it as set stored auth token. And finally, we're going to go and bring in remove local storage item and alias it as remove stored auth token. And then inside of our function parameter, we're going to go ahead and pass in token as the key. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. Come below, we're going to say const object is equal to use local storage with refresh. Let's come inside here. We're going to go and say value is aliased as stored refresh token. We're going to say set local storage item is aliased as set stored refresh token. And finally, we're going to say remove local storage item is aliased as remove stored refresh token. So that is going to go ahead and be our local storage stuff here. We're going to go ahead and move the Axios stuff down closer to where our services are. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this for now. I'm going to go ahead and come above our const employee state here. I'm going to go ahead and declare a const token and set token is equal to a use state of type string or null. We're going to go ahead and set the state to null to start. Then let's also come below the token. And let's go ahead and say const refresh and set refresh is equal to use state of type string or null. Once again, let's go ahead and set this to null. Looks good for our state. Now we need to come below our state here, and we actually need to go ahead and set up a use effect, which will check for a token inside of our local storage. And then if one exists, we'll go ahead and set the token in our global context for us. So let's go ahead and set up our use effect. Let's go and import our use effect here so it's not mad at us and open this up. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and watch for our token and refresh state to change. And then if our token and refresh state change, we're going to go ahead and check to see if not token and not refresh. If these are null or undefined, we're going to go ahead and call set token with stored auth token or an empty string. We're also going to go ahead and call set refresh with stored refresh token or an empty string. Come down here. Otherwise, if we don't, we're going to go and say set stored auth token to token or empty string. And then we're also going to go ahead and call set stored refresh token to refresh or an empty string. So this part here has kind of been like the bane of my existence, this entire project of getting everything set up, keeping our local storage in sync with our state inside the application. And this should go ahead and do that for us, because if it's out of sync, then it doesn't really work the way that we want it to. So that should be fine. So now we can go ahead and come down here where we're going to go ahead and set up our Axios. So let's go ahead and say const authenticated Axios is equal to use Axios. For the authenticated Axios, obviously we want this to be authenticated. So we're going to go ahead and pass true for authenticated. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in token or an empty string for the token. Then we're also going to go ahead and create a const unauthenticated Axios, which is equal to use Axios. Since this one's unauthenticated, we can just go ahead and pass in false for unauthenticated and forget about our token. That looks good. Now we can go ahead and work on our clear state. So let's come below here and say const clear state is equal to an arrow function. And inside, we're literally just going to go ahead and remove everything. So let's go ahead and call remove stored auth token. We're also going to go ahead and call remove stored refresh token. We're going to call set token with null and set refresh with null. We want to set our employee to undefined. We'll set employees to an empty array. Let's set timesheet to undefined. We will set timesheets to an empty array. Set payroll preview to an empty array. Set payroll to an empty array. And finally, set pay stubs to an empty array. This will basically go ahead and clear out and set our global context back to the default state here. Now let's also go ahead and work on our update auth. So let's come below here and say const update auth is equal to an arrow function. Let's come inside our function parameter and go ahead and say login response is a login employee response. We'll go ahead and open up our function. Inside, we're going to go ahead and say set employee is login response.employee. We will set our token to login response.token. And we'll also go ahead and call set refresh with login response.refresh. Now looks good for our update auth. Now we need to go ahead and just do a couple more things. So let's go ahead and we forgot to go ahead and add something to our global context reducers. We also want to go ahead and add this update auth to our global context reducers. So I'm just going to go ahead and come in here. Actually, no, the clear state, I'm sorry. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this clear state and bring it also in here like so. And then we're going to go ahead and come down here and inside of our global context reducers here, let's go ahead and also include our clear state and we'll include our update auth. Okay. And then we need to go ahead and update our services. So here inside of our authentication service, let's go ahead and delete this Axios request. We want to go ahead and include the authenticated Axios. And let's also go ahead and include the unauthenticated Axios. Here inside of our use employee service, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this Axios request and include the authenticated Axios. And once again, we're going to go get rid of this Axios request and include the authenticated Axios. Okay, now we just need to go ahead and update our object here. So here, let's come above the employee. Let's go ahead and include the token. We'll include the refresh, and we'll go ahead and come below our payroll or pay stubs and include the clear state. Let's go ahead and give this a save, and that should be all the work inside of our global context for this application because we have all of our state, everything else for that. So now we can go ahead and hop back into the authentication service and make use of our update auth reducer that we created here to go ahead and store all the information that we need whenever they log in. We can also go ahead and work on logging out as well as working on updating their password. So I'll see you guys inside of our authentication service. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, we have wrapped up all the changes that we need to make inside of the global context for this project. Now that we've finished updating the global context, we need to go ahead and finish up the changes needed inside the authentication service. Let's go ahead and hop into our authentication service here and scroll back to the top. We need to go ahead and start by making some changes to our authentication service type. So let's go ahead and come down below our saving new employee, and let's go ahead and declare a logging out of type Boolean. Then we'll also go ahead and come below our submit register, and let's go ahead and declare a submit logout of type arrow function that returns void. Inside the logout, we're going to go ahead and pass an employee of type employee or undefined. We also want to go ahead and come below this function and declare a submit update employee password, which is also an arrow function that returns void. Inside this function, let's go ahead and pass in a password of type string and a refresh token of type string. Finally, let's go ahead and create one more property here. Let's go ahead and make a refresh employee, which is an arrow function returns void. And inside of our refresh employee, let's go ahead and pass in a refresh token of type string. Okay, so now if we save, it's going to be mad at us because we need to go ahead and create these new properties. So first off, let's go ahead and start out by bringing in our clear state and update auth from our reducers. So let's go ahead and say clear state update auth, because we're going to need these to update our state inside of our global context. Then we go ahead and come below our saving new employee. And let's go ahead and say const logging out and set logging out is equal to use state of type Boolean. Let's go ahead and start the state out as false. Then we need to go ahead and make a change to our submit login to actually store all of the auth information. So here, we're going to go ahead and come inside here. And the first thing that we're going to go ahead and do is say set logging out to false. Then we're going to go ahead and come, instead of update employee, we're going to go ahead and call update auth with the res.data. So we need to go ahead and set logging out to false because we're not going to have any employee information, and we don't want it while we're submitting the login to kick us back to the login page over and over again. So that's how we're going to go ahead and distinguish between, hey, we want to navigate back to the login page versus we're logging someone in, so don't kick us back there. Then obviously the update auth with res.data is going to go ahead and pass in that employee and both tokens that way we can store inside of our global context. So that looks good. So now let's go ahead and come down below here and we can go ahead and start working on the other functions. So let's go ahead and declare a const submit logout is equal to an async arrow function. Inside of our function parameter, we want to go ahead and pass in employee of type employee or undefined. Let's go and open up our function here, set up try catch. Inside the catch, let's go ahead and say console.log e to make the linter happy. We shouldn't really run into any errors while trying to log out. Then we're going to go ahead and check if we have an employee. If that's the case, we're going to go ahead and await authenticated request.delete. We're going to go ahead and make a request to /auth/logout. And then after we make this request, we're going to go and set logging out to true. And we're also going to go and set loading employee information to false. And then finally, below our set loading employee information, let's also go ahead and call the clear state to go ahead and reset our global context. Go and save. That should go ahead and do it for our submit logout. Let's go and come below our submit logout, and let's go ahead and declare submit update employee password is equal to an async arrow function. Inside the function parameter, let's go and pass in a password of type string and a refresh token of type string. Go and open up our function here and set up a try catch. Inside the catch, let's start out by saying console.log e. And then we're going to go and say set employee authentication error to true. Now that we handled our error state, let's go ahead and come back into try. And let's go and say set loading employee information to true. We're also going to go and set employee authentication error to false. And now that our state's set up, let's come below and say const res is equal to await authenticated request.put. We'll go ahead and make this request to /auth/password/update. We're also going to go pass in an object, and then here we're going to have password and refresh token. And then if we get this back successfully, we're going to go ahead and call update auth with res.data. And we also want to go ahead and come below the catch and set up a finally block. Inside the finally, we're going to go and say set loading employee information to false. Let's go and give that a save, and that should be everything that we need to go ahead and do for updating the employee's password. Finally, let's go ahead and come below and set up a const refresh employee equal to an async arrow function. Inside the parameters, let's go and pass in a refresh of type string or null. And then let's go and open up the function. Let's go ahead and check to see if we have a refresh token. If that's the case, let's set up a try catch block. Inside the catch, we'll say console.log e. And let's also go ahead and call set employee authentication error with true. And let's come back inside the try. Inside the try, let's go and say set employee authentication error to false. We'll also go ahead and say set loading employee information to true. And now that our state's set up, let's go ahead and say const res is equal to await unauthenticated request.get. Inside our request path, we're going to go ahead and say backtick /auth/refresh $curly brace refresh. If the request is successful, let's go ahead and say update auth with res.data. That should go ahead and do it for the try. Let's go ahead and set up a finally block. It's on the finally. Let's go ahead and say set loading employee information to false. Now let's come outside of our try, catch, and finally to where the if is, and let's go ahead and set up an else statement. If we try to refresh the token, we don't have a token to begin with, we're going to go ahead and call set employee authentication error to true. This function looks good to go. Let's go and save this up. Scroll down. Now we need to go ahead and export all of these. So let's go ahead and start out by come below saving new employee and export logging out. Then we'll come below submit register. Let's go ahead and say submit logout. We'll say submit update employee password. And finally, we'll say refresh employee. Let's go ahead and give this one final save, see if we have any errors. It looks like we do. So update employee, we are no longer using, so we can go ahead and get rid of that to make the linter happy. Give that another save, and there goes all of our errors. So once again, that should go ahead and do it for our authentication service. And now all we have to go ahead and do is set up a couple of new forms, change a little bit of logic whenever we log in and log out, and we should be good to go to wrap up and do our final demonstration of the project. As we mentioned at the end of the last section, we're ready to go to start finishing up the rest of the components for our front end, as well as hooking everything up to be able to use our new authentication. So the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is set up the component that will allow our users to go ahead and reset their password to the very first time that they log in. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and open up our project here, go ahead and go into our components, make a new directory. We're going to go ahead and call this reset and password form. like so. Let's go ahead and go inside, make a new file, go ahead and call this reset password and form.tsx, like so, and open this up. For this one, we're not going to have any CSS or anything, so we're going to go ahead and say export const reset password form is a react.fc arrow function. Let's go and open this up. Inside, let's go ahead and set up our return statement. And then inside our return statement, for the time being, let's just go ahead and render an empty fragment. That way we can go ahead and start working on the state and whatnot. So we're going to go ahead and come up above the return. Above the return, let's go ahead and declare an interface called reset password. Inside of reset password, we're going to go have a property called password of type string. And we're going to have a property called confirm of type string. Next, let's come outside of this interface and let's go ahead and grab the state from a global context. So let's go ahead and say const refresh and authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. We'll go ahead and import our use global context here. Let's also go ahead and import our global context type as well. And then let's go ahead and come below here and set up some local state to the component. First, let's go ahead and say const reset password state and set reset password state is equal to use state of reset password. Let's go ahead and import our use state here, like so, and then let's go ahead and set up an object in here. Inside, we'll go ahead and set password to an empty string, and we'll also go ahead and set confirm to an empty string. Next, let's come below, let's go ahead and declare a const password error and set password error equal to use state of type boolean. And here, let's go ahead and start this out as false. And now we're ready to go ahead and start working on our logic. First off, we need to go ahead and figure out a way to handle the changes in the inputs. So let's go ahead and say const handle password change is equal to an arrow function. Inside the function parameter, let's go ahead and pass in an E, which is a react.change event on an HTML input element. We're going to go ahead and open up our function here. We're going to go ahead and call set reset password state. Inside, we're going to have an object, and we're going to start by saying ... reset password state. Then we're going to go ahead and say square brackets e.target.name : e.target.value. That should go ahead and do it for our handle password change. Let's come down below. We also need to go ahead and handle submitting the reset password. Let's go ahead and say const submit password reset is equal to an arrow function. Once again, let's come inside the parameters. Let's go ahead and say E is a react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Go ahead and open up our function and first call e.prevent default just for good measures. Then we're going to go ahead and set up an if statement that checks for reset password state.password.length equal to 0, or reset password state.confirm.length equal to 0, or reset password state.password not equal to reset password state.confirm. Go and open up this if statement. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and say set password error to true. Otherwise, we'll set up an else statement. Inside the else, let's go ahead and say set password error to false. And we're going to go ahead and call authentication service.submit update employee password. Inside, we're going to go ahead and password reset password state.password and refresh or an empty string. There we go. Let's go ahead and save. So what we're going to go ahead and do whenever we go to submit the password reset, we're going to make sure that we have a password and a confirm, as well as make sure that they are both the same. Otherwise, we're not going to go ahead and send that. Otherwise, if we have a password and a confirmed password and they are the same, we'll go ahead and send that request. That looks good. Let's go ahead and hop back into our return statement here. Let's go ahead and delete this empty fragment. And let's actually go ahead and replace this with a form component. Let's go and import this form component here. Maybe. Like so, and this come from ./form. Then let's go ahead and set up some stuff inside the form. So first, let's go ahead and say button text is equal to reset password. Next, let's set our error to password error. Our error message will be passwords must match. Let's set the action to handle submit password reset. Width will be set to 25 rem, and for our height, we're going to check for password error, and if it is true, we'll do 20 rem, otherwise we'll do 17 rem. Next, let's go ahead and open this up. This is going to go ahead and require some child components, so that's why it's currently mad at us. Inside, we're going to go ahead and set up some curly braces, and we're going to go ahead and check for authentication service, loading employee information, question mark, and we'll go ahead and render a set of empty fragments or a set of empty fragments. Here, if we are loading, let's go ahead and just clean this up a little bit, and clean this, as well as this. There we go. And if we are loading, let's go ahead and delete this one and actually render a loading component. Let's go ahead and import our loading component. Then we'll go ahead and open up these fragments. And inside the fragment, let's go ahead and render a form input component. Once again, let's go and import this form input. And let's go ahead and open this up a little bit. So here we're going to go ahead and set type equal to password. The label will equal to new password. Name will equal to password. Placeholder is equal to new password. Content is equal to reset password state.password. And finally, handle input will equal to handle password change. Close, let's go ahead and render another form input. Inside this form input, let's go ahead and say types equal to password again. Let's say label is equal to confirm password. Name will equal to confirm. Placeholder equal to confirm password. Content will be reset password state.confirm. And finally, let's go ahead and set handle input equal to handle password change once again. Go ahead and save that. We have no errors, and that's actually all we should need to be able to go ahead and reset the password. Now, of course, we need to go ahead and set this up inside the login page to be able to actually use this. So in the next section, we'll go ahead and head over there and get to work on that. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, we're ready to go ahead and hop back into the login page and set up the ability for a new employee to go ahead and reset their password. So let's go into pages and then open up our login page. Let's actually remember to close this time. So we need to go ahead and update our global context. So after employee, let's also go ahead and bring in the authentication service. There we go, that looks good. And then let's go ahead and update the use effect here. So we're gonna go ahead and say if employee and not employee.first time login and not authentication service.logging out. Then we'll go ahead and navigate to the employee portal. Like I mentioned before, the logging out is going to be used that way we don't accidentally keep navigating over and over again. So we'll go ahead and use that in a little bit. So now what we want to go ahead and do is update the return statement. So inside of our page here, probably inside the container center, we're going to go ahead and have a set of curly braces. And we're going to go ahead and check employee question mark dot first time login question mark. If it is the employee's first time login in, we'll go ahead and render a set of empty fragments, otherwise a set of empty fragments. Okay, let's go and clean this up a little bit, and we will clean this up a little bit later as well. So we're going to go ahead and bring this down here. Let's go and bring this down here and here and here like so. So if it's the first time they're logging in, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this, and we're actually going to go ahead and render an H1 that says reset temporary password. Otherwise, let's go ahead and copy this H1 here. We're going to go ahead and display company portal instead. Next, we're going to go ahead and wrap this login form inside of a set of curly braces. And then we're going to go ahead and check for not employee and. So if the employee is not logged in, we're going to go ahead and display the login form. And then below here, we're going to go ahead and have a set of curly braces once again. And we're going to go ahead and check for employee question mark dot first time login. And if that's the case, we'll go ahead and render the reset password form. Let's go and import our reset password form here and save this. Looks good. So now let's go ahead and hop into the front end and test this out. But we're going to need to go ahead and log in as the admin first because we already reset the password for the other user that we created. So let's go ahead and just restart the server, log in as the admin, create a new employee, log in as them, and then reset the password. So let me go ahead and restart the server really quick. Now that our server is restarted, let's go and hop into the front end. Here in the front end, let's go ahead and log in as admin, employee at company.com, and then PASS, log in. Fingers crossed everything is working. So far, we got all the information back, so it must be passing the token back as we expect. Let's go and click on new employee. We'll go ahead and call this employee and 2. We'll go ahead and just put like 444, 444, 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Hopefully that's not already used. I don't think it is. Employee, it's going to go ahead and report to manager, employee at company.com. Hourly, and then we'll go ahead and give them $30 an hour, I suppose. Let's go and create the user. Cool, let's go and copy this temporary password. Then I'm going to go ahead and paste it in a sticky note on the side. That way we can log in easily. Okay, let's close out of this. So now we may have an issue where we have to log out using the admin's token inside of Postman before actually logging in again, because it needs to go ahead and delete the admin token out of the database. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the inspect here, go into our application, go into our local storage, and copy this token really quick. And we're going to go into Postman, and we're going to go ahead and go into log out. I don't know if we actually need this or not, but for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and paste this in like so. Bear, and make sure there is a space. Oops. Bear EY. Oh, I messed it up. There we go. And let's go ahead and try to log out. Fingers crossed we don't break everything. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and undo this really quick. That way it's back to where it was. And cool. So now whenever we go ahead and clear out of this as well, we need to make sure everything's clear. Should be able to go back to our login page like so. It's just very important that we go ahead and clear out that token from the database. Otherwise, if we try to log in again, it's going to be duplicated and break everything, which won't be a problem after the next step whenever we go ahead and log out from the front end, but just something to keep in mind if you're trying to test this. So let's go ahead and log in as employee 2 at and then company .com, and then let me go ahead and paste in that password. So paste it in and log in. Fingers crossed it works. There we go. So now we have reset temporary password. So I'm just going to put in PASS and PASS. If we go ahead and put in incorrect passwords here, it'll go ahead and say passwords must match. So we probably should have done that in red, but it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and put PASS there. There we go. And now we're in. So that went ahead and let us log in and reset our password. And then anytime that we go ahead and try to log in again after that, it should go ahead and use that same reset password. So that is looking good. That logic is great. So now we can go ahead and hop into the front end once again and set up the ability to actually click on the logout button up here and actually log us out. That way we don't run into any issues on the back end whenever we try to log out and then re-log in again with a specific user. Back inside our front end code, to be able to work on logging out, we need to go ahead and open up our Explorer. Let's also go ahead and close out of a couple things that we're no longer going to need. So basically everything that's open. And let's go ahead and log in or open up the navbar here, navbar.tss. And we need to go ahead and make a few changes. So first off, we need to go ahead and bring in some of our global state. So let's go ahead and say const employee in authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go and import our use global context here and also import our global context type. Now let's go ahead and come below our const navbar items. And now we need to go ahead and declare the function that's going to go ahead and allow us to log out. So let's go ahead and say const handle logout clicked is equal to an arrow function. Let's go inside the parameters and say E is a react.mouse event on an HTML div element. And then just to be safe, let's go and open this up and call e.stopPropagation to start out. Next, we'll go ahead and say authentication service.submit logout. And inside the submit logout function, let's go and pass in the employee. That's all we need to do to go ahead and log out. Now we need to go ahead and come down to where our logout component is. Let's go ahead and set up an on click on this. That's going to go ahead and say handle logout clicked. So let's go ahead and save that. And that is all looking good. And that's all we need to go ahead and do to get the logout working. Now, the only thing that we need to go ahead and do from here is before we can actually test this, we need to go through and set up something called auth guards or route guards. We're going to have to do that inside of the layout page component. So we're going to go ahead and circle back to that after we finish up the rest of our other components that we need to create. So with that being said, next up, we want to go ahead and create a quick footer element to go ahead and put in the bottom of the page. So let's go ahead and do that in the next section. We only have a few more things to set up before wrapping up the entire project. And currently, like I said in the last section, we are missing a footer, and this should be pretty simple to set up. So let's go ahead and open up our Explorer here. We'll go ahead and make a new directory inside of our components. Go ahead and call this footer. And then inside of footer, we're going to make a new file. This will be footer.tsx, if I could type. And we'll also go ahead and make a new file, and this is going to be footer.css. Inside of our footer.tsx, the first thing I want to go ahead and do is input our footer.css. Then let's go ahead and say export const footer is a react.fc arrow function. Inside, let's go ahead and set up our quick return statement. And inside the return, we'll go ahead and render a div with a class name equal to footer. Inside our footer div, let's go ahead and have another div with a class name of center and text hover. And inside, we'll go ahead and render a font awesome icon component. Let's go and import this font awesome icon. We're going to go ahead and set the icon equal to FA house. We can go ahead and import the FA house like so. And then the size is equal to 1x. Looks good. And then below this, let's go ahead and render a p tag with 123 business lane ST5555. We'll come outside of our center div and have another div with the class name of center and text hover. Inside, once again, we'll render a font awesome icon component. This time the icon will equal to FA phone and size will equal to 1x again. Let's go and import our FA phone like so. And then below, we're going to have a p tag with 111-111-1111. Let's go ahead and come below the div once again. We're going to have a p tag with the class name of center and text hover again. Inside, let's render company info. Below this p tag, let's have another p tag with a class name of center and text hover. Inside, we'll write reviews. And then finally, come below again, have another div with the class name of center and text hover. Inside, we'll have a P with follow us. And then below, we'll go ahead and render a font awesome icon. We'll set the icon equal to FA Twitter. Let's go and import our FA Twitter here. And size will equal to 2x. And let's come below and render another font awesome icon component. And here, let's set the icon equal to FA Facebook. Once again, let's go and import our FA Facebook here. And then we'll go ahead and set size to 2x again. Let's save, make sure we don't have any errors, and that should go ahead and do it for all of our footer component. Now let's go ahead and hop into the CSS and style this up. First off, let's go ahead and start out with the .footer class. Inside .footer, we're going to go ahead and set width equal to 100%. Height will be set to 5 rem. Display flex. Let's justify content space evenly. Align items in the center. Background color will be set to var -- secondary. And color will be set to var -- text secondary. Let's go ahead and save that. That is all we need to go ahead and do for this footer. Next up, we need to go ahead and create a timeout pop-up that will go ahead and say, hey, you have timed out on your session. So in the next section, let's go ahead and set that up before wrapping up all of the code for our application. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, now that we have our footer set up, let's go ahead and set up the next and last component that we're going to go ahead and need inside of our layout page. So that's going to go ahead and be that timeout pop-up that I mentioned. So let's go ahead and close out the footer component in the nav bar, open up our project here, go into our components, make a new directory. We'll go ahead and call this timeout and pop up. Go ahead and make a new file. This is going to be time and out popup.tsx. And go ahead and make another new file. This will be timeout popup.css. Let's go ahead and close our Explorer, hop into TSX. First thing, let's go and import that .timeout popup.css. Then let's go ahead and declare an interface called timeout popup props. Inside the interface, we're going to go ahead and declare a handle close popup, which is an arrow function that returns void. Inside the function parameters, let's go ahead and pass in an React.mouse event on an HTML button element. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come below our interface and go ahead and declare export const timeout popup is a React.fc arrow function. Let's come behind the React.fc and include our timeout popup props here. And then let's go inside the parameters and break apart those props by saying curly braces handle close popup. Let's go and open up our function. Inside, let's go ahead and set up our return statement. Inside the return, let's go with a div with a class name of column and timeout popup container. And now that the linter is happy, let's go ahead and work on the state and actions. So we need to go ahead and bring in some state from our global context. Let's go ahead and say const refresh employee and authentication service is equal to use global context as global context type. Let's go and import our use global context here, as well as our global context type. And now we need to go ahead and deal with re-authenticating as well as logging the employee out after they have declined to re-authenticate. So first off, let's go and handle the re-authentication. So let's go ahead and declare const handle reauth is equal to an arrow function. Inside our parameters, let's go and pass an React.mouse event on an HTML button element. Let's go and open up our function here and call e.stopPropagation just for good measures. And then come below, we'll say authentication service.refresh employee. And inside, we'll go ahead and pass refresh or an empty string. Once we have re-authenticated, let's go ahead and call the handle close popup. And then let's go ahead and pass an E as the event. Looks good. Let's go ahead and come below. Next, let's go ahead and handle logging the employee out if they choose not to re-authenticate. So let's go ahead and say const handle logout is equal to an arrow function. Let's come back inside of our parameters here and say E is a React.mouse event on an HTML button element. We'll go ahead and open up our function here. We'll go ahead and say e.stopPropagation once again for good measures. And then let's go ahead and call authentication service.submit logout. Inside submit logout, let's go ahead and pass in the employee from our global context. And similar to above, let's go ahead and call the handle close popup with E in it. Let's go ahead and save. Right now it's just mad at us because we aren't using these anywhere. So let's go ahead and put these to use and get the errors to go away. Let's go ahead and open up our timeout popup container div and declare another div with a class name of timeout popup. In here, let's go ahead and have an h3 that says your session has timed out. And we'll also go ahead and render a p tag with please authenticate or log out. Below this p tag, let's go ahead and say div with a class name of center and timeout popup button group. Inside, let's render a button component. Let's go and import our button component here. Open this up a little bit. We need to go ahead and pass in some props as well. Inside the button, let's go ahead and say type is equal to primary. And we'll say handle click is equal to handle reauth. Inside, let's go ahead and render a text that says reauthenticate. And then go ahead and come below the button and render another button as well. Go ahead and open this up and set up our props. We're going to say type is equal to secondary. And the handle click will equal to handle logout. And then inside, we'll go ahead and set the text equal to logout. If we save that, that should go ahead and get rid of all the errors. And that's all the work we need to go ahead and do inside of our pop-up. So let's go ahead and style this guy to make it look good. So to do that, let's go and open up our timeout popup.css. Let's go ahead and start out with the .timeout popup container class. Inside, we're going to go ahead and set height equal to 100%. Let's set a padding top to 2 rem. Next, we'll say the position is fixed. We'll fix it at top 0 and left 0. We'll go ahead and say flex direction is column. Let's align items in the center. Justify content in the flex start. And set the background color to RGBA 0,0,0.5. So to go ahead and do it for this class. Next, let's go ahead and say .timeout popup. Inside here, let's go ahead and set the padding to 1.5 rem. The background color will be set to var -- foreground. Let's set the box shadow to var -- box shadow. Set the border to none, and border radius to var -- border small. Next up, let's go ahead and declare the .timeout popup button group. Inside, let's set height to fit content, and padding top to 0.75 rem. And that should go ahead and do it for all the styling of this. So now the final logic that we have before wrapping up and doing the final demonstration of the project is to go ahead and put all of these new components into our layout page and then set up the route guard inside the layout page to block people from viewing sites or the pages that they're not supposed to. So finally, let's go ahead and hop into the layout page after this section and get to work on that. As I mentioned at the end of the last section, the last bit of logic that we have to do is inside of the layout page to go ahead and set up the route guard. So let's go ahead and open up the layout page here. We can go ahead and close out of our timeout pop-up as well, go into our layout page. And what we're going to go ahead and do is effectively create what is known as a route guard, which is basically just logic which determines whether the app should render a page based on some information. For us, this information will be things such as the employees logging in/out and what the employee's type is. So this is going to be very important to follow very closely along. And if something isn't quite working properly at the end, you might want to go back and just double check this. And I'm going to go ahead and try to be as careful as possible to make sure that I also do this properly as well. Because if something's not working at the end of this demonstration, then it might also be because I messed something up here inside of the route guards. Let's go ahead and open this up. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is set up some more states from our use global context. So let's go ahead and also bring in the token, the refresh, and the authentication service from our global context. Now that we have this brought in, we also need to go ahead and set up a new type for the loading states that we are currently in. Let's go ahead and say type loading state is equal to navigate login, or navigate proper, or loading data, or completed. Next, let's go ahead and create a local state to store this in. So let's go ahead and say const loading state and set loading state is equal to use state of loading state. Let's go ahead and import our use state here. And inside, let's go ahead and set this equal to loading data to start. And then we want to go ahead and come below here. Let's also go ahead and set up a const auth timed out and set auth timed out is equal to use state of type boolean. And to start out, let's go ahead and set this to false. All right, looks good. Now we are ready to go ahead and get into the route guard logic. So let's go ahead and completely clear out the use effect here, like so, and also go ahead and clear this out as well. So let's go ahead and delete this. We'll go ahead and add some new stuff in here. So let's go ahead and re-add in the employee and token. Let's also go ahead and add in refresh. We also want authentication service.employee authentication error, as well as authentication service.logging out. And finally, also going to go ahead and watch location.pathname. So anytime any one of these variables changes, we're going to go ahead and run our route guard logic to determine whether or not we need to navigate the employee to a different place or if they're in the right location. The first thing we need to go ahead and do is check if they're logging out. So to do this, let's go ahead and say if authentication service.logging out. If this is the case, we're going to go ahead and set loading state to navigate login. And then let's go ahead and return. So pretty self-explanatory here. If we are logging out, we want to go ahead and navigate them back to the login. That way they can log in again. So next, let's go ahead and check to see if we have an employee logged in. And if we have an employee log in, let's go ahead and say const proper URI is equal to employee.employeetype.to lowercase. So this is going to be basically like manager, admin, employee, and so on. So then we want to go ahead and check to see if not location.pathname.includes that proper URI. So here, if the employee is logged in and they're not at the proper location that they should be at, let's go ahead and set the loading state to navigate proper. And then we'll go ahead and return out of our use effect. Otherwise, if the employee is logged in and they're in the proper URL, let's go ahead and set an else. Here we don't need to do anything, so we're just going to set loading state to completed. And then here, since we are logged in the correct portal, we also want to go ahead and start the countdown until our timeout pop-up basically pops up and tells us to reauth. Let's also go ahead and say set timeout. Inside the set timeout, we're going to go ahead and call set auth timed out to true. And then we're going to go ahead and set this to 1000 times 60 times 5, which will be 5 minutes. So once we are for sure completed and we're in the right spot, let's go ahead and start a countdown for 5 minutes. It'll go ahead and tell us when we need to go ahead and re-authenticate our token. Now we'll go ahead and come below our set timeout. We want to go ahead and set up one more if statement checking if the location name is equal to portal/employee/timesheets. If this is the case, then the employee just landed on the timesheet page after refreshing or coming back in. So we need to go ahead and refresh your timesheets. So let's go ahead and call the payService.fetchCurrentTimesheet function. Let's go ahead and pass in the employee here. And finally, we'll come outside this if and set up the return to go ahead and exit out of the use effect. Next, we need to go ahead and come outside the if statement for the employee. And now we need to go ahead and wait for the token to be loaded in from local storage into our context. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and say if token is equal to null and refresh is equal to null. If this is the case, let's go ahead and set loading state equal to loading data. And then we'll simply go ahead and return out of the use effect. Then we'll come outside of here. We want to go ahead and check to see if the token is an empty string, which means it was set manually as an empty string. If the token is an empty string, we want to go ahead and set loading state to navigate login. The reasoning for this is because we went and looked for a token and we didn't find anything, so we went ahead and set it as an empty string rather than null. And then since we know it's an empty string, we know that we never found anything and we're not authenticated. So now let's go ahead and simply return out of this use effect after navigating us to the login. There we go. And then next we need to go ahead and add and check for if there was an authentication service employee authentication error, which means that the employee's refresh token has completely expired and they need to go ahead and re-authenticate. So we're going to go ahead and say if authentication service.employee authentication error. Inside, we'll go ahead and set loading state to navigate login again. We also want to go ahead and make sure that all the employees' data is wiped out of our context. So let's also go ahead and call authentication service.submit logout. We'll go ahead and pass in that employee. And once that's complete, let's go ahead and return out of the use effect again. And finally, we have one more check to see if the token and refresh is in local storage. Let's go ahead and say if token and refresh. If we grabbed a token and refresh token from our local storage, we want to go ahead and say set loading state to loading data. Then we want to go ahead and call authentication service.refresh employee with the refresh token. And finally, we'll go ahead and return out of our use effect. Go ahead and save that. That should go ahead and do it for this. Let's just go ahead and run through this logic one more time so we kind of understand what's going on here. So first, whenever we go ahead and see that something inside of the state array change, we're going to go ahead and check to see if we're logging out. If that's the case, we'll just go ahead and navigate to log in. And then if we get past this check, we'll go ahead and see if we have an employee inside of our context. If we do, we'll go ahead and see what the proper URI is supposed to be. We'll go ahead and check to see if they're at their proper URI. If they're not, we'll go ahead and navigate them to the proper URI. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say, hey, we're where we're supposed to be. We'll start a countdown for the timeout pop-up, and we'll also go ahead and see if we're at their timesheets. If they're at their timesheets, we'll go ahead and fetch that timesheet for them. Then we'll go ahead and do a check. If we got through those two, that'll go ahead and check to see if we have a token and a refresh. If we don't, that means we need to go ahead and load it. So we'll go ahead and set this to loading data. And then we'll also go ahead and check to see if we set the token to an empty string. If we set to an empty string, we didn't find anything. So that means that we were never logged in the first place. We go ahead and navigate back to login. Next check, we'll go ahead and see if we have an error inside the employee authentication. So if there's an authentication error, that means that our token wasn't proper. So that means we need to go ahead and navigate back to login, also clear out the information and return. And then the final check will be if we have a token and a refresh, then we need to go ahead and refresh the employee after we've refreshed the page or logged in. That is all the logic inside of our use effect. Now we need to go ahead and set some stuff up to be able to authenticate, as well as also to be able to pop up everything that we need. So let's go ahead and go below here, and we're going to go ahead and declare a const authenticate equal to an arrow function. Inside the authenticate, we're going to go ahead and switch on loading state. And inside here, we're going to go ahead and set up different cases for each one of our loading state to go ahead and authenticate and navigate to where we need to be. So first off, we're going to go ahead and have a case for navigate login. For navigate login, let's go ahead and return a navigate component. Let's go and import our navigate here from React Router DOM. And this is going to go ahead and be /, and let's replace as well. Next, let's come below this case and go ahead and say case for navigate proper. And here, we're going to go ahead and return navigate once again. This one's going to be 2 backticks / portal / $curly brace employee question mark dot employee type dot 2 lowercase. And once again, we'll set replace. Next up, let's go ahead and set up a case for loading data. And for loading data, let's go ahead and return a loading spinner. Let's go and import our loading here, like so. Then finally, let's go ahead and set up a default case. Inside the default case, let's go ahead and set up a return statement. Inside the return, we're going to go ahead and render a div with a class name, layout page, and page. Inside, we're going to go ahead and have curly braces, auth timed out and. If our auth timed out, let's go ahead and render a timeout pop-up component. Let's go and import this timeout pop-up component. Then we need to go ahead and set props. So we're going to go ahead and say handle close pop-up is equal to an error function that calls set auth timeout to false. Next, we're going to go ahead and come below here. And basically, all we're going to go ahead and do is copy this employee and navbar. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it up here as well. Next, we'll also go ahead and copy this employee and with this H1 in style. Let's go ahead and paste it in there as well. Let's go ahead and just clean this up a little bit to look a little bit prettier and it doesn't look horrible. So go ahead and do that. We're also going to go ahead and take this outlet as well. So let's go ahead and copy this outlet below here. And then finally, let's also go ahead and render a footer component. Let's go ahead and import our footer component like so. Looks good. And then we need to go ahead and delete everything out of this return statement and then have a set of fragments here. Inside the fragments, we're going to go ahead and have curly braces and we're going to go ahead and call the authenticate method. So now we can go and save. And now what's going to happen anytime some things change inside of our application, we're going to go ahead and make sure that the user is in the correct place by checking all of this logic. So that'll go ahead and do it for all of the code inside of our application, assuming that I set everything up properly. So here in the next section, let's go ahead and hop into the front end and make sure everything's working properly, including the timeout pop-up and everything else. And then we'll go ahead and wrap up the course there. So let's go ahead and open up our application one last time and do a quick walkthrough of all of our features and make sure everything is still working as expected and that our refresh pop-up and re-authentication is also working. So we're going to go ahead and do the entire flow. So let's go ahead and restart our application one more time. Our application is restarted. Let's go ahead and open up our application in the browser. And let's just go ahead and close out of this here. Open this. The first thing that we want to go ahead and do is log in as the admin employee. So I'm going to say admin employee at company.com and PASS. Let's log in. There we go. We're logged in. Now I'm simply just going to go ahead and wait for 5 minutes and make sure that our timeout pop-up is going to pop up properly.
5 minutes later.
So as we can see, our timeout pop-up has shown up. So now we have the option to re-authenticate or log out. So let's go ahead and just test to make sure we can re-authenticate by clicking re-authenticate. So we are still here. Let's actually make sure we re-authenticated. So let's go ahead and create a new employee. We'll go ahead and say employee and 2. Once again, we'll go ahead and set up the employee contact as 333-333-1234. Actually, I think this needs to be 4, so 444-444-1234. Employee reports to manager employee at company.com. And then we'll go ahead and hourly in 30. Let's go ahead and create employee. It went through. Let's also go ahead and copy this temporary password and paste it down so I can have it later. Cool. We can go ahead and close out of this modal. Next, let's go ahead and just update the first employee's information to make sure we can still do that. So employee 1, click edit. So we can go ahead and update maybe their name. So we'll go ahead and say first and employee. Let's try to remember that we updated this to first employee. Update, it updated properly. And maybe let's go ahead and give them a bump to $27.50. Update pay. That also updated, so that looks good. So now let's go ahead and wait once again for that pop-up to open up and try to log out and make sure that's also working as expected.
5 minutes later.
Once again, we can see the session timeout pop-up has popped up again. Let's go and click log out. You can see that it navigates us back to the company portal. Perfect. Let's go ahead and log into the employee 2 account and set some stuff up. So employee 2 and then at company.com. And then let's go ahead and paste in that password. Hopefully I remembered to copy the password properly. Log in. Cool. So it says reset temporary password. To go ahead and say pass and PA just to make sure that this is still working. Terrific. Go ahead and put pass in there again. And we are in. Terrific. So now let's go ahead and update the contact information. So let's go ahead and click edit. We go ahead and add in here. Let's say 123 and workplace. Address line 2. We'll go ahead and say APT 123. City, let's go ahead and say grind town, like so. State will go ahead and be Texas, just because that's where I live. and then zip code will be 12345. Let's go ahead and try to update the contact info. Okay, so that worked properly. That looks good. Obviously, we don't have any year-to-date earnings because we need to go ahead and basically create all of those timesheets for them. So maybe we'll do that later. We can also go ahead and see kind of what our footer looks like. So that's cool. But next, let's go ahead and submit and create a timesheet. So let's go ahead and click on timesheets. It fetches our timesheet. Let's go ahead and just put 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and 8 hours for a total of 40. Go ahead and save those. It changes to saved, submit. It changed to submitted. Looks good. So now let's go ahead and test out our logout button. So we go ahead and click logout. It takes us back to the login page. Terrific. So let's go ahead and also log in to employee1 at company.com and then PASS login. And it looks like maybe it didn't clear, or, oh, you know what? It's actually first employee. I knew I was going to forget. There we go. Now we're logged in. We changed it to first employee. Let's go ahead and we already updated some personal information and stuff inside some other ones. So let's also go into timesheets and create a timesheet. Let's go ahead and create this one with overtime so it gets denied. So let's say we worked 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and then 4 hours for 44. Let's go ahead and save and submit. And there we go. So now let's go ahead and log out and then log in as the manager. So manager employee at company.com, like so. Go ahead and put in PASS and log in. So now we can see our reports. We can open this up to see their contact information. So it looks good. We can go ahead and go to employee timesheets. So here, first employee has 44 hours and employee 2 has 40 hours. Let's go ahead and approve this one. Let's go ahead and deny this one. And let's go ahead and say no overtime this week. And go ahead and submit that. So that is looking good. We can also go to manage self and see the same information as those others. So let's go ahead. So that is looking good. So now let's go ahead and log out of this account and let's log back into first employee. Employee at company.com. If I could type, that'd be cool. Oh my goodness. And then go ahead and pass as well and send. Now we can go back to the timesheets. We can see that this was denied. And the reasoning was because no overtime this week. So let's go ahead and close out of this and put 0 back in there. Let's go ahead and save this. It goes back to saved and then submit. Once again, we can go ahead and log out. And let's go ahead and log back into the manager employee. So manager employee at company.com and then PASS to log in. We can go back to timesheets. We can see that they fixed it. Now they only have 40 hours. Let's go ahead and submit. So there we go. So now let's go ahead and run some payroll, create some new pay stubs, and take a look at everything. So let's log out once again. Let's log in to the admin employee, employee at company.com and pass. Cool. So now let's go ahead and preview the payroll. So we can see that we have the admin employee making about 1,500, manager making about 19, employee 2 making about 12, and then first employee making about 1,000. So it looks like we have all our employees here. Looks like we can go ahead and run the payroll. Let's go ahead and run the payroll like so. Looks good. Everyone got paid. Now if we go to manage self, we should be able to see a year-to-date earnings. Let's also go ahead and log out. And then I'm going to go ahead and hop into Postman in the background and create some timesheets and some pay stubs for employee 1 and go ahead and make sure that's looking good as well. I have now generated a bunch of pay stubs for employee 1 or first employee. So let's go log into first employee at company.com and let's also go ahead and put in PASS for their password and log in. So now we can go ahead and see their year-to-date earnings is about 35,205 and we can go ahead and see some random timesheets generated. So here I think that we forgot to go ahead and sort these, or the sorting didn't quite work. So you guys can go ahead and look into that. I'm not going to take the time to go through and sort these differently, but that might be a good exercise for y'all. But you can go ahead and see that we have a whole bunch of timesheets and we can see what they made this year. And then we could also go ahead, if you wanted to, go through and set it up to be able to click through each year. You can go ahead and maybe do like a little drop down over here to say like years 2025, 2024, so on and so forth. That might also be a good little activity for you guys to do as well after this is over. That is everything we wanted to complete for our entire course. In the final chapter, we went ahead and brought in our OAuth 2 resource server dependency into our project and configured Spring Security to use it to authenticate against JWT tokens that we generated. We also set up refresh tokens for employees to use to re-authenticate once those JWT tokens have expired. And finally, we updated the React application to work with JWTs rather than with the old session IDs that we were working with previously. We set up logic for a pop-up to appear as soon as the JWT expired, asking the employee if they want to re-authenticate or just log out. And we set up some logic in regard to routing throughout the application to ensure that only logged in employees can view their portals and ensure that the logged in employees only gain access to the portals that they're supposed to have access to. And with all that being said, I really do hope that you've enjoyed the course and learned as much as I did while I was creating it.